Good evening, dear friends. As the day gently draws to a close, I wish you a wonderful start to your upcoming day, filled with promise and warmth. Tonight, let us embark on a journey through stories that will transport you to magical and peaceful places, where imagination knows no bounds and tranquility reigns supreme. Thank you for sharing your time and presence with us this evening. It's a gift to be part of your winding down ritual, and I hope these tales bring you comfort and joy. In a world that often rushes by, taking a moment to pause and embrace the serenity of relaxation is truly precious. May these stories guide you to serene dreams and a restful slumber. As you settle in, imagine the gentle crackle of the cozy fireplace behind us, casting a soft, comforting glow. Let its warmth envelop you as we step into a world of wonder. So, snuggle up, relax, and let the magic of bedtime stories carry you away. Story 1. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deeply within the heart of an enchanted forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her eyes, a vivid shade of emerald, sparkled with an insatiable curiosity, and her heart pulsed with a yearning for adventure that stretched beyond the familiar paths she trod each day. The village itself was a tapestry of cobblestone streets, weaving through thatched-roof cottages, where the sweet, comforting scent of freshly baked bread mingled with the earthy aroma of the surrounding woods. Villagers moved with purpose and joy, exchanging warm greetings and tales of old, their laughter a vibrant melody that floated through the crisp morning air like a song of life's simple pleasures. Willow often sat by the edge of the village, where the forest began its embrace, imagining the stories that lay beyond. She was a child of the forest as much as she was of the village, her heart beating in time with the rustle of leaves and the babbling of brooks. Her grandmother, a wise and gentle soul, often spoke of the forest's mysteries, her voice weaving tales that sparked the fire of adventure in Willow's heart. The forest holds secrets, her grandmother would say, eyes twinkling like stars. It is a world of magic and wonder, waiting to be discovered by those brave enough to seek it. One crisp autumn morning, when the world seemed painted in shades of amber and gold, Willow ventured deeper into the woods than she had ever dared before. The forest was alive, a symphony of rustling leaves and the distant call of a lone woodpecker echoing through the trees. The air was sharp and invigorating, and the fallen leaves crunched beneath her feet, creating a rhythmic melody that accompanied her journey. Sunlight filtered through the thick canopy above, casting dappled shadows that danced across the forest floor in a mesmerizing display. As she wandered, she spotted a peculiar stone half buried in the earth, its surface etched with intricate symbols that seemed to whisper secrets of a forgotten time. Intrigued, Willow knelt to brush away the dirt, revealing a smooth oval-shaped rock that shimmered subtly in the dappled sunlight. As her fingers traced the markings, a warm tingle spread through her body, and suddenly, the world around her shifted. The air thrummed with a new energy, a symphony of sounds and scents that Willow had never experienced before. The trees stretched higher, their branches intertwining to form an intricate canopy above, creating a cathedral of nature's own design. The undergrowth became lush and vibrant, every leaf and petal a vivid hue that seemed to pulse with life. The air was infused with the sweet fragrance of wildflowers, mingled with the earthy perfume of the forest floor. Willow gasped in awe, realizing she had stumbled upon a hidden realm within the forest, a magical place she had never known existed. Clutching the stone tightly, she ventured deeper into this wondrous world, her senses heightened and her spirit soaring. She marveled at the iridescent butterflies that fluttered around her, their wings shimmering like jewels in the sunlight. Tiny sprites danced among the ferns, their laughter like tinkling bells, their forms a blur of color and light. A babbling brook ran beside her, its waters so clear that she could see the colorful pebbles lining the bottom, each one a treasure waiting to be discovered. As Willow explored, she encountered creatures and beings she had only heard whispers of in the stories her grandmother used to tell. There was a wise old owl perched on a branch, its eyes twinkling with ancient knowledge, its feathers a mosaic of browns and creams. A family of playful foxes scampered across her path, their coats a vibrant russet hue, their eyes glinting with mischief and curiosity. And in a sun-dappled glade she came upon a gathering of woodland nymphs, their graceful movements like a mesmerizing dance, their laughter a soothing balm to her soul. At first, Willow was timid, unsure of how to interact with these mystical beings. Her heart pounded in her chest, a blend of fear and exhilaration. But as she ventured deeper into their realm, she realized they meant her no harm. In fact, they welcomed her with open arms, sensing the pure heart and inquisitive spirit that burned within her. The nymphs taught Willow the secrets of the forest, revealing the intricate web of life that connected all living things. They showed her how to communicate with the plants and trees, how to listen to the whispers of the wind, and how to understand the language of the animals. Willow drank in their teachings like a sponge, her eyes wide with wonder and her mind brimming with newfound knowledge. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and orange, Willow sat by the brook with an elderly nymph named Alara. Her hair was woven with flowers and her voice was as soft as the sighing breeze. "You have a gift, Willow," Alara said, her eyes kind and knowing. A gift to see beyond the ordinary and embrace the extraordinary. As the days turned into weeks, Willow found herself changing in ways she could never have imagined. Her connection to the natural world deepened, and she felt a sense of belonging she had never experienced before. The magical stone became her constant companion, a talisman that allowed her to move freely between the realms and forge lasting friendships with the creatures she encountered. Yet, with this newfound knowledge came an internal struggle. Willow began to question her place in the human world. She missed her family, the warmth of her village, and the familiar faces she had grown up with. But she also felt an undeniable pull towards this magical realm, a place where she could be entirely herself, free from the constraints of her old life. One day, as Willow sat by the brook, listening to the soothing gurgle of the water, she realized her true purpose. She was meant to be a bridge between the human world and the hidden realm, a guardian tasked with protecting the delicate balance of nature and ensuring the two worlds coexisted in harmony. It was a daunting responsibility, but one she felt ready to embrace. With renewed determination, Willow returned to her village, armed with the knowledge and wisdom she had gained. At first, her loved ones were skeptical of her tales of a magical forest filled with wondrous beings. They listened with furrowed brows and exchanged worried glances, unsure of what to make of her stories. But as Willow shared her experiences and taught them the ways of the hidden realm, their eyes were opened, and they began to see the world around them in a whole new light. Willow became a respected figure in her community, guiding others on journeys of self-discovery and fostering a deep appreciation for the natural world. She taught the importance of preserving the delicate balance between humans and nature, reminding everyone that they were all part of a greater, interconnected tapestry of life. Years passed, and Willow's legend grew. Children would gather around her, their eyes wide with excitement as she spun tales of her adventures in the hidden realm. Adults would seek her counsel, drawn to her wisdom and her ability to see the world through a lens of wonder and magic. One evening, as the fireflies began to dance through the twilight, Willow gathered the villagers under the canopy of stars. She spoke of the importance of harmony, weaving tales of the mystical creatures and the profound lessons they imparted. Her words were like a balm, soothing the doubts and fears of her people, binding them closer to the forest that had always been their silent guardian. In those moments, as she shared her wisdom, Willow felt the unity of both worlds in her heart, a symphony of hope and renewal that echoed through the night. But even as she grew older, Willow continued to explore the forest. One day she encountered a mysterious figure deep in the woods, a hermit who lived in solitude, shrouded in an aura of mystery. His eyes were like liquid silver, reflecting the wisdom of ages past. He spoke in riddles and songs, his words enigmatic yet profound. There is a balance that must be maintained, a path that must be walked with care, he told her, his voice like the rustling leaves. You, Willow, are the key to this balance, the one who can guide both worlds towards harmony. The hermit's words resonated deeply within her, and she realized that her journey was far from over. She spent days in his company, learning the ancient ways of magic and the secrets of the forest that even the nymphs did not know. Willow's understanding of the hidden realm deepened, and with it, her resolve to protect and nurture the bond between the two worlds. And so, Willow's legacy lived on, not just in the stories told by the fireside or in the whispers of the wind through the trees, but in the hearts of those who learned to see the magic in the world around them. For in each breath of the forest and every rustle of the leaves, the spirit of Willow thrived, a testament to the power of a single heart to bridge two worlds and guide them both towards a brighter, more harmonious future. In her twilight years, Willow would often sit beneath the ancient oak tree in the heart of the forest, the magical stone cradled in her weathered hands. She would smile, her eyes twinkling with the same curiosity and wonder she had possessed as a child, and whisper a silent thank you to the hidden realm that had changed her life forever. It was here, in the gentle embrace of the forest, that Willow found her true home, a place where the whispers of the past mingled with the promise of the future, and where her spirit soared, free and unfettered, like the iridescent butterflies that had first welcomed her to this enchanted world. One late autumn afternoon, as the leaves fell like golden rain, Willow embarked on a new journey within the forest. She ventured to a secluded glen where an ancient willow tree stood, its thick branches reaching out like welcoming arms. It was a place she had visited in dreams, a place that called to her with a promise of deeper understanding. As she approached, the air hummed with energy, and the tree seemed to breathe with her, its rustling leaves whispering her name. Sitting beneath the willow, she felt an overwhelming sense of peace and belonging. She closed her eyes, and the world around her faded away, leaving only the gentle presence of the tree and the knowledge it held. Images flashed behind her eyelids, a tapestry of the forest's history, the lives it had touched, and the futures it would shape. She saw herself, a small but vital thread in this vast tapestry, woven into the fabric of the forest's destiny. In that moment of clarity, she understood her role more deeply than ever before. She was not just a bridge between worlds. She was a guardian of stories, a keeper of nature's secrets, and a guide for those who sought the wisdom of the forest. She smiled, feeling the weight of responsibility lift as it transformed into a joyous calling. Returning to the village, Willow shared her experience with the villagers, her voice carrying the warmth and wisdom of the ancient willow. Her words inspired a new generation to explore the forest with open hearts and minds, eager to learn from its timeless beauty. The villagers, now more connected to the forest than ever, began to see themselves as stewards of the land, working in harmony to preserve the magic that surrounded them. As Willow watched the next generation embrace their roles, she felt a profound sense of fulfillment. Her adventures had come full circle, and though she knew her physical journey would one day end, her spirit would forever be entwined with the forest, an eternal guide and guardian. And so the story of Willow and the enchanted forest became a legend passed down through the ages, a testament to the power of curiosity, courage, and connection. In every whisper of the wind, in every rustle of leaves, the echoes of Willow's journey could be heard, a song of hope and harmony that would never fade. One day, as the village prepared for the annual harvest festival, a celebration of nature's bounty and the community's unity, Willow felt a familiar stirring in her heart. She had always loved the festival, with its vibrant stalls and the tantalizing aroma of roasted chestnuts and sweet cider filling the air. But this year, there was something different, a call from the forest that she could not ignore. As the festivities reached their peak, Willow quietly slipped away, her feet guiding her toward the heart of the forest. The path was lit by the silvery glow of the moon, casting an ethereal light on the world around her. The forest seemed to welcome her, the leaves whispering secrets and the trees swaying gently in the night breeze. In a clearing surrounded by ancient oaks, Willow found the nymphs and creatures of the hidden realm gathered in celebration. They had sensed her approach and awaited her with open arms and radiant smiles. The air was alive with magic, a palpable energy that pulsed with joy and reverence. Willow joined their dance, her movements fluid and free, her spirit soaring with the rhythm of the forest. As she danced, she felt the connection between the two worlds grow stronger, the boundaries dissolving into a seamless harmony. It was a moment of pure magic, a testament to the bond she had nurtured throughout her life. When the dance ended, Willow stood in the center of the clearing, surrounded by her friends. The wise old owl perched on her shoulder, its eyes gleaming with approval. The nymphs gathered around her, their laughter a gentle melody. Willow knew then that she had fulfilled her destiny, that she had truly become a bridge between worlds. Returning to the village, Willow brought with her the spirit of the forest, infusing the festival with a newfound magic. The villagers, sensing the change, embraced her with gratitude and awe. They had come to understand the importance of living in harmony with nature, of cherishing the magic that surrounded them. As the years passed, Willow continued to guide her people, her legend growing with each generation. Her story became a beacon of hope and a reminder of the power of connection, a legacy that endured long after she had left this world. And so, the tale of Willow and the Enchanted Forest was woven into the fabric of the village's history, a testament to the courage of one young girl who dared to seek the extraordinary. In every corner of the forest, in every heart that listened, the echoes of her journey could be heard, a song of unity and wonder that would never fade. In her final days, Willow returned to the ancient willow tree, her heart full of peace and gratitude. She knew that her journey had come full circle, that she had fulfilled her purpose. As she sat beneath the tree, the magical stone cradled in her hands, she felt the presence of the forest embrace her, a gentle farewell to a beloved guardian. Willow closed her eyes, her spirit soaring with the wind, free and unfettered, and in that moment she became one with the forest, her essence entwined with the magic she had cherished all her life. The forest whispered her name, a melody of love and remembrance, a tribute to the girl who had bridged two worlds and guided them toward a brighter future. Story 2. In the quaint and charming village of Willowbrook, nestled snugly between undulating green hills and a river that shimmered like polished silver under the gentle caress of sunlight, lived a young girl named Clara. The air in Willowbrook was perpetually infused with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs, and as evening descended, it gently lulled its inhabitants to sleep under a vast canopy of twinkling stars. The village was renowned for its vibrant market square, where cobblestone paths meandered through a lively array of stalls, offering everything from golden jars of fresh honey to intricately woven handmade quilts, each telling its own unique story through colors, patterns, and textures that mirrored the diversity of life itself. As Clara wandered through the market on a sun-dappled morning, her senses were overwhelmed by the vibrancy of life around her. The chatter of merchants mingled with the laughter of children, creating a symphony of human connection that pulsed through the square like a living heartbeat. The air was alive with the aroma of freshly baked bread and the tangy scent of ripe fruit, their fragrances interweaving like an olfactory tapestry. Clara paused to watch a street performer juggling flaming torches, his movements a blur of daring and artistry, each flicker of flame reflecting in her wide, curious eyes. Clara was a curious and adventurous child, with eyes the color of sunlit honey and hair that danced in the breeze like autumn leaves. Her spirit was as boundless as the sky itself, and she possessed an insatiable fondness for exploring the attic of her grandmother's quaint cottage, a dusty, forgotten haven filled with relics of the past. The attic held an air of mystery, with its wooden beams creaking softly like the whispers of history, and sunlight streaming through a small window, casting a warm glow upon the treasures hidden within. The scent of old books and lavender sachets lingered in the air, a fragrant reminder of bygone eras. Every corner of the attic was a new world for Clara to discover. There were ancient maps curled up like sleeping scrolls, a globe with fading paint depicting lands she could only dream of visiting, and a chest filled with gowns that once belonged to her great-grandmother, still carrying the faint fragrance of lavender sachets. It was here that Clara felt closest to the stories and lives of those who had come before her. She imagined their adventures and dreams, weaving them into the fabric of her own life. One breezy afternoon, as Clara ascended the creaky wooden stairs to the attic, her fingers trailing along the dust-laden banister, she stumbled upon a peculiar item, an ornate brass lantern, unlike anything she had ever seen. Its surface was etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and dance when kissed by the light, casting mesmerizing shadows that flickered like living things. It felt as though the lantern was alive, holding stories within its very metal, whispering secrets from ages past. Intrigued, Clara carefully carried the lantern down to the kitchen, where her grandmother, a wise and gentle woman with eyes that sparkled like morning dew and a heart as warm as freshly baked bread, was preparing tea. The aroma of chamomile filled the air, wrapping around Clara like a comforting embrace. "Ah, Clara," her grandmother said with a twinkle in her eye that mirrored the stars outside, "you've found the lantern of whispers. It's said to hold the secrets of those who have kept it company." Curiosity piqued, Clara asked, "What secrets does it hold?" Her grandmother chuckled softly, the sound like a gentle stream flowing over smooth stones. "The lantern's glow reveals the unseen, but only to those who are willing to listen." That night, as the moon cast its silvery glow over Willow Brook, bathing the village in a soft luminescence, Clara decided to light the lantern. She placed a small candle inside and watched as the patterns on the brass danced across the walls, creating a tapestry of light and shadow that seemed to tell a story of its own. As the room filled with a gentle golden glow, Clara noticed a faint whisper, like a distant melody carried by the breeze, a song of old that seemed to resonate with her very soul. "Listen closely," the whisper seemed to say, "for the path to understanding lies in the heart." Determined to uncover the lantern's secret, Clara embarked on a journey the following morning. The sky was a brilliant canvas of blue, and the air was crisp with the promise of discovery. She decided to visit the village's wise elder, Old Thistle, who lived on the edge of the Enchanted woods, a place where the trees sang with the rustle of leaves and the ground was carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vibrant and pure. The path to Old Thistle's cottage wound through meadows alive with the hum of bees and the flutter of butterflies, their delicate wings catching the sunlight like fragments of a rainbow. As Clara walked, she was joined by a small, mischievous squirrel named Nibbles, who offered her an acorn in friendship. Nibbles had a knack for finding hidden trails, and soon led Clara through a shortcut that brought them to a clearing where Old Thistle sat in a rocking chair, weaving baskets from willow reeds with fingers as nimble as a spider spinning its web. "Ah, Clara," Old Thistle greeted her with a smile as gentle as the morning dew. "What brings you to my humble abode?" Clara explained the mystery of the lantern and the whispers she heard. Old Thistle listened intently, nodding thoughtfully, his eyes reflecting the wisdom of ages, the depths of which seemed to hold the knowledge of the world. "The lantern is a guide," he said, "but its magic is not in revealing what is outside of you, but what lies within." He handed her a small, delicate leaf that shimmered with an iridescent glow, as if it had captured a piece of the sunrise. "Take this with you," he advised. "It will help you see clearly when the time comes." Thanking Old Thistle, Clara set off back toward Willowbrook, her heart filled with questions and a newfound determination. As she journeyed, she encountered a gentle breeze that seemed to carry a soft, melodic hum. What could it be, she wondered aloud, her voice a mere whisper against the symphony of nature. Beside her, Nibbles chattered excitedly, pointing toward an ancient oak tree whose branches stretched out like welcoming arms. As Clara approached, she saw a family of songbirds perched among the branches, their harmonious song weaving through the air like a silken thread. Sitting beneath the tree, Clara listened deeply, allowing the music to fill her heart and soul. It was then that she realized the whispers were not a message to decode, but an invitation to understand. The lantern's glow was not about revealing hidden worlds, but about illuminating the truths already present within her soul. She felt a profound connection to the world around her, a sense of unity with the life that pulsed through Willowbrook and beyond. With this newfound understanding, Clara returned to Willowbrook, her heart lighter and her mind clearer. She thanked the lantern for guiding her on this journey of self-discovery. As she placed it back in the attic, she knew its magic would always be there, a gentle reminder of the wisdom she carried inside. Her grandmother, noticing the serene glow in Clara's eyes, embraced her warmly. "You've found your answer," she said softly, acknowledging the change in her granddaughter. Her touch was as reassuring as the earth itself, grounding Clara in the reality of her newfound insights. As the sun set over Willowbrook, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Clara felt a tranquil contentment. She had learned that the greatest magic lay not in the objects around her, but in the connections she made and the wisdom she discovered along the way. The village, with its fragrant lilacs and shimmering river, became a place of deeper meaning, a world filled with stories waiting to be heard. But Clara's journey didn't end there. The lantern's mystery lingered, and one day, she felt its call once more. As she sat by the river, lost in thought, she noticed a ripple in the water, a disturbance that seemed to mirror her own curiosity. A fish, shimmering like silver coins, leapt into the air, its scales glinting in the sun. It reminded Clara of the lantern's light, dancing and elusive. She followed the river upstream, where the water sang a different tune, one of whispers and echoes, carrying tales of those who had walked its banks before her. There, she met a traveler, a woman with eyes like the deep ocean and hair kissed by the sun. Her name was Solana, and she spoke of distant lands and the stars that guided her. Intrigued, Clara shared her own story, the lantern's whispers, and her journey to understand them. Solana listened, her gaze as steady and warm as the sun itself. The lantern's light, she said, is a reflection of the stars within us. Sometimes we must look beyond the horizon to see them clearly. Together, they walked along the river, exchanging tales of wonder and discovery. Solana shared her map of the night sky, pointing out constellations in the stories they wove across the heavens. Clara realized that, like the stars, her journey was part of a greater tapestry, each thread connected to another. As night fell, the two friends sat by a fire, the flames mirroring the lantern's glow. Clara felt a sense of belonging, a connection not just to her village, but to the wider world. She understood now that the lantern's whispers were echoes of the universe, guiding her to explore, to connect, and to grow. When morning came, Clara bid farewell to Solana, her heart brimming with gratitude and new dreams. She returned to Willowbrook, but the village felt different now, richer, more vibrant, like a story unfolding before her eyes. Her grandmother, wise and knowing, welcomed her back with open arms. "You've seen the world through new eyes," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "And now you can bring that wisdom home." Clara nodded, understanding that her journey was just one of many, a chapter in a story that spanned the stars. As she placed the lantern back in its place, she knew its light would continue to guide her, a beacon of hope and wonder in the heart of Willowbrook. And so, as the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds in the night sky, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing that the world was a place of endless wonder and that she carried its secrets in her heart. With the gentle rustle of the leaves outside her window and the soft glow of the lantern whispering its timeless song, Willowbrook, too, settled into a slumber, cradled by the warmth of a gentle, ever-present magic. The village, with all its charm and mystery, continued to cradle dreams and inspire wonder for those who dared to seek it. Story 3. In a universe where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across the vast velvet of space, there existed a peculiar planet known as Lumina. Lumina was famed for its luminescent flora, where every bloom glimmered softly in the dim twilight, casting a gentle glow upon the silken grasses and babbling crystal streams. The air was fragrant with the mingled scents of 1,000 delicate flowers, each exuding its own unique aroma, creating a symphony of fragrances that danced on the gentle breeze. It was here that our story begins, beneath the vast expanse of shooting stars that streaked across the sky like celestial brushstrokes on a canvas of midnight blue. On Lumina lived a gentle creature named Zephyr. Zephyr was a Tilwyn, a small, feathered being with iridescent wings that shimmered with every color of the rainbow. His feathers were soft as velvet, and as he moved, they emitted a faint, melodious hum, a symphony of light and sound. Tilwyns were known for their affinity to light and their ability to communicate with the plants that inhabited their lush world. Zephyr's days were filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the soft whispers of flowers, his presence a nurturing force that ensured each plant was well-nourished and vibrant. Zephyr loved the tranquil beauty of Lumina, a world of harmony and light. He was a sensitive soul, with a heart as soft as the petals he tended. His role as caretaker of the luminescent flora was not just a duty, but a calling he cherished deeply. His connection to the plants was unique, a blend of empathy and ancient magic that allowed him to sense their needs and desires. To Zephyr, each blossom was a friend, each leaf a confidant in the silent symphony of lumina. One serene evening, as Zephyr fluttered among the blossoming luminescent lilies, a sudden, unfamiliar hum vibrated through the air. It was the sound of a spacecraft, a rare occurrence on Lumina, whose quiet beauty often discouraged visitors from the bustling corridors of the cosmos. The sky above, usually serene and undisturbed, was suddenly alive with the shimmering descent of the craft, its hull reflecting the starlight in a dazzling display. The spacecraft, sleek and glimmering with the reflective sheen of the stars, landed softly on a clearing. Its landing was gentle, yet the impact sent ripples through the grasses, their luminescent tips swaying like the sea under a gentle breeze. From the craft emerged a creature unlike any Zephyr had ever seen. It was a Glyx from the distant, water-laden planet of Aqualis. The Glyx, named Orin, was a semi-transparent being with skin that rippled like water and eyes that shone like pearls, capturing the light of Lumina's twin moons in their depths. Orin's presence was like a liquid melody, his movements fluid and serene, leaving trails of iridescent light in his wake. Orin had come to Lumina in search of a rare herb, said to only blossom under the light of its twin moons, a cure for a mysterious ailment plaguing his home. His journey had been long and fraught with uncertainty, his heart heavy with the burden of his people's suffering. The tales of Lumina's beauty and the mystical silver bloom had been his guiding light, a beacon of hope in the vast, uncharted darkness of space. Their first meeting was marked by a profound misunderstanding. Zephyr, protective of his plants and wary of strangers, mistook Orin's presence as a threat to the delicate ecosystem he so lovingly cared for. The air around them crackled with tension, the luminescent plants quivering with unease. Orin, on the other hand, found the vibrant, talking plants a bewildering sight, unintentionally causing them to wilt with his probing curiosity, his touch like gentle ripples on still water. "Why have you come to our sanctuary?" Zephyr chirped, his wings fluttering in agitation, casting a prism of colors around them. His voice was a soft chime, carrying both caution and curiosity. "I seek the silver bloom," Orin replied, his voice a melodic ripple that seemed to echo the soft murmurs of Lumina's streams. "My people are suffering, and I have been sent to find the cure." His eyes, deep and expressive, held a sincerity that was impossible to ignore. Zephyr hesitated, his heart softening at the sincerity in Orin's voice. Yet he was torn, for the silver bloom was a rare and delicate flower, its existence crucial to the balance of Lumina's flora. The plant was not just a bloom, it was a symphony of light and life, its petals a delicate tapestry of colors that changed with the moonlight. Despite their initial clash, Zephyr saw the desperation in Orin's eyes and felt a pang of compassion. "Perhaps we can find a way together," Zephyr suggested, his voice gentle now, the warmth of his words as soothing as the twilight breeze. His wings, once tense, relaxed, casting a soothing glow around them, and so began their journey across Lumina, an adventure that would test their patience and understanding. As they traveled the glimmering fields and climbed the silvery hills, they faced challenges that required them to rely on one another. Navigating through glowing forests where the light played tricks on the eyes, and crossing streams whose crystal waters sang sweet, enchanting tunes that could lull the unprepared into a deep slumber. At first, their differences were stark. Zephyr's lightness and quickness contrasted sharply with Orin's deliberate, flowing movements. Each step Orin took was like a gentle wave, while Zephyr flitted like a butterfly, their paths weaving a dance of light and shadow. But as they shared stories of their worlds, Zephyr of the gentle dances of light and shadow on Lumina, and Orin of the deep, serene oceans of Aqualis, they began to understand the beauty in their diversity. One evening, while resting under the shelter of a large, luminous tree whose branches stretched like welcoming arms, Orin revealed his fears. The air was cool and fragrant, filled with the soft rustling of leaves that seemed to whisper ancient secrets. "I worry," he confessed, his voice a soft murmur, "that even if we find the silver bloom, it may be too late for my people." His eyes, usually so full of determination, now shimmered with unshed tears. reflecting the soft light of the moons above. Zephyr fluttered closer, his wings folding around Orin in a comforting embrace. The touch was gentle, like the caress of a summer breeze. "Hope is a light that never dims," he said softly. "Together, we will do our best, and that is all the universe can ask of us." His words were a balm, soothing the storm within Orin's heart. This moment of vulnerability deepened their bond, forging a friendship as radiant as the luminous sky. With newfound determination, they continued their quest, each challenge strengthening their resolve and their connection. They learned to trust in one another, their differences becoming strengths rather than obstacles. Their journey took them through the Valley of Echoes, a place where sound was as tangible as light, and whispers of the past lingered like forgotten dreams. Here, Zephyr shared tales of his ancestors, the original caretakers of Lumina's glow, and Orin spoke of the ancient songs of Aqualis, melodies that carried the weight of his people's history. As they traversed the valley, an unexpected storm rolled in, dark clouds swirling with an unusual intensity. The rain that followed was unlike any ordinary rainfall. It was a cascade of shimmering droplets, each one a prism that refracted the light into 1,000 rainbows. Zephyr and Orin found themselves in awe of the celestial downpour, their worries momentarily washed away as they danced amidst the iridescent deluge. This shared moment of joy solidified their camaraderie, reminding them of the simple beauty that could be found even in the heart of adversity. During a brief respite in their journey, they encountered the Vale of Whispers, a secluded haven where ancient trees whispered secrets of the universe in hushed tones. The branches formed arches overhead, creating a natural cathedral of light and shadow. Here Zephyr felt a deep connection to the roots of his ancestors, their stories etched into the very fabric of the land. Orin, too, was moved by the ancient echoes, feeling the weight of his own heritage more keenly than ever. In this sacred space, they learned to communicate without words, sharing their thoughts and emotions through the subtle language of light and sound. Zephyr's iridescent wings danced in harmony with Orin's fluid movements, a silent symphony that spoke of their growing trust and understanding. It was here, amidst the murmurs of the ancient trees, that their bond was solidified, a bond that transcended the boundaries of language and culture. Finally, after days of searching, they reached the moonlit meadow, a hidden valley where the silver bloom lay nestled beneath the protective arches of ancient glowing trees. The sight was breathtaking, a carpet of silver flowers, their petals shimmering like liquid moonlight. The air was thick with the scent of the blooms, a heady aroma that seemed to fill the very soul with peace. As they carefully collected the silver bloom, a realization dawned upon them both. It was not just the flower that was the cure, but also the friendship they had cultivated along the way. Through understanding and compassion, they had learned the true meaning of companionship, a bond that transcended the boundaries of planets and species. With the silver bloom safely secured, they returned to Orin's spacecraft. Zephyr promised to guide Orin back to the stars when the time came to leave, for Lumina's twilight glow was a beacon of friendship that would forever light their paths. The journey had changed them both, their hearts intertwined in a tapestry of light and hope. As the stars began their nightly dance across the heavens, Zephyr and Orin sat together, a Tilwyn and a Glix united by a journey of the heart. The universe was vast, yet in their newfound friendship it felt warm and welcoming, a reminder that even in the most unexpected places, kindness and understanding could bloom as beautifully as the rarest flower. And so, under the soft glow of Lumina's twin moons, their story of friendship came to a gentle close, woven into the fabric of the universe, a tale of light, love, and the enduring power of connection. As they gazed at the celestial expanse above, they knew that this was only the beginning of their shared journey, a journey illuminated by the light of friendship and hope, a light that would never fade. In the quiet moments before Orin's departure, the two friends stood upon a hill overlooking the shimmering landscape of Lumina. The air was crisp, filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers and the distant murmur of flowing streams. Zephyr, with his wings casting a gentle glow, turned to Orin with a soft smile. "You will always have a home here, among the stars and flowers," he said, his voice a soothing melody that echoed through the night. Orin, his eyes glistening with gratitude, nodded, "And you, my friend, will forever be a part of Aqualis," he replied, his voice a gentle ripple in the stillness. "Our worlds are different, yet our hearts beat as one." As Orin's spacecraft ascended into the starry sky, Zephyr watched with a heart full of hope and warmth. The journey they had embarked upon was a testament to the power of unity and understanding. In the vast expanse of the universe, they had found a friendship that would endure the trials of time and distance, a friendship as enduring and radiant as the stars themselves. Thus, beneath the twinkling canopy of the cosmos, their tale of light, love, and connection continued to unfold, a beacon of hope shining brightly in the heart of the universe. In the days following Orin's departure, Zephyr found himself wandering the familiar paths of Lumina with a renewed sense of purpose. The plants he tended seemed to glow a little brighter, as if sharing in his newfound joy. He marveled at how the world around him had subtly changed, each flower and leaf whispering tales of friendship and unity. One afternoon, while resting by the banks of a crystal-clear stream, Zephyr heard the gentle rustle of wings. It was a fellow Tilwyn, a wise elder named Alara, who had watched over Lumina for countless cycles. Her presence was like a calming breeze, her wings carrying the wisdom of ages past. "You have traveled far, young one," Alara said, her voice a gentle melody that resonated with the harmony of Lumina. "And you have returned with more than just the silver bloom." Zephyr nodded, understanding the deeper meaning behind her words. "I have found a friend," he replied, his voice soft with gratitude. "And through our journey, I have learned the true essence of Lumina's light." Alara smiled, her eyes twinkling like the stars above. "The light of Lumina is not just in its blossoms, but in the connections we nurture. Friendship is a light that guides us through the darkest nights." With Alara's words echoing in his heart, Zephyr realized that his journey with Orin had been more than a quest for a rare flower. It had been a journey of self-discovery, a path that led him to understand the profound impact of empathy and understanding. As he continued his duties as caretaker, Zephyr found himself sharing stories of his adventure with Orin, passing on the wisdom he had gained to the young Tilwyns, eager to learn about the world beyond Lumina. His tales spoke of unity, of the beauty found in diversity, and the strength that could be drawn from compassion and cooperation. In time, the legend of Zephyr and Orin's journey spread across Lumina, inspiring other Tilwyns to reach out beyond their own gardens, to seek connections with the wider universe. The story of the Tilwyn and the Glicks became a symbol of hope and unity, a reminder that even amidst the vastness of space, hearts could find their way to one another. And so, under the eternal dance of the stars, Lumina continued to thrive, its light a beacon of friendship and hope in a universe filled with endless possibilities. The tale of Zephyr and Orin lived on, a testament to the enduring power of connection and the unyielding light of friendship that could illuminate even the darkest corners of existence. Yet, unbeknownst to Zephyr, the seeds of their friendship had taken root beyond Lumina. Orin's return journey to Aqualis was filled with reflection, the silver bloom safely nestled within his grasp, a tangible symbol of hope for his people. As he traveled through the cosmos, he carried with him the essence of Lumina, the lessons learned and the bond forged with Zephyr, weaving tales of their journey that would soon echo across the water-laden world of Aqualis. Upon his arrival, Orin was greeted by the anxious faces of his kin, their eyes filled with both relief and curiosity. The silver bloom was quickly taken to the healers, its petals carefully brewed into a potent elixir that shimmered with the same ethereal light Orin had witnessed in Lumina's meadows. As the first drops of the cure were administered, a palpable sense of hope spread throughout Aqualis, like the gentle ripples of a stone cast into a still pond. But the true treasure Orin brought back was not just the healing bloom. As he shared his tale, the people of Aqualis listened, captivated by the story of Zephyr and Lumina's luminescent beauty. Orin's words painted pictures of a world where light and life intertwined in a harmonious dance, where friendship transcended differences to create something profoundly beautiful. Inspired by his journey, the Glicks of Aqualis began to dream of reaching out to the stars, to seek out new friendships and forge connections beyond their watery world. Orin's tale ignited a spark of curiosity and unity, encouraging others to explore the universe with open hearts and minds. In the years that followed, the bond between Lumina and Aqualis deepened. The two worlds began to share their knowledge and cultures, an exchange that enriched both planets in ways beyond imagination. Tilwins and Glix worked together on projects that combined their unique talents, creating new forms of art, music, and technology that reflected the diversity and unity of their newfound friendship. Zephyr, now a revered figure on Lumina, continued to nurture the luminescent flora with love and care. His story with Orin became a cherished legend, a reminder of the power of empathy and the light of friendship. As more travelers visited Lumina, drawn by the tales of its beauty and harmony, Zephyr welcomed them with open wings, eager to share the magic of his world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, the legacy of Zephyr and Orin's journey continued to illuminate the universe, a beacon of hope and unity that transcended the boundaries of time and space. Their friendship, a testament to the enduring light of connection, shone brightly in the hearts of all who heard their story, inspiring generations to come. Story 4. In the quiet village of Alderwood, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering woods, there stood a quaint little shop known to all as the Curiosity Corner. Its time-worn sign creaked softly as it swung in the gentle breeze, inviting passers-by with promises of peculiar treasures and tales untold. The shop was run by a kind-hearted old man named Thaddeus, whose twinkling eyes and warm smile made everyone feel at home. The interior of the Curiosity Corner was a sensory delight. The scent of aged parchment mingled with the earthy aroma of polished wood, while beams of sunlight danced through the dusty windows, casting enchanted shadows on the cobblestone floor. The walls were lined with shelves that groaned under the weight of tomes from distant lands and trinkets that seemed to pulse with stories of their own. Each artifact was a remnant of Thaddeus's past adventures, a tapestry woven with threads of mystery and magic. Thaddeus was a man of many mysteries. His past was a tapestry woven with threads of adventure, each tale richer than the last. He had journeyed through deserts where the sand sang underfoot and sailed seas that shimmered like liquid sapphires. Yet it was the stories of enchanted forests and mythical creatures that seemed to be etched into his very soul, as if the magic of those places had seeped into his skin. Thaddeus had a knack for making even the simplest story come alive, his voice rising and falling like the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced down from the trees in a tapestry of gold and crimson, a young girl named Lila ventured into the shop. She had always been drawn to places that held stories in their walls, and the Curiosity Corner was no exception. As she stepped inside, the rich aroma of polished wood and aged parchment enveloped her, mingling with the faint scent of lavender from the bundles hanging by the window. Lila was a curious soul, her heart attuned to the whispers of the world around her. She had an innate ability to sense the stories hidden within everyday objects, a gift she had often pondered but never fully understood. Her visits to the Curiosity Corner were more than simple explorations. They were quests for understanding, for the deeper connections that lay beneath the surface of things. The shop was a labyrinth of wonders, filled with shelves that groaned under the weight of books, trinkets, and artifacts from faraway lands. Lila's eyes scanned the room, soaking in the kaleidoscope of colors and textures. Her fingers brushed over the spines of books and the cool surfaces of glass jars, until she stopped at a small, unassuming box tucked away in a corner. Its lid was adorned with intricate carvings of swirling vines and delicate flowers, a testament to the artisan's skill and the passage of time. It seemed to pulse with a quiet energy, drawing Lila closer with an unseen force. Intrigued, Lila picked it up, feeling a subtle warmth seep into her fingers. With a gentle click, she opened the box and found a small, luminescent stone nestled within, glowing with a soft, otherworldly light. "Ah, you found something special," Thaddeus remarked from behind the counter, his voice like a gentle breeze rustling through leaves. "What is it?" Lila asked, her curiosity piqued, her voice barely a whisper in the reverent silence of the shop. Thaddeus leaned forward, resting his elbows on the counter. "That, my dear, is the Whispering Stone. It has a unique ability. It allows the holder to hear the hidden thoughts of the heart, not just the words spoken aloud." Lila's eyes widened in wonder. "Is it magic?" "Some would say so," Thaddeus replied with a knowing smile. "But I believe its true magic lies in the wisdom it can reveal." Feeling a peculiar pull, Lila decided to take the Whispering Stone with her, thanking Thaddeus before setting off on a journey she didn't yet realize she was embarking upon. As she stepped outside, the morning sun bathed the village in a golden glow, and the air was crisp and invigorating. Lila wandered through the cobblestone streets, her mind buzzing with possibilities. She found herself on the edge of the village, where the path led into the heart of the Whispering Woods. Drawn by an inexplicable urge, Lila followed the winding trail. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant trill of birds. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. It was here that Lila met her first companion, a wise old owl named Cedric, who perched regally on a low-hanging branch. "Good day, young traveler," Cedric hooted, his eyes gleaming like polished amber. "What brings you to these parts?" Lila held up the Whispering Stone, its glow casting a soft halo around her hand. "I'm on a journey to discover its secrets." Cedric fluffed his feathers thoughtfully. "Ah, the Stone of Hearts. A journey of listening, then. You shall find that the forest has much to teach if you are willing to hear." The path through the woods was one less traveled, a trail marked by the footprints of foxes and the soft imprints of deer hooves. As Cedric guided her deeper into the forest, the air grew richer, filled with the earthy scent of damp moss and the sweet perfume of wildflowers. Lila's senses were heightened, each sound and scent a note in the symphony of the forest. Their path soon led them to a clearing where a gentle brook babbled over smooth stones. Here they met Flora, a graceful deer with a coat that shimmered like moonlight. Flora greeted them with a soft, melodic voice. "The water here whispers of dreams and forgotten stories," she said, gently dipping her hoof into the cool stream. Encouraged by her companions, Lila held the Whispering Stone close to her heart and listened. At first, she heard only the murmur of the brook and the whisper of the wind. But slowly, as if tuning into a hidden frequency, she began to hear faint echoes, thoughts and emotions not her own, woven into the very fabric of the forest. One voice in particular stood out, a gentle, melancholic tune that seemed to emanate from the heart of the woods. It spoke of longing and of a challenge that lay ahead, one that required understanding and empathy rather than strength or courage. Determined to uncover the source of this voice, Lila continued her journey, with Cedric and Flora at her side. They traveled through groves of ancient oaks and fields of wildflowers, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the mystery. The deeper they ventured, the more the forest seemed to respond to their presence, as if it recognized their purpose and welcomed them with open arms. As dusk began to cloak the world in shades of indigo, they arrived at a secluded glen where the air shimmered with a subtle magic. Here they found a young fox named Finn, whose eyes glinted with curiosity and kindness. Finn had been waiting, drawn by the same voice that had called to Lila. "The forest has chosen you," Finn said softly, nodding towards the Whispering Stone. "There is a challenge that needs your wisdom." Together, the four friends entered the heart of the glen, where they found an ancient tree with a trunk as wide as a house. Its gnarled branches reached towards the sky, and its bark was etched with the stories of countless seasons. At its base lay a small, forlorn creature, a sprite with wings as delicate as gossamer, its light dimmed by an unseen sorrow. The sprite's voice trembled with the weight of its burden as it spoke. "I am the keeper of this forest's dreams, but I have lost the key to my heart. Without it, the dreams have turned to shadows." Lila knelt beside the sprite, holding the Whispering Stone gently. "How can we help?" she asked, her voice filled with compassion. The sprite looked up, hope flickering in its eyes. "The key lies within, but it is hidden by fear and doubt. Only by listening with an open heart can it be found." Remembering Thaddeus's words, Lila closed her eyes and listened, not just with her ears, but with her heart. The Whispering Stone glowed softly, amplifying the gentle murmurs of the forest and the sprite's quiet plea. Slowly, the echoes of the sprite's true heart began to surface, a melody of dreams and laughter, buried beneath layers of uncertainty. As Lila and her companions worked to unravel the sprite's sorrow, the forest seemed to come alive around them. The trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering secrets of ancient times, while the brook sang a soothing lullaby. It was as if the very essence of the woods joined in their efforts, adding its strength to their cause. With the help of her companions, Lila wove a tapestry of understanding and kindness, each thread a note in the song of healing. As they worked together, the sprite's light gradually began to brighten, its wings shimmering like rainbows in the twilight. Finally, with a soft sigh, the sprite's heart unlocked, releasing a cascade of dreams that danced like fireflies in the night. The forest sighed in relief, its shadows retreating as the glen filled with the warmth of renewed hope. The sprite, now radiant with joy, fluttered up to Lila and her friends. "Thank you," it whispered, its voice like the gentle caress of a summer breeze. "You have given me the strength to dream once more." As the moon rose high above the treetops, casting its silvery glow over the world, Lila and her companions bid farewell to the sprite and made their way back through the forest. The journey had changed them all, weaving a bond of friendship and understanding that would forever linger in their hearts. When Lila finally returned to Alderwood, the village was aglow with the soft light of lanterns, and the air was filled with the comforting scent of wood smoke. She tucked the whispering stone safely into her pocket, its warmth a gentle reminder of the wonders she had discovered. As she lay in bed that night, the echoes of the forest's song lulling her to sleep, Lila knew that the true magic of the whispering stone was not in the secrets it revealed, but in the understanding and compassion it fostered. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the gentle whispers of the heart. In the days that followed, Lila often visited the Curiosity Corner, sharing her newfound wisdom with Thaddeus and the villagers. The Whispering Stone had become more than a mere artifact. It was a beacon of unity and empathy. With each visit, Lila found new stories and wonders within the shop, each one a testament to the magic of listening and the power of the heart. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows that danced across the village square, Lila found herself once more at the threshold of the Curiosity Corner. She entered to find Thaddeus humming softly to himself, his fingers tracing the spine of a well-worn book. The shop was bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, the light filtering through the dusty windows like liquid gold. "Ah, Lila," Thaddeus greeted her with a smile, his voice like the gentle rustle of autumn leaves. "What tales do you bring today?" Lila sat beside him, her eyes sparkling with the excitement of her recent adventures. "I met a sprite," she began, her voice brimming with wonder, "and we helped it find the key to its heart." Thaddeus listened intently, nodding as she recounted her tale. "The forest has always been a place of magic and mystery," he said thoughtfully. "It seems you have learned much about the true nature of listening." As Lila spoke, Thaddeus's eyes twinkled with a secret knowledge, as if he, too, had once walked the paths she described. He shared stories of his own, tales of wisdom and heart that resonated with Lila's adventures. Together they wove a tapestry of shared experience, their voices rising and falling in harmony with the shop's quiet atmosphere. The villagers, drawn by the warmth and camaraderie of the Curiosity Corner, began to gather more frequently, eager to hear the stories and share their own. The shop became a place of gathering, where people came not only to discover treasures but to connect with one another, their hearts open and their minds alight with possibility. As seasons passed and the village of Alderwood blossomed in harmony, Lila continued to explore the wonders of her world. The Whispering Stone remained a cherished companion, guiding her with its gentle glow and reminding her of the power of empathy and understanding. One day, as the first snowflakes of winter began to fall, Lila decided to venture into the woods once more. The forest, now draped in a blanket of white, seemed to hold a different kind of magic. The air was crisp and silent, broken only by the soft crunch of snow beneath her boots. She carried the Whispering Stone with her, its warmth a comforting presence against the chill. In the heart of the forest, she found a new circle of friends, an elderly wolf named Gray, whose wisdom was as deep as the shadows of the woods, and a playful otter named Ripple, who brought laughter wherever he went. Together, they discovered new stories and whispered dreams, weaving them into the rich tapestry of Alderwood's lore. As Lila delved deeper into the forest with her new companions, Gray shared tales of the ancient spirits that dwelled within the woods, while Ripple playfully splashed through icy streams, his laughter echoing through the trees. Each new encounter taught Lila more about the forest's mysteries and the interconnectedness of all life within it. One evening, as the sun set and the forest was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Lila gathered with her companions beneath the sprawling branches of the great tree. The air was filled with the scent of pine and the gentle hum of nocturnal creatures waking. "Thank you for your guidance," Lila said, addressing Gray and Ripple. "The forest's secrets have revealed themselves through your stories." Ripple giggled, his whiskers twitching. "The forest has a way of speaking to those who listen." Gray nodded, his eyes wise and knowing. "And you, Lila, have a gift for hearing its whispered truths." As the stars began to twinkle overhead, Lila held the whispering stone in her hand, its glow a beacon of warmth and understanding. With her heart full of gratitude, she realized that her journey in the forest had not only deepened her connection to the natural world, but had also enriched her understanding of herself and her place within it. As she made her way back to Alderwood, the village welcomed her with open arms, its lanterns casting a warm glow against the darkness. The Curiosity Corner stood as a testament to the stories and connections that Lila had forged, a place where the magic of the heart continued to thrive. In the years that followed, Lila's adventures inspired the villagers to embark on their own journeys of discovery and understanding. The Whispering Stone became a symbol of the power of empathy, its gentle light illuminating the path of those who sought to listen and learn from the world around them. And so, in the heart of the village, the little shop stood as a beacon of curiosity and connection, its time-worn sign creaking softly in the breeze, whispering promises of peculiar treasures and tales untold. The Curiosity Corner had become more than a shop. It was a sanctuary of the heart, where the magic of listening and the power of empathy flourished, touching the lives of all who entered. As the years turned, the village of Alderwood thrived under the spell of newfound unity. Each season brought fresh tales of adventure and discovery, woven into the very fabric of the community. And through it all, Lila's spirit of curiosity and compassion continued to light the way, her journey a testament to the transformative power of the heart. As the village embraced the stories and wisdom unearthed by Lila and her companions, a new tradition emerged, a festival of stories held each spring beneath the blossoming boughs of the great tree in the forest. Villagers and travelers alike gathered to share tales, their voices harmonizing with the rustle of leaves and the song of the brook. Lila, now older and wise beyond her years, often led the gatherings with tales of her adventures, her voice carrying the warmth and wonder that had defined her journey. The Whispering Stone, now a cherished village relic, was placed at the heart of each gathering, its gentle glow a reminder of the magic that lay within the hearts of those who dared to listen. In time, the story of Lila and the Whispering Stone spread far beyond Alderwood, carried on the wings of travelers and the whispers of the wind. It became a legend of empathy and understanding, inspiring others to seek the hidden stories within their own hearts and the world around them. And so, the tale of the Curiosity Corner lived on, its legacy woven into the tapestry of Alderwood's history, a testament to the enduring power of listening, the magic of connection, and the boundless possibilities that lay within the heart. Story 5. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush ancient forest, there lay a small village named Elderglen. The village was nestled amidst towering oak trees, whose branches stretched out like welcoming arms, casting intricate shadows that danced like playful spirits on the forest floor. Streams of sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating a tapestry of golden light and vibrant green. The villagers lived in harmony with nature, tending to their gardens with reverence and caring for the woodland creatures that often wandered into their midst. It was a place where the air was always fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, mingling with the earthy aroma of the forest, and the songs of birds provided a constant, soothing melody that wove through the village like an ancient lullaby. In this idyllic village lived a young boy named Finn. He was a curious and kind-hearted lad, with tousled brown hair and eyes as green as the moss-covered stones that lined the forest paths. His laughter was like the tinkling of a brook, and his touch as gentle as a summer breeze. Finn had an insatiable thirst for adventure and a heart full of dreams. His days were spent exploring the winding trails of the forest, where he would often gather wild berries, their sweetness lingering on his tongue, or listen to the rustling leaves as if they whispered secrets just for him. His imagination painted the forest with stories of hidden realms and mystical creatures, a tapestry woven from the threads of his vibrant dreams. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves crunched beneath his feet like brittle parchment, Finn discovered something extraordinary. He was following a narrow path that he had never taken before, a path that seemed to call to him with an irresistible allure when he stumbled upon a peculiar stone half buried in the ground. It was not like any other stone he had seen. It shimmered with a soft, iridescent glow and seemed to hum with a gentle energy that resonated with the very pulse of the earth. Intrigued, Finn carefully unearthed the stone and held it in his palm, feeling its smooth, cool surface warm to his touch. As he did, he felt a warmth spread through his body, as if the stone were alive, and the world around him seemed to sharpen, the colors more vivid, the sounds more distinct. The stone, it seemed, had bestowed upon him a magical ability to see the hidden world within the forest, a world that had been invisible to others. With newfound clarity, Finn noticed tiny, luminescent creatures flitting among the branches, their wings like delicate stained glass catching the light in a kaleidoscope of colors. The trees themselves seemed to hum with life, their bark etched with mysterious symbols that glowed faintly, telling stories of ages long past. It was as if the forest had opened its heart to him, revealing its secrets. Overwhelmed with wonder, Finn knew he must share his discovery. He raced back to the village, his heart pounding with excitement, the leaves swirling around him like a golden whirlwind. But as he reached the familiar cobblestone streets, a thought struck him. Would anyone believe him? Would they see what he had seen, or dismiss his tale as a fanciful dream? Determined to find someone who would understand, Finn sought out the village elder, a wise and gentle woman named Marin. Her hair was silver, flowing like a river of moonlight down her back, and her eyes held the wisdom of many years, twinkling like stars in the twilight. She was known for her stories of the olden days, tales of wonder and mystery that captivated all who listened. Finn found Marin in her garden, surrounded by the scent of herbs and flowers, tending to her plants with care and singing softly to them in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. He approached her, breathless with excitement, and recounted his discovery. Marin listened intently, her eyes never leaving his face, absorbing each word with the patience of a seasoned storyteller. When he finished, she smiled, a twinkle in her eye that spoke of secrets shared. "Ah, young Finn," she said in her soft, melodic voice, "you have found the Heartstone, a rare and precious gift indeed. It allows its bearer to see the hidden magic in the world around us. But remember, with such a gift comes responsibility. Use it wisely, for the Heartstone has chosen you for a reason." Finn nodded, his mind racing with possibilities, the weight of the Heartstone in his pocket a comforting presence. He thanked Marin and promised to heed her advice, his heart swelling with a sense of purpose. As he turned to leave, Marin called him back. "There is a place," she said, "deep in the forest, where few have dared to venture. It is said to be the home of the great oak, an ancient tree with roots that stretch into the very heart of the earth. Perhaps it is there that you will find the answers you seek." With a nod of gratitude, Finn set off, the Heartstone glowing softly in his pocket like a beacon. As he ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew cooler, the scent of damp earth mingling with the crispness of fallen leaves, and the trees stood taller and more majestic, their branches whispering secrets to the wind. The path became less distinct, overgrown with brambles and wildflowers that brushed against his legs like gentle caresses. But Finn felt a pull, a gentle guidance from the Heartstone, leading him onward. As Finn journeyed deeper, he stumbled upon a hidden grove, cloaked in a mist that rose like silvery tendrils from the ground. The air was thick with the scent of jasmine and honeysuckle, their aromas mingling to create a heady perfume that enveloped him in a sense of calm. In the center of the grove stood a small pond, its surface like a polished mirror reflecting the sky above. As Finn approached, he noticed the water was teeming with tiny, iridescent fish that darted beneath its surface like living jewels, their scales catching the light in flashes of turquoise and gold. Entranced, Finn knelt at the water's edge, watching the dance of the fish. He dipped his hand into the cool water, feeling its gentle embrace, and as he did, the heartstone in his pocket began to hum, a soft melody that seemed to harmonize with the gentle lapping of the water. It was as if the pond itself was alive, sharing its ancient wisdom with the young boy who had dared to listen. After what felt like an eternity, Finn rose to his feet, his heart lighter, his mind clearer. The grove had whispered its secrets to him, and though he could not yet fully understand, he felt a renewed sense of purpose, a guiding star in the labyrinth of the forest. He continued his journey, the path winding deeper into the heart of the forest. As he moved forward, he encountered a variety of creatures, some he had only imagined in his dreams. There were foxes with eyes like molten gold, watching him from the underbrush, and ethereal deer that moved like shadows, their antlers crowned with blossoms that glowed softly in the twilight. Each encounter left an indelible mark on his heart, deepening his connection to the magic of the forest. Eventually, after what felt like hours, he finally reached a clearing, bathed in dappled sunlight, the air shimmering with a serene energy. In the center stood the great oak, its trunk wide and gnarled, its bark a tapestry of ancient stories, its branches reaching high into the sky like the arms of an ancient guardian. The air around it thrummed with a serene energy, and Finn felt a profound sense of peace and belonging. As he approached the tree, he noticed a small door carved into the trunk, its surface etched with the same glowing symbols he had seen earlier, inviting him to enter. With a deep breath, Finn gently pushed the door open and stepped inside, his heart pounding with anticipation. The interior of the great oak was unlike anything Finn had ever imagined. The walls were lined with shelves filled with scrolls and books, their spines covered in intricate designs that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. A soft, golden light illuminated the space, flickering like the warm glow of 1,000 candles, and the air was filled with the scent of aged parchment and fresh leaves, mingling to create a fragrance as comforting as a mother's embrace. In the center of the room stood a figure, cloaked in emerald green, its presence as ethereal as a dream. It was an ethereal being, with eyes that shimmered like pools of liquid silver, reflecting the light in a mesmerizing dance. Finn felt an immediate sense of awe and reverence, his heart swelling with the weight of the moment. "Welcome, young one," the being spoke, its voice as gentle as a breeze through the leaves, carrying with it the wisdom of the ages. "I am the guardian of the great oak, and you have been chosen by the Heartstone to see the magic of our world." Finn bowed his head, feeling both honored and humbled, his voice a whisper in the grandeur of the moment. "Thank you," he said softly. "I wish to learn more about this magic and how I can protect it." The guardian nodded, a serene smile upon its face like the first light of dawn. "Magic is the lifeblood of the forest, and it thrives through harmony and balance. Your task is to ensure that this balance is maintained, to guard the secrets you have been entrusted with, and to share your wisdom with those who have open hearts and minds." Finn listened intently, absorbing every word, feeling the weight of the responsibility settle over him like a mantle. He understood the weight of this responsibility and felt a newfound sense of purpose, his heart a compass guiding him through the unknown. "Remember," the guardian continued, "the Heartstone is a guide, but it is your heart that will lead you. Trust in your instincts, and you will find the path that is meant for you." With those final words, the guardian extended a hand, and in its palm appeared a small, intricate compass, its needle spinning slowly before coming to rest, pointing the way. "Take this," it said, "as a token of your journey. It will help you find your way when the path seems unclear." Finn accepted the compass with gratitude, feeling its warmth spread through his fingers like the first rays of the morning sun. He thanked the guardian and promised to honor the trust that had been placed in him, his heart swelling with the promise of adventure. As he stepped back into the clearing, the door to the great oak closed gently behind him, and the forest once again enveloped him in its embrace, the trees whispering their secrets to the wind. The sun was beginning its descent, casting a warm golden glow over the landscape, painting the world in hues of amber and rose. With the Heartstone and the compass as his guides, Finn began his journey back to Elderglen, his heart full of hope and determination, the path ahead illuminated by the light of his newfound purpose. He knew that the road ahead would not always be easy, but he was ready to face whatever challenges lay in his path, his heart a beacon guiding him through the unknown. Along the way, Finn encountered many wonders, hidden groves where the air shimmered with enchantment, their beauty breathtaking in its simplicity, streams that sang with the voices of long-lost spirits, their melodies echoing through the forest like a haunting lullaby, and creatures that watched him with knowing eyes, their presence a reminder of the magic that thrived within the world. Each experience deepened his understanding of the magical world he had been chosen to protect, his heart swelling with the beauty of the forest. One day, as he wandered through a particularly dense part of the woods, he stumbled upon a clearing he had never seen before. In the center was a circle of stones, each carved with intricate runes that seemed to pulse with a gentle light. As Finn approached, he felt a tingling sensation, as if the air itself were alive with energy. The Heartstone glowed warmly in his pocket, resonating with the power of the stones. He sensed that this place was sacred, a hidden sanctuary where the magic of the forest was concentrated. Sitting in the circle, Finn closed his eyes, letting the energy wash over him, feeling it seep into his very being. In that moment of stillness, he felt a connection to the forest unlike anything he had experienced before, a deep, abiding bond that filled him with a sense of belonging and purpose. Opening his eyes, Finn noticed a small, carved tablet placed at the center of the stone circle. Picking it up, he saw that it was inscribed with a message, words of wisdom from those who had come before him, guardians of the forest's secrets and keepers of its magic. The message spoke of harmony and balance, of the need to protect the delicate threads that wove the tapestry of life. Inspired by the words, Finn vowed to honor the legacy of those who had walked this path before him, to protect the magic that thrived within the forest, and to share its beauty with others. With renewed determination, he continued his journey, the Heartstone a constant reminder of his duty and his destiny. In time, Finn returned to Elderglen, a changed boy. He shared his adventures with those who would listen, weaving tales of wonder and magic around the hearth fires of the village. The villagers, in turn, began to see the world through new eyes, discovering the beauty and mystery that had always surrounded them, their hearts opening to the magic that thrived within the forest. Through his kindness and wisdom, Finn inspired others to cherish the forest and its secrets, fostering a sense of unity and reverence that spread throughout the land. The Heartstone, nestled close to his heart, became a symbol of the bond between the villagers and the magical world that had been revealed to them, a reminder of the magic that thrived within the world. And so, in the gentle glow of twilight, as the stars began to twinkle in the sky, Elderglen thrived, a village where the line between the ordinary and the extraordinary blurred, and where the heart of the forest beat in harmony with the hearts of its people. The villagers, guided by Finn's tales, learned to listen to the whispers of the wind and to see the magic in the rustling leaves, their hearts opening to the beauty of the world. As the years passed, Finn grew into a wise and respected leader, his spirit ever youthful and adventurous, his heart a beacon guiding him through the unknown. He never forgot the lessons he had learned, nor the friends he had made along the way, his heart swelling with the beauty of the forest. And though the Heartstone remained with him, it was his heart that truly guided him, lighting his path with love and understanding. One evening, as the villagers gathered for a festival celebrating the bountiful harvest, the sky was painted with vibrant hues of purple and orange, the air filled with the sound of laughter and music. Children danced around the bonfire, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames, while elders shared stories of old, their voices weaving a tapestry of history and myth. As the festivities reached their peak, Finn stood before the villagers, his eyes alight with the same youthful wonder that had guided him through the forest all those years ago. He spoke of the Heartstone, of the magic that lay hidden within the world, and of the importance of protecting the delicate balance of nature. His words resonated deeply with the villagers, their hearts swelling with pride and gratitude for the world they lived in. They pledged to honor the magic of the forest, to nurture and protect it for future generations. In that moment, the bond between Elderglen and the magical world was strengthened, a testament to the enduring power of hope and love. As the night wore on, the villagers gathered around Finn, their voices joining in a song of unity and celebration, a melody that echoed through the forest, carried on the wings of the wind. It was a song of gratitude and reverence, a song that spoke of the magic that thrived within the world and within their hearts. And so the story of Finn and the Heartstone lived on, a timeless tale of adventure, discovery, and the enduring power of a kind and open heart. It was a story that inspired generations to come, a reminder that magic exists in the world around us, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to dream. As the festival drew to a close, Finn found himself wandering to the edge of the village, where the forest lay in shadow, its mysteries whispering secrets in the night breeze. He stood there for a while, the Heartstone warm against his chest, the compass in his hand glowing faintly, a constant reminder of the journey that had shaped his life. With a smile, he turned back toward the village, his heart full of love for the world he had come to know so well. The path ahead was uncertain, filled with challenges and adventures yet to come, but Finn was ready to face them, guided by the light of the Heartstone and the strength of his own heart. And as he walked back into the embrace of Elderglen, he knew that the magic of the forest would always be a part of him, a guiding star in the tapestry of his life. Story 6. Once upon a time, in the heart of an ancient forest, where the sunlight danced through the leaves like golden fairies, there existed a world known only to those who truly believed in the magic of nature. This forest, with its towering oaks and whispering pines, was a sanctuary for creatures who thrived in the gentle embrace of the earth and sky. In this enchanted realm, a delicate balance was maintained by the creatures that called it home. The forest thrummed with life, from the tiniest fireflies that blinked like stars across the night sky, to the majestic deer that moved with the grace of a summer breeze. Each creature played its part in the grand symphony of life, their actions woven together in a tapestry of harmony. Among the inhabitants of this magical forest, there was a wise old turtle named Brindle. His shell was as ancient as the forest itself, etched with lines that told stories of seasons past. Brindle was known for his deep wisdom and gentle heart, and the other creatures often sought his counsel when faced with challenges. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves rustled in hues of amber and gold, a young squirrel named Lucan scampered through the underbrush. His bushy tail swayed like a plume as he darted about, gathering acorns for the coming winter. Lucan was full of energy and curiosity, but he had grown anxious about the whispers he heard among the trees. The balance is shifting, the trees seem to murmur, their branches swaying in the cool breeze. The harmony must be restored. Concerned, Lucan decided to visit Brindle. He found the venerable turtle basking in a sunlit glade, surrounded by the soft hum of bees and the gentle rustle of leaves. "Brindle," Lucan began, his voice tinged with worry, "the forest speaks of a disturbance in the balance. What can we do?" Brindle opened his wise eyes, glistening like deep pools of understanding. "Ah, young Lucan," he replied, his voice as soothing as the murmur of a brook, "the balance is indeed a delicate thing. It is the dance of the seasons, the cycle of growth and rest. We must listen carefully to what the forest tells us." With Brindle's guidance, Lucan learned that the balance of their world was intimately tied to the seasons. The forest thrived when the creatures worked together, each playing their part in the cycle of life. But now, the gentle harmony was threatened by a shift in the weather patterns. A fierce storm was brewing, one that could disrupt the delicate equilibrium. Brindle and Lucan set out to gather the forest's creatures, from the wise owls high in the trees to the bustling ants beneath the earth. They called upon everyone to join in a council by the great oak, the oldest tree in the forest. As the creatures gathered, the air was thick with anticipation. The wind whispered secrets, carrying the scent of pine and earth. Brindle took the center of the circle, his voice resonating with calm authority. "Friends," he began, "the forest has taught us that each season has its own magic, its own role in the cycle. But now we face a challenge that requires our unity. A storm approaches, one that could upset the balance. We must work together to protect our home." The creatures nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting the resolve that Brindle's words had inspired. They devised a plan to brace the forest against the storm's fury. The beavers worked tirelessly to reinforce the riverbanks with their sturdy dams, while the birds gathered leaves and branches to fortify nests and shelters. As the sky darkened and the first rumble of thunder echoed through the trees, a sense of determination filled the air. The forest pulsed with a cooperative energy, each creature contributing to the effort. The ants linked arms to form protective barriers around their colonies, and the deer stood as sentinels, alert and watchful. Lucan, though small, played a crucial role. With nimble grace, he leapt from branch to branch, carrying messages of encouragement and updates on the storm's progress. His tireless energy inspired those around him, reminding them of the strength found in friendship and collaboration. When the storm finally arrived, it came with a fierce intensity, the wind howling like a wolf on the prowl. Rain lashed at the forest, but the preparations held strong. The creatures huddled together in their shelters, comforted by the warmth of camaraderie and the knowledge that they were not alone. Throughout the night, the storm raged, but Brindle's wisdom and the forest's unity saw them through. As dawn broke, painting the sky with hues of soft pink and gold, the storm had passed, leaving the forest drenched but intact. The creatures emerged from their shelters, blinking in the gentle morning light. The air was filled with the fresh scent of rain, the forest glistening as if reborn. Brindle smiled at Lucan and the gathered creatures, pride shining in his ancient eyes. "The balance has been restored," he said softly, his voice carrying a note of fulfillment. "Together, we have weathered the storm and learned the true power of unity." Lucan felt a warmth spread through his small chest, a newfound understanding of the wisdom Brindle had shared. The forest was more than just their home. It was a living tapestry of life, and each creature a thread in its intricate design. As the sun climbed higher, casting a gentle warmth over the forest, the creatures celebrated their triumph with joy and relief. The balance had been preserved, not through magic alone, but through the strength of friendship and the wisdom passed down through the generations. And so the ancient forest continued its timeless dance, its harmony renewed by the gentle hearts of those who called it home. Under the watchful gaze of the great oak and the guidance of Brindle, the creatures thrived in the embrace of nature's magic, forever grateful for the lessons learned and the bonds forged in the heart of the storm. In the end, as the forest settled into the rhythm of a new day, Lucan curled up in his cozy nest, his heart full of peace. The whispers of the trees lulled him to sleep, their voices now content and serene, promising a future where the balance would always be cherished and protected. And so, the ancient forest remained a sanctuary of harmony, a place where the magic of nature danced in every leaf and every breeze, and where the gentle wisdom of creatures like Brindle ensured that the seasons would continue their eternal cycle, nurturing life in all its wondrous forms. Story 7. Once upon a dreamy eve, when the forest awoke to the symphony of crickets, a curious young rabbit named Willow set out on an enchanting adventure. Her velvety ears twitched, sensing the whispers carried by the wind through the emerald canopy above. As she hopped along the moss-carpeted path, Willow marveled at the world unfolding before her. Towering oak sentinels stood guard, their branches woven with strands of glimmering dewdrops that sparkled like diamonds in the fading light. The earthy scent of pine needles and mushrooms filled her twitching nose, grounding her in the ancient rhythm of the forest. A rustling in the undergrowth caught Willow's attention, and she froze, her cotton tail erect. Out emerged a radiant dragonfly, its gossamer wings refracting a kaleidoscope of colors as it danced through the air. The tiny creature seemed to beckon Willow deeper into the heart of the woods. Entranced, she followed the dragonfly's ethereal trail, her paws barely disturbing the carpet of fallen leaves. The forest grew denser, the canopy closing overhead like a verdant cathedral. Willow's curiosity heightened as she sensed an underlying magic pulsing through every living thing around her. Suddenly, the dragonfly vanished into a thicket, and Willow found herself face to face with a wizened old owl perched on a gnarled branch. Its piercing gaze held a depth of wisdom forged across countless seasons. "Welcome, young Willow," the owl hooted, its voice a gentle whisper on the breeze. "You have proven yourself worthy of beholding the forest's most closely guarded secrets." With a sweep of its wing, the owl unveiled a hidden glade where a miraculous sight unfolded. All around, the animals of the forest, from scurrying mice to majestic deer, moved in perfect harmony, their every action intertwined with the ebb and flow of nature itself. A family of squirrels scampered up the trunk of a towering oak, their nimble paws gathering acorns that would nourish the tree's roots in the coming winter. Nearby, a beaver diligently patched a hole in its dam, ensuring the delicate balance of the stream that nurtured the entire ecosystem. As Willow watched in awe, the owl's words drifted through the glade like wisps of fragrant wood smoke. "In this sacred place, the forest's children have preserved the ancient ways, passed down through generations beyond counting. We are all bound by an invisible thread, our fates woven into the tapestry of life that blankets these woods." The owl gestured towards the canopy above, where the first stars began to twinkle like diamond dust scattered across a velvet cloak. With each turning of the seasons, the forest renews itself in a cycle of birth, growth, and slumber. Even in the depths of winter, when the world lies dormant beneath a mantle of snow, the seeds of rebirth await the first breath of spring. As if on cue, a gentle rain began to fall, each droplet kissing the earth with a soft percussion. The animals seemed to rejoice in the cleansing shower, their spirits invigorated by the life-giving moisture. Willow felt a profound reverence wash over her as she bore witness to this timeless symphony of nature's design. In that moment, she understood her place in the intricate tapestry, her existence woven inextricably into the forest's eternal dance. The owl fixed her with one last piercing gaze, imparting a final wisdom. "Remember, young Willow, the forest's secrets are entrusted to those who walk its paths with open eyes, open ears, and open hearts. Guard them well, and pass them on when the time comes for a new generation to take the mantle of stewardship." With a ruffle of feathers, the owl took flight, disappearing into the emerald heights above. Willow stood transfixed, her soul forever changed by the magical encounter. From that night onwards, she moved through the forest with a newfound reverence, her every hop in tune with the ancient rhythms pulsing all around her. And when the first blush of spring painted the woods in pastel hues, Willow knew she would one day share the secrets of the forest with her own offspring, ensuring that the eternal cycle of life, death, and rebirth would continue its sacred dance for ages to come. Story 8. In a far-flung corner of the universe, amidst swirling galaxies and shimmering nebulae, lay a small, vibrant planet named Serenia. Serenia was known for its lush landscapes, where the emerald forests whispered ancient secrets, and the crystalline rivers sang a melody that could soothe even the most troubled of hearts. It was here that beings from many corners of the galaxy came to find solace and companionship. One fine evening, as the twin suns of Serenia dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and violet, two unlikely travelers found themselves wandering the moss-covered paths of the great verdant woods. The first was Lyra, a lithe and curious Elorian from the serene planet of Eloris, known for her iridescent wings that shimmered like liquid silver in the starlight. The second was a sturdy, broad-shouldered Vargan named Thorn, whose home planet, Varga 7, was famed for its rugged terrains and formidable creatures. Their paths crossed quite by chance, as Lyra flitted between the ancient trees, her wings brushing against the leaves like a gentle breeze, while Thorn trudged steadily along the forest floor, his boots crunching on the fallen twigs and leaves. The two were as different as night and day, Lyra with her ethereal grace and penchant for exploration, and Thorn with his grounded presence and quiet strength. As they approached a clearing where the moonlight pooled like liquid silver upon the soft earth, they paused, both captivated by the beauty before them. Lyra, ever the social creature, was the first to speak. "Isn't it beautiful?" she murmured, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves. Thorn nodded, his expression one of quiet awe. "It is," he replied, his voice deep and resonant, like the rolling thunder. "I have never seen anything quite like it." Despite their differences, a spark of camaraderie flickered between them. They decided to travel together, each curious about the other's world and experiences. As they journeyed deeper into the woods, they shared stories of their homelands. Lyra spoke of Aeloris, where the sky was a tapestry of stars and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms, while Thorn recounted tales of Varga 7, where the mountains kissed the sky and the rivers roared with life. However, their journey was not without its challenges. One day, as they traversed a narrow path along the edge of a shimmering lake, a misunderstanding arose. Thorn, ever the pragmatist, suggested a direct route through a dense thicket, while Lyra, with her love for exploration, wished to follow a winding trail that led to a hidden waterfall she had heard about. Frustration bubbled between them, and words were exchanged in the heat of the moment. Lyra accused Thorn of being unimaginative, while Thorn retorted that Lyra was reckless. Stung by each other's words, they parted ways, each taking their chosen path. As Lyra flitted through the winding trail, she soon realized the folly of her decision. The path became treacherous, and the shadows grew long and menacing. Fear gnawed at her heart, and she longed for the comforting presence of her companion. Meanwhile, Thorn, trudging through the thicket, found himself missing Lyra's joyous laughter and the way her wings caught the light. It was as if the forest itself sensed their sorrow, for a gentle breeze carried their voices to one another, whispering words of apology and understanding. Realizing the strength they found in each other's company, they turned back, eager to reconcile. When they met again, their reunion was heartfelt. "I'm sorry," Lyra said, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "I shouldn't have been so quick to judge." Thorn nodded, his gaze softening, "And I should have listened more. Your way has its own beauty." With their bond renewed, they continued their journey, facing the challenges of the forest together. They navigated treacherous ravines, crossed rushing streams, and even encountered a magnificent creature, a gentle, luminescent being that guided them through the darkest parts of the woods. Through it all, they learned to rely on one another, their strengths complementing each other's weaknesses. Thorn's steady presence offered Lyra the grounding she needed, while Lyra's zest for life inspired Thorn to see the world through new eyes. One night, as they sat by a crackling fire, their journey nearing its end, Lyra turned to Thorn, her heart full of gratitude. "You know," she said softly, "I never expected to find a friend like you." Thorn smiled, the warmth of the fire reflecting in his eyes. "Nor I you, but I'm glad our paths crossed." As the stars twinkled above them, Lyra and Thorn knew they had discovered something precious, a friendship that transcended differences, a bond forged through understanding and shared experiences. And as they drifted into a peaceful slumber, the forest around them seemed to sigh contentedly, cradling them in its gentle embrace, knowing that true friendship had been found amidst its verdant heart. Story 9. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees swayed in a gentle dance and the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of wild jasmine, there lay a quaint village called Lumina Hollow. This village was nestled beneath a canopy of stars that twinkled like tiny lanterns, illuminating the night with a soft, silvery glow. In Lumina Hollow, life unfolded with a rhythmic grace. The villagers went about their daily routines with a sense of serene contentment. They baked bread that filled the air with the comforting aroma of warm crusts, tended to gardens where flowers bloomed in a riot of colors, and gathered in the evenings around crackling fires to share stories passed down through generations. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves rustled with whispers only they could understand, a curious thing began to happen. The village's beloved fountain, a centerpiece in the town square, began to behave rather unusually. Instead of the usual clear, sparkling water, the fountain now bubbled with a shimmering gold liquid that glittered under the moonlight like liquid sunshine. The villagers were puzzled, and a gentle murmur of wonder spread through Lumina Hollow. Some speculated that it was a blessing from the forest spirits, while others thought perhaps the fountain had simply grown tired of its usual routine and wanted to try something new. However, as days turned into nights, and nights back into days, the shimmering gold continued to flow, and the mystery deepened. Among the villagers was a young girl named Arya. With bright eyes that sparkled with curiosity and an ever-ready smile, she was known for her inquisitive nature and knack for solving puzzles. Her best friend, a wise old tortoise by the name of Thistle, often accompanied her on her explorations. Thistle was as slow as he was thoughtful, and he wore a small pair of spectacles perched precariously on his nose, lending him an air of distinguished wisdom. One morning, as the first rays of sunshine filtered through the leaves, Arya decided it was time to uncover the mystery of the golden fountain. "Come on, Thistle," she said with a gentle tug on his shell. "Let's find out what's happening." Thistle, always up for an adventure, nodded sagely. "The world is full of wonders, my dear Arya," he replied in his deep, melodic voice, "and every mystery is but a story waiting to be told." Together, they made their way to the fountain. The air was crisp, and the leaves crunched softly beneath their feet. As they approached, the fountain's golden liquid caught the sunlight, casting a warm glow around the square. Arya knelt beside the fountain, her fingers brushing lightly through the golden water. It felt warm and comforting, like holding a cup of hot cocoa on a chilly day. Thistle peered over his spectacles, observing the liquid with keen interest. "There is magic in this," he mused thoughtfully, "but it is not the kind that is meant to cause harm. It feels gentle." Arya nodded, her mind whirring with possibilities. "We need to find out where this magic is coming from," she said decisively. "Perhaps someone in the village knows more." The duo set off to visit the village's wise woman, Elder Willow. She lived at the edge of the village, in a cozy cottage surrounded by blooming marigolds and climbing ivy. Elder Willow was known for her deep understanding of the forest and its secrets. As they approached her cottage, the door swung open, and Elder Willow greeted them with a warm smile. Her eyes twinkled like stars, and her hair was a cascade of silver waves. "Ah, Arya, Thistle," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I wondered when you two would come calling." "Elder Willow," Arya began, "we need your help. The fountain is flowing with something golden and magical, and we can't figure out why." Elder Willow chuckled softly and motioned for them to sit by the hearth, where a small fire crackled merrily. "The Whispering Woods are full of mysteries," she said, pouring them each a steaming cup of chamomile tea. "And sometimes the woods themselves wish to share their magic." Arya sipped her tea, the warmth spreading through her like a comforting blanket. "Do you know what might be causing it?" she asked. Elder Willow nodded thoughtfully. "The golden liquid could be the work of the Lumiere sprite," she explained, "a gentle creature that dwells deep within the forest. It is said that when the Lumiere sprite is happy, it blesses the world with its light. But something must have disturbed it for it to share its magic so openly." Arya's eyes widened with wonder. "How can we find the Lumiere sprite?" she asked eagerly. Elder Willow smiled mysteriously. "Follow the path of the golden leaves," she replied. "They will guide you." Thanking Elder Willow for her wisdom, Arya and Thistle set off into the forest. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and golden leaves shimmered in the sunlight, creating a trail that seemed to beckon them deeper into the woods. They followed the trail for what felt like hours, listening to the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant calls of birds. Eventually, they reached a small clearing bathed in a soft golden light. In the center stood the Lumiere sprite, a delicate creature with wings that glimmered like sunlit dew. The sprite gazed at them with eyes as bright as the morning sun, and its presence filled the clearing with a sense of peace. "Welcome, seekers of truth," it said in a voice that was both musical and kind. Arya stepped forward, her heart filled with awe. "We noticed the fountain in our village flowing with your magic," she said. "We wanted to understand why." The Lumiere sprite nodded. "I have been sharing my light," it explained gently, "for I sensed a sadness in the woods, a loneliness that has lingered for too long." Thistle, wise and understanding, spoke up. "Perhaps," he suggested, "the fountain could act as a bridge, connecting the village to the forest, so that neither feels alone." The sprite smiled, its eyes twinkling with gratitude. "A wise thought, dear tortoise," it said. "I shall continue to let my light flow, so that all may feel the warmth of companionship." With that, the Lumiere sprite fluttered its wings, and the golden light spread outwards, weaving through the trees and back towards the village. Arya and Thistle returned to Lumina Hollow, their hearts light and their spirits high. The villagers gathered around the fountain, marveling at its golden glow. It now symbolized the bond between the village and the forest, a reminder that they were never truly alone. As night fell, Lumina Hollow was bathed in a soft, golden light, and the villagers gathered to celebrate the newfound connection. Laughter filled the air, mingling with the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant song of the Lumiere sprite. Arya and Thistle watched the festivities with contentment, knowing that they had helped to uncover a beautiful mystery and bring two worlds closer together. As they sat by the fountain, the golden liquid still shimmering under the moonlight, they both felt a deep sense of peace. And so, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, the village of Lumina Hollow continued to thrive, its people living in harmony with the magic that surrounded them. The mystery of the golden fountain had been solved, and with it, a new chapter of friendship and understanding had begun. As the stars twinkled above and the gentle night embraced them, Arya and Thistle knew that the world was filled with wonders, waiting to be discovered and cherished. And with that comforting thought, they drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of the adventures yet to come. Story 10. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle-hearted young woman named Seraphina. Willowbrook was a place where every cottage was adorned with vibrant window boxes and cobblestone paths meandered like playful streams through the village. In this serene setting, there was an air of magic that lingered just under the surface, like a soft hum waiting to be heard. Seraphina was known throughout Willowbrook for her kind spirit and her love of stories. She often spent her afternoons at the village library, a charming old building with creaky wooden floors and shelves that seemed to stretch up to the sky, filled with books of every kind. The library was her sanctuary, a place where she could escape into worlds beyond her own. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Seraphina found herself drawn to a corner of the library she had never explored before. Hidden behind a dusty curtain was a small, forgotten alcove. There, she discovered an ancient-looking book with a cover made of deep burgundy leather, adorned with intricate gold filigree that shimmered in the afternoon light. Curious, Seraphina carefully opened the book. To her surprise, the pages were filled not with words, but with delicate sketches of everyday objects. A teapot, a pair of spectacles, a pocket watch, each beautifully detailed. As she traced the illustrations with her fingertips, she felt a sudden, peculiar warmth emanating from the book, as if it were alive with secrets waiting to be told. That evening, by the soft glow of her bedside lamp, Seraphina took the book home and began to explore it further. As she turned each page, she noticed a faint, almost musical hum that seemed to rise from the book itself. With each note, the sketches appeared to shimmer and shift, as if the objects were trying to reveal something more. Intrigued and unable to resist the pull of the mystery, Seraphina decided to show the book to her dear friend, Oliver, the village clockmaker. Oliver was a jovial soul with a twinkle in his eye and a knack for understanding the hidden workings of things. His workshop was a wonderland of ticking clocks and gears, a place where time itself seemed to dance in playful harmony. When Seraphina shared the book with Oliver, his eyes widened with delight. "Ah, my dear Seraphina," he chuckled, "you have stumbled upon a rare thing indeed. This is no ordinary book. It is a guide to the hidden magic of the world around us." Together, they pored over the illustrations, each one a doorway to the extraordinary. Oliver explained that the objects within the book held unique powers, but only those with a pure heart and a wise mind could unlock their secrets. Seraphina listened intently, her heart filled with wonder and excitement. Eager to uncover the magic, Seraphina and Oliver decided to embark on a journey to find one of the objects depicted in the book, a seemingly ordinary teapot that promised to brew not just tea, but wisdom itself. According to the book, the teapot was hidden in the heart of the Whispering Woods, a place rich with ancient magic and gentle spirits. The next morning, with the first light of dawn painting the sky in soft hues of pink and gold, Seraphina and Oliver set out towards the woods. The path was lined with towering trees whose leaves rustled like whispers in the breeze, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and earth. As they journeyed deeper into the woods, they encountered a host of helpful creatures. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers as soft as moonlight, who offered them guidance with her knowing eyes and gentle hoots. Then there was Jasper, the playful squirrel, whose antics brought laughter and joy, reminding them not to take the journey too seriously. With Luna's wisdom and Jasper's cheer, Seraphina and Oliver soon found themselves standing before a small clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. There, nestled among a bed of moss and wildflowers, was the teapot from the book, gleaming softly as if it had been waiting for them all along. Seraphina approached it with reverence, lifting it gently in her hands. As she did, she felt a warm, comforting sensation spread through her, as if the teapot was sharing its secrets with her heart. The air around them seemed to shimmer with possibilities, and in that moment, Seraphina understood the true magic of the teapot. It brewed not just wisdom, but understanding, empathy, and connection. With Oliver by her side, Seraphina poured the first cup of tea. As they sipped, they felt a profound sense of clarity and peace. The challenges they faced, the questions that lingered in their minds, all seemed to dissolve into the gentle steam that rose from their cups. The journey had taught Seraphina the value of patience and the power of kindness. She realized that true magic lay not in the teapot itself, but in the way it brought people together, fostering understanding and friendship. With this newfound wisdom, Seraphina returned to Willowbrook, her heart full of gratitude and love for the world around her. From that day on, Seraphina and Oliver would often gather with friends and neighbors over cups of tea, sharing stories and laughter. The teapot became a cherished symbol of their journey and the bonds they had forged. And so, in the warmth of companionship and the gentle glow of twilight, they found the extraordinary in the ordinary, and their lives were forever changed. And as the stars twinkled gently above, the village of Willowbrook nestled into the embrace of night, cradled in the comfort of stories shared and friendships treasured, a place where magic and wonder were only ever a heartbeat away. And thus, with hearts full and spirits light, they all drifted into a peaceful, contented sleep, dreaming of the adventures yet to come. Story 11. In the heart of the whispering wood, where the trees sang soft lullabies and the air shimmered with a gentle magic, there was a small, enchanting village named Willow Brook. It was a place where the sun painted the sky in pastel hues each dawn, and the moon wove silver threads across the night. The village was cradled by rolling hills and nestled beside a meandering stream that laughed and gurgled its way through the forest. In Willow Brook, the villagers lived in quaint cottages with thatched roofs and gardens overflowing with wildflowers. Each home was a masterpiece of color and charm, with windows framed by climbing roses and doorways adorned with wreaths of lavender and thyme. It was here that little Sophie, a bright-eyed girl with hair the color of ripe chestnuts, lived with her grandmother, a wise woman beloved by all for her kind heart and gentle wisdom. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced down from the trees in a flurry of gold and crimson, Sophie awoke to find a peculiar sight outside her window. The village square, usually bustling with the cheerful chatter of neighbors, was oddly silent, and right at the center of the square stood the ancient willow tree, its branches swaying mysteriously despite the stillness of the air. Sophie dressed quickly, her curiosity piqued, and dashed downstairs to find her grandmother already at the kitchen table, sipping a steaming mug of spiced apple tea. "Good morning, my dear," her grandmother greeted her with a warm smile. "There's a bit of mystery afoot today, isn't there?" Sophie nodded eagerly. "The willow tree looks strange. Its branches are moving, but there's no wind. What do you think is happening?" Her grandmother chuckled softly, her eyes twinkling with a secret knowledge. "Perhaps you should pay a visit to wise old Tilly. She might have some insights into this little mystery." Wise old Tilly lived on the edge of the village, in a cottage that seemed to blend into the very fabric of the forest. Her garden was a tangle of herbs and flowers, each plant thriving under her tender care. Tilly herself was a small, sprightly woman, with hair as white as winter snow and eyes as bright as a summer sky. She was known for her vast knowledge of the magical world and her fondness for helping those in need. Sophie set out for Tilly's cottage, the path winding through the whispering wood, where the trees leaned in to listen to her footsteps. Along the way, she was joined by a friendly squirrel named Nutkin, who chattered cheerfully as he hopped from branch to branch. Nutkin was known throughout the village for his playful antics and his knack for finding hidden treasures. When Sophie arrived at Tilly's cottage, she found the wise woman tending to her garden. "Ah, Sophie!" Tilly greeted her with a warm hug. "What brings you to my little corner of the world today?" Sophie explained the strange occurrences with the willow tree, describing how its branches moved as if they were alive. Tilly listened intently, nodding thoughtfully. "It sounds like the work of the whispering winds," she mused. "They are mischievous little creatures that live within the trees. They mean no harm, but they do love a good game." Sophie frowned, her brow furrowed with thought. "What kind of game?" Tilly chuckled. "They delight in weaving stories through the motions of the trees. If you watch closely, you might just uncover the tale they're trying to tell." With Nutkin at her side, Sophie returned to the village square. She sat beneath the willow tree, her eyes fixed on the swaying branches. She watched as they moved in a pattern, a dance of leaves and twigs that seemed to form shapes and symbols. Suddenly, Nutkin scampered to her side, his tiny paws clutching a small, shimmering stone. "Look, Sophie," he squeaked, his eyes wide with excitement. The stone sparkled with an inner light, casting gentle rainbows over the ground. Tilly had once told Sophie about the whispering stones, magical objects that held the stories of the forest. Sophie held the stone close, feeling its warmth seep into her skin. As she gazed into its depths, the story unfolded before her eyes. A tale of a lost moonbeam that had wandered into the forest and become enmeshed in the willow's branches. The moonbeam, it seemed, longed to return to the night sky, but it was trapped within the tree's embrace. The whispering winds, in their playful way, were trying to guide the moonbeam back to where it belonged, but they needed help. Sophie smiled, understanding at last. "We need to free the moonbeam," she whispered to Nutkin, who nodded eagerly. Together, they gathered a group of villagers, explaining the mystery of the willow tree and the plight of the moonbeam. With Tilly's guidance and the villagers' help, they worked to untangle the shimmering threads of moonlight from the willow's branches. As they did, the tree's swaying slowed, and a gentle breeze carried the moonbeam back to the sky, where it twinkled with gratitude among the stars. The village celebrated with a feast, the square filled with laughter and joy. As the moon cast a silvery glow over Willow Brook, Sophie sat beside her grandmother, who wrapped her in a warm embrace. "You see, my dear," her grandmother said softly, "sometimes the answers to our mysteries lie not in what we see, but in what we feel and understand." Sophie nodded, cuddling closer as the fireflies began their evening dance, and the whispering winds sang a lullaby through the trees. In the heart of the whispering wood, under the watchful gaze of the willow tree, peace and harmony reigned once more, and all was well in the magical village of Willow Brook. Story 12. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of a whispering forest where the trees seemed to lean in closely to share their secrets, there lay a quaint village known as Willow Brook. This village was cradled by the gentle arms of rolling hills, and its paths were lined with cobblestones, smoothed by countless footsteps. The air was perpetually filled with the sweet scent of blooming lavender, and the distant murmur of a crystal-clear brook that wound its way through the village like a silken ribbon. In this peaceful hamlet there lived a young girl named Leora, who was known far and wide for her boundless curiosity and her gentle heart. Leora's hair was the color of burnished copper, and her eyes sparkled like the stars on a clear summer's night. She spent her days exploring every nook and cranny of the forest. Her faithful companion, a wise old tortoise named Thistle, always plodding patiently by her side. Leora and Thistle were inseparable, sharing their adventures and discoveries, and most importantly, their dreams. It was during one of these explorations that they stumbled upon something extraordinary, an ancient, gnarled oak tree, much larger than any they had ever seen, standing proudly at the heart of the forest. Its roots twisted and turned, forming intricate patterns on the forest floor, and its branches stretched to the sky, as if trying to touch the heavens. As Leora approached the majestic oak, she noticed something glimmering amidst the roots, a small, ornate box, intricately carved with mysterious symbols and adorned with tiny sparkling gems that caught the sunlight and scattered it like rainbows across the ground. With a sense of awe, Leora picked up the box, feeling its weight and the coolness of the wood beneath her fingers. "Do you think it's magic?" she asked Thistle, her voice barely a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might wake the forest itself. Thistle blinked slowly, his wise eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight. "There is only one way to find out," he replied in his deep, gravelly voice. With a mixture of excitement and trepidation, Leora gently opened the box. Inside, she found a small, shimmering stone, unlike anything she had ever seen. It was as if a piece of the night sky had been captured and placed within the box, its surface swirling with hues of midnight blue and silver. As soon as Leora touched the stone, she felt a warmth spreading through her fingertips, traveling up her arm and enveloping her entire being. She gasped, for in that instant, the world around her seemed to change. The colors were more vibrant, the sounds more melodious, and she felt an overwhelming sense of connection to everything. The trees, the birds, the very earth beneath her feet. "This is no ordinary stone," Thistle remarked, his eyes wide with wonder. "It holds a magic that is rare and ancient." Leora nodded, her heart racing with the thrill of discovery. "But what does it do?" she mused aloud, pondering the possibilities. As if in answer, the stone began to glow softly, and Leora felt a gentle tug at her heart, a pull towards the forest beyond. She glanced at Thistle, who nodded encouragingly, and together they followed the stone's silent guidance. Their journey led them deeper into the forest than they had ever ventured before, to a place where the trees grew taller and the air felt thick with enchantment. It was a hidden world, one that seemed to exist alongside their own, yet was entirely different. Here, the flowers sang when the wind rustled their petals, and the streams whispered secrets as they flowed over smooth stones. Leora and Thistle wandered through this magical realm, marveling at its beauty and mystery. Along the way, they encountered creatures both strange and wondrous, tiny, luminescent beings that flitted through the air like living stars, and a majestic stag with antlers that glowed like moonlight. As they explored, Leora began to understand the true nature of the stone's magic. It was a bridge between worlds, a key that unlocked the door to this hidden realm. And with it came responsibility, a duty to protect and cherish the wonders they had discovered. But as with all magical journeys, there were challenges to face. Leora soon learned that not everyone who came to this enchanted world had good intentions. There were those who sought to exploit its magic for their own gain, threatening the delicate balance that existed between the two realms. Determined to safeguard the world she had come to love, Leora, with Thistle by her side, used the stone's magic to forge alliances with the creatures of the enchanted realm. Together, they devised a plan to protect the magic and ensure its survival for generations to come. Through wisdom and friendship, Leora and her newfound allies overcame the challenges that threatened their world. They learned that true strength lay not in power, but in unity and understanding, in the bonds forged between kindred spirits who share a common purpose. With the balance restored, Leora returned to her village, her heart forever changed by the journey. She placed the stone back in its box and returned it to the roots of the ancient oak, knowing that its magic would be safe there, waiting for another with a pure heart and an open mind to discover it. From that day forward, Leora carried the lessons she had learned with her, sharing them with her friends and family, and fostering a deeper appreciation for the wonders of the world around them. The village of Willowbrook thrived, its people living in harmony with nature, guided by the wisdom of a young girl and her faithful tortoise. And so, as the sun set over the rolling hills and the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Leora and Thistle sat by the gentle brook, listening to its soothing murmur as it wound its way through the village, a reminder of the magical journey they had taken and the world they had helped to protect. As sleep gently claimed them, Leora dreamed of the enchanted forest and the friends she had made there, her heart filled with peace and the certainty that magic would always be a part of her life, as long as she believed in its power and treasured the connections it had brought into her world. And so, dear reader, as you lay your head upon your pillow, remember the tale of Leora and the magical stone, and let its gentle lessons guide you into a world of dreams, where anything is possible, and the bonds of friendship and love can overcome even the greatest of challenges. For in the end, it is our connections to one another, that truly make life magical. Story 13 title, The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Whimsy. In the heart of a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and lush whispering woods, there lay a little cottage with walls of stone and a roof draped in moss. This was home to a young girl named Lila, whose days were filled with the laughter of the babbling brook and the chorus of birds that lived in the canopy above. Lila was known for her bright spirit and her endless curiosity about the world beyond her familiar paths. One dusky evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Lila sat by the window, her gaze lost in the deepening shadows of the forest. Her grandmother, wise and gentle, often spoke of the hidden wonders within those woods, a world where the ordinary turned extraordinary under the veil of night. As the first stars began to twinkle, Lila's grandmother handed her a peculiar lantern, its frame twisted with vines of brass and its glass panels shimmering with iridescent colors. "This," her grandmother whispered, "is the Lantern of Whimsy. It holds the magic of the night and will guide you to where dreams and reality entwine." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of trepidation. She grasped the lantern, feeling its warmth seep into her palms, and with a nod from her grandmother, she stepped outside. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth. The lantern's glow danced on the path, casting playful shadows that seemed to move and shift with a life of their own. With each step deeper into the woods, Lila noticed the subtle changes in her surroundings. The familiar paths seemed to stretch and bend, leading her to places she had never seen before. The trees whispered secrets to each other, their leaves rustling in soft, melodic tones. Her senses tingled with the magic that thrummed through the air. Soon she found herself in a clearing bathed in silver moonlight. At the center stood an ancient tree, its bark etched with symbols that glowed faintly. The lantern's light flickered as if in conversation with the tree, and from its base emerged a figure, a small, gentle-eyed creature with fur like spun silk and a crown of twigs and flowers. "Welcome, Lila," the creature said, its voice like a breeze across a meadow. "I am Fen, the guardian of these woods. Your lantern has brought you to the heart of our realm, where the boundaries between worlds are but threads of dreams." Lila felt a surge of awe and respect for Fen and the enchanted world she had stumbled upon. "What wonders lie ahead?" she asked, her voice a hushed murmur in the serene night. Fen smiled, and the forest seemed to shimmer with anticipation. "Tonight, you will embark on a journey of discovery. You will meet creatures not bound by the laws of the waking world, and learn the stories woven into the fabric of our existence." With Fen as her guide, Lila ventured further into the woods, where the trees seemed to part like curtains revealing hidden stages. They came upon a meadow illuminated by floating orbs of light, where fireflies danced in intricate patterns, painting the air with trails of luminescence. Lila marveled at their beauty, feeling a sense of kinship with their fleeting brilliance. In another glen, she met a family of foxes with eyes that sparkled like gems. They shared tales of the forest's history, of times when giants walked the earth and rivers sang lullabies to the stars. Lila listened intently, her heart swelling with the richness of their stories, each one a thread in the vast tapestry of the world she was beginning to understand. As the night deepened, Fen led Lila to a tranquil pond where lily pads floated like emerald islands. The water mirrored the sky, a sea of stars twinkling in its depths. "This is the pond of reflection," Fen explained. "Here you will see not just the world around you, but the world within you." Lila peered into the water, and to her surprise, the reflection she saw was not her own, but a vision of herself as she could be, braver, wiser, filled with a light that was both hers and the forest's. She realized that the journey she was on was not just through the woods, but a journey of self-discovery. The forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting for her decision. She understood now that the Lantern of Whimsy was more than a guide. It was a beacon of possibilities, illuminating paths she had never dared to dream of. With newfound determination, Lila turned to Fen. "I wish to learn more, to grow and change with the wisdom this place offers. But how do I take this magic back with me?" Fen's eyes gleamed with understanding. "Remember, Lila, the magic of the forest lies not in the lantern or the creatures, but in the way you see the world. Carry this vision with you, and you will find magic in the most unexpected places. As the first light of dawn began to break, the enchantment of the night slowly ebbed away. The forest transformed back into the familiar woods Lila knew, yet she felt forever changed. Fen bid her farewell, becoming one with the trees once more, but not without gifting her a small, delicate flower, a reminder of her journey and the promise of new beginnings. Lila returned to her cottage, the lantern of whimsy, now a cherished memento of a night that had opened her eyes to the wonders around her. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, seeing the spark of enlightenment in her eyes. In the days that followed, Lila shared her stories with the village, her tales filled with the lessons she had learned. She spoke of the beauty in the everyday, the power of friendship and understanding, and the courage to embrace change. Her words inspired others to seek their own journeys, to discover the magic that lay beyond the surface. And so the village thrived, a place where the ordinary became extraordinary, and where each person's story was a precious part of the whole. Lila's journey had not only transformed her, but had woven her into the living tapestry of her world, a testament to the power of curiosity, friendship, and the enduring magic of the Whispering Woods. Story 14. In the heart of a quaint and picturesque village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a glistening sapphire river stood the quaintest of shops. The sign above its charmingly crooked door read, "The Curiosity Nook." Inside this enchanting emporium, treasures and trinkets from all corners of the world lay waiting for those curious enough to uncover their stories. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of fallen leaves and distant wood smoke, a gentle young woman named Clara stepped into the shop. Clara had soft curls the color of honey and eyes that sparkled with the same wonder as the morning dew. She often wandered into the nook, finding solace in the quiet magic the shop seemed to hum with. As she perused the shelves, Clara's gaze fell upon a peculiar object tucked away in a shadowed corner. It was a simple-looking teapot, worn and unassuming, with a patina that whispered of age and mystery. Fascinated, she picked it up and instantly felt a warmth spreading through her fingertips, a warmth that seemed to beckon her closer. "Ah, you found the whispering teapot," a voice chimed, gentle as a summer breeze. The voice belonged to Mr. Thistle, the shopkeeper, whose twinkling eyes and bushy mustache were as much a fixture of the shop as the shelves themselves. "The whispering teapot?" Clara inquired, her voice filled with curiosity. "Indeed," Mr. Thistle nodded, his smile unwavering. "This teapot is said to reveal the secrets of the heart to those who truly listen. But be warned, dear Clara, its magic is subtle. It requires patience and kindness to understand." Intrigued and eager to learn more, Clara purchased the teapot and took it home. That evening, as she brewed her nightly chamomile tea, she listened intently to the teapot. At first, there was nothing but the gentle bubbling of water. But as she sat quietly, the softest of whispers filled the air, like leaves rustling in a gentle breeze. "Listen with your heart," the whispers seemed to say. Clara closed her eyes, allowing her thoughts to drift on the warm, fragrant steam. Slowly, she began to understand the teapot's language, a language of emotions, memories, and dreams long forgotten. The following days were filled with wonder as Clara shared her discovery with her closest friends, each of whom had their own stories to unlock. There was Maeve, an artist with a vibrant soul, whose paintings captured the beauty of the world. With the teapot's guidance, she found the courage to embrace her own unique style, painting with the colors of her heart. Then there was Leo, a gentle baker with a laugh as warm as his bread. He learned to listen to his heart's whispers, finding the confidence to open his own bakery, where the village would gather to share stories and pastries alike. As the leaves turned to gold and the days grew shorter, Clara noticed a change within herself as well. The teapot had helped her discover a quiet strength and a deeper understanding of those around her. She had learned that true magic lies not in the things we see, but in the connections we make and the love we share. One evening, as the first snowflakes began to dance through the air, Clara felt a soft nudge in her heart, a whisper that spoke of an adventure still awaiting her. She packed a small bag, and with the teapot nestled safely inside, set out on a journey to share its magic with the world beyond her village. Along her travels, Clara met many who were touched by the teapot's gentle wisdom. In a bustling city, she encountered a weary musician who longed for inspiration. With the teapot's help, he rediscovered the joy of creating music that spoke to his soul, filling the air with melodies that brought smiles to those who listened. In a peaceful hamlet by the sea, Clara befriended an old sailor who felt adrift after years on the ocean. Through the teapot's whispers, he found peace in the quiet rhythms of the tides and the beauty of the stars that guided him home. As the seasons changed and Clara's journey unfolded, she realized that the whispering teapot had given her the greatest gift of all, the ability to connect with others through empathy and understanding. She saw that every heart held its own story, and by listening, she could help others unlock their dreams. Eventually, Clara returned to her village, her heart full and her spirit at peace. She placed the teapot back on its shelf in the curiosity nook, knowing its magic would find its way to those who needed it most. As the sun set behind the hills, casting a warm glow over the village, Clara reflected on her journey. She knew that while the teapot's whispers had guided her to many places and many hearts, the true magic had always been within her, a magic that grew stronger with each act of kindness and each connection made. And so, in the cozy warmth of her home, surrounded by the gentle hum of life in the village, Clara closed her eyes, listening to the whispers of her own heart, content in the knowledge that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Story 15. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of mist-kissed mountains, there lived a young woman named Leora. The village, with its cobblestone paths and timber-framed cottages, was a haven of tranquility. Yet for Leora, who was known for her warm smile and gentle heart, the village felt increasingly confining. She longed for change, but was unsure of what path to tread. Leora's days were spent in her family's apothecary, where fragrant herbs hung from the rafters and glass jars lined the shelves, catching the golden light that spilled through the windows. She loved the apothecary's comforting scents and the soft rustle of dried leaves, but her heart whispered of adventures beyond the familiar. One crisp autumn afternoon, while gathering herbs in the glen just beyond the village, Leora discovered a peculiar plant she had never seen before. Its leaves shimmered in the dappled sunlight, and its flowers seemed to hum with a gentle melody. Intrigued, she reached out to touch it, and as her fingers brushed the petals, a soft voice filled the air. "Change is upon you, dear one," the voice said, as gentle as a breeze through the trees. "Embrace it, and you shall find the path that your heart seeks." Startled, Leora looked around, but saw no one. The glen was silent, save for the rustling leaves and the distant murmur of a brook. She glanced back at the plant, now glowing softly, and felt a strange warmth spread through her chest, as if the plant's magic had awakened something within her. Confused and intrigued, Leora returned to the village, the plant's words lingering in her mind. As the days passed, she found herself drawn to the glen, where she would sit beside the magical plant and ponder her desires. She spoke to it of her dreams and fears, and though it never responded again, she felt a comforting presence as if it were listening. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Leora confided in her closest friend, Aaron. He was a kind-hearted young man with a quick smile and an unwavering belief in the goodness of others. They sat together on the grassy knoll overlooking the village, the air crisp and fragrant with the scent of pine. "I feel as if I'm trapped in a cocoon," Leora confessed, her voice barely above a whisper. "I want to spread my wings, but I'm afraid of what lies beyond." Aaron nodded, understanding her struggle. "Change can be daunting," he said gently, "but perhaps it's not about leaving everything behind. Maybe it's about discovering new parts of yourself within the familiar." His words resonated with Leora, and she found comfort in his support. Over the following weeks, she began to explore small changes in her life. She experimented with new herbal remedies, blending the familiar with the unknown, and shared her creations with the villagers, who welcomed the new concoctions with delight. One chilly morning, as frost delicately adorned the window panes, Leora awoke with a sense of purpose. She returned to the glen, drawn by the magic of the plant. There, she found not one, but 3 new plants surrounding the original, each more vibrant than the last. The air shimmered with energy, and Leora felt a surge of understanding. The magical plants mirrored her inner growth, each new blossom a testament to her expanding spirit. She realized that change was not a single event but a series of transformations, each one building upon the last, like petals unfurling to reveal the flower's heart. With renewed clarity, Leora embraced her role in the apothecary with fresh enthusiasm, infusing it with the magic of her discoveries. She shared her journey with the villagers, who were inspired by her courage and resilience. The apothecary became a place of healing, not just for the body, but also for the soul. A sanctuary where change was welcomed and celebrated. Through her experiences, Leora learned that true transformation begins from within, and that the support of loved ones can light the way through uncertainty. Her fears, once daunting, became stepping stones on her path to personal growth. As winter's chill gave way to the tender warmth of spring, Leora stood in the glen once more, surrounded by the vibrant dance of colors. The magical plants swayed gently in the breeze, their blossoms a testament to the beauty of change. She smiled, feeling a deep sense of peace, knowing that she had found her wings. And so, in the heart of the village, where the mountains stood like silent guardians, Leora's journey of self-discovery continued, woven with magic and friendship, a testament to the transformative power of embracing one's true self. Story 16 title, The Enchanted Lantern. Once upon a time, nestled among the gentle, rolling hills of the Whispering Valley, there was a quaint little village named Alderwood. The village was known for its lush, emerald forests and the serene river that wound its way through the land like a ribbon of liquid silver. Life in Alderwood was peaceful, and its people were kind-hearted, living in harmony with nature and each other. In this village, there was a young girl named Lila. She had eyes that sparkled like stars and a heart as warm as a summer's day. Lila's father was the village's lantern maker, crafting beautiful lanterns that glowed like tiny suns during the night festivals. Lila loved to help her father, her nimble fingers weaving intricate patterns into the lanterns, adding her own touch of magic to each one. One crisp autumn evening, as leaves painted in shades of crimson and gold rustled gently in the breeze, Lila's father called her into his workshop. "Lila," he said, his voice gentle and wise, "I have a special task for you. The harvest festival is approaching, and I've been working on a very special lantern. I need your help to finish it." Lila's eyes widened with excitement as her father carefully unwrapped a bundle of soft, shimmering cloth. Inside was a lantern unlike any she had ever seen. It was made of delicate glass, swirled with colors that seemed to shift and dance like the northern lights. "This lantern," her father explained, "is enchanted. It holds the power to reveal what is hidden and illuminate the unseen paths." Entranced by its beauty, Lila touched the lantern gently. It hummed softly under her fingertips, as if alive. "But remember," her father cautioned, "magic is a gift that must be used wisely. It can reveal truths, but also bring to light things we may not wish to see." That night, as the moon cast its silvery glow over Alderwood, Lila lay awake in bed, the enchanted lantern resting beside her. She couldn't help but wonder what mysteries it might unveil. Her village was full of stories and secrets, and the thought of discovering them filled her with both anticipation and trepidation. Lila's curiosity grew with each passing day, until finally, on the eve of the harvest festival, she decided to take the lantern on a journey. With a cloak wrapped snugly around her shoulders and the lantern clutched in her hands, she set off into the forest, her heart beating with a mixture of excitement and fear. The forest was a symphony of sounds, the whisper of leaves, the chorus of crickets, and the distant hoot of an owl. The path was bathed in moonlight, casting long shadows that danced like spirits among the trees. Lila walked deeper into the woods, guided by the gentle glow of the lantern. As she ventured further, the forest began to change. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their branches weaving a tapestry overhead. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft crunch of leaves underfoot was the only sound accompanying her. Suddenly, the lantern flickered and brightened, casting a warm, golden light that seemed to pulse with energy. Lila gasped as the world around her transformed. The trees parted to reveal a hidden glade, illuminated by the lantern's glow. In the center of the glade stood a tree unlike any other, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching high into the sky. Lila approached the tree, her heart racing. She felt a strange pull, as if the tree was calling to her. As she touched its bark, the lantern's light enveloped her, and she found herself standing in a world beyond her wildest imagination. It was a hidden realm, a place where magic flowed like a river, and the air shimmered with light. Creatures of all kinds roamed freely, delicate fairies flitting among the flowers, wise old owls perched in the branches, and gentle deer grazing in the meadows. Lila's eyes widened with wonder as she took it all in, her heart swelling with joy. As she explored this enchanted world, Lila met a fox named Finn. His fur was a rich, fiery red, and his eyes sparkled with mischief and kindness. "Welcome, Lila," he said with a friendly grin. "I've been waiting for you." Lila was surprised but delighted to meet such a charming companion. "You know my name?" she asked. "Of course," Finn replied, his tail flicking playfully. "The forest knows all who walk its paths, and it seems you have been chosen to help us." "Help you?" Lila echoed, curiosity piqued. Finn nodded. "Our realm is in danger. A shadow has fallen over the land, and the magic that sustains us is fading. We need someone with a pure heart and a brave spirit to restore the balance." Lila felt a surge of determination. She had always dreamed of being part of an adventure, and now it seemed her chance had come. "What must I do?" she asked, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Finn led her through the enchanted realm, showing her the beauty and wonder that filled every corner. But as they ventured deeper, the shadows grew darker and the air grew colder. Lila could feel the weight of the encroaching darkness pressing down on her, threatening to extinguish the light. Finally, they reached the heart of the realm, a place where the magic was strongest. A great stone lay at the center, cracked and dull, its light dimmed by the shadow that loomed overhead. "This is the source of our magic," Finn explained. "It has been weakened by the shadow's touch." Lila stepped forward, her heart pounding. She knew what she had to do. Holding the enchanted lantern high, she let its light wash over the stone, bathing it in a warm, golden glow. Slowly, the stone began to mend, the cracks sealing and its light growing brighter. As the stone's light returned, the shadows began to retreat, melting away like mist before the morning sun. The air grew warm and vibrant, and the creatures of the realm gathered around, their eyes filled with gratitude and hope. "You did it, Lila," Finn said, his voice filled with admiration. "You saved our world." Lila smiled, her heart swelling with pride and joy. She had faced her fears and discovered the strength within herself to overcome the darkness. She realized that the magic of the lantern was not just in the light it cast, but in the courage and kindness it inspired in her heart. With the balance restored, Lila knew it was time to return to her own world. She bid farewell to Finn and the other creatures, promising to visit them again. As she stepped back through the portal, the enchanted realm faded from view, leaving only the gentle glow of the lantern to light her way home. When Lila returned to Alderwood, the village was alive with the festivities of the Harvest Festival. The air was filled with laughter and music, and lanterns of every color danced in the night breeze. Layla joined her friends and family, her heart light and joyful, knowing that she had been part of something truly magical. As the festival drew to a close, Leela's father approached her, a knowing smile on his face. "I see you have returned with more than just the lantern, my dear," he said gently. Leela nodded, her eyes shining with gratitude. "I have learned that true magic lies not just in the gifts we are given, but in how we use them to help others, and that the greatest light comes from within." Her father hugged her tightly, his heart filled with pride. "You have grown wise beyond your years, Lila, and I am so very proud of you." Together they watched as the lanterns filled the sky, their light mingling with the stars, a symbol of hope and unity. Lila knew that she would always carry the magic of the enchanted realm in her heart, ready to face whatever challenges life might bring. And so, in the gentle embrace of the Whispering Valley, under a sky filled with shimmering lights, Lila's story came to a peaceful end, with the promise of new adventures and friendships yet to come. And from that day on, the people of Alderwood would speak of the brave young girl who had ventured into the heart of magic, her courage and kindness lighting the way for all who followed. The enchanted lantern, a symbol of her journey, would be passed down through generations, a reminder of the power of friendship, wisdom, and the light that shines within us all. As the stars winked down from the heavens and the night wrapped the village in its gentle embrace, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of the hidden world she had discovered and the adventures that awaited her beyond the horizon. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days were filled with simple joys, chasing butterflies through the meadows, listening to the babbling brook, and admiring the wildflowers that dotted the landscape. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves swirled in a gentle breeze, Willow stumbled upon an old, tarnished key lying forgotten in the undergrowth. Overcome by curiosity, she scooped it up, brushing away the dirt that clung to its intricate design. Little did she know, this unassuming object held a magical secret waiting to be unlocked. As Willow clutched the key, a warm glow enveloped her hand, and she felt a gentle tingle course through her body. Suddenly, the world around her seemed to shift and come alive in ways she had never imagined. The trees whispered ancient tales, the flowers sang sweet melodies, and the very air hummed with the voices of nature's spirits. Willow was awestruck, her senses heightened to the wonders that had always surrounded her, yet remained hidden until now. In her enchanted state, Willow could hear the call of a distant adventure, beckoning her to embark on a journey unlike any other. With a flutter of excitement in her heart, she set off, guided by the whispers of the wind and the gentle nudges of the forest creatures who had become her newfound friends. Along the way, Willow encountered a menagerie of delightful companions, each with their own unique quirks and wisdom to share. There was Maple, a spirited squirrel with a penchant for acorn collecting, who taught her the value of patience and perseverance. Then there was Juniper, a wise old oak tree whose branches creaked with the weight of centuries, imparting lessons on the importance of deep roots and resilience. As they traversed the winding paths, Willow and her friends faced challenges that tested their resolve and ingenuity. One day, they stumbled upon a raging river, its waters swollen and treacherous. Maple scampered ahead, searching for a way across, while Juniper reminded Willow to trust in the strength of her newfound connection with nature. With a deep breath, Willow closed her eyes and focused her thoughts on the rushing current. To her amazement, the waters seemed to heed her silent request, calming and parting to reveal a safe passage. Together they crossed the river, their bond strengthened by the shared experience. As the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the landscape, Willow realized that her journey had not only taken her to wondrous places, but had also transformed her from within. She had learned to appreciate the beauty in the smallest details, to listen to the whispers of the world around her, and to embrace the magic that had been there all along, waiting to be discovered. With a contented smile, Willow returned home, her heart filled with gratitude for the extraordinary adventure she had embarked upon. And as she drifted off to sleep that night, the gentle voices of her newfound friends echoed in her dreams, reminding her that the greatest magic often lies in the simplest of things, if only we open our eyes and hearts to see it. Story 18. In a quaint village nestled between the whispering woods and the gentle curve of a sparkling river, there lived a young girl named Leora. Each morning, the village awoke to the soft rustle of leaves and the melodic chirping of birds, while Leora would sit by her window, gazing out at the world with a heart both eager and apprehensive. Change was afoot in the village, as it often is with the turning of the seasons, yet Leora found herself struggling to embrace it. The village was abuzz with the annual Festival of Lanterns, a celebration heralding the arrival of autumn's vibrant hues. For the villagers, it was a time of joy and anticipation, but for Leora, it felt like a whirlwind of unfamiliarity. She cherished the quiet moments, the routines that comforted her like a warm blanket, and the thought of stepping into the unknown was daunting. One crisp morning, as golden sunlight spilled through the trees, Leora decided to take a walk in the forest. The path wound gently through towering oaks and whispering pines, their leaves dancing with the cool breeze. She walked slowly, her footsteps muffled by the soft carpet of fallen leaves, until she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a small, shimmering pool hidden within a glade. The pool gleamed with an otherworldly light, its surface reflecting the sky like a mirror. Curiosity piqued, Leora knelt beside it, her fingers brushing the cool water. As the ripples spread, the air around her seemed to shimmer with a faint, magical glow. From the depths of the pool emerged a delicate creature, a tiny, luminescent sprite with wings that glimmered like the morning dew. "Hello, Leora," the sprite chimed in a voice as soft as a lullaby. "I am Lumina, the guardian of this enchanted glade. I sense your heart is troubled." Leora blinked, surprised by the sprite's gentle presence. "I am," she confessed, feeling the truth of her words settle over her like a gentle rain. "Change is coming, and I don't know if I'm ready." Lumina fluttered closer, her wings casting a mosaic of light on the forest floor. "Change is the river of life, ever flowing, ever transforming," she said. "It can be daunting, but it can also be beautiful. Let me show you." With a soft touch, Lumina guided Leora to the edge of the pool. As they gazed into its depths, the water began to change, revealing images from Leora's past, present, and the myriad possibilities of her future. She saw herself as a child, carefree and bold, then as she was now, standing on the cusp of something new. The images shifted, showing Leora embracing change with courage and grace, surrounded by friends and family who supported her every step of the way. She saw herself learning, growing, and discovering strengths she never knew she had. The vision was a tapestry of growth and transformation, woven with threads of hope and friendship. As the last image faded, Lumina spoke again. "You have within you the strength to embrace change, Leora. It is not the absence of fear, but the courage to move forward despite it, that will carry you." Feeling a warmth blossom within her chest, Leora nodded, understanding now that change was not something to be feared, but a journey to be embraced. "Thank you, Lumina," she whispered, her heart lighter than it had been in a long time. With a gentle nod, Lumina faded back into the pool, her presence lingering like a soft melody. As Leora stood, the forest around her seemed more alive, more vibrant than before. She walked back to the village with a newfound sense of peace and purpose. The Festival of Lanterns arrived with its usual fanfare, lanterns glowing like stars against the twilight sky. Leora joined the festivities, her heart open to the magic of the moment. Surrounded by the warmth of her community, she felt the beauty of change and the joy of personal discovery. As the night drew to a close, Leora released her own lantern into the sky, watching as it soared higher and higher, a beacon of her newfound courage and hope. The village, too, seemed to glow with a light that was both magical and comforting, a reminder that within each of us lies the power to transform, to grow, and to embrace the ever-changing tapestry of life. And so, in the heart of the village, amidst the gentle glow of lanterns and the soft murmur of the river, Leora found her place, wrapped in the warmth of friendship and the enduring light of self-discovery. Story 19. In the vast expanse of the Milky Way, where stars blinked like gentle nightlights in the cosmos, there existed a small, bustling space station known as Harmony Haven. It floated serenely on the fringes of the galaxy, a beacon of peaceful coexistence where beings from countless worlds gathered to trade, learn, and share stories. Among the station's residents were two unlikely companions: Nori, a gentle creature from the lush, water-drenched planet of Aquara, and Zephyr, a spirited envoy from the desert world of Aradara. Nori, with her translucent, fin-like appendages and eyes shimmering like a tranquil sea, was as serene and flowing as the rivers of her homeland. Zephyr, on the other hand, was a whirlwind of energy, with skin that shimmered like the golden sands, and a curious pair of antennae that twitched with excitement at the slightest hint of adventure. Their paths crossed on a sunlit day in the central arboretum of the station, a place where the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of alien blossoms and the gentle hum of distant stars. Nori was tending to a patch of bioluminescent flora, singing softly in her native tongue, a melody that echoed the rhythm of ocean waves. Zephyr, drawn by the unfamiliar tune, approached with the boldness characteristic of her kind. "Your song," she exclaimed, her voice as bright as a desert sunrise. "It sounds like the winds of Aradara when they dance over the dunes." Nori looked up, her eyes meeting Zephyr's with soft curiosity. "Thank you," she replied, her voice as soothing as a bubbling brook. "It reminds me of home." Though their initial exchange was warm, their differences soon led to small misunderstandings. Zephyr's boundless energy often clashed with Nori's tranquil demeanor. When Zephyr suggested they explore the busy marketplace of Harmony Haven, Nori hesitated, preferring the quiet corners of the Arboretum. "Why stay here when there's a whole world to discover?" Zephyr asked, her antennae twitching with impatience. Nori smiled gently. "Sometimes the greatest discoveries are found in stillness," she replied, her words like a gentle ripple across a pond. Their first challenge came when a rare cosmic storm threatened the station. The storm, with its fierce winds and dazzling electric arcs, was unlike anything Harmony Haven had faced before. As the storm approached, a call went out for all residents to assist in securing the station. Nori and Zephyr found themselves part of a team tasked with protecting the Arboretum. As they worked side by side, reinforcing the translucent dome that shielded the garden, they began to understand each other more deeply. Nori's calm presence helped steady Zephyr's frantic pace, while Zephyr's infectious enthusiasm encouraged Nori to embrace the thrill of the moment. "Hold this steady," Zephyr instructed, her hands deftly arranging the protective panels. Nori nodded, her touch gentle yet firm. "Together we'll keep it safe," she assured, her voice carrying a quiet strength. As the storm raged outside, the two worked tirelessly, their differences blending into a harmonious rhythm. In those hours of shared labor, a bond began to form, rooted in mutual respect and understanding. When the storm finally subsided, the Arboretum stood unscathed, a testament to their collaboration. Exhausted but triumphant, Nori and Zephyr sat beneath the canopy of stars visible through the clear dome, the air still crackling with residual energy from the storm. "Thank you," Zephyr said, her voice softer than usual, as if the storm had whispered secrets to her heart. "I couldn't have done it without your calm guidance." Nori smiled, her eyes reflecting the starlight. "And I couldn't have done it without your courage," she replied, her words warming the cool night air. From that day forward, they were inseparable. Together, they explored the bustling marketplaces, danced to the melodies of far-off planets, and shared stories beneath the shimmering skies of Harmony Haven. Each adventure, each shared challenge, deepened their friendship, teaching them to appreciate the beauty in their differences. Their journey reached a poignant moment when they encountered a young traveler lost in the labyrinthine corridors of the station. The child, a small creature with iridescent scales and wide, fearful eyes, had come from a distant world and was searching for her family. Zephyr, with her natural flair for excitement, immediately offered to help. "We'll find them," she declared confidently, her eyes bright with determination. Nori, sensing the child's anxiety, knelt beside her. "You're safe with us," she said softly, her voice a gentle lullaby. "We'll stay with you until you're home." Together, they navigated the winding pathways and bustling crowds, Nori offering comfort and reassurance, while Zephyr led the way with her unerring sense of direction. After what seemed like an endless search, they found the child's family, a reunion filled with joy and relief. As the family thanked them, the child clung to both Nori and Zephyr, her gratitude shining through her tears. "You taught me what true friendship is," she said, her voice small but filled with warmth. In that moment, Nori and Zephyr realized the true depth of their bond. Their journey, filled with misunderstandings and challenges, had shaped them into the closest of friends. They had discovered that friendship was not about sameness, but about celebrating each other's uniqueness and standing together through the storms of life. Their story became a legend within Harmony Haven, a tale of unlikely companions who found friendship amidst the stars. And as they sat together beneath the vast twinkling sky, they knew that their friendship was as infinite as the cosmos itself, a shining beacon of hope and harmony for all who called the station home. Story 20. In the vast expanse of the galaxy, where stars shimmered like diamonds on velvet, there lay a small, unassuming planet named Gliesa 5. Its skies glowed with an ever-present aurora, painting the world in hues of emerald and sapphire. Here, nestled among whispering forests of luminescent trees, lived a gentle being named Nara. Nara was of the Gliesian folk, creatures known for their translucent wings that caught the light like delicate prisms, scattering rainbows wherever they roamed. Nara had always been curious about the universe beyond her verdant world, often sitting on the highest branches of the tallest trees, gazing at the distant stars and wondering what lay beyond. Her heart yearned for the companionship of the unknown, for tales of distant lands and the beings that called them home. One starry night, as the auroras danced with unusual fervor, a fiery streak blazed across the Gleesian sky. It was a spacecraft, sleek and silver, that landed with a gentle thud in the meadow near Nara's home. Startled but intrigued, Nara fluttered down to investigate, her wings casting a spectrum of colors across the grass. Emerging from the spacecraft was a being unlike any she had ever seen. It was Tiber, a traveler from the planet Zorath, where the oceans glowed with bioluminescent creatures and the skies were perpetually twilight. Tiber's skin shimmered like the ocean's surface at dusk, and his eyes held the deep blue of an endless sea. At first, they stared at each other, both equally fascinated and apprehensive. Nara's heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of fear, while Tiber's curiosity was tinged with the wariness of a seasoned traveler. Their initial attempts at communication were awkward, with gestures misunderstood and words lost in translation. Nara offered a delicate flower, its petals like spun glass, as a sign of peace. Tiber, interpreting this as a custom of greeting, reciprocated with a small shell that glowed with its own gentle light. Despite their initial missteps, Nara and Tiber soon found common ground in their mutual love for music. Nara sang with a voice like the soothing breeze through the trees, while Tiber played a small instrument that hummed with the gentle rhythm of ocean waves. Their melodies intertwined, creating a harmony that transcended words. As days turned into weeks, Nara and Tiber faced challenges that tested their budding friendship. One morning, a storm unlike any Nara had ever experienced swept through Gleesy 5. The winds howled, and the skies darkened, threatening to tear apart the delicate ecosystem of her world. Nara's wings, usually so graceful, struggled against the tempest. It was then that Tiber, with his understanding of ocean currents and winds, used his skills to guide Nara to safety. Together they secured her home and the surrounding forest, working tirelessly to protect the fragile beauty of Gleesa 5. In the storm's aftermath, as the sun broke through the clouds, casting a warm golden light over the landscape, Nara and Tiber found themselves sitting side by side. They were exhausted, but filled with a new understanding and appreciation for each other. Tiber spoke of the storms on Zorath, his voice gentle and filled with empathy. Nara listened, her heart swelling with gratitude and admiration for her newfound friend. Through their shared experiences, Nara and Tiber learned the true meaning of friendship. It was not just about sharing laughter and joy, but also about standing together in times of need, supporting each other through challenges and misunderstandings. They discovered that despite their differences, they were bound by a common thread of kindness and respect. As time went on, Tiber's spacecraft was repaired, ready to continue its journey across the stars. Yet neither Nara nor Tiber felt the sadness of parting. Instead, they felt enriched, knowing they would forever carry a piece of each other's worlds within them. Nara promised to sing songs of Zorath to her people, while Tiber vowed to share tales of Gleesa 5 with his kind. And so, with a heart full of warmth and a spirit lifted by the bond they had forged, Tiber bid farewell to Nara, his spacecraft rising gently into the sky. Nara watched him leave, her wings shimmering in the sunlight, knowing that their paths would cross again in the vast, wonderful tapestry of the universe. In the end, both Nara and Tiber understood that true friendship transcends the stars, uniting even the most unlikely companions in a dance of harmony and shared dreams. And in that understanding, they found peace, knowing they were never truly alone, for the essence of their friendship would always light their way, like the stars that had first brought them together. Story 21, title The Whispering Grove. In the quaint village of Elderglen, nestled between rolling hills and emerald forests, there existed an old whispered legend of a hidden world beneath the roots of an ancient oak. The tree stood at the heart of the Whispering Grove, its gnarled branches stretching towards the sky like an old sorcerer casting spells. Villagers spoke of the tree with reverence, its bark etched with the tales of time, and its leaves perpetually rustling secrets to the wind. Beneath this mighty oak, there was said to be a doorway leading to a realm of wonder and magic. Yet it was not a place that could be found just by anyone. It chose those whose hearts were pure and whose spirits were gentle. The story of the hidden world had fascinated a young girl named Lila for as long as she could remember. Her grandmother, a wise woman with twinkling eyes and stories that seemed as ancient as the oak itself, had often recounted tales of the magical realm where the sun never set and the stars sang lullabies to the night. Lila, with her chestnut hair and eyes that mirrored the deepest forest greens, was a seeker of wonders. Her days were spent exploring the woods, collecting wildflowers, and listening to the symphony of nature. She had always felt a peculiar bond with the whispering grove, as if the rustling leaves spoke directly to her soul. On one particularly luminous afternoon, when the sun bathed the world in golden light, Lila set out on her most daring adventure yet, to find the hidden world beneath the ancient oak. As she approached the grove, a gentle breeze caressed her cheeks, carrying with it a symphony of whispers. Lila closed her eyes, letting the sound envelop her, and as she did, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her fingertips. When she opened her eyes, the world looked different, more vivid, more alive. The leaves shimmered with an iridescent glow, and the air was thick with a sweet, unearthly scent. She knelt beside the oak, her fingers brushing against the cool, rough bark. "Show me," she whispered, her voice barely louder than the rustling leaves. To her astonishment, the ground beneath her feet began to tremble ever so slightly. A soft, golden light seeped from the roots, forming a delicate outline of a door. With a heart full of wonder and courage, Lila stepped through. On the other side, she found herself in a world bathed in perpetual twilight, where the sky was painted with hues of lavender and gold. The air was filled with the scent of blooming jasmine, and a gentle melody played in the distance. This was the hidden realm her grandmother had spoken of, a place where magic was woven into the very fabric of existence. Lila wandered through fields of silver grasses that shimmered like moonlight, her heart swelling with awe. Amidst this enchanting landscape, she encountered creatures of every kind, gentle, doe-eyed deer that pranced gracefully, birds with plumage that sparkled like gemstones, and butterflies that danced in the air like living rainbows. Each creature she met greeted her with a nod or a song, as if they had been expecting her arrival. As she ventured deeper into this mystical land, Lila came upon a serene lake, its surface as smooth as glass. At its edge sat a peculiar figure, a small, wise-looking fox, with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed with intelligence. "Welcome, Lila," the fox said, its voice as soft as a whisper, yet filled with warmth. "I am Fen, the guardian of this realm." Lila's eyes widened in surprise. "You know my name?" she asked, kneeling down to meet the fox's gaze. Fen nodded. "We have been waiting for someone like you, someone with a heart open to the wonders of our world. There is a task that needs your kindness and courage." Curiosity sparked in Lila's eyes. "What must I do?" Fen flicked his bushy tail, gesturing towards the horizon where a distant mountain loomed. "Beyond those peaks lies the Valley of Echoes, where the voices of the past and future blend into a song. But the valley has grown silent, and with its silence, the balance of our world is at risk." Lila listened intently, her heart swelling with a sense of purpose. "How can I help restore the valley's song?" "The valley's voice is held within the Echo Stone, a magical gem that resonates with the harmony of all living things," explained Fen. "It has been taken by the shadow sprites, mischievous creatures who thrive in the absence of sound. You must journey to their lair, find the Echo Stone, and return it to the valley." Lila nodded, determination lighting up her eyes. "I will do it. I'll bring back the stone and restore the valley's song." Fen's eyes softened with gratitude. "Thank you, brave one. Remember, the path is fraught with challenges, but you are never alone. Trust in your heart and the friends you will make." With a heart full of hope and courage, Lila set off on her journey. She traversed through meadows that hummed with the gentle buzz of bees, crossed streams that sang with the laughter of water, and climbed hills that whispered ancient tales. Along the way, she met companions who joined her quest. A chatty squirrel named Pip, whose boundless energy and humor brought joy to the journey, and a graceful swan named Seraphina, whose serene presence offered comfort and wisdom. Together, they faced trials that tested their resolve, a fierce storm conjured by the shadow sprites to deter their pursuit, a labyrinthine forest that threatened to lead them astray, and illusions crafted to sow doubt in their hearts. Yet, through each challenge, Lila's unwavering spirit and the unbreakable bond of friendship saw them through. Finally, after days of travel, they reached the Shadow Sprite's lair, a cavern shrouded in darkness, where no sound dared to enter. The air was thick with silence, and the shadows seemed to writhe with malice. Undeterred, Lila led her friends into the heart of the lair, guided by the faint, pulsing glow of the Echo Stone. The Shadow Sprites appeared, their forms flickering like shadows in candlelight, their eyes cold and mischievous. "Why have you come, little girl?" Their voices echoed, dripping with disdain. Lila stepped forward, her voice steady and filled with resolve. "I have come to retrieve the Echo Stone and restore the harmony of the Valley of Echoes." The sprites hissed and laughed, a sound like dry leaves rustling in the wind. "And what makes you think you can take it from us?" Lila glanced at her friends, drawing strength from their presence. "Because I believe in the power of friendship and the light of hope. Together, we can overcome any darkness." The sprites sneered, but Lila's words resonated in the cavern, a ripple of light in the oppressive darkness. With each step she took, the glow of the Echo Stone grew brighter, its light pushing back the shadows. In a final act of defiance, the Shadow Sprites surged forward, but Lila and her friends stood their ground. Seraphina spread her wings, casting a shimmering shield of light, while Pip darted around, distracting the sprites with his quick movements. In the midst of the chaos, Lila reached for the Echo Stone, her fingers closing around its cool, smooth surface. As soon as she touched it, a wave of warmth and sound burst forth, filling the cavern with a melody so beautiful that it made the very air shimmer. The sprites recoiled, their forms dissipating like mist in the morning sun, unable to withstand the harmony of the stone. With the Echo Stone in her grasp, Lila and her friends made their way out of the lair, the song of the stone guiding them back to the Valley of Echoes. As they returned the stone to its rightful place, a cascade of music swept through the valley, awakening the trees, the flowers, and the streams. The air hummed with life, and the sky blazed with colors as the balance of the realm was restored. Lila stood amidst the renewed beauty, her heart swelling with joy and fulfillment. She turned to her friends, her eyes shining with gratitude. "Thank you for standing by me. We did it together." Fen appeared beside them, his eyes filled with pride. "You have done what many thought impossible. You have restored not just the valley, but the spirit of this world. Your courage and kindness have left an indelible mark." Lila smiled, feeling the warmth of his words wrap around her like a comforting blanket. "I couldn't have done it without my friends." The Twilight Realm sang with the renewed song of the valley, a beautiful symphony that echoed far and wide. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stars, Lila knew it was time to return home. With a heart full of memories and friendships that would last a lifetime, she bid farewell to the hidden world, promising to return someday. As she stepped back through the doorway beneath the ancient oak, the light faded, and she found herself once more in the Whispering Grove, the familiar rustle of leaves greeting her like an old friend. Lila returned to Elderglen, her heart forever changed by the journey. She carried with her the lessons of courage, friendship, and the magic of belief. And though the village slept beneath a blanket of stars, the whispers of the grove continued to tell the tale of a young girl who, with the help of her friends, restored the song of a hidden world. And as the night deepened, the world felt a little brighter, a little more magical, knowing that a brave heart had once again awakened the harmony of the Whispering Grove. Story 22. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled between emerald hills and fields of lavender, there lived a gentle clockmaker named Tobias. Tobias was known throughout the village for his intricate clocks that sang with the chimes of hidden harmonies. His shop, a cozy nook lined with wooden shelves and ornate gears, was filled with the soft ticking of timepieces, each telling its own story. One chilly autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced in the crisp air, Tobias discovered an oddity in a crate of old clock parts. It was a peculiar brass key, small enough to fit in the palm of his hand, with a delicate design of swirling vines etched into its surface. The key seemed to hum with a quiet energy, tingling against his skin. Intrigued, Tobias set the key aside, marking the beginning of an extraordinary adventure. as twilight painted the sky in hues of violet and rose. Tobias locked up his shop and headed home, the mysterious key tucked safely in his pocket. That night, as the village settled into the lull of evening, Tobias dreamt of a magical garden hidden behind an ancient door, a place where time flowed differently, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of jasmine and honeysuckle. Awakening with a sense of purpose, Tobias decided to seek out the door from his dreams. He began his quest at the village library, a place of warmth and wisdom, where books lined the walls like old friends. There he met Margaret, the wise and kindly librarian, whose eyes sparkled with knowledge. Margaret was a repository of the village's history and folklore, and she listened intently as Tobias recounted his dream and the discovery of the brass key. Margaret nodded thoughtfully and retrieved an old leather-bound tome from one of the high shelves. "There is an ancient tale," she began, her voice soft and melodic, "of a hidden garden, a sanctuary for those who seek its wonders with a pure heart. It is said that a special key, much like yours, can unlock its secrets." Encouraged by Margaret's words, Tobias set out on his journey. Along the way, he was joined by a merry band of helpers: Oliver, a sprightly gardener with a knack for nurturing even the most stubborn plants; Lila, a gentle seamstress whose laughter was as light as a summer breeze; and Jasper, a wise old owl who had seen the world through curious eyes from his perch in the village square. Together, they traveled through the landscape of Willow, where the air was scented with pine and the ground was carpeted with the soft rustle of fallen leaves. Their path meandered through whispering woods and along babbling brooks, each step accompanied by the soft murmur of nature's lullaby. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the world in shades of twilight, the companions arrived at a clearing where an ancient oak stood sentinel over a weathered stone door. The door was covered in vines, and the air shimmered with an otherworldly glow. With a heart full of hope, Tobias approached the door and inserted the brass key into the lock. It turned smoothly, and with a gentle click, the door swung open to reveal the garden from his dreams. The air was filled with the melodious songs of unseen birds and the gentle rustling of leaves in a breeze that seemed to carry whispers of forgotten tales. The garden was a tapestry of vibrant colors and soothing scents. Paths wound through beds of flowers that bloomed in every hue imaginable, and a soft light bathed the garden in a perpetual twilight, creating a serene and timeless atmosphere. As Tobias and his friends explored the garden, they encountered a challenge that required wisdom rather than force. In the heart of the garden lay a fountain, its waters sparkling like liquid crystal. A riddle was inscribed on the fountain's edge: "To find the heart of time, one must give what they cannot hold, and find what they cannot see." The companions pondered the riddle in the gentle glow of the twilight garden. Lila, with her kind heart, suggested that the answer lay in the intangible gifts of the heart: love, friendship, and time itself. Tobias, inspired by her insight, reached into his pocket and withdrew a small, handcrafted clock, a symbol of the time he cherished with his friends. As he placed the clock beside the fountain, the waters began to shimmer and swirl, revealing a hidden path beneath their surface. With newfound understanding, the companions stepped onto the path, their hearts light with the knowledge that true treasures are those we cannot hold but feel deeply within. Their journey had transformed them, each step a lesson in the gentle power of friendship and the wisdom found in kindness. As the path led them back to the village, the garden's magic lingered in their hearts, a reminder of the wonders hidden in the everyday and the extraordinary secrets waiting to be discovered. Upon returning to Willowbrook, Tobias continued his work as a clockmaker, his creations infused with the magic of the hidden garden. The villagers noticed a new harmony in his clocks, a melody that seemed to carry the whispers of the garden itself. And so, in the cozy warmth of his little shop, Tobias shared his tale with those who visited, his story a gentle reminder of the magic that lies in the simple joys of life and the timeless bonds of friendship. As the seasons turned and the world continued to spin, the legend of the secret garden and its wise clockmaker lived on, a bedtime story whispered by the crackling fires of Willowbrook, a lullaby for dreamers everywhere. Story 23. In the distant reaches of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet black of space, lay a quaint and curious planet known as Luminara. Luminara was a serene world, its skies painted with vibrant ribbons of shimmering auroras, and its lands blanketed with fields of luminescent flora that glowed softly under the moonlight. It was here that a remarkable tale of friendship began, not between ordinary allies, but between the most unlikely of companions. On one particularly radiant evening, a small spacecraft descended into Luminara's embrace, its hull shimmering like a silver comet. From within emerged a peculiar traveler named Arlo, an inquisitive being from the planet Gliese. Arlo was small and round, with skin that changed colors like a chameleon reflecting his emotions, and eyes as wide as saucers, filled with unending curiosity. He had come to Luminara seeking knowledge, for his people prided themselves on understanding the mysteries of the universe. As Arlo ventured into the heart of Luminara's luminous forests, he encountered a resident of this ethereal world. Her name was Lyra, a gentle and graceful creature with wings that resembled the delicate petals of a moonflower. Lyra belonged to the Lunaris, a species known for their ability to weave dreams into reality. She watched Arlo with a mix of wonder and caution, her wings fluttering softly in the cool, fragrant breeze. Their first meeting was one of confusion. Arlo, eager to communicate, began speaking in his native tongue, a series of melodious, warbling notes. Lyra, misunderstanding his intent, thought he was mimicking the songs of her people, which were sacred and not to be taken lightly. Her initial reaction was one of offense, and she turned away, leaving Arlo puzzled and alone. Despite this misunderstanding, Arlo was determined to make amends. Over the next few days, he observed the Lunaris from a respectful distance, learning their customs and songs. He took note of how they used their dreams to heal and create, and how their songs resonated with the very essence of Luminara itself. It was through this quiet observation that Arlo began to understand the depth and beauty of Lyra's world. Meanwhile, Lyra, too, was growing curious about Arlo. She watched him as he meticulously recorded everything he saw, his eyes filled with a childlike wonder. She noticed his gentle nature, how he never plucked a flower or disturbed the creatures of the forest. Slowly, her initial judgment began to waver, replaced by a desire to understand the visitor from the stars. One evening, as the auroras danced more vibrantly than ever, Arlo decided to approach Lyra once more. This time, he did not speak with words. Instead, he used his chameleon-like ability to mirror the colors of the auroras, creating a living tapestry of light and color. Lyra watched, mesmerized, as Arlo's skin shifted through the hues of the night sky. It was then that she realized his intentions were pure, and that his heart was open to learning and friendship. With a gentle smile, Lyra extended her wings and began to sing. Her voice was a melody of the wind through the trees and the whispers of the stars. Arlo joined in, his voice blending with hers not in mimicry, but in harmony. It was a song of forgiveness and understanding, a bridge built from the shared language of the heart. As the days turned to weeks, Arlo and Lyra discovered the beauty of working together. They explored the enchanting landscapes of Luminara, facing challenges that tested their newfound bond. One such challenge arose when a fierce storm threatened to uproot the glowing flora that sustained the Lunaris. Arlo, using his knowledge of technology, devised a protective dome to shield the delicate plants, while Lyra used her dream-weaving abilities to calm the storm's fury, turning it into a gentle rain that nourished the earth. Through these shared trials, their friendship blossomed, teaching them both valuable lessons. Arlo learned the importance of patience and empathy, while Lyra discovered the strength found in embracing differences. They realized that true friendship transcends language and species, rooted instead in understanding and mutual respect. As their time together drew to a close, Arlo prepared to return to his home among the stars. On his last evening in Luminara, he and Lyra sat beneath the vibrant auroras, their hearts full of gratitude and warmth. They knew their paths would diverge, but the bond they had forged would remain, a testament to the power of friendship across worlds. With a gentle embrace, Arlo and Lyra bid each other farewell, their hearts aglow with the light of their shared journey. As Arlo's spacecraft ascended into the starlit sky, he looked back at Luminara, knowing that he carried a piece of its magic within him, and Lyra, watching from the ground, felt a new dream taking shape, one of unity and hope. Thus, in the serene and luminous world of Luminara, an unlikely pair had discovered the true meaning of friendship, leaving behind a legacy of kindness and understanding that would echo across the cosmos for generations to come. Story 24. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and the edge of an ancient whispering forest, there lived a young woman named Maris. Her heart was as vast and deep as the sea for which she was named, yet she often found herself adrift in waves of uncertainty. Change was a tide she feared, preferring the familiar sands of routine where her feet could feel the ground beneath them. Maris lived in a cozy stone cottage, its roof thatched with golden straw, surrounded by a garden that overflowed with the vibrant colors of wildflowers. The air was scented with lavender and honey, and the gentle hum of bees was a constant companion. Her days were spent tending to her garden and crafting delicate jewelry from the stones and shells she collected from the riverbank. Yet despite the beauty around her, Maris felt an unspoken restlessness, an ache for something she couldn't quite name. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to burnished gold and fiery red, Maris's life began to change with the season. A soft knock echoed through her cottage, and when she opened the door, she found a small, curious creature waiting on her doorstep. It was a fox, its fur a rich auburn that shimmered with an otherworldly glow. But what caught Maris's breath was its eyes, pools of deep green that seemed to hold the wisdom of the forest. The fox, whom she named Rowan, became her constant companion. It was as if he understood her unspoken thoughts, leading her deeper into the forest where the trees whispered secrets only he could translate. With Rowan at her side, Maris began to explore beyond the edges of her comfort, discovering paths hidden beneath the canopy that led to places filled with magic and wonder. One twilight evening, under a sky brushed with the soft hues of dusk, Maris and Rowan stumbled upon a glen bathed in silver moonlight. At its center stood a grand oak tree, its branches heavy with shimmering iridescent leaves. As Maris approached, she noticed a peculiar shimmer in the air, a gentle pulsing glow surrounding the tree. Curiosity tugged at her heart, and she reached out, her fingers brushing against the bark. In that moment, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her, and she felt a connection as if the tree were whispering to her soul. Beneath its ancient branches, Maris experienced visions of her past, moments of joy and sorrow, triumph and fear. She saw herself standing at the crossroads of her life, the path she could choose winding into the distance like ribbons of light. The tree's magic was subtle, yet profound, and Maris realized that change, like the turning of seasons, was necessary for growth. With Rowan's patient companionship, she began to embrace the unknown, allowing herself to be carried by the winds of transformation. As days turned into weeks, Maris found herself changing in small but significant ways. She started sharing her jewelry at the village market, her creations infused with the magic of the forest, each piece telling a story of her journey. The villagers, enchanted by her work, welcomed her with warmth and admiration, their support kindling a new sense of belonging within her. Among her new friends were Anwen, a wise old herbalist with a heart as gentle as the spring rain, and Kai, a jovial baker whose laughter was as contagious as a summer breeze. They became her guides and confidants, offering advice and encouragement, their wisdom woven into the tapestry of her transformation. One misty morning, as Maris and Rowan wandered the forest, they encountered a shimmering pool, its surface a mirror reflecting the sky. Peering into its depths, Maris saw not just her reflection, but the woman she was becoming, confident, resilient, and unafraid. It was here she realized that the magic she sought had always been within her, waiting to be discovered. Through her journey, Maris learned that change was not a force to be feared, but a gentle river that carried her forward, shaping her into something new and beautiful. The forest, with its hidden wonders and ancient wisdom, had taught her to trust in herself and in the natural flow of life. As the seasons turned once more, Maris's heart no longer fluttered with uncertainty. Instead, it sang with the harmonious rhythm of a life embraced. The village, once just a place she lived, had become a true home, filled with friends who shared her joys and supported her through challenges. And so, under the same ancient oak that had first shown her the way, Maris stood hand in hand with Rowan, a testament to the power of friendship and personal growth. Her journey, though not without its trials, had brought her to a place of peace and fulfillment. As the stars twinkled above, Maris knew that whatever changes the future held, she was ready to face them with an open heart and a spirit as free as the wind. The forest had given her its greatest gift, the courage to be herself and the wisdom to embrace the magic of transformation. And so, with the gentle murmur of the forest as her lullaby, Maris drifted to sleep, dreaming of new adventures and the endless possibilities that awaited her in the embrace of a world filled with wonder. Story 25, The Whispering Grove. In a quaint village nestled between towering emerald hills and the gentle lull of a winding river, there lived a young girl named Anwen. Her life was one of simplicity and routine, spent helping her family tend to their small farm. Yet Anwen possessed an insatiable curiosity that often led her beyond the village boundaries into the whispering embrace of the surrounding forest. The village was a tapestry of warm, earthen tones, with cobblestone paths weaving through clusters of thatched-roof cottages. On cool autumn mornings, the air was crisp and filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves, while the chimneys exhaled wisps of smoke that danced lazily up to kiss the sky. The villagers were kind and hard-working, their lives intertwined like the roots of the ancient oaks that bordered the settlement. Anwen's favorite time of day was the quiet stillness of dawn, when the world was painted in the soft hues of morning light. It was during these moments that she would slip away, her woolen cloak wrapped snugly around her shoulders, to explore the mysteries of the forest. The forest was her sanctuary, a hidden world teeming with life and secrets waiting to be discovered. One particular morning, as the first light of day spilled over the horizon, Anwen ventured deeper into the forest than she ever had before. The path was narrow and overgrown, the trees arching overhead like ancient sentinels. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a symphony of whispers that seemed to beckon her forward. As she walked, Anwen noticed the vibrant colors of the forest, the rich greens of the moss-covered rocks, the golden shafts of sunlight piercing through the canopy, and the delicate petals of wildflowers that dotted the forest floor like scattered jewels. The air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the distant murmur of a babbling brook. After a time, she came upon a small clearing bathed in sunlight. In the center stood an enormous tree unlike any she had seen before. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark a patchwork of deep browns and grays. But what caught Anwen's eye were the branches, which stretched outwards and upwards, adorned with shimmering leaves of silver and gold. The leaves clinked softly in the breeze, their metallic sheen casting flickers of light across the clearing. Anwen approached the tree with a mixture of awe and trepidation. As she drew nearer, she noticed a peculiar object nestled among the roots. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, covered in a fine layer of moss. Her heart quickened with excitement as she knelt to examine it, brushing away the moss to reveal an ornate pattern of swirling vines and flowers. The box seemed to hum with a gentle energy, a warmth that seeped into her fingertips as she lifted it. Anwen hesitated for a moment, then slowly opened the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft velvet, was a delicate pendant. It was a simple, yet beautiful piece, a crystal teardrop suspended from a silver chain, catching and refracting the light in a mesmerizing dance of colors. As she held the pendant in her palm, Anwen felt a strange sensation wash over her, as if the pendant was whispering secrets directly to her heart. She sensed that this was no ordinary piece of jewelry. It was a gift from the forest itself, imbued with a magic as ancient as the earth. With a sense of reverence, Anwen placed the pendant around her neck. Instantly, the forest seemed to come alive with a vibrancy she had never experienced before. The colors were richer, the sounds clearer, and the air was filled with a palpable sense of wonder. Anwen spent the rest of the morning exploring the forest, the pendant guiding her to hidden nooks and crannies she had never noticed before. She discovered a family of deer grazing peacefully in a sun-dappled glade, their coats gleaming like polished mahogany. A pair of playful squirrels chattered and chased each other through the branches overhead, their bushy tails flicking in delight. Everywhere she looked, the forest teemed with life and magic. As the sun began its descent towards the horizon, Anwen reluctantly made her way back to the village. She was eager to share her discovery with her best friend, a boy named Ewan. Ewan was a gentle soul with a heart as big as the sky, and he shared Anwen's love for adventure and exploration. The two had been inseparable since childhood, their friendship as natural and enduring as the seasons. When Anwen found Ewan, he was sitting by the river, skipping stones across the water's surface. The river's song was a soothing melody, harmonizing with the rustle of the reeds and the distant call of a loon. "Ewan!" Anwen called, her voice carrying on the breeze. He turned, a smile lighting up his face as he waved her over. "Anwen, what have you discovered today?" Anwen sat beside him, the pendant clinking softly against her chest. "I found something incredible," she said, excitement bubbling in her voice. She recounted her adventure in the forest, describing the magical tree and the pendant that now hung from her neck. Ewan listened intently, his eyes wide with wonder. "That's amazing, Anwen. Do you think it really is magic?" "I believe it is," she replied, her fingers absent-mindedly tracing the pendant's smooth surface. "It's as if the forest is speaking to me, showing me things I never noticed before." Ewan looked at her with a mixture of admiration and curiosity. "Perhaps the pendant has chosen you for a reason. Maybe there's more to discover, more secrets hidden within the forest." Anwen nodded, the thought filling her with a sense of purpose. Together, they made a pact to return to the forest the next day and explore further, their hearts alight with the promise of adventure. That night, as Anwen lay in bed, she couldn't help but replay the day's events in her mind. The pendant rested against her chest, a comforting presence that lulled her into a deep, restful sleep, filled with dreams of silver leaves and sunlit glades. The dawn of the new day arrived with a gentle blush of pink and gold across the sky. Anwen and Ewan met at the edge of the village, their breaths forming small clouds in the cool morning air. Together, they set off towards the forest, the pendant gleaming brightly in the early light. As they walked, the forest seemed to welcome them with open arms, the trees whispering softly in a language only Anwen could understand. She led the way, guided by an unseen force that pulled her deeper into the heart of the woods. Their journey took them through a series of hidden pathways and secret clearings, each more enchanting than the last. At one point, they came across a small pond, its surface a perfect mirror reflecting the sky. A family of ducks paddled lazily across the water, leaving ripples in their wake. Ewan crouched by the water's edge, watching the ducks with a gentle smile. "You can see the magic in everything, can't you, Anwen?" She nodded, feeling a deep sense of connection with the world around her. "It's as if the pendant opens my eyes to the beauty that's always been here." As they continued their journey, the forest gradually changed. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their trunks wrapped in thick blankets of moss. The air was cooler here, filled with the earthy scent of damp leaves and the distant echo of a waterfall. Eventually, they arrived at a place where the forest parted to reveal a hidden glade. In the center stood another great tree, similar to the one Anwen had found the day before, but even more magnificent. Its branches were adorned with shimmering leaves that seemed to dance with their own inner light. As they approached, the pendant around Anwen's neck began to glow softly, resonating with the energy of the tree. Anwen felt a surge of warmth and understanding, as if the tree was communicating with her through the pendant. Suddenly, a soft voice filled the glade, echoing in their minds. "Welcome, young ones. You have found the Whispering Grove." Anwen and Ewan exchanged a look of amazement. "Who are you?" Anwen asked, her voice filled with wonder. "I am the spirit of the forest," the voice replied, its tone gentle and wise. "The pendant you wear, Anwen, is a gift from the forest. It grants you the ability to hear and see the magic that surrounds you." Anwen touched the pendant, feeling its warmth against her skin. "Why have you chosen me?" "Because you possess a heart that is open and pure, a spirit that seeks to understand and protect the world around you," the spirit explained. "The forest is in need of guardians, those who will cherish and preserve its secrets." Ewan stepped forward, his eyes alight with determination. "We will do everything we can to help the forest. Together, we can protect it." The spirit's voice was filled with gratitude. "Thank you, dear children. Your friendship and bond with the forest will help ensure its safety for generations to come." As the spirit's voice faded, the pendant's glow dimmed, leaving Anwen and Ewan standing in the tranquil glade. They looked at each other, a shared sense of purpose and resolve in their eyes. Over the following weeks, Anwen and Ewan dedicated themselves to their newfound role as guardians of the forest. They spent their days exploring its hidden corners, learning its secrets, and tending to its needs. They planted new saplings, cleared away debris, and ensured that the animals had safe places to roam and thrive. The villagers soon noticed their efforts, and inspired by the children's dedication, they too began to lend a hand. The village and the forest grew closer, their fates intertwined like the roots of the ancient trees. As the seasons changed, Anwen and Ewan's friendship deepened, strengthened by their shared mission and the magic of the forest. They learned valuable lessons about patience, kindness, and the importance of living in harmony with the world around them. The pendant became a cherished part of Anwen's life, a constant reminder of the magic that existed in every leaf, every stream, and every whisper of the wind. It was a symbol of her connection to the forest and the promise she had made to protect it. Years passed, and the village flourished, its people living in harmony with the land. Anwen and Ewan grew older, their bond as strong as ever. They continued to explore the forest, always discovering new wonders and marvels that filled their hearts with joy. One day, as they sat by the river, watching the sun dip below the horizon in a blaze of color, Anwen turned to Ewan with a thoughtful expression. "Do you think the forest will always be here like this?" Ewan smiled, his gaze drifting to the trees that lined the riverbank. "As long as there are those who love and care for it, I believe it will." Anwen nodded, feeling a deep sense of peace and contentment. She knew that the magic of the forest would endure, passed down through generations like the stories of old. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Anwen and Ewan sat together in silence, their hearts full of gratitude for the gift they had been given. The forest was their sanctuary, a place of wonder and magic that would forever be a part of them. And so the tale of Anwen and Ewan, the guardians of the Whispering Grove, became one of the village's cherished legends, a story of friendship, courage, and the enduring magic of the natural world. As the years rolled on, the forest continued to thrive, a testament to the power of love and the bonds that connect us all. In the end, Anwen and Ewan's legacy was not only the protection of the forest, but also the inspiration they provided to others. Their story was told and retold, passed down through generations as a reminder of the magic that exists in the world and the importance of nurturing and preserving it. The villagers, young and old, would gather around the hearth on chilly evenings, listening to the tale of the Whispering Grove. They would imagine the shimmering leaves of the great trees, the gentle voice of the forest spirit, and the unwavering dedication of Anwen and Ewan. In this way, the story lived on, weaving its way into the hearts of all who heard it. And the forest, with its hidden glades and ancient trees, continued to whisper its secrets, a living testament to the enduring power of friendship and the magic of the natural world. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting a warm, golden glow throughout the room, the storyteller's voice would fade into a gentle hush. The listeners would sit for a moment in silence, their hearts filled with the wonder and magic of the tale. And as they drifted off to sleep, wrapped in the cozy embrace of their dreams, they carried with them the spirit of the forest, a reminder that even in the quietest corners of the world, magic is waiting to be discovered. Story 26. Here is a gentle and engaging bedtime story about an unexpected magical item, a journey of discovery, unique helper characters, and a challenge requiring wisdom. Once upon a time, there was a young girl named Lily who loved to read more than anything else in the world. Every night before bed, she would curl up with her favorite book and escape into fantastic realms of adventure. One evening, as Lily was getting ready for bed, she reached for her usual storybook, only to find that it was missing from her nightstand. In its place was an unfamiliar leather-bound book with a curious symbol etched on the cover. Intrigued, Lily opened the book and gasped as the pages began to glow with a soft golden light. As she turned the pages, Lily found that this was no ordinary book. The words seemed to spring to life before her very eyes, describing a wondrous land called Story Trail, where tales were not just read, but but experienced. Without warning, the book's light enveloped Lily, and she found herself transported directly into the storybook world. Lily blinked in amazement as she took in her new surroundings. The vibrant meadow stretched out before her, with wildflowers swaying in the warm breeze. In the distance, she could see a wooded trail leading deep into an enchanted forest. A sudden rustling in the bushes nearby made Lily jump. "Oh, hello there!" came a friendly voice. "Welcome to Story Trail." Out stepped a delightful creature that looked like a cross between a rabbit and a teddy bear. He had soft brown fur, floppy ears, and a warm smile. "My name is Nibbles, and I'll be your guide. What tale would you like to explore today?" Before Lily could answer, another voice piped up from behind a tree stump. "No, Nibbles. That's not how this works at all." Emerging into the clearing was a small winged fairy with shimmering purple hair. "I'm Zephyr, the keeper of tales. You'll need us both to make your way through the story safely." Lily looked from Nibbles to Zephyr, her head spinning with questions. "But how did I get here, and why was I chosen for this journey?" Zephyr floated closer, her gossamer wings twinkling. "That enchanted book you found is no ordinary tome, young one. It's a vessel for channeling the magic of storytelling. By opening its pages, you've unlocked the ability to bring tales to life and walk their winding paths." "Well then, what are we waiting for?" Nibbles hopped excitedly. "Lead the way, Lily. Where shall our adventure begin?" Lily felt a flutter of nerves and excitement. She had always loved getting lost in the pages of a good book, but to actually experience the story firsthand? This was an opportunity like no other. Pointing down the forest trail, she said, "Let's start that way." And so their journey began. Lily, Nibbles, and Zephyr set off into the lush woodland realm, the trees creaking gently overhead. At times the path was clear, while other times it twisted and turned, obscured by brush and fallen branches. But Lily's newfound friends were always there to lend a helping paw or point the way when she felt turned around. After walking for what seemed like hours, they came upon a swiftly flowing river cutting across their path. The waters rushed and churned dangerously. Lily's heart sank. Surely they couldn't cross here. "Oh dear, this presents quite a quandary," Zephyr mused, flitting to and fro across the riverbank. Nibbles sniffed at the water's edge pensively. "We could always try swimming, but those rapids look terribly fierce. I'm just a little forest creature. I may get swept away." Lily frowned, worrying her bottom lip between her teeth as she surveyed the churning waters. There had to be a way across, if only they looked at the obstacle differently. Her eyes fell upon a cluster of hollow reeds growing along the muddy bank. An idea began to take shape in her mind. "What if, instead of going through the river, we go safely over it?" she suggested. Zephyr's eyes lit up with understanding. "Ah, I see where you're going with this." How resourceful. Working quickly, the three companions gathered a bundle of long reeds and bound them together to fashion a simple raft just large enough for them to cross. Lily used the last remaining reeds to craft a long pole, which would allow them to push off from the bank and steer across the rapids. As Lily, Nibbles, and Zephyr boarded their little vessel, Zephyr leaned in and whispered, "This is the magic of stories, Lily. Not brute force, but creative thinking and seeing possibilities where others perceive roadblocks." Lily beamed as she pushed off into the current, guiding their raft deftly across the racing river using her reed pole to navigate. Before long, they reached the far bank, safe and sound on the other side. From there, the path sloped gently upward toward a towering mountain peak, where fluffy white clouds seemed to dance around the summit. As the terrain became steeper, Lily worried her short legs would struggle with the climb. But Nibbles was quick to offer his strong back as a riding aid, and Zephyr's wings easily kept their energy aloft. Finally, after much determination, they crested the mountaintop and were met with a breathtaking view. Lush valleys and winding rivers unfolded below them, while the clouds above swirled in an endless dance. In the center of the summit stood an ancient tree house with stairs carved into the sturdy trunk. "This is where stories are born," Zephyr explained in a hushed tone. "Every tale, whether of courage or friendship, begins as a seed right here before blooming across the imagination." Reverently, Lily climbed the wooden stairs until she reached the warm, sun-drenched interior of the treehouse. In the center of the room stood a beautiful crystalline tree, its branches stretching up through the roof toward the heavens. Delicate gemstone leaves glittered and swayed as if beckoning Lily closer. "Place your hand upon the trunk," Zephyr instructed, "and let the seeds of a new story blossom within you." Lily did as she was told, pressing her palm against the smooth bark. Almost instantly, she felt a warm energy flow through her, filling her mind with vivid images and narrative threads just waiting to be woven into an enthralling new tale. In that moment, Lily realized her journey through Story Trail was also a journey of self-discovery. She had pushed past obstacles, let her creativity soar, and unlocked the magic of storytelling within herself. As her vision cleared, Lily found herself back in her bed, cuddled under her covers with the enchanted book resting by her side. But she was no longer just a reader of tales. She was a creator and breathtaker of stories. From that day on, Lily returned to the wondrous realm of Story Trail whenever she wished. Sometimes she explored the twisting paths of cherished fables. Other times she spun ambitious epics of her own creation, aided by the wisdom of Nibbles and Zephyr. No matter what magic lay ahead, Lily knew she would face it with an open mind, a brave heart, and the incredible power of storytelling, her constant companion. Story 27. Once upon a time, in the heart of the Cloverwood Forest, where sunlight danced through the trees in golden ribbons and the air hummed with the songs of cheerful crickets, there stood a quaint little village named Tiddlywinks. This village was unlike any other, for it was home to a delightful array of quirky, endearing creatures who lived in harmony with the forest's gentle magic. In Tiddlywinks, there was Pippin the Pondering Pika, known for his love of riddles and his endearing habit of pausing mid-sentence to ponder the perfect word. His tiny home was nestled beneath an old oak tree, with walls made of woven twigs and a roof of soft moss. Next door lived Marigold the Merry Moth, who wore a cloak of shimmering wings and had a penchant for collecting the dewdrops of sunrise. Marigold's giggles were known to brighten even the cloudiest days, and her laughter was as contagious as it was musical. Then there was Thistle the thoughtful toad, who brewed the finest nettle tea in all the land and had a talent for knitting hats that seemed to fit perfectly on any head, no matter how peculiar the shape. One bright morning, as the village awoke and the aroma of Marigold's sweet honey cakes wafted through the air, an unexpected problem fluttered into Tiddlywinks. Quite literally, in fact, for it was the Flutterby Festival Day, a day beloved by all creatures for its magical display of fluttering colors. However, this year, something was amiss. The butterflies were nowhere to be seen. The villagers gathered in the sun-dappled clearing, their faces a tapestry of concern and curiosity. "Without the butterflies," pondered Pippin, scratching his head, "the festival will feel, well, rather flutterless." Marigold, ever the optimist, chimed in with a twinkle in her eyes. "Maybe they're just fashionably late." Thistle adjusted his tiny spectacles and suggested, "Perhaps we ought to find out what might be keeping our winged friends." With a shared nod of agreement, the trio set off on an adventure through the Cloverwood Forest, their path guided by the whispering breeze and the gentle rustle of leaves. The further they ventured, the more magical the forest seemed to become. The trees grew taller, their branches stretching upwards like eager arms reaching for the sky, and the air sparkled with tiny motes of shimmering magic. As they walked, they stumbled upon a curious sight, a tiny, sparkling cloud hovering just above the forest floor. The cloud was giggling, a sound like the tinkling of silver bells, and it occasionally hiccuped, releasing bursts of colorful confetti. "Well, this is a delightful twist," said Marigold, fluttering her wings in excitement. The cloud, noticing their approach, stopped giggling and addressed them in a voice that sounded like a bubbling brook. "Oh, hello there! I am Nimbus, the napping cloud, and I seem to have drifted into your festival by accident." Pippin, ever polite, tipped his tiny cap and asked, "Might you have seen any butterflies about, Nimbus?" Nimbus pondered for a moment, causing a small rainbow to arc across his fluffy surface. "Ah, yes, they were here, but I think my giggles may have lulled them into a nap. They're snoozing under my fluffiness." The trio exchanged amused glances. Thistle chuckled. "It seems your giggles are as cozy as a warm quilt." Marigold, inspired by the whimsical predicament, suggested, "Perhaps we can awaken them gently, with a song or maybe a gentle breeze." Pippin nodded thoughtfully. Or perhaps a riddle, something to tickle their minds awake. With a plan in place, they each took a turn trying to coax the butterflies from their slumber. Marigold sang a lullaby in reverse, turning it into a cheerful wake-up tune. Pippin recited a riddle about the morning sun, and Thistle brewed a pot of his special brew, the aroma curling up to Nimbus like a friendly invitation. Slowly, one by one, the butterflies began to stir. Their wings unfurled like petals in bloom, each a masterpiece of color and grace. With delicate flutterings, they ascended from beneath Nimbus, filling the air with a kaleidoscope of beauty. The village of Tiddlywinks was soon awash with the joy of the Flutterby Festival. The air was alive with laughter and song, and Nimbus was invited to stay, his giggles adding an extra layer of delight to the festivities. As the sun dipped beyond the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, the villagers gathered to thank Pippin, Marigold, and Thistle for their creative problem-solving and unwavering friendship. And so, under the starlit canopy of the Cloverwood Forest, Tiddlywinks celebrated a festival like no other, a festival where friendship and creativity had danced hand in hand to solve a magical dilemma. The villagers, their hearts full of joy and contentment, drifted into happy dreams, knowing that in the world of Tiddlywinks, every twist and turn was a delightful adventure waiting to be shared. And as for Nimbus, well, he decided to linger a while longer, his giggles echoing softly through the forest, a playful reminder of the whimsical magic that filled their world. And they all lived happily ever after, in the cozy embrace of Cloverwood Forest. Story 28. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum soft lullabies, and the moonlight danced playfully on the leaves, there nestled a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. The village was a place where magic mingled with the everyday, where fireflies doubled as streetlights, and the wind often carried the scent of freshly baked bread from the village bakeries. In this enchanted corner of the world lived a gentle young girl named Lyra. Lyra had a heart as warm as the coziest hearth, and a curious spirit that often led her to discover the most wondrous things. Her best friend was a clever fox named Fennel, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves, and whose eyes sparkled with the wisdom of the forest. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with shades of lavender and gold, Lyra and Fennel sat by the edge of the village pond. The water shimmered under the moon's gentle glow, and the sound of crickets filled the air with a soothing symphony. "Did you hear about the strange occurrences in the village, Fennel?" Lyra asked, her voice a gentle whisper mingling with the night's stillness. Fennel twitched his ears and tilted his head, a playful glint in his eyes. "Strange occurrences, you say? Do tell, Lyra. My curiosity could use a bit of adventure." Lyra leaned closer, her eyes wide with wonder. "Well, it seems that every morning, the villagers are finding mysterious footprints around their gardens and along the cobblestone paths. And the funny thing is, no one knows who or what is making them. They're unlike any creature's tracks we've seen." The fox pondered this new mystery, his tail flicking thoughtfully. "Perhaps it's time for us to do a bit of investigating ourselves, don't you think?" With a nod of agreement, they decided to meet at the first light of dawn, ready to unravel the mystery that was gently weaving itself through the heart of Willowbrook. As the first blush of sunrise touched the treetops, casting a warm glow over the village, Lyra and Fennel set off on their adventure. The air was crisp and filled with the sweet scent of morning dew, a perfect companion for their exploration. They began by visiting the garden of old Baylor, the kindly village gardener whose roses were the envy of all. The footprints were there, clear and distinct, weaving through the delicate blossoms like a secret path. "These tracks are peculiar," noted Lyra, crouching down to get a better look. "They're much too large for a bird and too small for any of the woodland creatures we know." Fennel sniffed the air, his keen nose catching a hint of something unusual. "There's a faint scent of honey and lavender? Quite an odd combination, wouldn't you say?" Together they followed the trail of footprints, which led them through winding paths lined with wildflowers, and past the ancient oak that towered majestically at the center of the village. As they walked, they noticed something peculiar. The footprints seemed to lead towards the edge of the forest, where the trees grew denser and the shadows lingered longer. It's as if they're leading us somewhere, mused Lyra, her excitement bubbling inside her like a gentle brook. The trail finally came to an end at a small, hidden glade where the sunlight trickled down through the canopy like liquid gold. In the center of the glade stood a wise old owl named Eldrin, his feathers the color of twilight. "Welcome, young ones," hooted Eldrin softly, his voice resonating with the gentle authority of ages past. "I've been expecting you." Lyra and Fennel exchanged a glance of surprise and delight. "Expecting us?" Lyra asked, her voice filled with wonder. Eldrin nodded, a twinkle in his wise old eyes. "You see, the footprints you followed are indeed a mystery, but one that holds a purpose. They belong to a creature known as the Glimmerling, a rare and magical being that visits the village only when it senses a need for harmony and understanding." "A Glimmerling?" Fennel echoed, his whiskers twitching with intrigue. "Yes," Eldrin continued. "Glimmerlings are gentle creatures that weave magic into the everyday, enhancing the bonds of friendship and kindness within the hearts of those they touch. This particular Glimmerling has sensed a quiet discord growing among the villagers, a misunderstanding that needs mending." Lyra thought for a moment, recalling recent events in Willowbrook. "Ah, it must be the disagreement between the baker and the miller. They've been at odds over the flour deliveries recently." Eldrin nodded sagely. "Precisely. The Glimmerling seeks to heal this rift, to remind the villagers of the importance of unity and cooperation, but it needs your help to do so." "What can we do?" Lyra asked, her heart eager to assist. "The Glimmerling's magic works through simple acts of kindness and understanding," Eldrin explained. "You must find a way to bring the baker and the miller together, to remind them of their shared purpose and friendship." With a sense of determination and warmth, Lyra and Fennel thanked Eldrin and made their way back to the village, the whisper of the forest guiding their steps. Their plan was simple yet profound. They decided to host a gathering at the village square, inviting all the villagers to partake in a feast that celebrated their shared joys and labors. Lyra and Fennel worked tirelessly, gathering ingredients and enlisting the help of their friends. The day of the feast arrived, and the village square was transformed into a scene of joyful camaraderie. Colorful lanterns hung from the trees, casting a warm glow over tables laden with delicious pies, freshly baked bread, and sweet honey cakes. The air was filled with laughter and the sound of music as the villagers gathered, their hearts lightened by the festive atmosphere. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, Lyra and Fennel approached the baker and the miller. With gentle words and open hearts, they encouraged the two to share stories of their past collaborations, the times when their friendship had flourished. Slowly, the baker and the miller began to talk, their initial hesitations melting away under the warmth of shared memories. They laughed about old times, remembering the joy of working together and the success their unity had brought to the village. As the evening unfolded, a soft, shimmering light appeared at the edge of the square. It was the Glimmerling, its presence a gentle reminder of the magic that lay within understanding and cooperation. The creature's glow touched each villager, leaving behind a sense of peace and renewal. When the last notes of the music faded into the night, Lyra and Fennel stood side by side, their hearts full and content. They watched as the villagers, now united once more, returned to their homes, their spirits lifted by the evening's events. As the stars twinkled above, Lyra turned to Fennel. "We did it, Fennel. The mystery is solved, and harmony is restored." Fennel nodded, his eyes reflecting the moon's gentle light. "Indeed, my dear friend, and perhaps we've learned something valuable ourselves, that in every mystery there lies an opportunity for friendship and understanding." With that, they made their way back to the forest's edge, where the trees whispered their good nights. The village of Willowbrook was once again a place of harmony, where magic and kindness flourished hand in hand. And as the night enveloped the world in its soothing embrace, Lyra and Fennel fell asleep under the watchful eyes of the stars, their dreams filled with the gentle promise of tomorrow's adventures. Story 29. In the heart of the whispering wood, where the leaves rustled in hushed conversations and the moonlight dappled the forest floor like scattered silver coins, there lived a gentle creature known as the moonlit hare. This hare was no ordinary woodland dweller. for in his possession was a magical lantern, aglow with an ethereal light that seemed to capture the very essence of the moon itself. It was said that the lantern had the power to reveal hidden truths and illuminate the path to one's heart's deepest desires. The moonlit hare, with his soft, velvety fur and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed mornings, was loved by all who knew him, though few had the courage to seek him out in the dense, enigmatic woods. His home was nestled under the roots of the grand oak, a tree so ancient and wise that it was rumored to have witnessed the birth of the forest itself. One crisp evening, as the stars began to twinkle like tiny beacons in the deep indigo sky, a young squirrel named Pip found himself lost amidst the towering pines. Pip was a curious little creature, always eager to explore beyond the borders of his familiar glade. That day, his wanderlust had led him further than ever before, and now the shadows stretched long and unfamiliar around him. Pip's heart fluttered like a trapped butterfly in his chest as he scampered to and fro, searching for a way back home. The scent of pine was thick in the air, mingling with the earthy undertones of moss and damp leaves. He paused, fluffed his tail nervously, and tried to remember the stories his grandmother had told him of the moonlit hare and his magical lantern. Perhaps, thought Pip, if I could find the moonlit hare, he might help me find my way back. With this hope kindling a flicker of courage within him, Pip set off deeper into the forest, his tiny paws crunching softly over twigs and fallen leaves. The forest was a tapestry of sounds and colors, where the soft hoot of an owl resonated through the branches, and the cool night air carried the sweet, earthy aroma of blooming night flowers. As Pip ventured onward, the path seemed to narrow, enveloped by ferns that brushed against his sides like gentle whispers. Just as doubt began to creep into his heart, Pip saw it, a soft, silvery glow emanating from the base of a colossal oak tree. It was the moonlit hare's lantern, casting its gentle light in an inviting circle. Pip's heart leapt with a mixture of relief and awe as he approached the luminous figure of the hare, who sat serenely beside the lantern, his ears perked and welcoming. "Good evening," the moonlit hare greeted, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "What brings a little squirrel such as yourself to my corner of the woods?" Pip hesitated, his shyness momentarily overcoming him. But the hare's kind eyes and gentle demeanor eased his fears. I'm lost," he admitted, his voice barely a whisper. "I wandered too far from home, and now I don't know how to get back." The moonlit hare nodded, understanding illuminating his wise gaze. "Fear not, young one. The forest holds no malice, only mystery. Sit with me, and let the lantern guide us both." Pip settled beside the hare, feeling strangely comforted by the warmth of the lantern's glow. As they sat in companionable silence, the moonlit hare began to hum a soft, melodic tune, a song that seemed woven from the threads of the night itself. The melody wrapped around Pip like a cozy blanket, and slowly he felt his fears begin to ebb away. After a while, the moonlit hare spoke again. "This lantern," he said, gesturing to the glowing orb, "shows not just the path before us, but also within us. It reveals the truths we often hide from ourselves." Pip gazed into the lantern's light, mesmerized by its gentle, rhythmic pulsing. As the light danced before him, he felt a stirring deep within his chest, a realization that perhaps his journey was not just about finding his way home, but also about discovering his own courage and the strength to trust in himself. "The forest is vast and full of wonders," the moonlit hare continued, "but it is also a reflection of our own hearts. Just as you sought me out, sometimes we must venture into the unknown to find the answers we seek." With newfound clarity, Pip looked at the moonlit hare and nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. "Thank you," he said, his voice stronger now. "I think I understand." The moonlit hare smiled, a gentle, reassuring expression. "Come, let us see where the lantern will lead us." Together, they followed the lantern's guiding light through the forest. The journey was not long, but it was filled with quiet beauty. A fox trotting silently through the underbrush, the luminous eyes of a deer watching from the shadows, and the soft rustling of the wind through the trees. As they walked, Pip felt a growing sense of peace and confidence. The forest no longer seemed menacing, but rather alive with secrets waiting to be discovered. Each step deepened his connection with the world around him and with his own heart. Finally, they emerged from the dense woods into a moonlit clearing, where the familiar outline of Pip's home glade greeted them. Pip's heart soared with joy and relief, and he turned to the moonlit hare with gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you truly," Pip said, his voice filled with warmth. "I would still be lost without your help." The moonlit hare chuckled softly, his eyes twinkling like stars. "Remember, little squirrel, the light you seek is always within you. Trust in it, and you will never be lost." With a final nod, the moonlit hare turned back towards the forest, his lantern casting its gentle glow as he disappeared into the night. Pip watched him go, a sense of wonder and appreciation filling his heart. As Pip made his way back to his family, he carried with him not just the memory of the moonlit hare and his magical lantern, but also a deeper understanding of himself and the world around him. He had learned that courage was not the absence of fear, but the willingness to face it, and that the journey to find oneself often began with a single step into the unknown. The whispering wood continued to hum with its secretive, melodic tunes, and the moon watched over all with its serene, silvery gaze. And in the heart of the forest, the moonlit hare sat by his lantern, ever ready to guide those who sought his light. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, Pip snuggled into his nest, his heart full and content, knowing that no matter where his adventures took him, he would always find his way home. Story 30. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum a gentle lullaby, and the brook babbled softly like a contented child, lay the quaint village of Elderglen. This village was known far and wide for its lush gardens and the serene glow of its lanterns that floated gently above the cobblestone paths, casting a warm golden light. The residents of Elderglen were gentle folk, each with their own special talents. There was the baker, who whispered secrets to her bread, making it rise into fluffy clouds. The tailor, who sewed garments that could change color with the seasons. And the librarian, who could always find the perfect book for any reader. Yet of all the enchanting things in Elderglen, the most curious was the recent mystery that had all the villagers scratching their heads in wonder. Strange occurrences had begun to unfold. Each morning the village's beloved flower garden appeared rearranged. Tulips that had stood in neat rows now danced in spirals, daisies formed intricate patterns, and roses presented themselves in unexpected hues. It was as if an invisible artist was painting with petals. The villagers gathered in the town square, their whispers carrying on the breeze, wondering who or what could be responsible for such delightful yet puzzling transformations. Some suggested it was the work of mischievous forest sprites, while others thought it might be the wind playing tricks. Among the villagers was young Leora, a gentle-hearted girl with a curious mind and a knack for noticing the unnoticed. She loved the garden dearly and found herself drawn to the mystery like a moth to a flame. Determined to uncover the truth, she decided to investigate. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky turned a soft lavender, Leora set off toward the garden with a lantern in hand. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of jasmine. She tiptoed past the sleeping houses, her footsteps barely a whisper on the cobblestones. Upon reaching the garden, she settled herself on a bench beneath a towering oak tree, its branches swaying softly in the breeze. She watched and waited, her eyes scanning the shadows, looking for anything unusual. As the moon climbed higher, casting its silvery glow over the garden, a gentle rustling caught Leora's attention. From behind a hedge, a small glowing figure emerged, its light as soft as a candle's flicker. It was a moon moth, a rare and magical creature known for its luminescent wings and gentle nature. The moon moth fluttered gracefully from flower to flower, its presence causing the blooms to shiver with delight. Leora watched in awe as the moth paused over a bed of violets, its wings tracing delicate patterns in the air. The violets began to shift and sway, arranging themselves into a perfect heart shape. Leora's heart swelled with wonder. She had heard tales of moon moths, but had never seen one with her own eyes. It seemed the moths were the garden's mysterious artists, their delicate dances transforming the flowers under the moon's watchful gaze. Feeling a warm sense of companionship, Leora spoke softly to the moon moth. "Are you the one who rearranges our flowers each night?" The moth paused, its wings shimmering softly, as if acknowledging her question. Understanding that the moon moth meant no harm and only sought to share its beauty, Leora felt a deep sense of peace. She thanked the moth for its enchanting work and promised to keep its secret, only sharing it with those who would appreciate the magic. The next morning, as the villagers gathered once more to marvel at the garden's new arrangement, Leora joined them with a knowing smile. She spoke of the moon moth's artistry and how sometimes the smallest creatures could hold the greatest wonders. The villagers nodded, their eyes twinkling with newfound appreciation. They decided to welcome the moths as honorary gardeners, placing small lanterns throughout the garden to guide them on their nightly journeys. From that day forward, the Garden of Elderglen became even more cherished, a symbol of the gentle magic that thrived in their village. And each night, Leora would sit beneath the old oak tree, watching the moon moths dance, her heart filled with the quiet joy of shared secrets and the beauty of a world touched by gentle hands. And so, in the cozy village of Elderglen, under the watchful eyes of the moon moths, the flowers bloomed brighter, and the villagers slept peacefully, wrapped in the warmth of their magical world. Story 31. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees stretched their limbs toward the heavens, and the ground was a carpet of emerald moss, the air thrummed with the symphony of life. This was a place where the veil between the mundane and the magical wore thin, allowing the two worlds to dance together in harmony. Here, the creatures of the forest lived with an understanding as deep as the roots of the oldest oak, thriving in a delicate balance maintained through wisdom passed down the ages. On a crisp autumn morning, when the mist clung to the earth like a gentle embrace, and the scent of pine mingled with the rich aroma of fallen leaves, a small gathering was taking place beneath the canopy. The creatures of the forest had come together to discuss the unusual changes in their home. The squirrels, with their bushy tails twitching in curiosity, perched on the gnarled branches of an ancient beech. The deer stood gracefully at the forest's edge, their ears perked attentively. Birds of every hue flitted overhead, their songs weaving into the fabric of the cool morning air. In the center of this assembly sat an old, wise tortoise named Eowyn, known throughout the woods for his deep knowledge and gentle heart. His shell was etched with the stories of many seasons, and his eyes held the wisdom of countless years. Eowyn's voice, though soft, carried the weight of authority as he spoke. "Dear friends," he began, his words measured and serene, "there is a shift in our forest, one that whispers of imbalance. We must understand its cause to restore harmony." The foxes, sleek and clever, nodded in agreement. A young vixen named Lyra, with fur as red as the autumn leaves, stepped forward. "I have noticed the streams running lower than usual," she said, her voice a melodious whisper, "and the trees seem to shed their leaves earlier than in past years." A murmur of concern rippled through the gathering. The elder owl, with feathers like moonlight and eyes that seemed to see into the soul, spoke next. "The winds have carried strange tidings," he hooted softly, his gaze sweeping the assembly. "They speak of a forgotten magic, one that slumbers beneath the roots of the tallest tree." Eowyn nodded thoughtfully, his mind tracing the threads of ancient lore. "The tree of which you speak is the heartwood," he said. "It is said to be the cradle of all life in our forest. If its magic is faltering, we must awaken it and restore its strength." With this knowledge, a plan began to form. The creatures would embark on a journey to the heartwood, a place few had seen, but all revered. As the first golden rays of sunlight pierced the canopy, painting the forest in hues of amber and honey, the creatures set off, guided by the wisdom of Eowyn and the courage of their hearts. The journey was not without its trials. The path to the heartwood was shrouded in mystery, winding through thickets and across streams that sang of forgotten times. Along the way, the travelers encountered signs of the forest's distress, a once vibrant meadow now wilted, a brook that trickled instead of gushed. Each sight deepened their resolve. As they ventured deeper, the air grew cooler, carrying with it the crisp scent of approaching winter. The light took on a silvery quality, and the forest around them seemed to hold its breath. Finally, they reached the heartwood, a towering giant of a tree, its bark a tapestry of time. At its base, a shimmering aura pulsed faintly, like a heartbeat. Eowyn approached the heartwood, his ancient eyes reflecting the tree's glow. "To awaken the magic," he murmured, "we must give of ourselves as the forest has given to us." With a sense of reverent duty, the creatures each offered a token, a feather, a leaf, a pebble smoothed by the river's embrace. Their gifts were small, but they were given with love and gratitude. As the offerings were placed at the tree's roots, a gentle breeze stirred, carrying whispers of hope and renewal. The heartwood responded, its aura brightening with a warm golden light that washed over the forest like dawn, chasing away the night. The air filled with the sweet scent of blossoms, and the ground beneath their feet hummed with a vibrant energy. In that moment, the creatures felt the forest breathe with them, a single, united entity. The streams began to swell, their waters clear and life-giving. The leaves, which had clung stubbornly to the branches, danced in the breeze, vibrant and full of life. The journey back was one of celebration, as the forest around them sang with renewed vigor. The squirrels chattered joyfully, the birds' songs soared skyward, and the deer bounded gracefully through the underbrush. Even the winds seemed to laugh, carrying the fragrance of pine and earth. As they returned to their homes, the creatures carried with them a renewed understanding of their place within the forest. They knew that harmony required more than coexistence. It required care, respect, and a willingness to listen to the whispers of the world around them. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a twilight glow, Aylwin, with a contented sigh, settled into his favorite patch of moss. The forest was quiet now, the only sound the gentle rustle of leaves as a soft breeze passed through. The old tortoise closed his eyes, feeling the steady pulse of the heartwood resonate through the earth. In the heart of the ancient forest, balance had been restored, and the creatures knew that as long as they held fast to the lessons of the past, their home would remain a sanctuary of life and magic. And so, beneath a sky sprinkled with stars, the forest dreamed on, a cradle of whispers, wonder, and a promise of peace. Story 32. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of the wind carried secrets older than time, there existed a realm hidden from the hurried eyes of humankind. This forest, dense with towering oaks and gentle pines, was a place where the veil between reality and magic was thin, allowing the two to dance together in an eternal waltz. Here, the rustle of leaves and the murmur of flowing streams spoke of stories untold, known only to those who dwelled within. In this enchanted wood lived creatures of remarkable grace and wisdom, each playing a part in the fragile tapestry of their world. There was Aurelia, the soft-spoken owl with feathers like moonlit snow, whose eyes held the glow of countless dawns. She was the keeper of the forest's history, her hoots resonating with the knowledge of ages past. Her perch, a majestic elm, stood at the heart of the forest, its branches reaching skyward like a cathedral of nature. Moss carpeted the forest floor, a plush emerald sea underfoot, where shy foxes and nimble squirrels threaded their paths. Among these creatures was Thistle, the wise old hedgehog with a coat of quills that glistened like dew-kissed thorns. Thistle was the forest's oracle, sought by many for his counsel, his mind sharp as a new leaf unfurling in spring. The forest itself was a symphony of life, each creature a note in the grand melody of existence. The babbling brook that meandered through the trees sang a lullaby that soothed the earth, while the sun wove golden threads through the canopy, casting dapples of light that danced in time with the breeze. It was a place of perfect balance, where each season brought its own magic. As winter's breath gave way to the gentle sigh of spring, a transformation began. The air, once crisp and biting, softened with warmth, carrying the sweet scent of blossoms and the earthy aroma of rain-soaked soil. Buds emerged from their slumber, unfurling into a tapestry of vibrant colors, as if the forest itself were awakening from a deep and peaceful dream. Among these changes, something peculiar began to unfold. The forest's heart, a mystical glade hidden deep within the woods, started to pulse with a soft, iridescent glow. This phenomenon, tied to the rhythm of the seasons, was known as the Luminae Awakening. It was said to bring a profound harmony to the land, aligning the elements in perfect unity. However, this year, the glow flickered uncertainly, as if caught between shadow and light. Concerned, Aurelia gathered her friends at the forest's heart to seek Thistle's wisdom. The gentle hedgehog, whose eyes mirrored the wisdom of the ages, spoke with a voice like rustling leaves. The balance has shifted, my friends. The Luminae Awakening is faltering, and with it, the harmony of our home. We must discover the cause and restore the balance, lest the forest lose its magic. Together, this band of gentle creatures embarked on a journey through their beloved forest, guided by the light of the Lumine. The path was familiar, yet each step held new discoveries. A family of deer grazing under the watchful eye of the sun, a symphony of frogs greeting the twilight with their song. As they traveled deeper into the forest, the air grew thick with a sweet, earthy scent, and the gentle hum of bees filled the air. The creatures soon arrived at a meadow where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, each petal a brushstroke in nature's masterpiece. Here they met Willow, a wise old turtle who had seen more seasons than any other creature in the forest. Her shell, a tapestry of greens and browns, bore the marks of time's gentle caress. Willow listened as Aurelia and Thistle shared their concerns. With deliberate grace, she pondered their words, her eyes soft with understanding. "The Lumine awakening is a reflection of our unity," she said, her voice a soothing balm. "Perhaps the answer lies not in the forest, but in our hearts." Her words resonated with a truth that was both simple and profound. The creatures realized that the harmony of their world depended not only on the cycles of nature, but also on their own connections, their friendships, and their shared love for their home. With this newfound understanding, they returned to the forest's heart. There, under a sky painted with the first stars of evening, they joined together in a circle. Aurelia's call echoed through the trees, a gentle, soothing melody that spoke of unity and peace. Thistle added his voice, a low hum that grounded the song with its steady rhythm. As they sang, the Lumine responded, its glow growing stronger and more vibrant, radiating warmth and light. The forest itself seemed to sigh with relief, its balance restored through the simple act of togetherness. The creatures felt a sense of peace settle over them, a reminder that they were part of something greater than themselves. In the days that followed, the forest thrived as never before. The streams ran clear and true, the trees stood tall and proud, and the creatures lived in harmony, guided by the wisdom of the seasons and the magic of friendship. The Lumine awakening had taught them a lesson as old as the forest itself, that the strength of their world lay in the bonds they shared and the love they held for their home. And so, under the gentle watch of the moon and stars, the forest continued its dance of life, a timeless waltz of magic and reality, harmony and balance, wisdom and love. Story 33. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the towering trees wore cloaks of emerald and the air hummed with the whispers of time, there lay a hidden realm, known only to those who tread softly and listen closely. This was the realm of the verdant glade, a place where the life of the forest unfolded in harmonious symphony, untouched by the rush of the world beyond its leafy borders. As the first light of dawn filtered through the dense canopy, painting the forest floor in patches of gold and shadow, the creatures of the glade began their day. Soft rustlings and gentle chirps filled the air, a soothing lullaby that spoke of the earth's heartbeat. Among the denizens of this enchanted place was a wise old tortoise named Sylvan, whose shell bore the patterns of the seasons, a testament to the many years he had witnessed. Sylvan lived by the edge of a crystal-clear stream that sang as it danced over smooth stones, its melody a reminder of the purity and persistence of nature. His home was nestled beneath the roots of a grand oak tree, whose branches stretched toward the sky as if yearning to touch the stars. Here, in this tranquil abode, Sylvan had seen countless cycles of growth and renewal, of winters that blanketed the forest in silence and springs that burst forth with exuberant life. One morning, as the leaves began to don their autumnal hues, Sylvan set out on his daily wander. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and earth, and the forest glowed in shades of amber, ochre, and scarlet. With each step, the fallen leaves crunched beneath his feet, and the sound was like a comforting reminder of the turning wheel of time. In his journey, Sylvan encountered a young fox named Mistral, whose russet fur blended with the fiery foliage. Mistral was full of youthful curiosity and energy, always eager to learn the secrets of the forest. Today, he bounded up to Sylvan with a question that had been tugging at his mind. "Grandfather Sylvan," Mistral began, his eyes bright with wonder, "why do the leaves change color and fall? Why does the forest become so quiet as the days grow shorter?" Sylvan paused, letting the gentle breeze ruffle his mossy shell, before responding in his warm, measured voice. Ah, Mistral, the changing of the leaves is like the forest's way of telling a story. Each season is a chapter, and autumn is the time when the trees prepare for the quiet reflection of winter. The leaves change color as they share their final dance with the wind, returning to the earth to nurture new growth come spring. Mistral listened intently, his ears twitching as he absorbed the wisdom of the old tortoise. "And the quiet?" he asked. "Why does everything seem to slow down?" "Because, dear Mistral," Sylvan replied, "the quiet is a gift. It is the forest's way of pausing, of listening. In the stillness, we find balance and peace. It allows the earth to rest, to gather strength for the life that will burst forth anew." As they spoke, a gentle rustling caught their attention. From the branches above, a cascade of golden leaves fluttered down, swirling gracefully in the breeze before settling on the ground. It was a magical dance, one that seemed to echo Sylvan's words. Mistral watched the leaves with wide eyes, his heart swelling with the beauty of the moment. "I think I understand, Grandfather Sylvan," he said softly. "The forest teaches us that everything has its time, and that change is not to be feared, but embraced." Sylvan nodded, a smile creasing his ancient face. "Yes, young one. The forest is our greatest teacher, showing us that harmony comes from understanding and respecting the cycles of life." As the day wore on, Sylvan and Mistral continued their journey through the glade, their steps weaving through the tapestry of the forest. They encountered the gentle deer, who moved like shadows among the trees, and the songbirds, whose melodies rose like sweet incense into the azure sky. At the edge of a sun-dappled clearing, they paused to rest. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers, and the soft murmur of the stream was a lullaby that soothed their spirits. Here, the lessons of the forest were alive in every rustle and sigh. As the sun began to dip toward the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and lavender, Sylvan and Mistral turned back toward home. The forest, now bathed in the soft glow of twilight, seemed to embrace them, a living testament to the magic and wisdom that thrived within its bounds. When they reached the grand oak, Sylvan turned to Mistral, his voice a gentle caress. "Remember, Mistral, the forest is always speaking. If we listen with our hearts, we will hear its wisdom and find our place within its embrace." Mistral nodded, his heart alight with gratitude and understanding. "I will listen, Grandfather Sylvan. Thank you for sharing the magic of the forest with me." As night descended, wrapping the glade in a blanket of stars, Sylvan retreated to his cozy nook beneath the oak's roots, and Mistral nestled into a bed of soft leaves nearby. The forest, now a symphony of whispers and rustlings, cradled them in its ancient arms, a reminder that even in the quietest moments, life thrived in beautiful harmony. And so in the heart of the ancient forest, where magic lingered in every breath of wind and every rustle of leaf, the creatures of the verdant glade found peace and wisdom, their lives intertwined with the eternal rhythms of nature. As they drifted into dreams, the forest continued its gentle song, a lullaby of enduring balance and love. Story 34. In a forest where the canopy of leaves whispered secrets to the wind, and sunbeams danced upon the mossy carpet below, there was a hidden world teeming with life. This was no ordinary forest. It was a realm where magic intertwined with the very essence of nature, creating a symphony of harmony and balance that had persisted for centuries. As dawn painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, the forest stirred to life. The gentle rustling of leaves heralded the awakening of its inhabitants. Nestled within the trunk of an ancient oak, a family of squirrels greeted the morning with soft chirps and eager twitches of their bushy tails. Nearby, a family of rabbits emerged from their burrow, their soft fur glistening with dew as they bounded through the underbrush. In the heart of this enchanted forest lay a tranquil pond, its waters so clear they seemed like liquid glass. Here, shimmering dragonflies flitted above the surface, their iridescent wings catching the light in a dance of rainbows. The pond was bordered by a ring of water lilies, their delicate blossoms opening to the sun's gentle caress. Frogs lounged lazily on the lily pads, their throaty croaks blending with the melody of the forest. This was the realm of Ealdra, the wise old owl, whose eyes were as deep and knowing as the forest itself. Aldra had seen many seasons pass, each bringing its own magic and lessons. From her perch high in a towering cedar, she watched over the forest, her feathers ruffling slightly in the cool morning breeze. The creatures of the forest respected Ildra, for she carried the wisdom of ages. Her stories, passed down through generations, were woven with the tales of the forest's history and the magic that sustained it. Ildra knew that the forest thrived on balance, a delicate dance between growth and decay, light and shadow, life and death. As the sun climbed higher, dappling the forest floor with patches of warm light, a gentle rain began to fall. The raindrops pattered softly against leaves, creating a soothing rhythm that lulled the forest into a peaceful lullaby. This rain was no mere weather. It was a magical phenomenon known as the whispering rain. The whispering rain was a gift from the sky, a cleansing balm that renewed the forest and its inhabitants. As the rain fell, it carried with it the whispers of the clouds, messages of wisdom and guidance for those who listened. Ildra listened closely, her heart attuned to the ancient language of the rain. Today, the rain brought a message of change. The forest had been flourishing, but with abundance came the need for temperance. The creatures must remember to take only what they needed and give back what they could. This balance was the key to harmony, a truth as old as the forest itself. Down by the pond, a small gathering of animals had taken shelter beneath the broad leaves of a sycamore. Among them was a young fox named Fionn, his fur golden like the rays of the setting sun. Fionn was curious and kind-hearted, always eager to learn from the world around him. As the rain fell, Fionn's eyes met those of Ildra, who perched nearby under her cedar. He felt a gentle nudge of encouragement from the wise owl, prompting him to listen more closely to the rain's whispers. Closing his eyes, he allowed the melody of the raindrops to fill his mind with images and thoughts. He saw the forest as a living tapestry, each thread representing a life, a story, or a moment in time. He understood that each creature had a role to play, and that harmony was born from the understanding and cooperation of all. The rain spoke of the importance of the seasons, each bringing its own gifts and challenges. With the rain's message clear in his heart, Fionn turned to his friends, a motley group of creatures who had gathered to avoid the rain. There was Tansy, the shy hedgehog with a heart full of courage; Soren, the playful otter with a knack for finding joy in every situation; and Wren, the sparrow whose songs could lift even the heaviest of spirits. "I believe the rain is telling us something important," Fionn began, his voice soft yet firm. "We must remember to live in balance with the forest. We should take only what we need and always give back, ensuring that the magic of this place continues for generations to come." Tansy nodded, her small eyes thoughtful. "Perhaps we can start by sharing what we have," she suggested. "I know where to find the juiciest berries. We could gather them and share them with those who might be hungry." Soren clapped his paws together in delight. "And I can show everyone where the freshest, clearest streams are. There's nothing like a cool drink on a warm day." Wren flitted from branch to branch, her wings a blur of motion. "And I can share my songs," she chirped. "Music can bring us together and heal our hearts." Ildra watched with a mixture of pride and contentment as the young creatures planned their efforts. She knew that their actions, however small, would ripple through the forest, helping to restore the balance that was so vital. As the rain began to ease, leaving the forest glistening and renewed, the group set off on their mission. Tansy led them to the berry bushes, where they picked the ripest fruits, their fingers and paws stained with juice. Soren guided them to the streams, where they drank deeply of the cool, refreshing water. And as they worked, Wren sang her beautiful songs, her voice twining with the birdsong that filled the air. Days turned to weeks, and the efforts of Fionn and his friends did not go unnoticed. The forest thrived under their care, each creature playing its part in the grand tapestry of life. The whispering rain returned often, its gentle voice a constant reminder of the wisdom it carried. Through their actions, Fionn and his friends learned the value of community and the power of giving. They discovered that by living in harmony with the world around them, they could create a place of peace and magic for all. As the sun set, casting a golden glow over the forest, Ildra spread her wings and took flight. She soared above the treetops, her heart full of hope. She knew that the future of the forest was secure. held in the gentle hands of those who understood its secrets and cherished its beauty. And so the forest continued to flourish, its magic undiminished, a testament to the harmony and balance that could be achieved when wisdom was shared and friendships forged. As night fell and a million stars twinkled in the velvet sky, the creatures settled into their nests and burrows, cradled by the comforting embrace of the ancient forest. In the quiet stillness, the forest sang a lullaby of peace, a song that echoed the lessons of the whispering rain and the wisdom of generations. And in that moment, all was well in the world, a testament to the enduring power of nature and the gentle hearts of those who called it home. Story 35. Once upon a time, in a quiet village nestled between the lush folds of emerald hills and the gentle embrace of whispering pines, there lived a young girl named Marin. Her days were filled with laughter and the sweet scent of wildflowers, and her nights were spent dreaming of adventures beyond the stars. Marin was known for her bright spirit and the kindness that seemed to radiate from her like the morning sun warming the dew-kissed meadows. Marin's village was a place where magic was woven into the very fabric of life, though it was rarely spoken of directly. People here believed in the old tales, the whispers of ancient forests, and the flickering lights that sometimes danced in the shadows at dusk. Among these stories, the most enchanting was that of the silver feather, a magical object said to possess the power to reveal hidden worlds and grant its bearer the ability to see the truth of their heart's desire. One golden afternoon, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the cobblestone paths, Marin decided to explore the edge of the forest that bordered her village. The air was thick with the scent of pine needles and earth, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets only the wind knew. As she wandered deeper into the woods, a soft, shimmering light caught her eye, a light that seemed to dance and flicker like the reflection of stars on a still lake. Curiosity piqued. Marin followed the light, her feet barely making a sound on the mossy ground. The light led her to a small, hidden glade, where the trees parted to reveal a pool of water so clear it mirrored the sky perfectly. At the edge of this pool lay a single, radiant feather, its surface glimmering with the sheen of polished silver. Marin knelt beside it, her heart fluttering with excitement and a hint of trepidation. She reached out and gently picked up the feather, marveling at its otherworldly beauty. The moment her fingers closed around the feather, a gentle warmth spread through her, and the world around her seemed to change. The light grew softer, the colors more vibrant, and her senses heightened to the symphony of the forest, the chirping of crickets, the rustle of leaves, and the distant call of an owl. It was as if the feather had unveiled a hidden layer of the world, one that thrummed with magic and life. Marin felt an irresistible pull, a whisper in her heart urging her to venture further into the forest. With the silver feather clutched tightly in her hand, she set off deeper into the woods, guided by an inner compass she couldn't quite understand. The path wound through groves of ancient oaks and clusters of delicate ferns, the air humming with energy and the faint glow of moonlight filtering through the canopy. As she walked, Marin noticed subtle changes in her surroundings. The trees seemed to sway in time with a rhythm only they could hear, and the shadows danced with a playful grace. In this enchanted world, she found herself growing more attuned to the whispers of nature, her heart swelling with a sense of wonder and belonging. Her journey led her to a clearing bathed in silver moonlight, where a circle of stones stood like sentinels guarding a secret. In the center of this circle sat a figure, its form cloaked in a robe of leaves and shadows. Marin hesitated, but the figure's presence was gentle, inviting, a friend she had yet to meet. "Welcome, Marin," the figure spoke, its voice like the rustling of leaves in a summer breeze. "I am the keeper of the glade, and it seems the silver feather has chosen you." Marin swallowed her nervousness and stepped closer. "Why has it chosen me?" she asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. The keeper smiled, a warmth in its gaze that eased her fears. "The feather seeks those with a heart open to magic and wonder, those who can see beyond the ordinary. It is a gift, but also a responsibility, to discover the truths hidden within and to share them with the world." Marin nodded, feeling the weight of the feather in her hand as both a burden and a blessing. "What must I do?" Listen to the voice within, the keeper replied, and let the feather guide you. Your journey will lead you to places unseen and teach you lessons that cannot be learned from words alone. With these words, the keeper rose, and with a gentle nod, faded into the shadows, leaving Marin alone in the moonlit clearing. She felt a newfound sense of purpose, the feather in her hand a beacon of light in the darkness. Returning to the village, Marin found herself more aware of the subtle magic that surrounded her. The laughter of children, the warmth of the baker's hearth, the gentle caress of the wind. Each moment seemed to shimmer with a beauty she hadn't noticed before. It was as if the feather had opened her eyes to the wonders that lay hidden in plain sight. Over the following days, Marin's journey continued in unexpected ways. She discovered that the feather allowed her to see beyond the surface of things, to perceive the emotions and stories woven into the world around her. She saw the sorrow hidden behind a neighbor's smile, the courage in a friend's quiet determination, and the love that bound the village together like the threads of a tapestry. One evening, as she sat by the fire in her family's cozy cottage, Marin felt a tug at her heart, a call to venture once more into the forest. She followed the feeling, the feather glowing softly in her hand, until she reached a place where the trees stood like ancient guardians, their branches woven into a canopy that held the stars at bay. In this sacred grove, Marin encountered a creature unlike any she had seen before. It was a fox, its fur a cascade of silver and starlight, eyes like twin moons reflecting the wisdom of ages. The fox regarded her with a gaze that seemed to pierce her very soul, and Marin felt an understanding pass between them, a bond forged in silence and trust. "Hello, little one," the fox spoke, its voice a melody of night and dreams. "You have come far on your journey, but there is still much to learn." Marin nodded, her heart full of questions she didn't know how to ask. "The feather has shown you the magic of seeing," the fox continued, "but now you must learn the magic of being." "The magic of being?" Marin repeated, her brow furrowing in confusion. "To be present in each moment," the fox explained, "to listen with your heart and to act with kindness and understanding. It is a magic that is both simple and profound, and it begins with friendship." Marin pondered the fox's words, the truth of them resonating within her. She realized that the feather had not only revealed the hidden world around her, but also the hidden depths within herself. It had shown her the power of empathy, the strength in vulnerability, and the beauty of connection. With the fox as her guide, Marin embarked on a new chapter of her journey. Together, they explored the forest and beyond, learning from each other and discovering the wonders that lay hidden in the fabric of existence. The fox taught Marin to listen to the songs of the stars, to dance with the shadows, and to find joy in the simple act of being. As the seasons turned, Marin grew wiser and more attuned to the rhythms of the world. She learned to see the interconnectedness of all things, the threads of magic that bound her to the earth, the sky, and the hearts of those she loved. Her friendship with the fox deepened, becoming a source of strength and comfort, a reminder that she was never truly alone. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves blazed in hues of gold and crimson, Marin and the fox sat together beneath a canopy of stars. The air was filled with the scent of wood smoke and the distant sound of laughter, the village alive with the warmth of community. "You have learned much, Marin," the fox said, its voice a soft murmur in the night. "But remember, the journey is never truly over. Each day is a new beginning, a chance to grow and to share the magic within you." Marin smiled, the feather resting gently in her lap, its glow a reflection of the light in her heart. She knew that her journey had changed her in ways she could never have imagined, and that the lessons she had learned would guide her for the rest of her days. With the fox by her side, Marin returned to the village, her heart full of gratitude and hope. She knew that the magic of the silver feather would always be a part of her, a reminder of the hidden worlds she had discovered and the friendships that had shaped her journey. And so, in the quiet village, nestled between the hills and the forest, where magic was woven into the very fabric of life, Marin lived her days with joy and purpose, sharing the gifts of wisdom and love she had found along the way. As the years passed, the stories of Marin and her adventures with the silver feather became cherished tales, passed down through generations like precious heirlooms. They spoke of a girl who had discovered the magic of seeing and being, of friendship and connection, and who had shared her light with the world. In the end, Marin's journey was one of transformation, a testament to the power of kindness, curiosity, and the enduring magic that dwells within the heart of every soul. And as the fires burned low and the shadows stretched long, her story became a beacon of hope and inspiration, a reminder that magic is always present for those who choose to see it. Story 36. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an enchanted forest, there lived a little girl named Luna. Though her days were filled with the simple joys of childhood, Luna had always felt a longing for something more, a yearning to explore the wonders that lay beyond the boundaries of her familiar world. One crisp autumn evening, as Luna prepared for bed, she heard a faint tapping at her window. Drawing back the curtains, she gasped in delight to see a tiny glowing hummingbird hovering outside. Its feathers shimmered like jewels, and its wings beat with a soft, melodic hum. Luna cautiously opened the window, and the little bird fluttered inside, alighting on her bedpost. "Greetings, Luna," it chirped in a voice as sweet as honeysuckle. "I am Zephyr, a messenger from the realm of whispers, a hidden world that exists within the very heart of this forest." Luna's eyes widened with wonder. "A hidden world within the forest?" Zephyr nodded solemnly. "Indeed, child, this realm is home to the ancient guardians of nature, and it is in grave peril. The everbloom, a sacred flower that sustains the very essence of our world, has wilted and turned to dust. Without its magic, our realm will wither away, and the balance of nature itself will be disrupted." Luna felt her heart swell with determination. "What can I do to help?" Zephyr regarded her with a twinkle in his tiny eyes. "You, dear Luna, have been chosen to embark on a quest to find the lost petals of the everbloom. Only by gathering these petals and returning them to their rightful place can the everbloom be restored and our realm saved." Luna swallowed nervously, but her sense of adventure overpowered her doubts. "I'll do it," she declared. "Tell me what I must do." With a grateful nod, Zephyr unfurled his shimmering wings. "Follow me, Luna, and I shall guide you to the gateway, the secret entrance to our realm. But be warned, the path ahead will be fraught with challenges, and you will need all your courage and wisdom to overcome them." Without hesitation, Luna slipped out of her window and into the crisp night air, following Zephyr's glimmering trail through the darkened forest. After what seemed like an eternity of weaving through tangled brambles and misty glades, they arrived at the base of an ancient willow tree. Zephyr fluttered closer to the gnarled trunk, and Luna gasped as a shimmering portal materialized before her very eyes. "This is the gateway," whispered Zephyr. "Step through, and your quest shall begin." Taking a deep breath, Luna stepped forward and was enveloped in a dazzling whirl of light and color. When she opened her eyes, she found herself standing in a world like no other, a realm where towering trees stretched up into a canopy of perpetual twilight, their leaves glittering like stained glass. Crystalline streams trickled over mossy banks, and the very air seemed to hum with ancient magic. "Welcome to the realm of whispers, Luna," Zephyr's voice rang out. "Let us waste no time. The first petal lies deep within the whispering woods, guarded by a riddle that only the wisest can solve." As they ventured deeper into the ethereal forest, Luna couldn't help but marvel at the wonders that surrounded her. Glowing mushrooms dotted the undergrowth, their soft light illuminating the path ahead, while delicate wisps of color danced through the air, carried by the gentle breeze. At last, they reached a clearing where a towering oak stood sentinel, its branches twisted into a maze of intricate knots. Carved into its ancient bark was a riddle, written in a language Luna had never seen before. "This is the first challenge," Zephyr explained. "You must decipher the riddle and unravel the secret it holds. Only then will the path to the first petal be revealed." Luna studied the intricate glyphs, her brow furrowed in concentration. Though the language was foreign, she found herself drawn to the rhythmic flow of the words, as if they held a whisper of their own. Slowly, the pieces began to fall into place, and Luna felt a surge of triumph as the meaning of the riddle became clear. With careful precision, she began to untangle the knotted branches, following the intricate patterns until, at last, a hidden hollow was revealed within the oak's trunk. Nestled inside was a single radiant petal, glowing with an inner light that seemed to pulse in time with Luna's heartbeat. Gently she plucked the petal from its resting place, and a wave of warmth washed over her, filling her with a sense of profound peace. "Well done, Luna," Zephyr chirped, his tiny body quivering with delight. "You have proven yourself worthy of this quest. But our journey has only just begun. 5 more petals await, each guarded by its own challenge." As Luna and Zephyr continued their quest, they encountered a series of increasingly daunting obstacles. In the crystalline caverns, they had to navigate a labyrinth of glittering tunnels, following the faint echoes of whispered melodies to find the second petal. In the mist meadows, Luna had to decipher a series of riddles woven into the very fabric of the swirling fog, leading her to the third petal. With each petal she collected, Luna felt her connection to the realm of whispers deepening. She befriended the shy woodland creatures who called this world home, learning their secrets and gaining their trust. In the process, she discovered an inner strength she never knew she possessed, as well as a newfound appreciation for the delicate balance of nature. But the greatest challenge lay ahead, deep within the heart of the ancient dreaming forest. Here, the trees themselves seemed to come alive, their branches twisting and writhing as if in a fitful slumber. Luna and Zephyr found themselves navigating a maze of ever-shifting paths, each one leading them deeper into the forest's dreaming embrace. At last, they stumbled upon a clearing where a magnificent willow tree stood, its branches heavy with ethereal blossoms. Nestled within its twisted roots lay the final 3 petals, pulsing with a radiant glow. As Luna reached out to claim them, the willow suddenly stirred to life, its branches unfurling like tentacles to bar her path. A deep, resonant voice echoed through the clearing, speaking in a language as old as the forest itself. "Who dares trespass in my dreaming domain?" the willow rumbled. "Only those pure of heart and steadfast in their resolve may claim the final petals." Luna trembled, but she refused to back down. "I am Luna, and I have come to restore the Everbloom and save this realm," she declared, her voice ringing with conviction. The willow regarded her for a long moment, its ancient eyes seeming to peer into her very soul. Finally, it nodded, its branches parting to reveal the path to the petals. "You have proven yourself worthy, young one," the willow intoned. "Take the petals and complete your quest. But heed my warning. The path ahead will test the limits of your courage and determination." With a grateful nod, Luna claimed the final 3 petals, cradling them close to her heart. As she did, a shimmering portal materialized before her, beckoning her onward. Steeling her resolve, Luna stepped through the portal and found herself standing in a vast, ethereal meadow. At its center stood a towering crystal pillar, its facets glimmering in the soft light that bathed the realm. "This is the heart of the whispers," Zephyr murmured reverently. "Place the petals upon the pillar, and the Everbloom will be restored." One by one, Luna placed the radiant petals upon the crystal pillar, and as the final petal found its place, a blinding wave of energy pulsed outward. The ground beneath her feet seemed to tremble, and the very air itself thrummed with ancient power. Before her eyes, a magnificent flower began to unfurl from the heart of the pillar, its petals unfolding in a dazzling array of colors. As it bloomed to its full glory, a warm, restorative energy rippled through the realm, breathing new life into the withered landscapes. Luna watched in awe as the once barren meadows burst forth with vibrant growth, and the trees regained their lush, verdant splendor. The air itself seemed to sing with the joyous melodies of awakening nature, and Luna felt a profound sense of peace and belonging wash over her. "You have done it, Luna," Zephyr whispered, his tiny form shimmering with pride. "The Everbloom has been restored, and the realm of whispers has been saved, all thanks to your courage, wisdom, and unwavering heart." As Luna basked in the warm radiance of the newly reborn Everbloom, she felt a profound sense of transformation within her own soul. The journey she had undertaken had changed her in ways she could scarcely comprehend, imbuing her with a deep reverence for the natural world and a newfound appreciation for the bonds of friendship that had guided her every step of the way. In that moment, Luna knew that her life would never be the same. The wonders of the realm of whispers had opened her eyes to a world of magic and possibility that she had never dreamed existed. and though she would one day return to her own familiar village, a part of her heart would forever remain intertwined with the whispering melodies of this enchanted realm. As the warm glow of the everbloom enveloped her, Luna closed her eyes and smiled, knowing that she had found her place in the intricate tapestry of life, a guardian of nature's secrets, forever bound to the whispers of the forest. Story 37. In a forest older than memory, where the crowns of towering oaks and whispering pines weave a tapestry of green and gold, there lay a hidden world teeming with life and harmony. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor, where the air was perfumed with the earthy scent of moss and fallen leaves. This was the realm of the leaflings, tiny creatures no larger than the palm of one's hand, who lived in perfect accord with the natural world around them. The leaflings looked much like leaves themselves, with delicate wings and bodies that shimmered in hues of emerald and amber. They flitted about the forest, tending to the plants and animals, ensuring that balance was maintained through each changing season. They were guided by the wisdom of the Great Elder, a venerable leafling whose wings bore the colors of the dawn and dusk. One gentle spring morning, when the forest was awakening with the songs of birds and the gentle rustle of new leaves, a young leafling named Bryn was exploring near the edge of the forest. His wings, a vibrant blend of spring green and soft gold, glistened in the sun as he danced through shafts of light. Bryn was curious and eager, always seeking to learn from the world around him. As Bryn flitted from branch to branch, he noticed something peculiar. The brook that wove through the forest, usually a bubbling, joyful presence, was unusually quiet. Its waters, normally crystal clear, now ran sluggish and murky. Concerned, Bryn flew closer, his senses alert to the quiet unease that seemed to cling to the air. Back at the heart of the forest, beneath the sprawling branches of the great tree, Bryn found the Great Elder surrounded by other leaflings, discussing the curious changes. The Elder's eyes, wise and gentle, met Bryn's with a knowing look. "Young Bryn," he said in a voice that carried the weight of countless seasons, "you have sensed the disturbance in the brook, have you not?" Bryn nodded, his wings fluttering with a mix of anxiety and determination. "Yes, Great Elder. The waters are not as they should be. What could be causing this?" The Great Elder closed his eyes, recalling the ancient wisdom passed down through generations. There is a delicate balance in our world, woven together by the threads of nature and magic. When that balance is disturbed, it is our duty to restore it. The brook's tranquility is tied to the song of the spring rain, but I fear something has silenced its melody. The other leaflings murmured among themselves, their concern palpable. Bryn listened intently, understanding the gravity of the task before them. It was then that the Great Elder spoke again, his voice carrying a note of hope. "Bryn, you have a gift for listening to the whispers of the forest. You must seek the spring rain and learn why it has gone silent. Only then can we restore the brook and the harmony of our home." With a sense of purpose, Bryn set off on his quest, his wings carrying him high above the forest. As he soared, he felt the cool kiss of the wind and the warmth of the sun, guiding him towards the mountains where the spring rain was said to dwell. The journey was long, but Bryn's spirit was buoyed by the beauty of the world around him, the vibrant wildflowers blooming beneath him, the distant call of the hawk riding the thermals, and the whispering breeze that seemed to cheer him on. As dusk began to cloak the forest in a veil of twilight, Bryn reached the foothills of the great mountains. Here, amidst the craggy rocks and ancient pines, he found the spring rain, a gentle spirit whose form shimmered like a translucent mist. But she was troubled, her essence dimmed, and her song stilled. "Why do you not sing, O spring rain?" Bryn asked, his voice gentle and filled with compassion. The spring rain sighed, her form swirling with a melancholy grace. "I am bound by the sorrow of the sky," she replied, her voice like the soft patter of raindrops. "The clouds are heavy with a burden they cannot release, for the ancient pact of the seasons has been forgotten." Bryn listened carefully, understanding the heart of the problem. "Then we must remind the skies of their promise," he said resolutely. "I will carry your message to the wind, who will surely spread it far and wide." The spring rain nodded, a faint shimmer of hope returning to her form. "Thank you, young leafling. May your wings carry you safely on your path. With renewed determination, Bryn returned to the forest, his mind focused on the task ahead. He sought out the wind, an old friend of the leaflings, whose presence could be felt in the rustling leaves and swaying branches. The wind was playful and capricious, but he respected the wisdom of the leaflings and their stewardship of the forest. "Wind, dear friend," Bryn called, his voice carried by the breeze. "The spring rain needs your help to remind the skies of their promise. Will you lend your voice to her song?" The wind, ever eager to play his part in the dance of nature, agreed with a joyful gust. "I shall carry her message across the heavens, my young friend. Fear not, for the skies will remember." And so the wind swept through the forest, gathering the forgotten promise of the skies and carrying it high above the treetops. The clouds, upon hearing the familiar melody, began to stir, their heavy burden lightened by the song of the spring rain, now remembered and renewed. Back in the forest, Bryn watched as the first drops of rain began to fall, gentle and life-giving. The brook, once troubled and silent, came alive with the joyous murmur of flowing water, its clarity restored. The leaflings gathered around, their wings shimmering with delight as they celebrated the return of balance to their home. The great elder, watching with pride, spoke to Bryn as the rain danced around them. "You have done well, young one. Through your perseverance and kindness, you have reminded us all of the power of harmony and the importance of listening to the world around us." Bryn smiled, his heart full of gratitude and joy. As the rain continued to fall, washing the forest in its gentle embrace, the leaflings returned to their tasks, their spirits renewed and their home once more in balance. And so, the ancient forest continued to thrive, its hidden world a testament to the wisdom of nature and the gentle creatures who cared for it. In the heart of this enchanted realm, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the leaflings lived on, guardians of balance, keepers of harmony, and friends to all who called the forest home. Story 38. In the heart of a verdant valley, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming lavender and the soft murmur of a babbling brook could be heard, lay the quaint village of Willow. The village was known for its cobblestone paths that wound through fields of wildflowers and its charming cottages, each with its own perfectly tended garden. The people of Willowbrook lived simple, happy lives, deeply connected to the magic that threaded through their land like golden sunlight. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and purple, a peculiar event unfolded. At the edge of the forest, where the trees whispered secrets to one another and the fireflies began their nightly dance, a gentle glow appeared, a soft, pulsing light that ebbed and flowed like the tide. The villagers had never seen anything like it, and though it was not frightening, it was certainly curious. In the heart of the village, nestled between the bakery that filled the air with the aroma of fresh bread and the apothecary with its shelves lined with jars of herbs and potions, lived an inquisitive young boy named Oliver. Oliver was known for his curious mind and his kind heart. His bright eyes sparkled with the joy of discovery, and he had an uncanny ability to notice the little details that others might overlook. As the mysterious light continued to glow each night, Oliver decided that this was a puzzle meant for him to solve. With a sense of adventure and a heart full of wonder, he set out to uncover the secret of the soft, shimmering light. His first stop was the home of Old Man Thistle, the village's wise elder, who was known for his deep knowledge of the forest and its mysteries. Old Man Thistle lived in a cozy cottage, its walls lined with shelves of books, and a fireplace that always crackled warmly. He welcomed Oliver with a gentle smile and offered him a cup of steaming chamomile tea. "Ah, the glow in the forest," Old Man Thistle mused, stroking his long white beard thoughtfully. "It reminds me of the tales of the whispering willows, trees that are said to be alive with ancient magic. They only appear when there's a need for understanding, or when something in the forest requires balance." Intrigued by this hint, Oliver thanked Old Man Thistle and made his way towards the forest, the cool evening air wrapping around him like a comforting blanket. As he walked, the moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting playful shadows on the ground. He could hear the gentle rustling of the trees and the distant hoot of an owl, a sound that seemed to guide him deeper into the heart of the woodland. Upon reaching the source of the glow, Oliver was greeted by a remarkable sight. There, in a clearing bathed in moonlight, stood a circle of trees with silvery bark and leaves that shimmered like tiny stars. These were the whispering willows. Their branches swayed gently, even though there was no breeze, and from them emanated the soft light that had captured the village's attention. As Oliver approached, he felt a sense of calm wash over him. He sat on the cool grass, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath, allowing the tranquility of the moment to envelop him. It was then that he heard a gentle voice, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Seek the heart, young seeker," the voice whispered, each word a soft caress to his ears. "For in the heart lies the answer." Puzzled but determined, Oliver opened his eyes and looked around. At the center of the circle of trees, he noticed something he hadn't seen before: a small, heart-shaped stone nestled among the roots. It was warm to the touch, and as he picked it up, the glow from the trees intensified, casting a serene light all around. Realizing that this stone might be the key to understanding the mystery, Oliver carefully cradled it in his hands and began to think of what needed balance in Willowbrook. He thought of the village, the forest, and the creatures that called it home. He thought of harmony and the way everything in nature was connected. Suddenly, a soft rustling caught his attention. From the shadows emerged a gentle creature, a fox with fur as soft as velvet and eyes that gleamed with intelligence and kindness. The fox approached Oliver, and with a graceful nod, it sat beside him. "I am Finn," the fox said in a voice that was both wise and soothing, "guardian of the whispering willows. You have found the Heartstone, young one. It is a token of the balance between our worlds." Oliver listened intently, feeling a sense of awe at the presence of this magical creature. "What must I do with it?" he asked softly. "The Heartstone reveals what is hidden," Finn explained, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "It has chosen you to see a truth that others have overlooked. Take it back to your village, and it will show you where harmony is needed." Thanking Finn for his guidance, Oliver carefully tucked the Heartstone into his pocket and made his way back to Willowbrook. The path through the forest seemed to glow with a gentle light, as if the trees themselves were guiding him home. Once he returned to the village, Oliver gathered the villagers at the town square, near the old oak tree that stood as a silent guardian over Willowbrook. As he held up the Heartstone, its warm glow spread across the faces of his friends and family, casting everything in a gentle light. To their amazement, the light from the Heartstone illuminated a small, neglected corner of the village square, where wildflowers had once bloomed but now lay overgrown and forgotten. It was a place that had once been the heart of the village, a garden where villagers gathered to celebrate and share stories. With a newfound understanding, the villagers realized that this forgotten spot was the key to restoring balance and harmony. Together they set to work, clearing away the overgrowth and replanting vibrant flowers and herbs. They built benches and hung lanterns, creating a place of beauty and peace, a new heart for their beloved village. As the garden flourished, so did the bonds between the villagers. The Heartstone, now nestled in the center of the garden, continued to glow softly, a reminder of the magic that lay in understanding and caring for one another and the world around them. Oliver watched with joy as Willowbrook blossomed, his heart full of gratitude for the adventure that had led him to discover the true magic of the Whispering Willows. He knew that the gentle glow would forever guide them, a beacon of kindness, wisdom, and friendship. And so, under the watchful eyes of the Whispering Willows and the twinkling stars above, the village of Willowbrook thrived, its story told in the soft rustle of leaves, the laughter of children, and the harmonious song of nature, a tale of mystery, magic, and the heart's gentle glow. Story 39. In a hidden corner of an ancient, sprawling forest, where the whisper of leaves told secrets older than time itself, lived a small gathering of creatures whose lives were woven intricately into the tapestry of nature. This forest, known as the Verdant Glade, was a mystical place where the edges of reality and magic danced together like dappled sunlight on the forest floor. Nestled beneath the protective canopy of towering oaks and maples, the inhabitants of the verdant glade thrived in harmony. The air was always filled with the sweet perfume of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle babble of a nearby brook provided a soothing melody that underscored the symphony of bird songs. Among these creatures was a wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle's shell was a mosaic of earthy tones, etched with the stories of countless seasons. He was revered by all for his deep knowledge of the forest and his gentle guidance. Each morning, Thistle would make his way to a sun-dappled clearing where he would share tales and teachings passed down through generations. Joining Thistle in this harmonious community was Willow, a graceful deer whose coat shimmered like spun silver in the moonlight. Her eyes, deep and knowing, reflected the wisdom of the forest. Willow had a gift for sensing the subtle shifts in the seasons, her instincts finely attuned to the rhythms of nature. She could predict the first frost or the arrival of spring rains, and her counsel was sought by all. One crisp autumn day, the creatures of the verdant glade gathered around Thistle as he shared a story of balance and harmony. His voice, like the soft rustle of leaves, wove a tale of ancient times when the forest's magic was threatened by discord. "Long ago," he began, "there was a time when the seasons lost their way. Summer lingered too long, and winter came too soon. The balance was upset, and the harmony of our home was at risk." The creatures listened intently, their eyes wide with wonder. Thistle continued. "In those days, a wise old owl named Eldra took flight across the forest, speaking with the winds and the trees. She learned that the key to restoring balance lay not in forcing change, but in understanding and embracing the natural flow of life." At this, Willow nodded, her heart resonating with the story's truth. She knew that, like the gentle ebb and flow of the brook, life in the forest thrived through cooperation and respect. As Thistle's tale unfolded, he spoke of how Eldra, with the help of the forest creatures, restored the season's rhythm by fostering cooperation. The deer helped spread seeds for new growth, the bees pollinated flowers, and the squirrels gathered nuts, ensuring the forest's cycle continued uninterrupted. The story ended with a soft murmur of wind through the trees, as if the forest itself was nodding in agreement. The creatures dispersed, carrying with them the lesson of balance and the importance of each role within the community. As the days passed, the forest prepared for the coming winter. The air grew crisp, and the leaves painted themselves in hues of amber and scarlet. Willow roamed the forest, ensuring her fellow creatures were ready for the cold months. She reminded the squirrels to gather extra acorns and led the younger deer to sheltered groves where they could find warmth. One evening, as the first snowflakes began to drift lazily to the ground, Willow and Thistle sat together in the clearing, watching the world transform into a glittering wonderland. The snow blanketed the earth, muffling the sounds of the forest and creating a peaceful hush. "Do you feel it, Willow?" Thistle asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "The balance is here. All is as it should be." Willow nodded, her heart full of gratitude. She felt the truth of Thistle's words in her very bones. The forest, their home, was alive with the magic of harmony. Each creature played its part, and the seasons flowed seamlessly, a testament to the wisdom passed down through time. And so the verdant glade thrived, a sanctuary of peace and balance, where the natural world and its hidden magic flourished. As the snow continued to fall, the creatures of the forest nestled into their cozy nests and burrows, warmed by the knowledge that together they had ensured the harmony of their home. Peace settled over the forest like a gentle blanket, and all was well. Story 40. In the heart of a quaint village nestled between velvety hills and lush, whispering forests, the residents of Willow Glen lived in serene harmony. Their days were painted with the golden hues of the sun as it kissed the cobblestone paths, and their nights were blanketed with the soft glow of moonlight, shimmering like silver threads woven into the sky. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in a breeze that carried the scent of cinnamon and cloves, a peculiar event unfolded. The villagers awoke to find their beloved clock tower, which had stood for centuries as a steadfast guardian of time, had stopped ticking. Its hands were frozen at midnight, casting a shadow of mystery over the usually serene village. The clock tower wasn't just a timekeeper. It was a symbol of Willow Glen's unity, its chimes marking the rhythm of daily life. Without its melodious gong, the villagers felt adrift, as if time itself had taken a pause. Amidst the gentle murmurs of curiosity and concern, a young girl named Lila, with hair like spun gold and eyes as bright as a midsummer sky, felt a stirring of adventure. Lila, known for her keen sense of observation and boundless curiosity, decided to unravel the mystery of the silent clock tower. Her first step was to seek counsel with old Arlo, the village's wise elder, who lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the whispering woods. Arlo's home was a haven of warmth, with a hearth that crackled warmly and shelves lined with books that held tales of wonder and wisdom. "Ah, Lila," Arlo greeted, his voice like the gentle rustle of leaves. "What brings you to my humble abode on this fine morning?" Lila explained the strange occurrence, watching as Arlo's eyes twinkled with intrigue. "The clock tower has its secrets," he mused, stroking his snowy beard. "But every puzzle has its pieces, and every mystery its clues." Together, they pondered the possibilities, sipping on spiced apple tea that filled the room with its comforting aroma. Arlo suggested that Lila visit the Glimmering Glade, a magical grove said to be home to creatures of wisdom and wonder who might offer insight. With the sun casting a warm glow on her path, Lila ventured into the Whispering Woods, where trees stood like ancient sentinels, their branches forming a protective canopy overhead. The forest was alive with the gentle hum of nature, and as she walked, Lila felt a sense of calm envelop her. Soon she arrived at the Glimmering Glade, a place where sunlight danced upon dew-kissed leaves, creating a tapestry of light and color. Here the air was sweet with the scent of blossoms, and the soft chirping of birds created a symphony of peace. In the heart of the glade, Lila encountered a group of lumens, small, ethereal creatures whose wings shimmered like opals. Known for their ancient knowledge and gentle demeanor, the lumens were revered as guardians of the forest's secrets. A lumen named Faye, with wings that sparkled like stardust, approached Lila and listened intently to her tale. "The clock tower's stillness is no ordinary occurrence," Faye said, her voice a melodic whisper. "It is woven into the fabric of the forest itself." Faye guided Lila to the base of an ancient oak, whose roots cradled a hidden door. "Here lies the heart of the forest," Faye explained. "Within, you will find the answer you seek." With a gentle push, the door creaked open, revealing a hidden chamber where the air was filled with the sound of soft ticking, like the heartbeat of the earth. In the center of the chamber stood an enchanted pendulum, its swing frozen in time. Lila approached the pendulum, noticing a delicate spider's web spun around its base. Could it be this simple? She wondered aloud. With careful fingers, she untangled the web, freeing the pendulum to sway once more. As it began its rhythmic dance, a soft chime resonated through the forest, echoing back to the village. Returning to Willow Glen, Lila found the clock tower's hands moving once again, marking the passage of time with a gentle, reassuring tick. The villagers cheered, their hearts light with relief and gratitude. Old Arlo, watching from his porch, nodded with a knowing smile. "Sometimes, the smallest of actions can set great things in motion," he said to Lila, who beamed with pride. The mystery of the clock tower had been solved not through force or haste, but with patience, observation, and the wisdom of the forest's gentle guardians. And so, under a sky painted with the colors of twilight, the village of Willow Glen settled into its rhythmic harmony once more, with the promise of new adventures to come. As Lila drifted to sleep that night, she dreamed of shimmering wings and whispered secrets, and the comforting knowledge that even the quietest of voices could be heard if one only listened. Story 41. Once upon a time, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, there lay a quaint little village called Willow Hollow. This village was unlike any other, nestled amidst towering trees whose leaves shimmered like emeralds under the soft, golden light of the sun. The air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming elderflowers, and the gentle sound of babbling brooks added a melodious hum to the surroundings. The villagers of Willow Hollow were a cheerful bunch, known for their kindness and hospitality. Among them lived a young girl named Lila, whose curiosity knew no bounds. Lila had a heart as big as the sky and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. She spent her days exploring the woods, always eager to uncover its secrets. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and lavender, something peculiar began to occur in Willow Hollow. The villagers noticed that the pine cones, which usually lay scattered on the forest floor, were mysteriously disappearing. This puzzled the villagers, for these pine cones were known to possess a gentle magical glow that lit up the woods at night, guiding travelers and illuminating pathways. The village elders, wise and gentle-hearted, gathered in the town square to discuss this strange occurrence. Lila listened intently from the edge of the crowd, her mind already racing with possibilities. It was decided that someone should investigate, and Lila volunteered immediately, her excitement bubbling over like a brook in spring. With the elder's blessing and a small satchel filled with essentials, some bread, a flask of honeyed milk, and a small lantern, Lila set out on her quest. Her first stop was the ancient oak tree, a towering giant that stood at the heart of the forest. Its gnarled branches stretched out like welcoming arms, and its bark whispered secrets to those who cared to listen. As Lila approached, she noticed a soft rustling from above. Peering up, she saw a tiny creature perched on a branch, a squirrel with a bushy tail and eyes that twinkled mischievously. It was Pip, the friendliest of the creatures in the Whispering Woods. "Hello, Lila," chirped Pip, his voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "What brings you here so late?" Lila explained the mystery of the missing pine cones. Pip listened attentively, nodding his tiny head. "Oh, I've noticed something peculiar too," he said thoughtfully. "There's been a gentle breeze every evening, carrying the scent of pine cones far away. Perhaps it's a clue?" Thanking Pip for his insight, Lila continued her journey, following the direction of the breeze. She walked deeper into the forest, the lantern casting a warm glow around her. The trees whispered above, and the forest floor was a plush carpet of fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. As she walked, Lila noticed faint, shimmery trails of light weaving through the undergrowth. She realized these were the remnants of the pine cone's glow, leaving a breadcrumb trail for her to follow. Her heart fluttered with excitement and a tinge of apprehension. The trail led her to a clearing where the moonlight poured like liquid silver, bathing everything in a serene glow. In the center stood an enchanting creature, a mist fox, known for its ethereal beauty and gentle nature. Its fur shimmered like the stars themselves, and its eyes were pools of wisdom. "Greetings, young Lila," the mist fox said in a voice that was both soft and profound. "I see you have followed the trail of light." Lila nodded, her eyes wide with wonder. "I need to find out why the pine cones are disappearing," she explained. The mist fox nodded, understanding the importance of her quest. "I have seen the cause of this mystery," the mist fox said, gesturing with its tail. "The pine cones are being carried away by the wind sprites. They mean no harm, but they delight in collecting objects that shine under the moonlight." Lila pondered this information. She knew the wind sprites to be playful but not malicious. "How can I help them understand that these pine cones are important to us?" she asked. The mist fox smiled gently, its eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "Perhaps if you offer them something even more enchanting, they will return the pine cones." With the mist fox's guidance, Lila crafted a plan. She gathered some wildflowers and woven strands of moonlight, creating a garland that sparkled with a soft, iridescent glow. She placed it at the edge of the clearing and waited. Soon, a soft breeze began to swirl around her, carrying with it the laughter of the wind sprites. They danced into the clearing, their forms barely visible, like gentle wisps of air. When they saw the garland, they were entranced, their laughter echoing like tinkling bells. Lila smiled and spoke softly. "Dear sprites, we cherish the pine cones you have taken. They guide us at night and keep our village safe. In return for their return, I offer you this garland, woven with moonlight and love." The wind sprites, captivated by the beauty of the gift, agreed to return the pine cones. With a whirl of wind, they scattered the pine cones back to the forest floor, where they resumed their gentle glow. Grateful and relieved, Lila thanked the mist fox and the wind sprites. She made her way back to Willow Hollow, where the villagers welcomed her with open arms and grateful hearts. That night, as the village settled under a blanket of stars, the pine cones glowed brighter than ever, their light a beacon of comfort and joy. Lila lay in her bed, the gentle hum of the forest lulling her to sleep, content in the knowledge that sometimes understanding and kindness were the true magic needed to solve any mystery. And so, with the village secure and the forest aglow, Willow Hollow drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the whispering woods, where mysteries and magic intertwined like threads in a tapestry of dreams. Story 42. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees swayed gently with the secrets of the ages and the streams murmured tales of time, there existed a village known as Eldergrove. Eldergrove was a quaint hamlet, nestled snugly in a valley where the mist rolled in every morning like a soft, comforting blanket. The air was always sweet here, carrying the fragrance of honeyed blossoms and fresh earth. At the edge of this village, in a cottage made of stone and covered with a tapestry of ivy, lived a young girl named Marin. Marin was known for her golden laughter, which rang through the woods like the bright chime of a bell. She had a curious heart and a warm spirit, with eyes that sparkled like the surface of the nearby Lake Lyria under the sun. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to shades of amber and gold, Marin set off on her usual walk through the woods. The path was blanketed with fallen leaves, crunching softly under her boots, and the air was crisp, invigorating her senses. She carried with her a small woven basket, intending to gather wildflowers and berries, treasures offered by the woods to those who knew where to look. As she wandered deeper into the woods, Marin noticed something unusual. A soft, ethereal glow emanated from a cluster of trees to her right, bathing the ground in a warm, inviting light. Drawn by this mysterious glow, she stepped off the familiar path and ventured into the embrace of the trees. There, nestled between the roots of an ancient oak, Marin found an object unlike anything she had ever seen. It was a stone, but not just any stone. It was round and smooth, fitting perfectly in the palm of her hand, and it shimmered with an inner light, pulsating gently like a heartbeat. The light was a dance of colors, lavender, cerulean, and gold, swirling and mingling in a hypnotic ballet. Marin's fingers tingled as she picked up the stone, feeling a warmth spread through her hand, up her arm, and into her heart. It was as if the stone was alive, or at least connected to something living. She wrapped it carefully in a piece of soft cloth and placed it in her basket, a sense of wonderment and responsibility settling over her. Returning to the village, Marin's mind was filled with questions. She had heard tales of magical objects hidden within the woods, whispered by the elders during long winter nights. But she never truly believed them until now. What was this stone? Why had it chosen to reveal itself to her? As evening fell, painting the sky in hues of deep indigo and silver, Marin sat by the hearth in her cozy cottage, the stone resting on the table before her. The fire crackled softly, casting flickering shadows that danced along the walls. She decided to visit the village elder the next morning, hoping he might shed some light on the stone's origins and purpose. The following day dawned with a gentle mist hanging in the air, and Marin made her way to the elder's home. Old Master Talan was a wise and gentle soul, his eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stories. He greeted Marin with a warm smile, offering her a seat by the fire. As Marin revealed the stone, Master Talan's eyes widened, and a soft gasp escaped his lips. "This," he murmured, his voice laced with awe, "is a heartstone." Marin leaned forward, intrigued. "A heartstone?" she echoed. "Yes," Talan nodded, his gaze fixed on the shimmering stone. "Legend speaks of these stones as gifts from the heart of the forest. They are said to hold immense power, but they are also deeply connected to the one who finds them. Each heartstone is unique, reflecting the spirit of its bearer, and it can amplify one's natural abilities, revealing the path to their true self." Marin listened, her heart fluttering with excitement and trepidation. "What should I do with it?" she asked. "The heartstone has chosen you, Marin," Talan said, his voice gentle and reassuring. "It will guide you, but you must also listen to it. Trust your instincts and the bond you share with the forest. Your journey with the heartstone will be one of self-discovery and growth." Marin nodded, a sense of purpose blooming within her. She thanked Master Talan and returned home, her thoughts swirling with possibilities. That night, as the moon cast a silvery glow over the world, Marin held the heartstone close, feeling its warmth seep into her being. Over the following days, Marin felt a change within her, subtle yet profound. Her senses seemed sharper, more attuned to the world around her. She noticed the way the wind whispered through the leaves, carrying secrets only she could hear. The birds sang melodies that spoke of distant lands and ancient times. One afternoon, while sitting by Lake Lyria, Marin decided to test the Heartstone's power. She focused on the shimmering surface of the water, letting the stone's warmth flow through her. To her amazement, the water began to ripple and swirl, forming patterns that danced to an unseen rhythm. She could feel the life within the lake, a pulse that resonated with her own. As Marin's connection with the Heartstone deepened, so too did her bond with the forest and its inhabitants. She befriended a family of foxes, their bright eyes reflecting the trust she had earned. The trees seemed to lean closer, their leaves whispering tales only she could understand. But as Marin's powers grew, so did a mysterious presence in the woods. It was subtle at first, a mere shadow at the edge of her awareness. But soon it became more pronounced, a dark energy that seemed to watch and wait. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of crimson and violet, Marin sensed the presence more strongly than ever. It was as if the very air hummed with tension, and the woods fell silent, holding their breath. Determined to uncover the mystery, Marin set out into the forest, the Heartstone clutched tightly in her hand. The path was familiar, yet she felt as though it led her deeper into an unknown world. The trees loomed above, their branches intertwining to form a canopy that blocked out the fading light. As Marin ventured deeper, she became aware of a subtle change in the air. It was charged with an ancient energy, both alluring and foreboding. Her heart pounded in her chest, but she pressed on, driven by an unyielding curiosity. Finally, she reached a clearing bathed in moonlight, the center of which was dominated by a massive stone altar. The dark presence hung heavily here, a palpable force that tugged at the edges of her consciousness. Stepping cautiously forward, Marin noticed markings etched into the stone, intricate patterns that seemed to pulse with their own inner light. She reached out, her fingers brushing against the cool surface, and a shiver ran down her spine. In that moment, the Heartstone flared with light, casting a warm golden glow that pushed back the darkness. The presence recoiled, and Marin felt the stone hum with power, a resonance that echoed within her soul. Suddenly, the shadows coalesced, forming a figure of swirling darkness. It stood before her, a being both fearsome and beautiful, its eyes glinting like stars in a night sky. Marin's breath caught in her throat, but she held her ground, the Heartstone's warmth steadying her. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice a whisper in the stillness. The figure regarded her with a gaze both ancient and wise. "I am the guardian of the woods," it replied, its voice a soft rumble that resonated through the clearing. "I have watched over these lands for centuries, and I have seen many come and go." Marin nodded, understanding dawning within her. "And what do you seek from me?" The guardian's gaze softened, and the shadows seemed to lighten. "You possess a Heartstone, a gift that is both blessing and burden. It is a bond between you and the forest, a connection that must be nurtured and respected." Marin listened, her heart open to the guardian's words. "I wish to honor this bond," she said earnestly, "but I do not yet understand all that it entails." The guardian nodded, its form shimmering with a gentle light. "Your journey is just beginning, young one. The Heartstone will guide you, revealing the truths hidden within yourself and the world. But remember, true power lies not in the stone, but in the choices you make and the love you hold." With those words, the guardian dissolved into the night, leaving Marin alone in the clearing. She stood there for a moment, the Heartstone's light a comforting presence in the darkness. As she made her way back home, Marin felt a sense of peace and purpose settle over her. She understood now that her journey with the Heartstone was not just about discovering her own abilities, but about fostering a deeper connection with the world around her. Over the following weeks, Marin embraced her role as a steward of the forest. She used the Heartstone's power to heal injured animals, coaxing life back into their weary bodies. She helped the villagers understand the importance of preserving the natural balance, sharing her newfound wisdom with kindness and patience. Through her actions, Marin forged bonds of friendship with the creatures of the woods, her presence a source of comfort and assurance. The foxes became her constant companions, their playful antics bringing joy to her days. The birds sang her praises, their songs weaving through the trees like a symphony of gratitude. As the seasons changed and the world shifted from the vibrant colors of autumn to the gentle hush of winter, Marin's connection with the Heartstone only deepened. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath her feet. With each passing day, she grew more attuned to the intricate dance of life, discovering the beauty in even the smallest of moments. She learned that true strength lay not in the power she wielded, but in the love and compassion she shared with others. One crisp winter's morning, as the first snowflakes drifted softly from the sky, Marin stood at the edge of the village, gazing out over the snow-covered landscape. The world was hushed and serene, a blanket of white transforming the familiar woods into a wonderland of shimmering beauty. In her hand, the Heartstone glowed warmly, a reminder of the journey she had undertaken and the growth she had experienced. As she turned to head back to the village, she felt a gentle tug at her heart, a whisper of a new adventure waiting just beyond the horizon. With a smile, Marin embraced the unknown, knowing that whatever lay ahead, she would face it with courage and kindness, guided by the wisdom of the Heartstone and the love of her friends. And so, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, Marin found her place, a guardian of the forest and a beacon of hope in a world of magic and wonder. Her journey had only just begun, but already she had discovered the greatest truth of all, that the real magic lay not in the stone, but in the heart that embraced it. Story 43. The Whispering Grove. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the moonlight danced upon silver streams, there lay a hidden world, known only to those who dared to dream. This world was not marked on any map, nor spoken of in any tales except those murmured by the forest itself. It was a place where time seemed to pause, a sanctuary of magic and mystery, known as the Whispering Grove. The entrance to the Whispering Grove was concealed by a thicket of elderberry bushes, their branches crisscrossing like a woven tapestry that only the keenest eye could discern. Deep within this enchanted grove, a gentle brook babbled over smooth stones, its laughter echoing softly through the canopy of emerald leaves. The air was imbued with the sweet fragrance of honeysuckle and the warm aroma of pine needles, creating an intoxicating blend that invited any traveler to linger just a moment longer. In this mystical place lived a young girl named Leora, whose heart was as bright as the morning sun and whose spirit was as free as the wind that rustled through the trees. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions, and her laughter was a melody that could melt the frostiest of hearts. Leora had always felt a peculiar connection to the forest, as if the trees themselves had cradled her dreams and the birds had sung her lullabies. One balmy afternoon, as the world was painted golden by the setting sun, Leora found herself wandering along a familiar path. Her bare feet danced upon the soft moss-covered ground, each step whispering secrets of the earth. It was on this path that she discovered a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box nestled amongst the roots of an ancient oak. Curiosity piqued. Leora knelt to retrieve the box. It was cool to the touch, with carvings that depicted twining vines and tiny creatures that seemed to leap and play beneath her fingertips. The box emitted a faint hum, a melody that resonated with the rhythm of her heart. As she opened it, a gentle glow spilled forth, illuminating her face with a warm, golden light. Inside, she found a delicate, shimmering key, unlike any she had ever seen. It was crafted from a metal that glinted like moonbeams and adorned with tiny gemstones that sparkled with the hues of twilight. The key seemed to pulse gently in her palm, as if alive, and Leora felt a sudden rush of wonder and possibility. "What secrets do you hold?" she mused aloud, her voice mingling with the rustle of leaves. As if in answer, the brook's babbling grew louder, urging her to follow its winding course. With the key cradled safely in her pocket, Leora set off deeper into the forest, her heart guided by a sense of destiny she could not explain. The path meandered through the grove, leading her to a part of the forest she had never explored. Here, the trees stood taller, their branches forming a cathedral of green that filtered the sunlight into beams of shimmering gold. The air was cooler, filled with the scent of earth and ancient wood, and Leora felt a thrill of excitement tinged with the slightest hint of trepidation. It was then she noticed a peculiar tree, unlike any other. Its bark was silver, smooth as silk, and its leaves shimmered with an iridescent glow. At the base of the tree was a keyhole, perfectly matching the size and shape of the key she had found. It was as if the tree itself was waiting for her, guarding a secret that only she could unlock. With a deep breath, Leora inserted the key into the lock. A soft click echoed through the grove, and the tree began to tremble. Its bark shifted, revealing a hidden door that swung open with a gentle creak. Beyond the door lay a realm bathed in twilight, a hidden world that beckoned her with the promise of adventure and discovery. Stepping through the threshold, Leora was enveloped by a sense of wonder. The air was filled with the sweet scent of jasmine, and the sound of distant laughter echoed softly in the distance. Before her stretched a landscape of rolling hills and crystal-clear streams, where the grass was a vivid emerald and the sky above was a tapestry of stars, even though the sun had not yet set. Here in this hidden world, time seemed to flow differently, weaving a tapestry of moments that shimmered like a dream. Leora felt a deep sense of belonging, as if she had finally come home to a place she had never known existed. As she wandered further into this enchanting realm, she encountered creatures both strange and wonderful. There were gentle deer with antlers that glowed like lanterns, and birds whose songs wove melodies that tugged at her heart. Each step brought her closer to the heart of this magical world, where the air was filled with the gentle hum of life. It was here that Leora met Solon, a wise old tortoise whose shell was etched with the stories of centuries. His eyes twinkled with kindness and ancient wisdom, and his voice was a soft, soothing rumble that resonated deep within her soul. "Welcome, young traveler," Solon greeted her with a nod. "You have found the key to our world, a gift that few are granted." Leora felt a warmth spread through her, as if she had been wrapped in a cozy blanket on a chilly night. "Thank you," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "But what is this place, and why was I chosen?" Solon chuckled, the sound like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "This is the Whispering Grove, a sanctuary of magic that exists alongside your world. The key you hold is a symbol of your courage and your willingness to see beyond the ordinary." As they spoke, Leora learned that the Whispering Grove was a place of balance, where the natural world and magic existed in harmony. It was a refuge for those who sought wisdom and solace, a reminder of the beauty that could be found in even the smallest moments. But all was not well within the grove. A shadow had begun to creep into its heart, threatening to unravel the delicate threads that held this magical world together. The source of the shadow was a mystery, one that needed to be solved before it was too late. "You must journey to the heart of the grove," Solon advised, his voice gentle yet firm. "There you will find the source of the shadow. Only with your courage and the friendships you will forge can you hope to restore the balance." Leora nodded, determination burning brightly within her. She knew that this was a journey she must undertake, not just for the grove, but for herself. It was a chance to grow, to learn, and to make a difference in a world that had given her so much. With Solon by her side, Leora set off on her quest. Their path wound through the grove, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the mystery. Along the way, they were joined by others, creatures and spirits who shared their desire to see the grove restored to its former glory. There was Bramble, a mischievous fox with eyes like amber who could weave illusions with a flick of his tail, and Aurora, a graceful doe whose presence filled the air with a soft silvery glow. Together they formed an unlikely band of friends, united by their shared purpose and a bond that grew stronger with each passing moment. Their journey was not without challenges. The shadow that threatened the grove took many forms: twisted vines that sought to ensnare them, darkened pools that whispered of forgotten fears, and gusts of wind that carried echoes of doubt. But with each trial they faced, Leora and her friends grew stronger, their courage and friendship lighting the way through the darkness. As they ventured deeper into the grove, Leora discovered that the shadow was not a single entity, but a manifestation of the fears and doubts that lurked within the hearts of those who dwelled there. It was a reminder that even in a world of magic, one must confront the shadows within to truly find peace. With this understanding, Leora and her friends reached the heart of the grove, a clearing bathed in soft moonlight, where the air was still and the stars above seemed to hold their breath. Here, the shadow lay waiting, a swirling mass of darkness that pulsed with an unsettling rhythm. Drawing upon the strength of her newfound friendships and the wisdom she had gained, Leora stepped forward. She knew that the key to dispelling the shadow lay not in fighting it, but in embracing it with compassion and understanding. As she reached out, the shadow began to unravel, its darkness giving way to a soft, gentle light. It was as if the grove itself sighed with relief, the balance restored, and the beauty of the world renewed. In that moment, Leora understood that true magic lay not in the extraordinary, but in the simple act of seeing the world with open eyes and an open heart. The journey had changed her, teaching her the value of friendship, courage, and the power of belief. With the shadow dispelled, the Whispering Grove flourished once more, its beauty a testament to the strength of those who called it home. Leora knew that she would always carry a part of this magical world within her, a spark of light that would guide her through the darkest of nights. As she prepared to return to her own world, Leora bid farewell to her friends, grateful for the time they had shared and the lessons they had taught her. Solon, Bramble, and Aurora stood by her side, their eyes shining with pride and affection. "You have done well, young one," Solon rumbled, his voice a gentle caress. "Remember that the magic of the Whispering Grove will always be with you, a reminder of the beauty and wonder that exists in the world." With a final embrace, Leora stepped back through the door in the silver tree, the key tucked safely in her pocket. As the door closed behind her, she felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that she had become a part of something greater than herself. Back in the familiar forest, Leora looked up at the sky, where the first stars had begun to appear. The air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the gentle rustle of leaves, and she knew that the magic of the Whispering Grove would always be with her, a guiding light in the tapestry of her life. And so as the moon rose high above, casting its silvery glow upon the world, Leora made her way home, her heart filled with the warmth of friendship and the promise of new adventures yet to come. The Whispering Grove remained a secret known only to her, a hidden world that would forever whisper its tales to those who dared to dream. Story 44. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees swayed gently in the cool evening breeze, and the air was scented with the sweet perfume of blooming night flowers, there was a small, enchanting village named Moonshadow Hollow. This village was known for its peculiar charm and the soft glow that seemed to emanate from every cobblestone and rooftop under the moonlight. In Moonshadow Hollow lived a young girl named Lyra who had a curious mind and a heart full of wonder. She had chestnut hair that shone like polished amber and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 100 questions, always eager to unravel the mysteries of the world around her. Lyra lived with her Aunt Selene, a wise woman whose gentle voice was like a soothing lullaby, and whose home was filled with the warmth of an ever-burning hearth. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Lyra noticed something peculiar. The glowstones that lined the village paths, usually bright and cheery, had begun to dim, flickering like sleepy fireflies. The villagers murmured with concern, for the glowstones were not just for light. They were the essence of the village's magic, woven into their daily lives. Determined to uncover the mystery, Lyra decided to seek the counsel of her Aunt Selene. Sitting by the fireside, the aroma of spiced cider filling the room, Lyra recounted the strange occurrence. Her aunt listened with the patience of an old oak, nodding thoughtfully. "It seems the essence of the glowstones is fading," Aunt Selene said softly, her eyes reflecting the flickering flames. "But do not worry, my dear. I believe it is a puzzle we can solve together." With her aunt's encouragement, Lyra set out to investigate, her heart buoyed by the possibility of adventure. She began by visiting the village elder, Old Finn, whose memory was as deep as the roots of the ancient trees. He sat in his rocking chair, the creak of the wood blending with the soft chirping of crickets outside. "Ah, Lyra, clever child," Old Finn greeted her with a smile that crinkled his eyes. The glowstones, you say? It reminds me of a time when the moon herself was hidden from us. Lyra listened intently as old Finn recounted tales of old, where the moon had disappeared behind a veil of clouds, only to return brighter than ever. His stories were like threads of a tapestry, weaving history and wisdom together. Inspired by old Finn's stories, Lyra decided to explore the Whispering Woods, where magic was said to flow like an invisible river. She walked beneath the towering trees, their leaves whispering secrets in the gentle breeze. The path was soft underfoot, carpeted with moss and sprinkled with starlit flowers that glowed faintly in the twilight. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Lyra came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. There, perched upon a fallen log, was an owl with feathers as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes like twin moons. The owl regarded her with a knowing look. "Greetings, young seeker," the owl hooted in a voice as smooth as silk. "I am Orin, keeper of the forest's secrets. What brings you to this moonlit glade?" Lyra explained the dimming glowstones, her words carried on the night breeze. Orin listened, tilting his head as if considering the weight of her words. "The glowstones are connected to the heart of the forest," Orin explained gently. "Their light is a reflection of its health and harmony. Something must be disturbing the balance." With newfound understanding, Lyra pondered what could disrupt the forest's peace. She remembered a story her aunt once told her about the playful sprites that lived near the silver stream, creatures of mirth and mischief. Thanking Orin, Lyra made her way to the silver stream. The water sang a gentle melody as it flowed over smooth stones, shimmering under the starlight like a ribbon of liquid silver. There she found a gathering of sprites, their laughter ringing like tinkling bells. The sprites danced in the moonlight, their tiny wings glistening like dew-kissed petals. Lyra approached them with a smile, knowing that gaining their trust would require kindness and patience. "Hello, friends," she called softly, her voice as sweet as a lullaby. "I seek your help to solve a mystery that troubles our village." The sprites paused their dance, curious and intrigued. Their leader, a sprite with wings of emerald and gold, fluttered closer. "What mystery do you speak of, child of the village?" the sprite leader inquired, her voice as light as a summer breeze. Lyra explained the fading glowstones, her gaze steady and earnest. The sprites listened, their faces thoughtful. After a moment, the sprite leader nodded. "It seems our playful games have disturbed the roots of the glowstones," she admitted with a twinkle of mischief still lingering in her eyes. "We shall help restore the balance we've upset." With a promise to aid the village, the sprites set about their task, their tiny hands working with deft precision. They sang songs to the forest, melodies that wove through the trees like a gentle lullaby, soothing the land and restoring its harmony. As dawn began to paint the sky in soft pastels, Lyra returned to Moonshadow Hollow, her heart light with hope. She found the villagers gathered around the glowstones, their faces illuminated by the returning light. The glowstones shone brightly once more, their light a gentle reminder of the magic that lived within the forest and the hearts of those who dwelled there. The village was filled with joy and gratitude, and Lyra was hailed as a hero for her courage and kindness. That evening, as the stars twinkled like 1,000 tiny lanterns, Lyra sat by the fireside with her Aunt Celine. The hearth crackled with warmth and comfort, and Lyra recounted her adventure, her eyes alight with the thrill of discovery. Aunt Celine smiled, her voice as soft as a whisper. "You've learned that understanding and friendship can solve even the deepest mysteries, my dear, and that is a lesson worth remembering." As Lyra settled into bed, the gentle glow of the moon casting a silver embrace over her room, she felt a deep sense of peace. The world was full of wonders, and she knew that with an open heart and a curious mind, she could uncover them all. And so, with dreams of moonlit adventures and whispered secrets, Lyra drifted into a restful sleep, the magic of Moonshadow Hollow cradling her gently through the night. Story 45. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and sunlight danced through emerald leaves, stood the quaint village of Mirthwick. It was a place where laughter rippled like streams and magic floated in the air like dandelion seeds. The villagers were a merry bunch, each with their own peculiar charm, but none were quite as peculiar as Pippin the Jolly, the village's beloved tinker and weaver of whimsical wonders. Pippin was a sprightly fellow, with hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that twinkled like stars. He wore a waistcoat patchworked from 100 stories, and his pockets were always bulging with curious gadgets and gizmos. But the most delightful thing about Pippin was his laugh, a sound so infectious and melodious that it could turn even the sourest frown upside down. One fine morning, as the dew shimmered on the grass and a soft breeze carried the scent of honeysuckle, Pippin set off to visit his dear friend, Lila the luminescent. Lila was a firefly who lived in a cozy walnut shell at the edge of the forest. Her glow was so bright that it could light up even the gloomiest of nights, and her heart was as warm as the sun. "Good morn to you, Lila," Pippin called cheerfully as he approached her home. "I've brought you a new lantern to add to your collection." Lila flitted out of her walnut shell, her wings twinkling like fairy dust. "Oh, Pippin, you're too kind," she replied, her voice as light as a breeze. "Please, come inside and share some honeydew tea with me." As they settled into the cozy nook of Lila's home, sipping tea from acorn cups, Pippin noticed a peculiar shadow creeping across the room. It seemed to flicker and change shape like a playful cloud on a summer day. "What's this, Lila?" Pippin asked, pointing at the shadow. Lila's glow dimmed slightly, and she sighed. "Ah, that's the work of the mischievous moonbeam. It's been causing all sorts of trouble lately, making things vanish and reappear in the most unexpected places." Pippin chuckled, a sound like tinkling bells. "Well, that sounds like an adventure waiting to happen. Shall we put our heads together and see what we can do about it?" And so, with a twinkle in their eyes and the spirit of adventure in their hearts, Pippin and Lila set off through the whispering wood to track down the mischievous moonbeam. The forest was a magical tapestry of colors and sounds. Butterflies with wings like stained glass fluttered by, and squirrels chattered as they played tag among the branches. A gentle brook gurgled nearby, its waters sparkling like liquid silver under the dappled sunlight. As they walked, Pippin and Lila encountered their friend Barnaby the bluebird, who was known for his melodious singing and his penchant for collecting shiny things. "Hello, Barnaby," Lila chimed. "Have you seen the mischievous moonbeam about?" Barnaby ruffled his feathers and let out a trill that echoed through the trees. "Indeed I have. It's been flitting about near the old willow tree by the pond. But be careful, it's a slippery one, always darting here and there." With Barnaby's guidance, they made their way to the willow tree, its branches swaying gracefully like a dancer. As they approached, they caught a glimpse of the moonbeam, a silvery wisp of light, weaving in and out of the willow's swaying fronds. "Ah, there it is!" Pippin exclaimed softly, not wanting to startle the mischievous sprite. Lila hovered closer, her light casting a warm glow. "Excuse us, dear moonbeam," she called out gently. "Might we have a word with you?" The moonbeam paused mid-dance, hovering curiously. It flickered playfully, casting a myriad of shimmering patterns on the ground. Pippin took a step forward, his voice as gentle as a lullaby. "We've heard you've been having a bit of fun with your tricks, and while we do love a good laugh, some of our friends are getting a bit flustered. Perhaps we could find a way for you to play that keeps the joy in the air without causing too much confusion?" The moonbeam shimmered thoughtfully, twirling around a branch as if pondering Pippin's words. Then, with a bright flash, it flitted over to Pippin's waistcoat and tugged playfully at one of the patches. Pippin's eyes lit up with an idea. "How about this?" he proposed. "Why don't we create a game together? A scavenger hunt of sorts, where you can hide things in delightful places, and we can all join in the fun of finding them." Leela clapped her wings in excitement. "Oh, yes, and we can leave little clues with rhymes and riddles to guide everyone along." The moonbeam flickered with delight, its silvery light swirling in enthusiastic patterns. It seemed to agree wholeheartedly with the plan. And so the three set to work, crafting a magical scavenger hunt that wove through the heart of the forest. The moonbeam hid sparkling treasures and curious trinkets in the most whimsical of places. A sparkling seashell atop a mushroom, a tiny bell nestled in a hollow tree, and a golden feather tucked beneath a carpet of moss. Pippin and Lila left rhyming clues along the way, each one a playful teaser that led the villagers further into the enchanting world of the Whispering Wood. Soon, the whole village was caught up in the excitement, laughter echoing as they unraveled each riddle and discovered each hidden gem. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the villagers gathered by the pond, their baskets brimming with their found treasures. The mischievous moonbeam hovered above, its light a contented glow, pleased with the joy it had sparked. Pippin raised a cup of honeydew tea and toast, his voice full of warmth. Here's to friendship and fun, to laughter and light. May the magic of our hearts keep us forever bright. And as the first stars twinkled in the night sky, the villagers of Mirthwick knew that, with creativity and kindness, even the most mischievous of problems could be transformed into a delightful adventure. With hearts full and spirits high, they made their way home, the whispering wood cradling them in its gentle embrace, ready to carry them into the sweetest of dreams. Story 46. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and shimmering streams, there was a small, humble home where a young girl named Mara lived with her grandmother. The village was a place where the scent of honeyed bread often lingered in the air, and the gentle rustling of leaves sang lullabies at dusk. Mara was a curious child, with eyes that sparkled like the stars above the village on a clear, velvety night. One golden afternoon, as the sun cast long, soft shadows and painted the world with hues of amber and rose, Mara happened upon an old wooden chest in her grandmother's attic. The attic was a treasure trove of forgotten memories, filled with dust-kissed books and faded photographs. But it was the chest that intrigued Mara the most. It was adorned with intricate carvings of leaves and vines, and at its center a small emerald-green stone glimmered mysteriously. With a gentle creak, the chest opened to reveal an array of peculiar objects. Among them was a seemingly ordinary yet beautifully crafted hand mirror. Its handle was smooth and cool to the touch, and its frame was engraved with delicate patterns of flowers and birds. As Mara gazed into the mirror, the reflection wavered and shifted until it showed something not of her world, a lush forest bathed in moonlight, where fireflies danced in the air and a soft melody echoed in the breeze. Startled but enchanted, Mara clutched the mirror tightly and ran to her grandmother. Her grandmother, wise and gentle, with a smile as warm as freshly baked bread, listened with amusement and wonder. "Ah," her grandmother said with a knowing twinkle in her eye, "that is the mirror of Aethra, a gift from the fairy folk long ago. It shows not just what is, but what might be, and sometimes what is needed to be seen." With her grandmother's blessing, Mara embarked on a journey to discover the secrets of the mirror. Her path led her through the village, where cobblestones whispered tales of old, and into the heart of the forest she had seen in the mirror. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Mara encountered a host of friends who would help her along the way. First was Leora, a cheerful squirrel with fur as soft as the clouds and eyes as bright as dew on morning leaves. Leora had a knack for finding hidden trails and secret nooks, and her joyful chatter filled Mara's heart with courage. Next, they met Orin, a wise old owl with feathers that shimmered like silver in the moonlight. Orin spoke in measured tones, his voice deep and calming, offering wisdom gathered from the many stories carried on the night winds. Finally, there was Finn, a playful fox with a coat of russet and amber, whose laughter was as infectious as it was comforting. Finn had a way of seeing the world that made even the most daunting tasks seem like a game. Together, they journeyed through the forest, with Mara holding the mirror close. Each of her friends lent their unique strengths to the adventure: Leora's keen sense of direction, Orin's insightful guidance, and Finn's boundless optimism. Their path led them to a beautiful glade, where a circle of ancient stones stood guard over a sparkling pond. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees was like a soothing melody. In the center of the glade, the mirror revealed its true purpose. It showed Mara a vision of a grove shrouded in shadow, its trees wilting and its flowers drooping forlornly. This, the mirror seemed to whisper, was a place in need of healing. The challenge was clear, but Mara knew that brute force would not solve the problem. She sat by the pond, her reflection mingling with the mirror's visions, and pondered. Her friends gathered around her, offering support and encouragement. It was Orin who suggested the answer lay in understanding the balance of nature, in listening to the forest's needs. With this in mind, Mara and her friends set about restoring harmony. They planted new seeds, watered the earth with care, and sang songs of growth and renewal, their voices blending with the gentle rustle of leaves. As they worked, the grove slowly came to life, the trees standing taller and the flowers blooming with vibrant colors. The air grew sweeter, and the shadows receded, replaced by dappled sunlight that danced among the leaves. When their task was done, the mirror's surface shimmered once more, reflecting not only the restored grove, but also Mara's own journey of discovery and growth. She realized that the mirror's true magic lay not in the visions it showed, but in the way it guided her to find the solutions within herself and her friends. With a heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom, Mara returned to her village, the mirror safely tucked away. Her adventure had taught her that friendship and understanding could overcome even the most daunting challenges, and that sometimes the greatest magic of all was the kindness and courage found within. And so, with the stars twinkling above like 1,000 little lanterns, Mara and her grandmother sat by the crackling fire. The village slept peacefully, cradled in the gentle embrace of the night, and Mara knew that she would always cherish the lessons learned and the friends she had made. As the fire's glow softly faded and the world outside lay hushed and serene, Mara drifted into a gentle slumber, her dreams filled with the wonders of the forest and the promise of new adventures yet to come. Story 47. Once upon a time, in a quaint village, nestled within the lush, whispering woods of Eldergrove, something peculiar began to unfold. The village was a charming patchwork of cobblestone streets and snug cottages, each adorned with ivy and flower boxes brimming with cheerful blooms. Every evening, the air was filled with the soft glow of lanterns and the comforting scent of warm bread wafting from the bakery at the heart of town. The village had always been a place of tranquility, where the days flowed like the gentle brook that wound its way through the village square. But lately, things were not as they seemed. Each morning, the villagers awoke to find their shoes muddied and placed in odd, mismatched pairs outside their doors. Meanwhile, the soft, silvery chime of the village clock tower began to skip beats, creating a melody all its own, one that seemed to dance on the wind. This strange rhythm caught the attention of young Finn, a bright-eyed boy with a curious heart and a knack for solving puzzles. Finn lived with his grandmother, a wise woman known for her herbal remedies and stories of old. Her cottage was a treasure trove of fascinating oddities, from jars of dried herbs to ancient books filled with forgotten spells. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves rustled like 1,000 tiny whispers, Finn decided it was time to uncover the mystery that had the whole village buzzing. He pulled on his woolen cap, wrapped himself in his favorite scarf, and set out into the misty morning. Finn's first stop was the bakery, where the sweet aroma of cinnamon buns greeted him like an old friend. "Morning, Finn," called out Mr. Tumble, the cheerful baker with flour-dusted hands. "Here to solve our little mystery, are you?" Finn nodded with a determined smile. "I thought I'd start by asking if you've noticed anything unusual, Mr. Tumble." The baker scratched his head thoughtfully. "Well, aside from the shoes and the clock, I've noticed that the pigeons seem to be gathering in the town square at midnight. It's like they're waiting for something." Thanking Mr. Tumble for his insight and a warm bun for the road, Finn continued on his way, pondering the peculiar habits of pigeons. His next stop was the village library, a cozy haven filled with the scent of old parchment and the soft rustle of turning pages. There, he hoped to find his friend Lila, a girl with an encyclopedic knowledge and a love for stories. Sure enough, Lila was tucked away in her favorite corner, surrounded by towers of books. "Finn!" she exclaimed, her face lighting up at the sight of her friend. "Any clues yet?" Finn explained what he had learned from Mr. Tumble, and Lila's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "There's something in the old tales about pigeons being messengers," she mused. "Perhaps they're trying to tell us something." With newfound resolve, the pair decided to visit the clock tower, its spire piercing the sky like a needle threading the heavens. As they climbed the spiral staircase, the air grew cooler, and the clinking of gears echoed around them like a gentle lullaby. At the top, they were greeted by a surprising sight. A small, fluffy creature with eyes like polished amber and a bushy tail that flicked with excitement. It was a pixie fox, a rare and magical creature known for its playful nature and fondness for shiny things. The pixie fox looked up at them with a mischievous grin, clutching a pair of tiny spectacles in its paws. Finn and Lila exchanged a knowing glance. The mystery was beginning to unravel. "Hello there," Finn said gently, kneeling down. "Are you the one who's been moving our shoes and playing with the clock?" The pixie fox nodded, its whiskers twitching. It scampered to a small pile of trinkets it had collected, each one glinting in the soft light. Among them was a tiny, ornate key. Lila leaned closer, her brow furrowed in thought. "I think this key might fit the old music box in the library," she suggested, recalling a dusty, forgotten artifact that had intrigued her for years. With the key in hand, Finn and Lila made their way back to the library. The music box was an exquisite piece, carved with intricate patterns and a tiny clock face on its lid. With a careful twist of the key, the music box sprang to life, releasing a cascade of notes that filled the room with a melody that matched the clock tower's curious song. The notes swirled around them, painting pictures in their minds of a time when magic was woven into the very fabric of the world. The music told a story of balance, of harmony between nature and magic, and of the importance of listening to the whispers of the world around them. As the final notes faded, Finn and Lila exchanged a glance filled with understanding. The pixie fox had not been causing mischief, but was trying to restore a forgotten harmony in the village, a balance disrupted by time and neglect. Together with the villagers and their newfound friend, they worked to repair the clock tower's melody, aligning it once more with the song of the music box. They also devised a plan to keep the pixie fox entertained with a mirror maze in the meadow, where it could play to its heart's content without disturbing the village. With the mystery resolved and harmony restored, the village returned to its peaceful rhythm, the air filled with the soft ticking of the clock and the gentle rustle of leaves. Finn and Lila sat together on a bench by the brook, watching as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold. As the stars began to twinkle overhead, Finn turned to Lila and smiled. "I think we learned something important," he said softly. "Sometimes the answers we seek are hidden in the simplest of melodies." Lila nodded, resting her head on his shoulder. "And in the gentle whispers of friends, whether they have paws or wings," she added, her voice as soothing as the night. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, the village of Eldergrove drifted into a serene slumber, cradled by the music of the world and the warmth of friendship, knowing that in the heart of mystery lies the promise of wonder and understanding. Story 48. Here is a gentle, engaging bedtime story about a world where ordinary objects hold extraordinary secrets. Once upon a time, there was a young girl named Lily who lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of an enchanted forest. Though she didn't realize it yet, Lily possessed a rare gift, the ability to bring ordinary objects to life simply by believing in them. One crisp autumn evening, Lily was preparing for bed when she noticed her favorite stuffed bear sitting alone on her nightstand. She smiled warmly at the worn, fuzzy bear and tenderly brushed some dust from its faded fur. To her amazement, the bear's glassy eyes suddenly blinked and its mouth opened in a delighted grin. "Why, hello there," the bear said in a cheerful voice. "I was hoping you might give me a hug tonight." Lily froze in shock for a moment, unable to believe her eyes and ears. But the bear's friendly expression quickly put her at ease. She giggled and scooped him up, cuddling him close. "This is simply marvelous," the bear chuckled. "I've dreamed of coming to life for as long as I can remember. Why, we shall have no end of adventures together, you and I." Thus began a wondrous new chapter in Lily's life. She found that she could animate all manner of ordinary household objects by simply thinking joyful thoughts about them. An old rag doll became her constant playmate and trusted confidant. Her wooden building blocks happily assembled themselves into cozy cottages for wandering family of mice. Even Mr. Snuffkins, the crusty old gardening shoe, loved to accompany Lily on her rambles through the meadows. Lily cherished her delightful new friends and their whimsical adventures. Yet she couldn't shake the feeling that she was meant for something greater, a quest that would test her courage and resolve. Her answer came one blustery night as she was tucking her menagerie of friends into bed. There came an urgent rapping at the cottage door. Lily opened it to find a breathless rabbit hopping on the front step. "Please," the rabbit panted. "You must help us. The crabby old oak tree has imprisoned all the forest creatures in his gnarled branches. He claims the woods belong only to him now." Lily's eyes went wide, but the stuffed bear spoke up with admirable bravery. "Say no more. This young miss and her friends will see to this crabby old oak straight away." With that, Lily and her loyal companions, the bear, doll, blocks, my grumpy gardening shoe, set off into the brambles of the enchanted forest. They followed the plaintive cries echoing between the trees until they arrived at the twisted, looming form of the crabby old oak. Dangling from his tangled boughs were dozens of frustrated woodland creatures trapped in nets of woven vines and branches. "Unhand my friends at once," Lily shouted as boldly as she could manage. The oak's wizened face contorted in a scowl. "These creatures are mine. This entire forest belongs to me. I shall allow no blundering mortals to trespass here." The mouse family scampered up the oak's rough bark to plead their case, but he simply flicked them away with an imperious swish of his branches. Mr. Snuffkins angrily tried headbutting the oak's trunk, but only succeeded in stubbing his crusty old toe. Lily was about to try reasoning with the ornery oak once more, when her stuffed bear placed a comforting paw on her arm. "Remember, dear one," he murmured wisely, "anger and force will only breed more of the same. This situation calls for gentleness." Taking a deep breath, Lily released all her frustration and fear. She thought caring thoughts about the tree's tiny yellow buds that would someday blossom into vibrant beauty. She imagined the oak providing cool, refreshing shade to weary forest creatures on hot summer days. As she opened her heart to the tree's unique wonder, she felt a warm glow suffusing her entire being. Lily slowly approached the oak and placed her palm against his rough bark. "Dear oak," she said in a soothing tone, "I understand you feel protective of these woods, but holding the forest creatures prisoner will only bring loneliness, and loneliness causes bitterness to take root. If you release these good friends, they will keep you dear company for many years to come. You need never be alone again." For a long while, there was only silence in the shadowed forest. At last, the crabby oak let out a croaking sigh. One by one, the vines unraveled, allowing the trapped creatures to scamper, leap, and flutter down to freedom. The oak's weathered bark seemed to soften, and his branches unfurled in a relieved stretch. "You are a wise one, young Lily," he rumbled in his creaky voice. "Thank you for opening my eyes. From this day forth, my trees shall provide safe haven to any who call this forest home." Lily beamed and hugged the oak's trunk. "And thank you for showing me that patience and compassion can transform even the crabbiest of demeanors." As the grateful forest animals cheered around them, Lily felt a profound sense of peace and joy blossom in her heart. She realized that her quest, both in the forest and the wider world beyond, would be to spread kindness and wonder wherever her path might lead. And so, hand in hand with her treasured stuffed friends, Lily continued her journey into an enchanting future full of courage, curiosity, and the extraordinary magic of ordinary things. Story 49. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a peculiar legend that had been passed down through generations. This legend spoke of a magical lantern, said to have the power to reveal hidden worlds within the fabric of nature itself. Many dismissed it as mere folklore, but there were those who believed in its truth, whispering tales of its wonders in hushed tones by the fireside. On the edge of this village, where the cobblestone paths began to blend into the forest trails, lived a young girl named Lila. With hair as golden as the sunlit fields and eyes the color of the summer sky, she was known for her curious nature and gentle heart. Lila spent her days exploring the woods, her imagination painting stories in the air as she wandered amidst the towering oaks and babbling brooks. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves fell in a cascade of amber and crimson, Lila ventured deeper into the woods than she had ever dared before. The forest was alive with the whisper of the wind and the soft rustle of small creatures hidden within the underbrush. It was a place that brimmed with secrets, and Lila felt a shiver of excitement run down her spine. As she walked, she stumbled upon an ancient oak, its gnarled branches reaching out like welcoming arms. At its base lay something peculiar, a lantern, seemingly untouched by time. Its surface was etched with delicate patterns that glimmered in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Lila reached out, her fingers brushing the cool metal. At her touch, the lantern flickered to life with a warm, inviting glow. Startled yet fascinated, Lila lifted the lantern. The light it cast was unlike any she had ever seen. It was as if the very essence of the forest was captured within its gentle radiance. As she held it, the world around her began to shift. The leaves shimmered with an ethereal glow, and the air hummed with a melodic harmony. Lila gasped in wonder as the lantern revealed a hidden path, a trail that wound its way through the trees, illuminated by the lantern's light. With a heart full of anticipation and a mind buzzing with possibilities, she stepped onto the path, each footfall echoing the soft crunch of leaves beneath her feet. The path led her to a clearing where the forest seemed to hold its breath in reverent silence. There in the center stood an ancient stone archway covered in moss and entwined with vines. It was a gateway, Lila realized, to the hidden world the lantern had promised. She hesitated for a moment, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and excitement. But with a deep breath, she stepped through the archway, the lantern held high. On the other side, Lila found herself in a realm of astonishing beauty and wonder. The sky was a tapestry of colors, shifting and swirling like a magnificent painting brought to life. Flowers bloomed in impossible hues, and creatures of every shape and size flitted about, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. In this world, every sensation was heightened. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers and a hint of sweet, fresh rain. The ground beneath her feet was soft, almost springy, as if the earth itself was alive and welcoming. She could hear the gentle babbling of a brook nearby, its waters sparkling like liquid crystal in the lantern's glow. As Lila wandered through this enchanted realm, she marveled at the wonders around her. The trees here were unlike any she'd seen before, their bark shimmering with a silvery sheen, and their leaves whispering secrets in a language she could almost understand. She felt a profound sense of peace, as if she had come home to a place she never knew she had lost. It wasn't long before she encountered the residents of this hidden world, gentle creatures with eyes filled with wisdom and kindness. There was Arlo, a wise old owl with feathers that glimmered like the night sky. His voice was deep and soothing, a sound that wrapped around Lila like a comforting blanket. "Welcome, young traveler," he hooted softly, his eyes twinkling with warmth. "You have found the Lantern of Lumina, a gift given only to those with a heart pure and true." Lila felt a blush rise to her cheeks, her heart swelling with a sense of belonging. "It's beautiful here," she murmured, her voice barely a whisper. "I've never seen anything like it." Arlo nodded, his gaze gentle. "This world exists in harmony with your own, hidden from sight but not from the heart. The lantern allows you to see what others cannot, to connect with the magic that lies within all things." As Lila spent time in this wondrous realm, she discovered that each creature she met had a story to tell, a tale of friendship, of love, of challenges overcome through kindness and understanding. There was Finn, a mischievous fox with a heart of gold, who loved to play tricks but always ensured his pranks brought laughter rather than harm. And there was Mia, a graceful deer who danced through the meadows with an elegance that spoke of strength and grace. The more Lila learned from her new friends, the more she realized the importance of seeing beyond the surface, of understanding the interconnectedness of all things. She felt herself changing, growing in ways she hadn't thought possible. The lantern had not only revealed a hidden world but also unlocked the magic within her own heart. As the days passed, Lila knew her time in this enchanted realm was drawing to a close. Though she felt a pang of sadness at the thought of leaving, she also understood that her journey had given her a gift far greater than she could have imagined, a deeper understanding of herself and the world around her. On the day of her departure, her friends gathered to bid her farewell. Arlo, with wisdom etched in every feather, spoke softly. "Remember, the magic is always with you, Lila. You need only look with your heart to see it." With tears in her eyes but a smile on her lips, Lila stepped back through the stone archway, the lantern held close to her chest. As she emerged into the familiar woods of Willowbrook, she felt a renewed sense of purpose and joy. Though the hidden world was no longer visible to her eyes, Lila knew it was still there, intertwined with the world she had always known. The lantern, now dim, was a reminder of the journey she had taken and the lessons she had learned. From that day forward, Lila carried the light of the lantern within her heart. She shared the stories of her adventure with the villagers, painting vivid pictures of the wonders she had seen and the friends she had made. Her tales, filled with warmth and wonder, ignited a spark of curiosity and kindness in all who listened. And so, the legend of the Lantern of Lumina lived on, not just in the stories Lila told, but in the hearts of all who dared to dream of hidden worlds and the magic that binds us all together. As the years passed, Lila grew, her spirit ever bright, a beacon of hope and love in the village of Willowbrook. And in her heart, the lantern's light burned eternal, a reminder of the journey that had changed her forever. Story 50. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed sweet lullabies and the air was perfumed with lavender and pine, there lay the quaint village of Bramblebrook. The cottages, with their moss-covered roofs and twinkling windows, seemed to glow softly under the gentle moonlight. Every evening, the villagers would gather by the fireplace, sharing stories and sipping on warm honey tea. One such evening, a murmur spread through the village like a gentle breeze. It began with the baker, Mr. Fennel, who noticed that his loaves of bread were vanishing from the cooling racks overnight. Then Mrs. Willow, the kind-hearted seamstress, found her spools of thread tangled into intricate knots each morning. Even the playful children of Bramblebrook whispered of toys moving on their own. Perplexed but not frightened, the villagers decided to investigate these peculiar happenings. Leading the charge was young Anwen, a curious soul with a heart as warm as freshly baked pie. Her eyes sparkled with determination, and her mind was sharp as a fox. Anwen gathered her closest friends, a merry band who shared her love for adventure. First, there was Pippin, a clever squirrel who often perched on Anwen's shoulder, his bushy tail swaying like a metronome. Next was Thistle, a gentle fawn whose wisdom often surpassed that of the oldest oak. Lastly, they were joined by Luna, an owl with feathers like moonlit snow, who served as their watchful guide. The group decided to meet by the old storyteller's oak, where the roots curled into a natural seat, and the canopy above formed a starry sky of its own. As they settled down, Anwen spoke softly. "We need to find out what's causing these oddities. It seems like a mystery, and mysteries are best solved together." Pippin chattered excitedly. "Perhaps it's the wind playing tricks, or maybe the forest spirits are restless." His tiny paws gestured dramatically, causing Anwen to giggle. Thistle, with his deep, melodic voice, suggested, "We should observe carefully. Sometimes the answer lies in the smallest detail." Luna, ever observant, added, "Tonight, when the moon is at its highest, let us watch and listen. The night holds many secrets." As dusk descended, casting a silvery glow over Bramblebrook, the group took their positions. Anwen and her friends had devised a simple plan. They would keep watch from different vantage points around the village, each with a task to observe and record any unusual activity. The night was peaceful. The only sounds the rustle of leaves and the distant croon of crickets. Anwen sat by the baker's window, where the scent of freshly baked bread lingered like a hug. She watched intently, her eyes adjusting to the soft shadows. Meanwhile, Pippin scampered along the rooftops, his keen eyes scanning for any movement. Thistle stood near the seamstress's shop, his gentle presence blending with the night. Luna, with her silent wings, flew in wide circles above, her gaze keen and penetrating. As they watched, they began to notice subtle hints of magic. A trail of shimmering dust, barely visible in the moonlight, led from the baker's window into the woods. At the seamstress's, the threads seemed to glow faintly, as if touched by an unseen hand. When morning light kissed the village, Anwen and her friends gathered once more by the storyteller's oak. They shared their observations, pondering over each clue. "The shimmering dust," Luna mused, "is a sign of pixie mischief. They must be playing their games again." "Pixies!" Pippin exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement. "Of course they love sweet treats and colorful threads." Thistle nodded. "Pixies mean no harm. They seek joy and playfulness, just like us. But perhaps they've forgotten their manners." Anwen smiled, her heart light with understanding. "Then let us remind them gently. We can leave a gift, a gesture of friendship, and invite them to play when it doesn't cause trouble. That night, the friends prepared a delightful offering. On a soft bed of moss, they placed tiny cups of honey and a small weaving of colorful grass, a gesture of peace and goodwill. They set it at the edge of the woods, where the pixies were known to gather. As the moon rose high, a soft, silvery laughter filled the air. Tiny figures, no larger than a child's hand, flitted around the offering, their wings glimmering like drops of dew in the starlight. The pixies, charmed by the kindness, accepted the gift with glee. The next morning, the villagers awoke to find their belongings untouched, the mystery resolved through the gentle wisdom of Anwen and her friends. The pixies, grateful for the understanding, left small tokens of their own, delicate flowers and acorns filled with sweet nectar. And so, peace returned to Bramblebrook, wrapped in the warmth of friendship and understanding. The villagers learned to live alongside their magical neighbors, and every now and then, they would leave a little treat at the forest's edge, a reminder that kindness and curiosity could light the way through any mystery. As the sun set, painting the sky with hues of gold and lavender, Anwen and her friends gathered by the fireplace, hearts content and spirits bright. The flames danced gently, mirroring the joy and tranquility that now filled their beloved village. And as they drifted into a peaceful sleep, the whispering woods hummed its lullaby, cradling Bramblebrook in its gentle embrace once more. Story 51. Once upon a dreamy night, when the forest was bathed in moonlight, the whispers of the trees carried tales as old as the earth itself. This was a realm where every leaf, every trickle of a stream, and every fluttering wing held secrets waiting to be unraveled. Deep within the heart of these ancient woods lived a colony of woodland sprites, guardians of nature's delicate balance. They were the unseen caretakers, tending to the intricate web of life that pulsed through the forest. With each changing season, they performed their sacred duties, guided by the wisdom passed down through countless generations. As the first hints of spring unfurled, the sprites would gather in a hidden glade, dancing among the newly budding wildflowers. Their laughter mingled with the songs of the returning songbirds, coaxing the sleepy earth to awaken from its winter slumber. With delicate touches, they encouraged the tender shoots to stretch towards the warming sun, whispering ancient incantations that stirred the sap to flow once more. In summer's golden embrace, the sprites became the stewards of plenty. They tended to the lush canopies, ensuring that each leaf received its fair share of sunlight and nourishment. They guided the rain clouds, bringing life-giving showers to quench the thirsty roots, and their melodies inspired the plants to bear bountiful fruits and seeds. When autumn's chill whispered through the boughs, the sprites donned cloaks of fallen leaves, their steps rustling through the carpet of crimson and gold. With gentle reverence, they gathered the season's bounty, storing away provisions for the leaner months ahead. Their watchful eyes ensured that every seed found fertile soil, securing the forest's future for the cycles yet to come. In the depths of winter, when the world seemed to slumber, the sprites became the caretakers of dreams. Gathering around the glowing hearths of ancient trees, they wove tapestries of frost across the bare branches, transforming the forest into a crystalline wonderland. Their soft voices carried whispers of hope, reminding the slumbering creatures that spring's rebirth was merely a breath away. Yet the sprites were not alone in their sacred duties. The forest was home to a multitude of beings, each playing its own vital role in the intricate symphony of life. The wise old owls, with their piercing gazes, kept vigil over the night, ensuring that the delicate balance was maintained. The industrious beavers, with their skilled paws, engineered the waterways that nourished the thirsty roots. The fleet-footed deer pruned the undergrowth, making way for new growth to flourish, and woven through it all were the ancient magic and mysteries that pulsed through the very veins of the forest. The will-o'-the-wisps, ethereal orbs of light, would dance through the misty hollows, leading weary travelers to safety. The dryads, spirits of the ancient oak trees, would whisper secrets to those who knew how to listen, sharing the knowledge etched into their bark over centuries of existence. In this realm, every creature, every plant, and every elemental force was part of a grand tapestry, each thread vital to the harmonious whole. The sprites, with their ethereal grace, were the unseen conductors, ensuring that the symphony never faltered, that the cycle of life continued in its eternal dance. As the seasons turned and the years melted into centuries, the sprites remained steadfast in their duties, guardians of the ancient wisdom. For in this enchanted forest, the boundaries between the seen and unseen blurred, and the magic that flowed through every vein and every whisper was the very essence of life itself. Story 52. On the edge of the enchanted forest, nestled between whispering willows and shimmering streams, lay the quaint village of Willowick. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming nightshade flowers, and the sky was a deep indigo, sprinkled with stars that twinkled like distant fairy lights. In this serene village, where magic danced lightly on the breeze, something peculiar had begun to unfold. Every morning, as the sun cast its golden rays over the cobblestone streets, the villagers found their shoes inexplicably tied together, their hats hanging from the tallest tree branches, and their cups filled with honey instead of tea. These curious happenings, though harmless, puzzled the townsfolk, who were used to their peaceful routines. Amidst the villagers was a gentle soul named Linden, known for his keen eyes and kind heart. With chestnut hair that curled like vines and a smile as warm as a summer afternoon, Linden was loved by all. He was a young herbalist, tending to the plants that grew in abundance around his cozy cottage, which sat at the heart of a fragrant garden. As the strange occurrences continued, the villagers turned to Linden for help, trusting his wisdom and gentle nature. Determined to solve the mystery, Linden set out on a soft, moonlit evening, the air cool and refreshing against his skin. He walked with a lantern that glowed with a soft, amber light, casting a warm circle around him as he moved through the village. His first stop was at the edge of the village, where the willow trees swayed like graceful dancers in the night. There he met with the wise old owl, Orin, who perched regally on a low branch. Orin's feathers were a tapestry of silver and gold, and his eyes held the knowledge of countless years. "Good evening, Orin," Linden greeted softly, bowing his head with respect. "Have you seen anything unusual during your nightly watch?" Orin ruffled his feathers thoughtfully, his voice a deep, melodic hum. "The forest speaks in whispers, young Linden. Listen closely, and you shall hear its secrets." With Orin's cryptic advice in mind, Linden ventured deeper into the forest, where the ground was soft with moss and the scent of pine filled the air. As he walked, he tuned his senses to the gentle rustle of leaves and the quiet murmur of the stream that wound its way through the trees. It was then that a flicker of light caught his eye, a glimmer like a firefly's dance. Curious, Linden followed the light until he came upon a clearing bathed in silver moonlight. At its center was a circle of stones, and within it, tiny creatures flitted about, their wings shimmering in the moon's glow. They were the moon mice, small and delicate, with fur that glistened like stardust and eyes that sparkled with mischief and joy. Linden watched, enchanted, as they played among the stones, their high-pitched giggles filling the air. Realizing that these playful creatures were the source of the village's peculiar happenings, Linden approached them with a gentle smile. "Hello, little friends," he called softly, careful not to startle them. "Have you been having fun in our village?" The moon mice paused in their frolic, their tiny faces turning towards him with expressions of curiosity and delight. One stepped forward, a particularly sprightly mouse with a tail that curled like a ribbon. "We meant no harm," she squeaked apologetically. "We just wanted to share our joy with your village." Linden chuckled, his heart warmed by their innocence. "Your joy is a wonderful thing," he assured them, "but the villagers are a bit puzzled by your surprises. Perhaps you could help us understand your games better?" The moon mice huddled together, their voices a soft chorus of whispers and squeaks. After a moment, they turned back to Linden, their eyes bright with a new idea. "We can show you our magic," the sprightly mouse offered, "if you promise to join our dance." With a nod of agreement, Linden set down his lantern and joined the moon mice in their circle. As they began to dance, their movements light and graceful, Linden felt a tingle of magic in the air. The stones around them glowed softly, and the forest seemed to lean in closer, as if listening to their merriment. Through the dance, Linden understood the moon mice's intentions. Each morning's surprise was a gift of happiness, a reminder of the simple joys that spark in the quiet corners of life. Their magic wove a tapestry of laughter and light, meant to uplift and enchant. When the dance ended, Lyndon thanked the moon mice with a bow, his heart full of understanding and warmth. "I will share your message with the villagers," he promised, "and perhaps together we can create new surprises that everyone can enjoy." With their task complete, the moon mice waved goodbye, their tiny figures disappearing into the moonlit night. Lyndon returned to the village, his mind alight with new ideas and his steps light with the magic of the evening. The next day, as the sun kissed the village awake, Lyndon gathered the townsfolk in the square. He shared the tale of the moon mice, their playful hearts, and their gifts of joy. Together, they devised plans to welcome the moon mice into their community, creating spaces for their games and joining in their laughter. The village of Willowick, once puzzled by the strange occurrences, now embraced them, weaving the moon mice's magic into their daily lives. And Lyndon, with his gentle wisdom and kind heart, continued to guide them, ensuring that the light of joy shone brightly in every corner. As the stars blinked into the night sky, the village settled into a peaceful slumber, wrapped in the warmth of friendship and the gentle glow of moonlit magic. And in the heart of the enchanted forest, the moon mice danced, their laughter rising like a melody, a reminder of the wonders to be found in the simplest of joys. Story 53. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood, where the sun's rays filtered gently through a canopy of emerald leaves, there lay a hidden glen untouched by time. This glen, cradled in the forest's embrace, was a sanctuary for creatures both ordinary and magical. Here the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle murmur of a crystal-clear brook provided a melody to the symphony of rustling leaves and birdsong. The inhabitants of the glen were diverse, ranging from the tiniest beetle, whose shell gleamed like polished onyx, to the majestic stag, whose antlers bore the mossy crowns of centuries. Yet perhaps the most intriguing residents were the sylphs, tiny, ethereal beings with wings shimmering like dew-kissed cobwebs. They were the spirit keepers of the forest, tasked with maintaining the delicate balance of nature. As the first frost of the season whispered across the land, the glen prepared for the annual gathering of seasons, an event where all creatures met to ensure harmony between the cycles of nature. The air was crisp with the scent of pine and the promise of snow, and a soft blanket of leaves carpeted the forest floor, crackling gently underfoot. In the midst of this tranquil setting, a young sylph named Lyra found herself troubled. Lyra, with her hair like spun silver and eyes the color of twilight, had been entrusted with a crucial task by the elder sylphs. This year, she was to carry the wisdom of the forest to the heart of winter, ensuring the transition was smooth and that spring would follow in due time. The task seemed daunting, for the path to winter's heart was fraught with challenges, and Lyra was but a novice in the ways of the forest's ancient magic. Yet she possessed a heart full of courage and a spirit imbued with kindness, qualities that often proved mightier than the most potent spells. As Lyra pondered her journey, she was joined by her dear friend, Thistle the hare. Thistle, whose fur was as soft as the finest velvet and eyes as bright as polished amber, had long been a companion to Lyra. "Do not worry, dear Lyra," Thistle comforted her, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "The forest has always provided for those with pure intentions. Let us seek guidance from the wise oak." The wise oak stood at the glen's edge, its massive trunk etched with the stories of ages past. The oak's leaves, though touched with autumn's gold, still clung to the branches with a tenacity that belied the coming winter. As they approached, the branches rustled gently, and a voice, deep and resonant, filled the air. "Welcome, young ones," the wise oak intoned, its voice as rich as honey. "What brings you to my boughs on this fine day?" Lyra spoke of her task and her fears, her voice a whisper against the gentle breeze. The wise oak listened intently, its leaves rustling in contemplation. "Fear not, Lyra," it finally replied. "The path to winter's heart is indeed treacherous, but remember, the forest is a tapestry woven with threads of friendship and trust. You are never truly alone." Encouraged by these words, Lyra and Thistle began their journey. They traveled through the forest, where the air was filled with the earthy aroma of fallen leaves and the crisp scent of impending frost. Along the way, they encountered many friends: the blue jay with a song like a bubbling brook, the squirrel busy gathering acorns, and the wise old turtle who moved with the steady grace of time itself. Each creature offered guidance, sharing tales passed down through generations. "Trust in the rhythm of the seasons," advised the turtle, his voice a calming balm. "For just as the sun sets, so too will it rise, bringing warmth and renewal." As they ventured deeper into the forest, subtle changes marked their path. The vibrant hues of autumn gave way to the stark beauty of winter. The air grew colder, tinged with the sharp bite of snowflakes, and icicles hung like crystal daggers from the branches above. At last they reached the heart of winter, a serene, snow-covered meadow where silence reigned supreme. Here the snow glistened like a million stars under the pale moonlight, and the air was filled with a sense of profound peace. In the center of the meadow stood a lone figure, cloaked in robes as white as the snow itself. This was Winter's guardian, a being of ancient magic and wisdom. Winter's guardian greeted Lyra with a nod, and in its gaze she saw the reflection of countless winters past. "You have come far, little sylph," the guardian spoke, its voice a gentle breeze that stirred the snowflakes. "What wisdom do you bring?" Lyra, drawing upon the lessons learned from her journey, spoke of balance and harmony, of the need for each season to play its part in the grand tapestry of life. As she spoke, the guardian listened, its eyes twinkling with understanding. When she finished, Winter's guardian smiled, a warmth that melted even the coldest of snowflakes. "You have spoken well, child of the forest. The balance is preserved, and with it the promise of spring." With a wave of its hand, the guardian conjured a vision of the coming spring: verdant fields, blossoms in riotous bloom, and the joyful song of life renewed. Lyra and Thistle watched in awe, their hearts swelling with hope and fulfillment. Their task complete, Lyra and Thistle returned to the glen, where the forest welcomed them with open arms. The air was still cold, yet it bore the faintest hint of spring's promise. As they settled in for the night, the creatures of the glen gathered to celebrate, their voices a gentle hum that mingled with the crackling of a nearby fire. In the quiet moments before sleep, Lyra reflected on her journey. She had learned not just about the magic of the forest, but also about the power of friendship and the wisdom that resides in every heart. And as the stars twinkled above, Lyra drifted into a peaceful slumber, knowing that the forest would always be there, a sanctuary of harmony and balance. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, the ancient forest continued to thrive, a timeless testament to the enduring bonds of nature and the gentle wisdom passed down through generations. Story 54. In a distant corner of the universe, where the stars shimmered like diamonds scattered across an indigo velvet sky, two worlds orbited a shared sun. One was a lush, emerald planet known as Verdalis, rich in sprawling forests and crystal-clear rivers. The other was Nova, a planet of gleaming silver sands and iridescent oceans, where the sky blazed with shifting hues of lavender and gold. The inhabitants of these planets had long admired each other from afar, their cultures as different as their landscapes. From Verdalis came the gentle sylvans, beings of bark and leaf, whose voices harmonized with the rustling of their forest home. From Nova were the lumens, creatures of light and energy, their forms ever-changing like the dance of sunlight on water. Despite their curiosity, the sylvans and lumens had never met, separated by the vastness of space and the unknown. Until one day, a young sylvan named Kale, with leaves of silvery hue and eyes like mossy pools, felt an unquenchable longing to see the shimmering world beyond his own. With the blessing of his people, he embarked on a journey through the stars, guided by the ancient songs of his ancestors. Meanwhile, on Nova, a spirited lumen named Arya, whose glow shifted from soft pink to vibrant gold, dreamed of the verdant world she had only seen in the shared dreams of her kind. Her songs were filled with notes of curiosity and adventure, echoing through the luminous caverns of her home. With a heart full of wonder, she set off to explore the universe she had long imagined. Their paths crossed in the vastness of space, where constellations spun tales of old. Kale's ship, crafted from living wood and powered by the songs of his people, drifted close to Arya's vessel, a sleek, luminescent craft that glided through the cosmos like a comet. A collision of fate brought them together, as both ships slowed to a graceful halt amidst a sea of twinkling stars. At first, there was misunderstanding. Kale, with his voice like the whisper of leaves, could not understand Arya's language of light, while Arya's radiant form flickered in puzzlement at the Sylvan's rooted presence. Yet, they were bound by a shared curiosity, a desire to learn and understand. Kale extended a branch-like hand, its touch gentle as a summer breeze. Arya, her form shimmering with hues of welcome, responded with a cascade of light, a language of warmth and friendship. Thus began their journey of discovery, as they learned to speak in the universal tongue of kindness and patience. Together they faced challenges that tested their newfound bond. In a distant nebula, their ships were ensnared by a swirling maelstrom of cosmic dust and energy. Kale, drawing strength from his connection to the earth, grounded their vessels with roots of determination. Arya, her glow a beacon of hope, used her light to guide them through the storm, illuminating the path to safety. In moments of rest, they shared stories of their worlds. Kale spoke of Verdalis, where the air was perfumed with wildflowers and the rivers sang in harmony with the trees. Arya described Nova, where the seas shimmered like liquid rainbows and the skies were a canvas of ever-changing colors. Through their tales, they found common ground, realizing that despite their differences, they were kindred spirits. As their journey continued, they encountered a rogue asteroid field, its jagged rocks threatening to tear their ships asunder. Working in tandem, Kale used his knowledge of harmony to weave a song of balance, while Arya used her light to carve a safe passage through the chaos. Together, they emerged unscathed, their bond strengthened by the challenges they had overcome. With each challenge, their friendship grew, nurtured by shared laughter and moments of understanding. Kale learned to appreciate the beauty of change, as Arya's light danced in ever-new patterns. Arya discovered the tranquility of stillness, finding solace in Kale's steady presence. As they neared the end of their journey, they realized that they had discovered more than the wonders of each other's worlds. They had found the true meaning of friendship, a connection that transcended the boundaries of space and form. With hearts full of gratitude, they returned to their respective planets, their lives forever enriched by the journey they had shared. Kale, with Arya's light in his heart, brought back tales of adventure and the radiant beauty of Nova, inspiring his people with dreams of new horizons. Arya, carrying the essence of Verdalis within her, shared the stories of the gentle Sylvans, teaching her kind the value of rootedness and harmony. Though separated by distance, they remained close in spirit, their friendship a bridge between worlds. In the quiet moments of their lives, they would look to the stars, knowing that somewhere out there, a friend was looking back, a testament to the power of kindness, understanding, and the enduring bonds of friendship. And so, under the infinite canopy of the cosmos, their story became a song, a melody of unity and hope, echoing across the galaxies, a gentle reminder that even the most unlikely companions can find harmony in each other's light. Story 55. Long ago, nestled in a serene valley surrounded by lush emerald hills, lay the quaint village of Elderglen. It was a place where time seemed to move at its own gentle pace, where the air was always tinged with the scent of wild lavender, and where the golden sun cast a warm glow upon the cobblestone streets. The villagers shared tales of ancient times, whispered through generations like soft breezes that rustled the trees. In this village lived a young woman named Lyra. With her deep chestnut hair and eyes, the color of the autumn forest floor, she had a gentle spirit and a curious heart. Lyra had always felt a deep, unexplainable connection to the land around her, though she knew little about her family's history. Her parents had passed on when she was just a child, leaving her in the care of her grandmother, who now told stories of the past as she wove baskets from willow branches. One crisp autumn morning, as the first golden leaves began to fall, Lyra's grandmother handed her an old, ornate box. It was carved with swirling patterns, reminiscent of the rolling hills of Elderglen, and sealed with a delicate silver clasp. "This," her grandmother began, her voice as soft as the morning mist, "has been passed down through our family for generations. Inside is a part of your heritage, Lyra. Open it, and you may find the answers you seek." With trembling fingers, Lyra unfastened the clasp and lifted the lid. Inside, resting on a bed of faded velvet, was a small, intricately carved amulet made of jade. It shimmered faintly, as though it held the light of the stars within its depths. Alongside it lay a parchment, yellowed with age, its edges frayed and delicate. As Lyra unfurled the parchment, she found a map etched upon it, leading to a place deep within the Forest of Whispers, a place that locals spoke of only in hushed tones. Her heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and apprehension. She felt the pull of the amulet, a gentle urging to uncover the secrets it held. The following morning, with the map tucked safely into her satchel and the amulet around her neck, Lyra set off on her journey. The path wound through fields of wildflowers, their vibrant colors a tapestry of nature's finest artistry, and into the shadowy embrace of the forest. The air here was cool and filled with the earthy scent of moss and damp leaves. As she ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive with whispers, gentle, melodic, like a lullaby from the ancient trees. Lyra paused, listening intently. It was as though the forest itself was guiding her, sharing secrets of the past in its own quiet language. After walking for what felt like hours, she reached a clearing bathed in the soft glow of the midday sun. At its center stood a circle of ancient stones, their surfaces covered in the same swirling patterns that adorned the box. Lyra's heart skipped a beat. She knew she had found what she was looking for. Kneeling in the center of the stone circle, she carefully placed the jade amulet on the ground. To her amazement, the stones began to hum, a low, resonant sound that filled the clearing. Light danced from the amulet, weaving through the stones, forming images of her ancestors, men and women who had walked these lands long before her time. In that moment, Lyra understood. Her family's legacy was one of wisdom and harmony with nature. They were guardians of the forest, protectors of its secrets, and stewards of its magic. The amulet was a symbol of their bond with the land, a reminder that they were never truly alone. The vision faded, leaving Lyra with a profound sense of peace and belonging. She felt the strength of her lineage coursing through her veins, a connection to the past that would guide her into the future. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting a warm, golden light over the village, Lyra made her way back home. The path seemed shorter now, the forest more familiar. She carried with her not only the stories of her ancestors, but also a newfound understanding of her place in the world. Her grandmother was waiting at the door, her eyes bright with understanding. Lyra embraced her, feeling the warmth and love that tied their family together across time and space. From that day on, Lyra took her place as a guardian of the forest, teaching others the importance of living in harmony with nature. She shared the stories and wisdom of her ancestors, ensuring that their legacy would continue to flourish in the hearts and minds of future generations. And so, in the tranquil village of Elderglen, under the watchful eyes of the ancient hills and whispering trees, Lyra's journey of discovery and belonging became part of the tapestry of life, a gentle reminder of the enduring bonds that connect us all to our past and to each other. Story 56. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between whispering woods and rolling emerald hills, there was an air of magic that fluttered gently like the wings of a butterfly. The villagers went about their simple lives, tending to their gardens and sharing stories by the hearth. At the heart of this village stood a little cottage, its roof thatched with golden straw, where lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was known for her curious nature and kind heart. She had a knack for noticing things that others overlooked, like the way the sun painted the morning sky with strokes of pink and orange, or how the babbling brook seemed to hum a tune just for her. Her best friend, a wise old owl named Oswald, often perched on the branch of the ancient oak tree beside her window. Oswald was not just any owl. He possessed the gift of speech and a library of knowledge tucked beneath his snowy feathers. One tranquil evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the village in hues of lavender and gold, Clara noticed something amiss. The village's prized moonflower, which only bloomed under the gentle light of a full moon, had not opened its petals. The moonflower was revered not only for its beauty, but for the calming fragrance it released, which lulled the village into peaceful slumber. Puzzled by this strange occurrence, Clara decided to investigate. She wrapped herself in a soft woolen shawl and stepped out into the night, her footsteps whispering against the cobblestone path. Oswald swooped down from his perch, his eyes gleaming like polished amber in the moonlight. "A mystery, is it?" he hooted softly, flapping his wings to settle on Clara's shoulder. "Indeed, Oswald," Clara replied, her voice a gentle murmur. "The moonflower hasn't bloomed, and I fear something's amiss." Together, they wandered through the village, where the warm glow from cottage windows spilled onto the path. The air was filled with the scent of blooming jasmine and the soft rustle of leaves. Clara and Oswald made their way to the garden, where the moonflower stood, its buds tightly closed. As Clara knelt beside the plant, she noticed something peculiar. Tiny footprints, no larger than a thimble, circled the base of the moonflower. "Look, Oswald," she whispered, tracing the prints with her finger. "Something small has been here." Oswald tilted his head, his eyes narrowing in thought. "These belong to the Spriggan folk," he said, nodding sagely. "They are known for their mischief and love of all things that shine in the moonlight." Intrigued, Clara decided to seek the wisdom of the village elder, a gentle sorceress named Mirabella, who lived in a cottage surrounded by a garden that danced with every color of the rainbow. As they approached, the scent of lavender and honey wafted through the air, welcoming them like a warm embrace. Mirabella greeted them with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling behind spectacles perched on the tip of her nose. "Ah, Clara and Oswald, what brings you to my humble abode on this moonlit night?" Clara explained the situation, her voice soft and earnest. Mirabella listened intently, then nodded thoughtfully. "The Spriggans are playful, yet can be persuaded with kindness. A simple offering of moonlit dew and a song sung from the heart might coax them to reveal their secrets." With Mirabella's advice, Clara and Oswald gathered a handful of dew-kissed petals and returned to the garden. Clara's voice, gentle and pure, floated through the night as she sang a melody that spoke of friendship and understanding. The notes lingered in the air, wrapping around the garden like a tender hug. As the last note faded, a soft giggle echoed through the bushes. Out stepped a tiny Spriggan, its eyes twinkling like stars. It was no taller than a teacup, with a crown of wildflowers and a cloak woven from spider silk. "Greetings, kind ones," the Spriggan chirped, its voice as light as a breeze. "We meant no harm, only wished to borrow the moonflower's glow to light our festival." Clara smiled gently, her heart warm with understanding. "Perhaps we can help you find another way to celebrate, without taking the moonflower's bloom." The Spriggan nodded eagerly, grateful for the offer. "You have a kind heart, little one. We shall return the moonflower's glow, and in return, we will share our light with you." With a wave of its tiny hand, a soft luminescence enveloped the garden, and the moonflower slowly unfurled its petals, releasing its soothing fragrance into the night air. The Spriggan vanished with a twinkle, leaving behind a trail of shimmering light that danced like fireflies. Clara and Oswald watched as the village settled into a peaceful slumber, the moonflower's gentle glow wrapping them in dreams as soft as a feather. As they returned to Clara's cottage, they felt a deep sense of contentment, knowing that wisdom and friendship had once again brought harmony to Willowbrook. And so, as the moon cast its gentle light over the sleeping village, Clara drifted into a serene sleep, her heart light and her dreams filled with the magic of the night. The world outside was quiet, save for the soft rustling of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl, a lullaby that promised peaceful tomorrows. Story 57. In the quaint little village of Whimsy Wood, nestled between vibrant fields of wildflowers and the whispering pines of the enchanted forest, magic danced in every cobblestone and fluttered on every breeze. It was a place where the sun always seemed to hang just right in the sky, casting a warm, golden glow over the land, and where laughter was as common as the morning dew. In this delightful village lived a peculiar and lovable old wizard named Pippin Sparkles. Pippin was renowned not for his spells or potions, but for his extraordinary collection of magical hats. Each hat, perched precariously on top of the other, in a teetering tower of fabric and feathers, granted its own peculiar power. There was the hat of hilarity that made even the grumpiest person giggle, the sombrero of sweetness that could turn the sourest lemon into candy, and the fedora of fanciful flights that, when worn, allowed one to float just a few inches off the ground, tickling the toes. Despite his whimsical appearance and endearing absent-mindedness, Pippin had a heart as warm as a freshly baked pie and was beloved by all in Whimsy Wood. His best friend was a plucky, pint-sized pixie named Fiddlewisp, who had a penchant for playing pranks and a laugh that sounded like tinkling glass bells. Together they were an inseparable pair, always ready for an adventure. One particularly breezy morning, as the village bustled with the usual cheerful commotion, an unusual event unfolded. The sky, usually a serene canvas of blue, began to shimmer with a kaleidoscope of colors. It was as if someone had spilled a box of paints across the heavens. Out from this wondrous sky fell a cascade of glittering, glowing snowflakes, even though it was a balmy summer day. The villagers gathered in the square, their faces alight with curiosity and excitement. As the sparkly flakes landed, they brought with them a tingling sensation of joy, but also a little bit of confusion, for these were not ordinary snowflakes. Each flake carried a tiny, buzzing sound, like the zipping of 100 bees, and as they touched the ground, small, mischievous giggles erupted from them. Pippin, with his ever-growing stack of hats, was the first to recognize the magical nature of this peculiar snowfall. He donned his spectacles of seeing, which magnified the unseen, and peered closely at the flakes. Oh dear, he exclaimed, with a chuckle that was both amused and worried. These aren't snowflakes at all. They're enchanted giggles. The villagers gasped, unsure whether to laugh or to be concerned. Fiddlewisp fluttered around in excitement, her tiny wings a blur. Enchanted giggles? What a delightful dilemma, she chimed, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Pippin nodded, his hats wobbling dangerously. Indeed, it seems that someone has bottled up all the giggles from the land of laughter and accidentally spilled them over our dear village. If we don't find a way to gather them back, we'll be giggling uncontrollably for weeks. The villagers, though fond of a good laugh, understood the gravity of the situation. Unchecked giggles could lead to all sorts of playful chaos. Cows might begin to dance, and the chickens might start laying eggs in polka-dot patterns. And so, the quest to restore the giggles began. Pippin and Fiddlewisp brainstormed a plan, their heads together, one wearing a thinking cap and the other fiddling with a tiny lute. They decided to create a device that could collect the giggles and return them to the land of laughter. But how? Fiddlewisp, always one for whimsy, suggested using the sieve of silliness, an enchanted colander that could strain out anything that wasn't serious. Pippin agreed, and with a twinkle in his eye, he fashioned a contraption that combined the sieve with the bellows of bewilderment, an old tool used for puffing out particularly perplexing magic. As the villagers watched, Pippin and Fiddlewisp set to work. They aimed the contraption at the giggling snowflakes, and with a great whoosh, a flurry of giggles was sucked into the sieve of silliness. The contraption shimmered and hummed, shaking as it filled with laughter. But just as things seemed to be under control, an unexpected twist occurred. The contraption, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of giggles, began to sputter and shake. Pippin's hats wobbled precariously, and Fiddlewisp's wings fluttered in alarm. Oh dear, Pippin exclaimed, trying to steady the device. It's too much giggle for one sieve. Thinking quickly, Fiddlewisp remembered a tale her grandmother had told her about the giggle tree, a magical tree in the enchanted forest that could absorb and balance laughter. The giggle tree! We must take the giggles there, she exclaimed. With determination, Pippin and Fiddlewisp led the villagers on a merry procession through the winding paths of the enchanted forest, each step accompanied by a symphony of mirthful sounds. The forest was alive with vibrant colors and curious creatures that paused in their antics to watch the giggling parade pass by. At last, they reached the giggle tree, its branches laden with silver leaves that tinkled like wind chimes. The tree seemed to quiver with delight at the prospect of a new giggle infusion. With a gentle touch, Pippin opened the sieve of silliness, releasing the giggles into the air. They floated up, spiraling around the tree in a shimmering cloud of joy. The giggle tree absorbed the giggles, its leaves glowing with a radiant light. The villagers watched in awe as the tree's branches danced with laughter, creating a melody of happiness that echoed through the forest. The sky returned to its usual serene blue, and the villagers, now free from the incessant giggling, burst into applause. Pippin and Fiddlewisp beamed with pride, their hearts as light as a feather. The village of Whimsywood had once again been saved by friendship, creativity, and a touch of magic. As the sun set, painting the village in hues of pink and gold, the villagers gathered in the square for a grand feast. Laughter, this time in moderation, filled the air as they celebrated their victory and the joy that magic had brought into their lives. And so, in the cozy comfort of Whimsywood, with the giggle tree standing as a testament to their adventure, the villagers drifted into happy dreams, their hearts filled with warmth and wonder, knowing that wherever there was a giggle, there would always be a way to share it. Story 58. In the heart of a dense forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the stars twinkled like knowing eyes in the night sky, there was a quaint little village named Elderglen. Nestled in a valley that held the echoes of ancient tales, Elderglen was a place where time seemed to dance gently, unhurried by the outside world. The villagers lived in harmony with nature, their lives interwoven with the rhythms of the woods that surrounded them. In this peaceful village lived a young girl named Leora. With hair as dark as a raven's wing and eyes as bright as the morning sun, Leora was known for her gentle spirit and curious heart. She spent her days exploring the forest, which was her playground and sanctuary. Her grandmother, a wise woman who wove stories as vivid as the wildflowers in spring, often spoke of the hidden wonders that lay beyond the village paths. One chilly autumn evening, as the leaves rustled in hues of gold and crimson, Leora sat by the hearth, listening to her grandmother's tales. The fire crackled warmly, casting a cozy glow across the room, while the scent of pine and cinnamon lingered in the air. Long ago, her grandmother began, her voice as soothing as the lull of the river. In the depths of this very forest, there exists a hidden world, a realm untouched by the hands of time. It is said that within this world lies a magical artifact known as the Everlight Lantern, a beacon of hope and wisdom. Leora's eyes widened with wonder. "A lantern, grandmother? What does it do?" "It is a guide," her grandmother replied, her eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stories. "It has the power to illuminate the truth, to reveal the hidden paths of the heart and mind. But it is not easy to find. Only those who are pure of heart and filled with a desire for truth can glimpse its light." That night, as Leora lay beneath her quilt, the tale of the Everlight Lantern danced in her dreams. She imagined the ethereal glow of the lantern, shimmering like a star caught in a jar, leading her through mysteries untold. Her heart yearned for adventure, for a journey that would change her in ways she could not yet fathom. The very next morning, with the sun casting a golden sheen over the dewy forest, Leora set out on a quest that would take her beyond the familiar trails of Elderglen. She wore a cloak the color of moss and carried a small satchel filled with bread, cheese, and her grandmother's special tea, a blend of herbs known only to the village elders. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the world around her seemed to awaken with life. The crisp air was filled with the song of birds and the rustle of leaves underfoot. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. Leora felt a sense of wonder and peace, as if the forest itself was welcoming her on her journey. Hours passed, and as the sun began its descent, Leora found herself in a part of the forest she had never seen before. The trees here were ancient, their trunks gnarled and twisted, their branches reaching up like the arms of wise old giants. It was then that she noticed a faint, shimmering light flickering in the distance. Her heart quickened with excitement. Could it be the Everlight Lantern? As she moved closer, the light grew brighter, casting an otherworldly glow upon a clearing. In the center of the clearing stood an old, weathered stone pedestal, and atop it rested a lantern unlike any she had ever seen. The lantern was made of silver, intricately carved with vines and leaves. Its light danced like liquid gold, illuminating the clearing with a warmth that seeped into her very soul. Leora approached with reverence, her heart filled with awe. As she reached out to touch the lantern, she heard a rustling in the trees. Startled, she turned to see a fox with fur as red as autumn leaves watching her with intelligent, curious eyes. The fox stepped into the clearing, and to Leora's surprise, spoke with a voice smooth as the forest breeze. "Greetings, young traveler," the fox said. "I am Fen, guardian of the Everlight. What brings you to this hidden realm?" Leora, though taken aback, felt a sense of calm wash over her. "I seek the truth," she replied earnestly. "I wish to learn the secrets of the heart and mind, to understand the world and my place within it." Fen regarded her with a thoughtful gaze. "The Everlight is a powerful guide, but its light can only be seen by those who are open to its wisdom. It will reveal truths that may challenge you, but it is a journey worth taking." Leora nodded, determination gleaming in her eyes. "I am ready." With that, the fox beckoned her to follow. Together, they ventured deeper into the hidden realm, the lantern's light guiding their way. As they walked, Fen shared stories of the forest's magic, of creatures and mysteries that existed beyond the veil of the ordinary. Days turned into weeks, and Leora learned to see the world through new eyes. She discovered the hidden paths of the forest, paths that led to places of beauty and wonder she had never imagined. She met creatures who spoke in riddles, each teaching her a lesson, each challenging her to think differently. There was a wise old owl who taught her the value of patience, a gentle deer who showed her the strength in kindness, and a playful squirrel who reminded her of the joy in simple things. With each encounter, Leora grew, her understanding of the world deepening like the roots of an ancient tree. One day, as they rested by a tranquil stream, Fen turned to Leora with a question. "What have you learned, young one, from this journey?" Leora smiled, her heart full of gratitude. "I've learned that every creature, every leaf, and every stone has a story to tell. That wisdom comes not just from seeking answers, but from asking the right questions. And most importantly, I've learned that true strength lies in understanding and compassion." Fen nodded approvingly. "You have grown, Leora. The Everlight has shown you its truth, and you have listened with an open heart." As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Leora felt a sense of peace and fulfillment. She knew it was time to return to Elderglen, to share what she had learned with her family and friends. With a final, grateful glance at the Everlight lantern, she thanked Fen for his guidance. "Will we meet again?" she asked, her voice tinged with hope. Fen smiled, a knowing glint in his eyes. "The forest is vast, and our paths may cross once more. Until then, carry the light of the Everlight within you, and let it guide you always." With Fen's words echoing in her heart, Leora made her way back through the forest. The journey home was different, for now she saw the world with new clarity and understanding. The village of Elderglen came into view, a welcoming sight against the backdrop of the forest. Her return was met with joy and celebration. Her grandmother embraced her warmly, her eyes filled with pride and love. Leora shared her stories, the lessons she had learned, and the wisdom of the forest. The villagers listened with rapt attention, their hearts touched by her words. As night fell and the stars twinkled above, Leora sat by the hearth once more, the warmth of the fire wrapping around her like a comforting blanket. She knew her journey had only just begun, for the world was full of wonders yet to be discovered. And so, in the heart of the forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the stars twinkled like knowing eyes in the night sky, Leora found her place, a keeper of stories, a seeker of truth, a beacon of light in the world. And thus, as the village of Elderglen slept peacefully under the watchful gaze of the moon, Leora drifted into dreams filled with the warmth of friendship, the wisdom of the forest, and the gentle glow of the Everlight lantern guiding her way. Story 59. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and she had an insatiable appetite for adventure. Little did she know, her ordinary life was about to take an extraordinary turn. One crisp autumn evening, as Lily sat by the crackling fireplace, her grandmother handed her a peculiar object, a small wooden box adorned with intricate carvings. "This has been in our family for generations," her grandmother whispered, her eyes twinkling with secrets untold. "Promise me you'll keep it safe." Lily nodded solemnly, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns on the box's surface. As she gently opened the lid, a warm, golden glow enveloped her, and the room seemed to dissolve around her. In a blink, Lily found herself standing in a vast, enchanted meadow, the sweet fragrance of wildflowers dancing on the gentle breeze. A melodic giggle echoed from behind a towering oak tree, and Lily gasped as a tiny winged creature fluttered into view. "Welcome, dear Lily," the fairy chirped, her gossamer wings shimmering like diamonds. "I am Zephyr, guardian of this realm. Your grandmother's gift has unlocked the magic within you, and now you must embark on a journey unlike any other." Lily's eyes widened with wonder as Zephyr explained that the wooden box was a gateway to a world where ordinary objects held extraordinary powers. With a wave of her delicate hand, a glowing map appeared, revealing a path through the enchanted forest. "Follow the golden trail," Zephyr instructed, "and you will find the answers you seek. But beware, for challenges await, and you must rely on wisdom and courage to overcome them." Nodding resolutely, Lily clutched the precious box close to her heart and set off into the whimsical forest. She encountered a menagerie of delightful creatures, each offering guidance and friendship along the way. First, there was Bramble, a wise old badger with a knack for riddles. He taught Lily the importance of patience and careful observation, guiding her through a maze of tangled vines with his cunning wit. Then she met Willow, a gentle stream spirit with a melodious voice. Willow's soothing songs calmed Lily's fears as they traversed a treacherous canyon, reminding her that even in the darkest moments, hope and perseverance would light her path. As Lily journeyed deeper into the forest, she encountered a towering stone wall, blocking her path. Perplexed, she studied the intricate carvings etched into its surface, recognizing the same patterns as those on her wooden box. With a surge of courage, Lily traced the carvings with her fingertips, and the wall began to rumble and shift, revealing a hidden passage. Stepping through, she found herself in a breathtaking crystalline cavern, where a wise old oak tree stood tall and proud. "Well done, young Lily," the tree's deep, resonant voice echoed. "You have proven your worth by relying on wisdom and friendship rather than force. Now you must choose your path. Will you return to your ordinary life, or embrace the magic within and become a guardian of this realm?" Lily's heart swelled with the knowledge she had gained on her journey. She had discovered that true magic lay not in the objects themselves, but in the wonder and wisdom they inspired within her. With a grateful smile, she turned to the tree and made her choice. From that day forward, Lily became a protector of the enchanted realm, guiding others on their own journeys of self-discovery. And whenever she felt doubt creep in, she would gaze upon the precious wooden box and remember the extraordinary power that ordinary things could hold, if only one had the courage to seek it out. Story 60, The Whispering Woods. In the gentle heart of the countryside, cradled between rolling hills and veiled by the mist of dawn, there lay a village named Willow Creek. It was a place where time seemed to pause, allowing the golden rays of the sun to dance lazily across cobblestone paths, and where the scent of blooming lavender lingered in the air like a tender embrace. At the edge of this village, hidden just beyond the reach of the morning fog, was a mysterious forest known as the Whispering Woods. The villagers often spoke of the woods in hushed tones, weaving tales of enchantment and mystery. It was said that the forest was alive with the soft murmurs of ancient trees, their leaves rustling secrets to those who dared to listen. Yet most intriguing of all was the story of a magical object, a silver locket, rumored to be hidden deep within the woods. Legends told that this locket held the power to reveal one's true heart, granting wisdom to those pure of spirit. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila. With her wild chestnut curls and eyes as bright as the morning sky, she was known for her boundless curiosity and an unwavering kindness that seemed to touch everyone she met. Lila often spent her days exploring the meadows and streams that bordered the village, her heart yearning for adventure and the secrets the world might hold. One crisp autumn morning, as Lila wandered near the forest's edge, she heard a peculiar sound, a gentle, beckoning whisper carried by the breeze. It was unlike anything she had heard before, a melody that tugged at her heart and piqued her curiosity. Driven by an inexplicable pull, she decided to venture into the Whispering Woods, the allure of discovery outweighing the cautionary tales she had heard. As she stepped beneath the forest canopy, Lila was enveloped by a world of emerald and shadow. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground was a soft carpet of fallen leaves, whispering secrets beneath her feet. Sunlight filtered through the branches above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, as if nature itself was painting a tapestry of light and shadow. Lila followed the sound of the whispers, which grew louder and more distinct with each step. It was as though the trees were guiding her, their ancient wisdom leading her deeper into the heart of the woods. After what felt like hours, she stumbled upon a clearing bathed in a soft, golden light. In its center stood a magnificent oak, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky like a guardian of time. At the base of this venerable tree, nestled among the roots, lay the silver locket, its surface shimmering with an inner light. Lila approached it with a sense of awe and reverence, her fingers tingling with anticipation as she reached out to touch the cool, smooth metal. As her fingers closed around the locket, she felt a warmth spread through her, a gentle reassurance that she was meant to find this treasure. With the locket cradled in her hands, Lila felt a surge of courage and curiosity. She opened it and found within a delicate mirror, its surface reflecting not just her image but something deeper, a glimpse into her heart, her dreams, and the kindness she had always shared with others. The mirror seemed to whisper encouragement, a promise that she was capable of great things if only she believed in herself. As she gazed into the mirror, the whispers of the forest grew clearer, forming words that only she could understand. They spoke of wisdom and friendship, of courage and transformation. Lila felt a profound sense of connection to the forest, as if it were a living entity sharing its ancient knowledge with her. Determined to share her discovery, Lila returned to the village, the locket hanging around her neck like a talisman. She gathered her friends and family, their faces filled with curiosity and wonder, as she recounted her journey into the Whispering Woods. Her tale of the enchanted forest and the magical locket captivated their hearts, sparking a newfound appreciation for the world beyond their doorstep. Days turned into weeks, and as autumn gave way to winter, the village of Willow Creek was transformed. Inspired by Lila's story, the villagers began to explore the woods, discovering its hidden beauty and the secrets it held. They found solace and joy in the forest's embrace, and a sense of unity blossomed among them, as if the trees themselves had woven a tapestry of friendship and understanding. Lila, too, was changed by her journey. She had learned that the true magic of the locket lay not in its ability to reveal her heart, but in the courage it had given her to trust in herself and others. She realized that kindness and friendship were the most powerful forces in the world, capable of bringing people together and overcoming any challenge. As the years passed, Lila became a beloved figure in the village, her spirit of adventure and compassion inspiring generations to come. The Whispering Woods remained a place of wonder and mystery, its gentle whispers a constant reminder of the magic that lay within each of them. And so the story of Lila and the Whispering Woods became a cherished legend, passed down through the ages, a testament to the power of kindness, wisdom, and the enduring bonds of friendship. As the sun set over Willow Creek, casting a warm glow across the village, the whispers of the woods continued to sing their gentle song, a lullaby of hope and love that would echo through the hearts of all who listened. Story 61. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled at the base of misty emerald hills and encircled by the ancient Whispering Woods, there lived a young girl named Clara. Her heart was as kind as a spring morning, and her laughter was like the tinkling of distant wind chimes. Clara had a special knack for discovering the extraordinary in the mundane. She often wandered through the meadows and woodlands, captivated by the symphony of nature. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Clara set out on her usual jaunt through the woods. She wore a cloak of soft, worn wool that her grandmother had stitched for her, and in her pocket she kept a small, tattered notebook where she jotted down her musings and discoveries. The path through the Whispering Woods was dappled with sunlight, the leaves crunching gently beneath her feet like a melody only she could hear. Today, however, felt different. There was a peculiar tension in the air, a sense of anticipation. The leaves whispered secrets in the wind, rustling more urgently than usual. As Clara ventured deeper into the woods, she noticed a soft, ethereal glow emanating from a dense thicket to her right. Curiosity piqued, she knelt down and brushed aside the brambles, revealing a small, intricately carved wooden box. The box was unlike anything she'd ever seen, adorned with delicate patterns of intertwining vines and flowers that seemed to pulse with their own life. Gently, Clara lifted the box and felt a warmth radiating from it, as if it had been basking in the sun's embrace. She hesitated for a moment, then slowly opened the lid. Inside, nestled in a bed of soft moss, was a shimmering, iridescent stone. It was no larger than a robin's egg, yet it glowed with the intensity of 1,000 sunrises. As her fingers brushed against the stone, a soft voice filled her mind. It was soothing, like the gentle lapping of waves against a shore. "Clara," it whispered, "you have found the heart of the forest. It has chosen you as its guardian." Startled but entranced, Clara listened as the voice explained that the heart of the forest was a magical artifact that kept the balance of life and magic within the woods. For centuries, it had been hidden away, waiting for the right person to find it, a person with a heart full of kindness and a spirit of adventure. The voice continued, "With this stone, you can glimpse the hidden world within the forest, a realm where the ordinary becomes extraordinary. But remember, with great power comes great responsibility. You must protect the heart and use its magic wisely." Clara felt a thrill of excitement mixed with a hint of apprehension. She nodded solemnly, understanding the weight of the task before her. With the heart of the forest safely tucked into her cloak, Clara's world began to change. Colors seemed brighter, sounds more vibrant. She could hear the chatter of squirrels discussing their winter preparations and see the hidden pathways of rabbits weaving through the underbrush. As she wandered, she stumbled upon a small clearing, bathed in the golden glow of the afternoon sun. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like the arms of a wise old guardian. Beneath its boughs sat a figure unlike any Clara had ever seen, a creature with the body of a fox, yet standing upright with an air of regal grace. The creature's fur was a mosaic of russet and gold, and its eyes sparkled with intelligence and warmth. It regarded Clara with a gentle smile, as if it had been expecting her. "Welcome, Clara," the creature said in a voice that was both deep and melodic. "I am Phelan, keeper of the hidden world. The heart has chosen its guardian well." Clara's heart swelled with a mix of pride and curiosity. "What is this hidden world?" she asked, her eyes wide with wonder. Phelan gestured around the glade. "This is a realm where the lines between the magical and the mundane blur. Here, the trees whisper their ancient wisdom, and the creatures speak with voices of their own. It is a world that exists alongside yours, unseen by most, but always present." The fox-like guardian explained that the hidden world had been created by the magic of the heart to protect the forest and its inhabitants. But recently, a shadow had begun to creep into their realm, a darkness that threatened to upset the delicate balance. Clara listened intently, her mind racing with questions. "How can I help?" she asked, determination lighting her eyes. Phelan nodded approvingly. "Your journey will take you to the heart of our world, where you will face trials that test your courage, your kindness, and your wisdom. Along the way, you will meet friends who will aid you, and together you must uncover the source of the shadow." With a sense of purpose igniting within her, Clara agreed to the task. Phelan handed her a small, intricately woven satchel. "This will help you on your journey," he said. "Inside, you will find what you need when the time is right." Clara thanked Phelan and set off into the hidden world, guided by the gentle pulsing of the heart of the forest. The path before her was shrouded in mystery and magic, twisting through groves of silver-barked trees and fields of wildflowers that danced in the breeze. As she traveled, Clara met many wondrous creatures. A wise old owl with feathers like moonlight who offered sage advice, a family of mischievous sprites who giggled and played tricks, but ultimately led her to the right path, and a gentle deer with antlers adorned with blossoms who became her steadfast companion. Together they traveled through the hidden world, each step bringing them closer to the source of the shadow. Along the way, Clara learned that true strength lay not in her own abilities, but in the bonds of friendship and the kindness she showed to others. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft twilight glow, Clara and her companions reached the edge of a great lake. The water shimmered like liquid silver, and in its depths they glimpsed the reflection of a towering mountain cloaked in shadow. "This is it," Phelan said, appearing at her side. "The heart of the darkness lies within that mountain." Clara took a deep breath, her resolve unwavering. She glanced at her friends, who nodded their support, and together they began the ascent. The journey up the mountain was fraught with challenges: rocky paths that crumbled beneath their feet, swirling mists that distorted their vision, and eerie whispers that sought to sow doubt in their hearts. But Clara's spirit remained unbroken, her heart buoyed by the love and loyalty of her friends. At last, they reached the summit, where a great cavern yawned open before them. From its depths emanated a chill that seemed to seep into Clara's very bones. Yet she pressed on, driven by the knowledge that the heart of the forest and the hidden world depended on her. Inside the cavern, they found the source of the shadow, a dark, swirling vortex of energy that pulsed with a malevolent force. Clara knew instinctively that this was the darkness that threatened to consume the hidden world. As she approached, the heart of the forest began to glow more brightly, its warmth spreading through her like a beacon of hope. Clara reached into the satchel Phelan had given her, finding within it a small, crystal vial filled with a shimmering liquid. With a steady hand, she uncorked the vial and poured its contents into the heart of the vortex. The liquid sparkled as it fell, like droplets of sunlight piercing through the darkness. The effect was immediate. The shadow writhed and twisted, its energy dissipating like mist in the morning sun. A gentle breeze swept through the cavern, carrying with it the scent of blooming flowers and fresh rain. As the darkness faded, a calm settled over the hidden world. The creatures of the forest emerged from their hiding places, their voices raised in a joyous chorus of gratitude. Clara felt a wave of relief and happiness wash over her. She had done it. She had saved the hidden world and restored the balance of magic and life. Phelan approached her, his eyes filled with pride. "You have proven yourself a true guardian, Clara. The heart of the forest is safe once more, thanks to your courage and kindness." Clara smiled, her heart full of warmth and contentment. She knew that her journey had changed her, that she had grown in ways she never could have imagined. She had learned the power of friendship, the strength of kindness, and the importance of protecting the world around her. As the sun rose over the whispering woods, painting the sky in soft pastel hues, Clara returned home to Willowbrook. She carried with her the memories of her adventure, the lessons she had learned, and the friendships she had forged. And though the heart of the forest remained hidden away, its magic continued to weave through the fabric of her life, a gentle reminder of the wonders of the hidden world and the beauty of the extraordinary in the everyday. In the years that followed, Clara often returned to the Whispering Woods, her heart always open to the magic that lay just out of sight. She shared her stories with the villagers of Willowbrook, inspiring others to seek out the enchantment in their own lives and to cherish the gifts of nature and friendship. The village thrived, its people united by a newfound appreciation for the world around them. And as Clara grew, so too did her legacy, a testament to the power of kindness, courage, and the enduring magic of the heart of the forest. And so, the tale of Clara and the hidden world became a cherished story, passed down through generations, a gentle reminder of the wonders that await those who dare to look beyond the ordinary and embrace the extraordinary. As the crackling fire cast a warm glow over the cozy room, the storyteller's voice softened, drawing the tale to a close. The listeners, wrapped in blankets and snuggled in their chairs, let out contented sighs, their imaginations alight with the magic of the hidden world. With a tender smile, the storyteller leaned back, letting the peace of the evening settle over them all, their hearts full with the promise of dreams yet to come, and adventures still to be discovered in the world beyond the firelight. Story 62. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook nestled between the lush, rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Clara. Clara had a heart as warm as the summer sun and an insatiable curiosity about the world around her. Her days were filled with adventures through the meadows and forests that surrounded her home, where she often imagined wondrous tales spun by the rustling leaves and babbling brooks. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves painted the world in hues of gold and crimson, Clara wandered to the edge of the forest, where old Mr. Thistlethorn's cottage stood. Mr. Thistlethorn was a kindly old gentleman with a twinkle in his eye and a garden full of unusual plants. It was said that he knew every secret of the forest and beyond. As Clara approached, she noticed something peculiar amidst the herbs and flowers. A small, intricately carved wooden box, half hidden beneath the sprawling branches of a lavender bush. The box was unlike anything Clara had ever seen, its surface etched with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity got the better of her, and she carefully picked up the box, feeling a gentle warmth radiating from it. As she opened the lid, a soft golden light spilled out, enveloping her like a gentle embrace. Inside lay a single, shimmering feather, iridescent and delicate as a whisper. Intrigued, Clara took the feather and felt a peculiar tingle in her fingertips. With a gasp, she realized that she could now understand the language of the forest. The trees hummed with ancient songs, and the animals spoke in melodious whispers. The feather, it seemed, held the magic of communication with nature itself. Clara's heart brimmed with excitement, and she knew she had to learn more about this wondrous gift. She decided to visit the sage owl, Orin, who lived high in the branches of the oldest oak tree. Orin was known for his wisdom and kindness, always ready to offer guidance to those who sought it. Climbing the knotted roots of the great oak, Clara soon found herself face to face with Orin. The owl blinked his large amber eyes slowly, as if weighing the significance of her visit. "Ah, young Clara," Orin hooted softly, "I see you have found the feather of harmony, a rare and precious treasure indeed." Clara nodded eagerly, explaining how she had discovered the feather and the magical ability it bestowed upon her. Orin listened patiently, then spoke with a gentle authority. "The feather of harmony, dear child, is a gift of understanding. With it, you can bridge the worlds of humans and nature. But remember, true harmony requires more than just understanding. It demands respect and wisdom." Clara pondered Orin's advice, determined to use her newfound ability wisely. As she made her way back home, she noticed how the forest seemed more alive, every leaf and creature vibrant with purpose. Days turned into weeks, and Clara grew more attuned to the subtle voices of the forest. She befriended a merry squirrel named Pip, whose bushy tail twitched with excitement at every adventure. Pip had a knack for finding the best acorns and was always ready with a story about his latest escapades. Together, Clara and Pip explored the hidden nooks of the forest, learning its secrets and helping creatures in need. They freed a hedgehog stuck in a thicket and guided a lost fawn back to its mother. Each act of kindness deepened Clara's bond with the forest, and she felt the feather's magic grow stronger within her. One day, as winter's chill began to creep into the air, Clara heard worried whispers from the trees. A fierce storm was approaching, threatening to uproot the ancient oak where Orin resided. The forest creatures were anxious, unsure of how to protect their wise friend. Clara knew this was the moment to use the wisdom Orin had spoken of. Gathering the animals, she devised a plan. With Pip's help, they collected fallen branches and leaves, creating a sturdy barrier to shield the oak's roots from the howling wind. As the storm raged, Clara stood with her friends, anchoring the protective barrier against the gusts. The feather glowed softly, filling her with a calm strength. She whispered words of encouragement to the forest, and in response, the trees and creatures rallied together, their voices a harmonious melody guiding them through the tempest. When the storm finally subsided, the forest stood resilient, the great oak unharmed. Orin blinked down at Clara with pride, his feathered form silhouetted against the dawn's light. "You have done well, Clara," he hooted warmly. "You have shown that true power lies not in force, but in unity and wisdom." Clara beamed, feeling the warmth of the feather in her heart. She knew that the magic of the feather of harmony was not just a gift, but a responsibility to cherish and protect the delicate balance of the world around her. From that day on, Clara continued her adventures with Pip by her side, their friendship a testament to the wonders of the world when seen through eyes of understanding and love. And so, in the gentle embrace of Willowbrook's enchanting woods, Clara's story became one of harmony and hope, a soothing lullaby whispered by the wind to those who listened with open hearts. And as the stars twinkled softly above, Clara drifted into dreams of golden feathers and whispered forest songs, her heart forever intertwined with the magic of the world she so dearly loved. Story 63. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like distant campfires and planets spun silently in their orbits, a gentle tale unfolded. It began on the swirling, ice-clad world of Glacia, beneath a sky that shimmered with the soft glow of distant nebulae. Here lived a kind-hearted creature named Luma, whose fur sparkled like snowflakes under the light of Glacia's 2 moons. Luma was a frostling, a being known for their wisdom and serene nature. She spent her days tending to the crystal gardens that bloomed with frost flowers, each petal a delicate sculpture of ice. One day, as Luma hummed a quiet tune amidst her glittering garden, a curious object streaked across the sky, trailing a tail of fire. It crashed softly into a snowbank with a gentle thud, sending a flurry of snowflakes into the air. Cautiously, Luma approached the object, her breath visible in the chilly air. To her surprise, it was a small, round spacecraft, and from it emerged a being unlike any she had seen before. The creature was a Lumian named Zix, hailing from the lush, tropical world of Lumora. His skin glowed with a warm, golden hue, and his eyes were like twin suns, filled with curiosity and wonder. Zix had been on a journey of exploration, seeking knowledge and stories from across the universe. But something had gone awry, and he found himself stranded on the icy world of Glacia. "Hello," Zix said, his voice trembling slightly from the unfamiliar cold. "I seem to have lost my way." Luma, ever gentle and welcoming, extended a paw of friendship. "Welcome to Glacia," she said warmly, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You are safe here. Let me help you." Though they came from worlds as different as night and day, Luma and Zix soon found themselves drawn together by a shared sense of wonder. Luma showed Zix the beauty of Glacia's icy landscapes, the way the light danced through the crystal spires, and how the frost flowers sang in the wind. In return, Zix shared tales of Lumora, where the air was filled with the scent of blooming orchids and the forests glowed with bioluminescent life. As they spent their days exploring and sharing stories, they encountered moments of misunderstanding. One chilly morning, Zix, unfamiliar with Glacia's fragile ice formations, accidentally shattered a delicate frost flower. Luma's heart ached at the sight, for she cherished each bloom like a dear friend. But instead of anger, she chose understanding. "It was an accident," Luma said softly, placing a gentle paw on Zix's shoulder. "We all make mistakes. Let us learn from this." Zix nodded, grateful for Luma's kindness. He learned to tread lightly and soon discovered how to nurture the frost flowers, helping them grow stronger and more vibrant than before. In turn, Luma learned from Zix's stories the importance of adaptability and resilience, qualities that the Lumians cherished. Their friendship deepened with each passing day, and together they faced the challenges of Glacia's harsh environment. During a particularly fierce snowstorm, Luma's crystal home was buried beneath a mountain of snow. Zix, remembering the tales of Lumora's great builders, used his knowledge to help Luma dig paths and create tunnels, turning the snow into a protective cocoon rather than a burden. In those close, shared moments, they found not only warmth, but a deeper understanding of one another. Luma discovered the inner warmth that Zix carried from his sunlit home, while Zix learned the quiet strength that came from Glacia's icy embrace. As the days turned into weeks, Zix's spacecraft was finally repaired, thanks to Luma's clever ice crafting and Zix's resourcefulness. It was time for Zix to continue his journey, but not before a farewell under Glacia's twin moons. "I will never forget the beauty of your world," Zix said, his voice filled with emotion, "and the lessons I've learned here." Luma smiled, her eyes reflecting the moonlight. "Nor will I forget you, dear friend. You have brought the warmth of 1,000 suns to Glacia." With a final embrace, Zix boarded his spacecraft, his heart full of gratitude and friendship. As he ascended into the starry sky, he looked back at the shimmering world below, where a single frostling waved him goodbye, her silhouette outlined in moonlight. And so, in the vast tapestry of the universe, 2 souls from distant worlds had found each other, and in their time together, discovered the true meaning of friendship. They learned that despite their differences, or perhaps because of them, they had grown stronger and wiser, warmed by the connection that transcended the stars. And as Zix's spacecraft became a twinkle in the night sky, Luma returned to her crystal garden, her heart aglow with the warmth of a friend, knowing they would meet again, somewhere among the stars. Story 64. In the heart of the Andromeda Nebula, where stars twinkled like a million fireflies caught in a cosmic dance, there existed a small, shimmering planet named Lumina. Lumina was known across galaxies for its floating crystal gardens and rivers that sang gentle lullabies as they flowed. It was a haven of peace and tranquility, attracting beings from various corners of the universe who sought refuge from their bustling worlds. One serene evening, under the soft glow of twin moons, a spaceship as sleek as a liquid comet landed quietly on Lumina's soft lavender grass. Out stepped a traveler named Zephyra, a graceful being from the planet Etherion. Zephyra's translucent wings shimmered with every color of the spectrum, and her eyes reflected the deep blue of the Etherian seas. She had come to Lumina in search of solace, her spirit weary from the endless political quarrels of her home planet. As Zephyra wandered through the crystal gardens, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A small mechanical creature was tangled in the crystal vines, its metallic limbs flailing awkwardly. Its eyes, glowing a soft amber, blinked helplessly as it tried to free itself. Zephyra approached cautiously, her wings fluttering softly behind her. "Do you need help?" she asked gently, her voice like a breeze through chimes. The creature paused, its mechanical eyes widening in surprise. "Yes, please," it replied in a voice that was surprisingly warm, like the purring of a distant star. "I seem to have miscalculated my landing." With delicate precision, Zephyra untangled the vines and set the creature free. As it stood upright, it introduced itself as M1K3, or Mike for short, a robotic explorer from the distant planet of Mechanor. Mike was on a mission to learn about the organic world, his circuits programmed with a thirst for understanding life beyond metal and gears. Zephyra and Mike were an unlikely pair, a being of ethereal beauty and a creature of calculated precision. Yet as they walked through Lumina's enchanting landscapes, a bond began to form. They shared stories of their homes, Zephyra painting vivid pictures of Etherion's endless skies and Mike describing the bustling, mechanical metropolis of Mechanor. Despite the initial misunderstandings due to their vastly different origins, Zephyra often forgetting that Mike did not need to eat or rest, and Mike struggling to comprehend Zephyra's emotional expressions, they found ways to bridge the gap. Zephyra taught Mike the subtle art of listening to the river's lullaby, while Mike showed Zephyra how to decode the stars' positions for navigation. One day, as they ventured deeper into the heart of Lumina, they encountered a challenge that tested their newfound friendship. A sudden solar storm, rare but powerful, swept across the planet, its gusts threatening to uproot even the sturdiest of Lumina's flora. Zephyra's wings were battered by the fierce winds, and Mike's systems began to overheat as he struggled to maintain balance. In that moment of crisis, their differences became their strength. Zephyra, despite the storm's fury, used her wings to shield Mike, creating a pocket of calm amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, Mike, with his precise calculations, guided them to a hidden cave, a sanctuary away from the storm's wrath. As the storm raged outside, they sat in the cave's comforting darkness, the air filled with the soft hum of energy as Mike's systems cooled down. Zephyra whispered soothing melodies, her voice echoing off the cave walls, creating a cocoon of warmth and safety. It was here, in this shared silence, that they discovered the true essence of their friendship, a bond forged not through similarities, but through mutual support and understanding. When the storm finally passed, the landscape of Lumina sparkled with renewed life, the crystals gleaming brighter than before as if celebrating the duo's resilience. Zephyra and Mike emerged from the cave, their friendship now as unbreakable as the crystals around them. They spent many more days exploring Lumina, each moment a testament to their growing bond. Zephyra learned to appreciate the logic and structure that Mike brought into her world, while Mike found joy in the unpredictability and emotions that Zephyra introduced him to. Together, they laughed at past misunderstandings, realizing how each challenge had brought them closer, had taught them more about themselves and each other. As Zephyra prepared to return to Etherion, and Mike to continue his exploration of organic worlds, they stood together on a hill overlooking the crystal gardens. The twin moons cast a gentle glow, and the singing rivers accompanied their farewell. "Thank you, Mike," Zephyra said, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. for teaching me that understanding goes beyond words. And thank you, Zephyra, Mike replied, his mechanical voice soft with emotion, for showing me that emotions are the true essence of life. With a final embrace, Zephyra took to the skies, her wings carrying her towards the stars, while Mike set a new course, his circuits now enriched with the warmth of friendship. And so, under the watchful gaze of the universe, two unlikely companions parted ways, their hearts forever connected by the lessons they had learned on the tranquil planet of Lumina, a testament to the power of friendship that transcends worlds, species, and understanding. Story 65. In the heart of the ancient forest of Verdantia, where the sunlight danced through a kaleidoscope of emerald leaves, and the air was rich with the perfume of wild blooms, lived creatures whose lives were woven into the very fabric of the earth. This forest, older than memory, was a sanctuary where the magic of nature thrived in quiet harmony. As dawn kissed the treetops, a misty veil lifted from the forest floor, revealing a hidden world bustling with life. Dewdrops clung to the cobwebs spun by the delicate hands of the spider, glistening like strings of diamonds in the gentle morning light. Here the creatures lived in a balance as old as the forest itself, each knowing their role in the grand tapestry of life. Among these creatures was a wise old tortoise named Brindle, whose shell was etched with the stories of countless seasons. Brindle was the keeper of the forest's ancient wisdom, a gentle teacher who guided the younger animals with tales of the past and songs of the stars. His voice, deep and soothing, was like the low hum of the earth itself, resonating with the wisdom of ages. One crisp autumn morning, as the first chill of winter whispered through the air, a young squirrel named Pippin scampered up to Brindle. Pippin's fur was the color of ripe chestnuts, and his eyes sparkled with the curiosity of youth. "Brindle, tell us about the time when the forest lost its colors," Pippin implored, his voice tinged with both eagerness and concern. Brindle smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners like the old bark of the willow tree. "Ah, the tale of the faded forest," he began, settling into a comfortable position on a bed of soft moss. The other creatures gathered around, huddling close to feel the warmth of Brindle's presence as the crisp air brushed against them. "Many seasons ago, before even I was born," Brindle continued, "the forest faced a strange and troubling time. It was autumn, much like today, but something was amiss. The trees did not don their fiery cloaks of red and gold. Instead, they remained a dull, lifeless gray. The sun shone, but its light was cold, and the usual symphony of chirping birds and rustling leaves was replaced by an eerie silence. The creatures listened intently, their breaths mingling with the cool air, forming tiny clouds that drifted upwards and disappeared into the ether. "In this time of stillness," Brindle said, "there lived a wise owl named Eldra. Her feathers were as soft as moonlight, and her eyes held the secrets of the night sky. Eldra was deeply attuned to the rhythms of the forest, and she sensed the imbalance that had settled over their home." Pippin's eyes widened with anticipation. "What did Eldra do?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Eldra, with the wisdom of the ages, called upon the Council of Seasons," Brindle explained. "This council, hidden from mortal eyes, was a gathering of the spirits of each season, spring with her blossoms, summer with his warmth, autumn with her colors, and winter with his crystalline beauty. Together, they held the power to restore harmony." Brindle paused, letting the story sink in like the gentle rain that nourished the forest. The creatures leaned closer, feeling the pull of the tale, drawing them into its embrace. Eldra, with a heart full of hope and courage, flew to the ancient stone circle where the council convened. The stones stood tall and silent, covered in a blanket of moss, whispering of time long past. As Eldra perched upon the center stone, she called out to the spirits in a voice that echoed through the forest, like the wind through the pines. "O noble spirits of the seasons," she began, her voice both pleading and commanding, "our forest has lost its colors, its life. I beseech you, help us restore the balance that we have cherished for generations." The creatures sat in silent wonder, imagining Eldra's brave plea echoing through the ages. The spirits, moved by Eldra's sincerity and the plight of their beloved forest, appeared in a shimmering dance of light and shadow. They listened to Eldra's words and agreed to help, but with a condition. They required a promise from the creatures of the forest, a promise to cherish and protect the balance of nature, to live in harmony with the rhythms of the earth. Brindle's voice was like the gentle rustling of leaves, a soothing balm to the listeners' hearts. The creatures, led by Eldra's unwavering spirit, pledged their loyalty to this sacred balance. And with their promise, the spirits of the seasons worked their magic. The trees burst into vibrant hues, the air sang with the songs of birds, and the warmth of the sun returned, embracing the forest with its golden light. As Brindle concluded the tale, a gentle breeze stirred the leaves, echoing the music of that ancient promise. The creatures sat in a comfortable silence, feeling the warmth of connection and understanding. Pippin, his heart full of newfound purpose, looked up at Brindle. "We must always remember to keep our promise, to protect our home," he said, his voice steady and full of conviction. Brindle nodded, his eyes twinkling like stars. "Yes, dear Pippin, the forest thrives on the care and kindness of us all, bound by the wisdom passed down through generations. It is a bond, a promise, that ensures the magic of our home endures." And so, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a gentle glow over the forest of Verdantia, the creatures nestled closer together. Under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees, they drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the timeless harmony of their enchanted world. Here in this haven, the magic of nature continued to thrive, woven into every breath and heartbeat, promising a future as bright and beautiful as the past. Story 66, title, The Whispering Woods. Once upon a time, in a village nestled at the foot of the Whispering Woods, there lived a young boy named Finn. His days were spent exploring the edges of this dense forest, always yearning to venture deeper, but held back by tales of enchantment and mystery that shrouded the woods. The elders spoke of a hidden world within, a place where the trees could talk and the streams sang lullabies. Finn's heart longed to uncover its secrets, fueled by an insatiable curiosity and the whispers that floated on the night breeze. Finn was a gentle soul, with eyes the color of moss and hair as wild as the forest itself. His best friend was a small, clever squirrel named Tilly, who often perched on his shoulder, chattering away as they wandered through the underbrush. Tilly had a knack for finding the best acorns and was as curious about the world as Finn. The two were inseparable, sharing dreams and schemes as they roamed the village outskirts. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was sweet with the scent of fallen leaves and the sky a canvas of deep blue, Finn set out with Tilly on his shoulder. This day felt different, as if the woods themselves were calling to him more urgently than ever before. As they walked, the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. The path was soft underfoot, carpeted with leaves that crunched and whispered secrets as they passed. They reached a quiet glade where the air was still, save for the gentle rustle of the leaves. In the center stood an old oak tree, its branches twisted and gnarled with age. Finn had visited this spot many times, drawn to the tree's ancient presence. Today, however, something caught his eye, a glint of silver nestled in the roots. As he knelt to investigate, he uncovered a small, ornate key. Its surface was etched with symbols that seemed to shimmer in the dappled light. Tilly chattered excitedly, her tiny paws patting the key as if to say, "This is special." Finn felt a tingle run through his fingers as he held it, a feeling that spoke of adventures yet to come. He slipped the key into his pocket, sensing that it was the beginning of something extraordinary. As they continued their exploration, a gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the faintest of melodies. It was a song unlike any Finn had ever heard, a tune that seemed to beckon him deeper into the woods. The melody wove around him like a silken thread, leading him off the familiar path and into the heart of the forest. The air grew cooler as they ventured further, the light filtering through the canopy in a soft green glow. The forest seemed alive, whispering and humming with a magic all its own. Finn and Tilly followed the song, their hearts light with the thrill of discovery. They soon found themselves at the edge of a shimmering pond, its surface as smooth as glass, reflecting the world around it in perfect clarity. Beside the pond stood an ancient stone archway, entwined with ivy and blooming with delicate flowers. The air around it buzzed with an energy that made Finn's skin tingle. He reached for the key in his pocket, feeling it grow warm in his hand. With a deep breath, he stepped forward, the key fitting perfectly into a hidden lock within the stone. As he turned the key, a soft click echoed in the stillness, and the archway shimmered with light. A gentle wind swept through, rustling the leaves and carrying with it the scent of wildflowers and honey. Finn and Tilly stepped through the archway, their hearts pounding with anticipation. On the other side lay a world unlike any they had ever seen. The forest here was vibrant with color, the trees towering above with leaves that sparkled like emeralds. Birds of every hue flitted between the branches, their songs filling the air with a symphony of joy. The ground was carpeted with soft moss, dotted with flowers that glowed in the twilight. Finn felt a sense of wonder and awe wash over him. This was the hidden world of the Whispering Woods, a place where magic thrived and the impossible was possible. As they wandered deeper, they encountered creatures of all kinds, talking rabbits, wise old owls, and deer with antlers that glowed like moonlight. Each greeted them warmly, as if they had been expecting their arrival. In the heart of this enchanted realm stood a grand tree, its trunk as wide as a house and its branches stretching far into the sky. At its base sat a figure, draped in robes that shimmered with the colors of the forest. Her eyes, deep and kind, met Finn's with a knowing smile. "Welcome, Finn," she said, her voice as soft as a breeze through the leaves. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods. You have been chosen to unlock its secrets and protect its magic." Finn felt humbled and honored. He had always believed in the magic of the woods, but to be a part of it was beyond his wildest dreams. The guardian explained that the key he found was one of many, each leading to a different part of the hidden world. Finn's journey was just the beginning, a path of discovery and learning. As days turned to weeks, Finn and Tilly explored the enchanted forest, guided by the guardian and the creatures who called it home. They learned the language of the trees, the songs of the streams, and the stories written in the stars above. Finn's heart swelled with a sense of belonging, a connection to the world around him that was deeper than ever before. But with the magic came responsibility. The Whispering Woods needed protection from those who would harm it, both from within and without. Finn discovered that true strength lay not in power, but in understanding and compassion. Through his adventures, he learned to listen to the whispers of the forest, to hear the needs of its inhabitants, and to act with kindness and wisdom. One day, as he sat by the shimmering pond, Finn reflected on how much he had changed. He was no longer just a boy from the village. He was a guardian, a friend to the forest. Tilly nuzzled against his cheek, her eyes bright with the same joy and fulfillment that filled Finn's heart. Their adventures in the Whispering Woods taught Finn the value of friendship and the importance of protecting the things we hold dear. He understood that every creature, every leaf, and every stream was a part of a greater whole, a tapestry of life that wove together in harmony. As the sun set over the enchanted forest, casting a golden glow across the land, Finn felt a deep sense of peace. His journey had changed him, teaching him the true meaning of magic and the power of love and kindness. And so, with the key safely tucked away in his pocket, Finn knew that the Whispering Woods would always be a part of him. He vowed to protect its secrets and share its wonders with those who would listen, ensuring that the magic would never fade. As the stars appeared in the night sky, twinkling like diamonds, Finn and Tilly settled down beside the grand tree, their hearts full of gratitude and joy. The forest whispered its lullabies, wrapping them in a cocoon of warmth and comfort. In the quiet of the night, as the world around them slumbered, Finn drifted off to sleep, dreaming of new adventures and the endless possibilities that awaited in the Whispering Woods. And so, the story of Finn and the magical world of the Whispering Woods continued, a tale of friendship and wonder, of courage and compassion woven into the fabric of time. The end. Story 67. In a cozy woodland clearing, a little thatched cottage nestled among the trees, with smoke curling lazily from its chimney. This was the home of Ruby, a kind-hearted young witch who loved tending to her enchanted garden and learning about the wonders of nature. One crisp autumn morning, Ruby was puzzled to find her prize-winning pumpkins had mysteriously turned bright blue overnight. She hurried to consult her wise friend Cedric an ancient oak tree whose branches swayed with wisdom. "Strange magic is afoot, my dear," Cedric said in his creaky voice. "But have no fear, for the answer lies in careful observation." Ruby nodded, determined to get to the bottom of this curious case. Over the next few days, she noticed other odd occurrences: mushroom rings appearing in the shape of smiley faces, dewdrops rolling uphill instead of down, and her watering can spouting lemonade instead of water. Though bewildered, Ruby refused to lose hope. With Cedric's guidance, she started recording her observations in a tattered spellbook, looking for clues and patterns. Then one dewy morning, the answer came fluttering through the trees in the form of a mischievous pixie named Zephyr. "You look puzzled, friend Ruby," Zephyr giggled, his wings leaving a trail of sparkling dust. "I couldn't resist using my trickster magic to liven up your garden a bit." Ruby smiled, finally understanding. "Your playful enchantments had me stumped for a while, Zephyr, but I should have known only pixie pranks could create such delightfully harmless mayhem." Relieved the mystery was solved, Ruby invited Zephyr in for a spot of wild strawberry tea. As the pixie recounted his silly spellcasting with peals of laughter, Ruby felt grateful for good friends, be they wise trees or whimsical sprites. Her magical little world was full of wonder, even when it didn't make sense at first glance. From that autumn on, if anything ever seemed amiss in Ruby's garden, she knew to look for Zephyr's handiwork and appreciate the pixie's imagination. Strange occurrences could always be explained through observant sleuthing and an open mind, especially in an enchanted woodland where magic was part of everyday life. Story 68. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where the stars shimmered like scattered gemstones across the velvet expanse of space, lay the planet of Valoria. It was a world of radiant blue oceans and emerald forests, where the air carried the sweet scent of blooming star flora. This lush paradise was home to the Valorians, a gentle, amphibious species with skin that glowed softly in the moonlight and eyes like pools of liquid silver. On this serene planet, a young Valorian named Nelu lived in a small village nestled at the edge of the Whispering Sea. Nelu was curious and kind-hearted, always eager to explore beyond the familiar shores of her home. Her days were spent wandering through the sun-dappled groves and swimming in the crystalline waters, her heart yearning for adventure and companionship. One evening, as the 3 moons of Valoria began their ascent into the twilight sky, a strange object streaked across the heavens, leaving a fiery trail in its wake. It landed with a gentle thud in the glade not far from Nalu's village, sending a ripple of excitement through the community. The elders spoke of ancient prophecies and signs of change, but Nalu felt only an irresistible pull to discover what had arrived from beyond the stars. When she reached the glade, her eyes widened in wonder. There, in the midst of the lush greenery, stood a peculiar craft, unlike anything she had ever seen. Its metallic surface gleamed under the moonlight, and beside it stood a figure from the depths of her imagination, a creature with shimmering scales of silver and eyes that flickered with hues of violet and gold. This was Kylon, a traveler from the distant planet of Zythara. Kylon's species, the Zytharans, were known for their resilience and strength, with a culture steeped in tradition and honor. He adventured across the galaxy seeking knowledge and understanding, his heart open to the mysteries of the universe. Nelu approached Kylon with a mixture of awe and trepidation. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstanding. Nelu's melodic voice and Kylon's sonorous tones clashed like waves against the rocks. Yet there was a gentle patience in Kylon's eyes, and Nelu's innate curiosity urged her to find a way to bridge the gap. Over time, they learned to understand one another through the universal language of gestures and expressions. Nelu showed Kylon the beauty of her world, the iridescent glow of the coral reefs and the symphony of the wind through the whispering woods. In return, Kylon shared stories of Zathara, where the skies danced with auroras and the mountains sang with the voices of ancient winds. Their bond deepened as they faced challenges together. One day, a fierce storm swept across Valoria, threatening to devastate Nelu's village. The winds howled and the seas roared, but Nelu and Kylon stood side by side, using their unique abilities to protect the people and preserve their home. Nelu's affinity with water calmed the raging tides, while Kylon's strength and knowledge of engineering fortified their dwellings against the tempest. Through these trials, they discovered the true meaning of friendship. It was not in the absence of conflict, but in the willingness to stand together, to learn from each other, and to find strength in their differences. Nelu's compassion softened Kylon's stoic resolve, while Kylon's wisdom guided Nelu's boundless enthusiasm. As the storm passed and the skies cleared, a newfound peace settled over the village. The Valorians welcomed Kylon as one of their own, celebrating the bond that had blossomed between their worlds. Nelu and Kylon would often sit together by the shore, watching the sun set in a blaze of colors, their hearts full with the joy of companionship and the promise of future adventures. In the quiet moments, as the stars began to twinkle above, Nelu would reflect on all they had learned. She realized that friendship was a journey, not a destination, a path lit by understanding, kindness, and shared dreams. And as Kylon prepared to continue his travels across the cosmos, they knew that their connection would endure, a shining thread woven into the vast tapestry of the universe. Their story became a cherished legend among the Valorians, a reminder of the beauty and strength found in unity. And so, under the light of the three moons, the tale of Nelu and Kylon was whispered gently from one generation to the next, a testament to the boundless wonders of friendship and the harmony that could be achieved among the stars. Story 69. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight filtered through a canopy of emerald leaves, there existed a realm of magic and wonder that few humans ever glimpsed. This was a world where the creatures of the forest lived in harmony, and where the delicate balance of nature was both cherished and protected. The air was filled with the sweet scent of pine needles and the gentle whispers of the wind as it danced through the branches. In a glade surrounded by towering oaks, there lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle's shell was worn and textured like the bark of the oldest trees, with moss and tiny ferns growing in its crevices. His eyes, deep and knowing, reflected the forest's secrets and the wisdom of countless seasons. Thistle was the guardian of the forest's hidden lives, watching over the creatures that called this magical place home. One fine morning, as the first rays of the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and pink, Thistle awoke to the sound of soft footsteps. It was Pippin, a small, sprightly squirrel with fur the color of autumn leaves. Pippin's bright eyes sparkled with curiosity as he scampered over to Thistle. "Good morning, Thistle," chirped Pippin, his voice like a gentle breeze rustling through the grass. "The forest feels different today. There's a strange hum in the air, and the leaves are whispering secrets." Thistle nodded slowly, his shell creaking softly as he turned to face Pippin. "Ah, the forest is alive with the magic of the changing seasons, young one. It is the time of the great balance, when the elements of nature come together in harmony. We must listen and learn from the wisdom of the forest." With a gentle smile, Thistle led Pippin through the glade, their path dappled with sunlight and shadow. As they walked, the forest revealed its hidden wonders. A stream that sang a melody as it flowed over smooth stones, flowers that opened their petals to greet the sun, and birds whose songs wove an enchanting symphony. As they ventured deeper into the forest, a soft, luminous mist began to rise from the ground, swirling around them like a silken veil. It was the magic of the great balance, a time when the forest spirits gathered to celebrate the harmony of nature. The mist shimmered with colors that shifted and danced, casting a serene glow on everything it touched. In a clearing bathed in the mist's gentle light, they found the heart of the forest, where the ancient trees stood like wise sentinels. Their branches reached high into the sky, and their roots delved deep into the earth, connecting the heavens and the world below. Here, in this sacred place, the creatures of the forest had gathered. There was Luna, the graceful deer with eyes like pools of moonlight, and Bramble, the spirited fox whose fur seemed to catch every glimmer of the sun. They were joined by Flutter, the delicate butterfly whose wings painted the air with vibrant colors, and many others who had come to witness the great balance. As the creatures assembled, Thistle began to speak, his voice soft and steady. "Dear friends, we stand at the threshold of change. The seasons turn, and with them comes the dance of life. It is a time to honor the cycles of nature and the wisdom that each season brings." The forest listened, its leaves rustling in agreement, and the mist continued to swirl around them, carrying the scent of earth and rain. Thistle spoke of the spring's promise and the summer's abundance, of the autumn's reflection and the winter's rest. He reminded them of the importance of each creature's role in maintaining the delicate balance of their world. Pippin, with his heart full of wonder, asked, "Thistle, how do we ensure this balance continues? How do we protect our home?" Thistle regarded the young squirrel with kindness. "We protect it through understanding and respect, Pippin, by listening to the whispers of the forest and learning from its wisdom, by embracing our roles and working together as a family of nature." The creatures nodded, their hearts united in purpose. They knew that the magic of the forest was not merely in its beauty, but in the harmony they nurtured together. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky with shades of lavender and indigo, the creatures of the forest returned to their homes, carrying with them the lessons of the great balance. The mist slowly dissipated, leaving behind a sense of peace and renewal. Thistle watched them depart, his heart filled with hope for the future. He knew that the forest's magic would endure as long as its inhabitants cherished the wisdom of the seasons and the harmony of their world. And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, the ancient forest settled into a gentle slumber, cradled by the promise of a new day, a day where magic and nature danced together in perfect balance. Story 70. Once upon a time, in the cheerful village of Wobblewood, where the cobblestone streets danced in merry curves and the cottages leaned in friendly angles, there lived a peculiar inventor named Tinker Tom. Tinker Tom was not your ordinary tinkerer. He had hair that always stood on end, as if perpetually surprised, and a pair of spectacles that seemed to have a life of their own, often sliding down his nose with a soft giggle. His workshop was a curious place, filled with gadgets and gizmos that twinkled and hummed with their own brand of magic. Tinker Tom's best friend was a plump little robin named Pippin, who wore a tiny velvet hat that matched the red of his chest. Pippin had a delightful habit of chirping in rhymes and often perched on Tinker Tom's shoulder, offering advice in sing-song tones. Together they formed a duo that was well known in Wobblewood for their kindness and peculiar solutions to everyday problems. One fine morning, as the sun spilled golden light across Wobblewood, there came a peculiar problem that had the whole village in a tizzy. The great Wobblewood clock tower, known for its melodious chimes that rang at noon, had suddenly begun to chime at all the wrong times. It would ring at dawn when everyone was still snug in their beds, or in the middle of the night, causing the townsfolk to wake with a start, their dreams scattered like autumn leaves. The mayor of Wobblewood, a portly gentleman with a booming laugh and a penchant for plaid waistcoats, called upon Tinker Tom to solve the mystery. "It's a most befuddling conundrum, Tom," he exclaimed, adjusting his monocle with a flourish. "The clock has a mind of its own, and it's driving us all quite batty." Tinker Tom, with Pippin chirping excitedly beside him, accepted the challenge with a twinkle in his eye. He donned his favorite patchwork coat, stuffed with tools and trinkets, and set off towards the clock tower, Pippin flitting just above his head. The clock tower was a grand structure, its face adorned with intricate carvings of woodland creatures. Inside, the air was filled with the soft tick-tock of the clock's heart. Tinker Tom climbed the spiral staircase to the top, where the great clock mechanism lay. As he examined the gears and cogs, he discovered something extraordinary. A mischievous little gnome named Glimmer had taken up residence inside the clock. Glimmer had hair that shimmered like starlight and eyes that twinkled with mischief. He had been tinkering with the clock out of sheer curiosity, not realizing the chaos he was causing. "Oh, dear Glimmer," Tinker Tom chuckled, his voice as warm as a summer breeze. "No wonder the clock is out of sync. You've been winding it with moonbeams instead of sunlight." Glimmer's tiny face flushed with embarrassment. "I just wanted to see how it worked," he confessed, his voice as soft as a sigh. "I didn't mean to cause any trouble." Pippin, perched on a nearby cog, chirped a calming rhyme. "Fear not, dear gnome, we'll set it right, with kindness, wisdom, and a little light." Together, Tinker Tom, Pippin, and Glimmer set to work. They carefully adjusted the mechanisms, using sunbeams gathered in a crystal jar to align the clock with the rhythm of the day. Glimmer, eager to make amends, sprinkled a dash of stardust for good measure, ensuring the chimes would ring with even more melodious harmony. As they finished their work, the clock struck noon, and a beautiful melody filled the air, echoing across Wobblewood. The villagers gathered in the square below, their faces alight with smiles and laughter. The mayor clapped Tinker Tom on the back, his laughter booming like a joyful drum. "You've done it, Tom, and what a splendid tune it is." Glimmer decided to stay in Wobblewood, promising to use his curiosity for good. He became the official caretaker of the clock tower, ensuring it chimed perfectly every day. The villagers welcomed him with open arms, charmed by his playful spirit. As for Tinker Tom and Pippin, they returned to their workshop, their hearts light with the joy of friendship and a job well done. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, they sat in their cozy cottage, sipping mugs of hot cocoa, the fire crackling softly in the hearth. And so, in the village of Wobblewood, where the air was filled with laughter and the scent of blooming flowers, life continued with a gentle rhythm, harmonized by the melodies of the great clock tower and the enduring bonds of friendship. And from that day on, the clock tower chimed perfectly, a reminder that even the quirkiest problems could be solved with a little creativity, kindness, and a sprinkle of magic. As the stars twinkled above, the villagers of Wobblewood drifted into dreams filled with wonder, knowing they were in a world where every tick and tock counted in the most delightful way. Story 71. In the heart of an ancient, whispering forest, where the air was perpetually tinged with the sweet scent of pine, and the ground was a soft carpet of moss and fallen leaves, there existed a world not often seen by human eyes. This world was one of gentle magic and soft-spoken creatures who lived in harmony with the rhythm of the natural world. The forest was vast, its canopy a wide, verdant tapestry that fluttered and danced with the gentle breezes of early autumn. The sun filtered through the leaves, painting dappled patterns of light on the forest floor, where a myriad of creatures went about their hidden lives. Among these creatures was a wise old owl named Alden, whose feathers were as dark as midnight and whose eyes gleamed with the wisdom of many moons. Alden lived in the hollow of a grand oak tree, its trunk thick and gnarled with age, standing sentinel over a small clearing that was home to many woodland friends. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm amber glow across the sky, Alden would perch on a sturdy branch and watch as the forest transformed under the gentle hush of twilight. One such evening, as the shadows stretched long and the air grew cool, Alden noticed a peculiar stillness in the forest. The usual symphony of crickets and rustling leaves was muted, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. The wise owl blinked slowly, his keen eyes scanning the clearing, seeking the source of this strange quiet. It was then that Alden's gaze fell upon a small figure sitting forlornly at the edge of the clearing. It was a young fawn named Bramble, his coat dappled with the fading sunlight, and his big, soft eyes filled with worry. Concerned, Alden spread his wings and glided down to land softly beside Bramble, his presence as calming as the gentle rustle of leaves. "What troubles you, young Bramble?" Alden asked, his voice deep and soothing, like the distant rumble of an approaching storm. Bramble looked up at Alden, his eyes wide and trusting. "I fear something is amiss, Alden," he confessed. "The forest feels different, and I cannot find my family." Alden nodded, his feathers ruffling slightly in the cooling breeze. "The forest speaks to us, Bramble, and sometimes its voice changes. Let us listen together and see what it wishes to tell us." With that, Alden closed his eyes, inviting Bramble to do the same. Together they listened, their senses attuned to the subtle language of the forest. They heard the soft sigh of the wind through the branches, the distant call of a nightingale, and the gentle lapping of a stream nearby. It was then that Bramble felt a soft vibration under his hooves, a gentle thrum that seemed to pulse in time with the beating of his heart. "Do you feel that?" he whispered, his voice filled with awe. Alden opened his eyes, a knowing light in their depths. "Yes, young Bramble. That is the heartbeat of the forest. It is speaking to us through the earth. It is the rhythm of life, the connection between all things." The young fawn nodded, feeling comforted by the steady pulse beneath him. Yet the worry in his heart remained. "But what does it mean? Why can't I find my family? Alden pondered for a moment, his gaze thoughtful. The forest is in a state of change. The seasons are shifting, and with them, the patterns of life. Your family is likely nearby, adjusting to the changes as we all must. Bramble nodded, understanding that the forest, like life, was an ever-changing tapestry. What should I do, Alden? How can I find them? The wise owl stretched his wings, brushing Bramble's shoulder with a comforting feather. Let us seek the guidance of the forest, young one, for in its wisdom we shall find our way. Together, Alden and Bramble ventured deeper into the forest, guided by the gentle whispers of the wind and the soft glow of the moonlight filtering through the leaves. As they walked, Alden shared stories of the forest's history, tales passed down through generations of creatures who had learned to live in harmony with the land. He spoke of the changing seasons, each one bringing its own magic and challenges. How the spring brought new life, the summer warmth and abundance, the autumn a time of preparation, and the winter a period of rest and reflection. Each season, with its own unique gifts, was essential to the balance of the forest. Bramble listened intently, his steps growing more confident with each story. He learned of the symbiotic relationships between the creatures and the forest, how the bees pollinated the flowers, the streams nourished the trees, and the trees, in turn, provided shelter and sustenance for all. As they walked, the forest gradually began to wake from its stillness. The crickets resumed their evening chorus, the leaves rustled with a renewed vigor, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and earth. It was as if the forest, reassured by the presence of Alden and Bramble, had decided to share its secrets once more. Finally, as they reached a small glade bathed in the silvery light of the moon, they heard a familiar sound, a gentle bleating that made Bramble's heart leap with joy. His family, a small herd of gentle deer, stood at the edge of the glade, their eyes warm and welcoming. Bramble bounded forward, his heart filled with relief and happiness. As he nuzzled his mother, he turned to Alden, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you, Alden," he said softly. "Your wisdom has guided me back to where I belong." Alden gave a soft hoot of approval, his heart warmed by the sight of the reunited family. "Remember, young Bramble, the forest is always here to guide you. In its heart lies the wisdom of ages, and within you, the ability to listen and learn." As the moon climbed higher in the sky, casting a gentle glow over the forest, Bramble and his family settled down to rest, surrounded by the comforting embrace of the trees and the gentle rustle of the leaves. Alden watched over them for a while longer, his eyes reflecting the stars above before he took flight once more, his wings carrying him back to his perch in the grand oak tree. The forest sighed contentedly, its balance restored, its creatures at peace. And as the night deepened, it cradled its inhabitants in a gentle, timeless embrace, whispering promises of new adventures and lessons yet to come, in a world where magic and reality dance together in harmony. Story 72. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees stood tall and proud, their leaves shimmering like emeralds in the dappled sunlight, there lay a small village known as Willowbrook. Nestled between the gentle curves of lush hills and the sparkling flow of the Silverstream River, Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to tick a little slower, where every morning began with the chorus of cheerful birds, and every evening ended with the soft rustling of leaves. The villagers of Willowbrook were kind and lived simple, content lives. Among them was a young girl named Faye. Faye was known for her boundless curiosity and a heart as warm as the summer breeze. Her auburn hair danced in the wind as she roamed the fields and forests, her eyes wide with wonder at the world around her. She often spent her afternoons exploring the woods, collecting wildflowers and listening to the stories that the old oaks would whisper in the winds. One morning, as the sun rose gently over the horizon, casting a golden glow over the village, Faye set out on one of her usual wanderings. Today, however, the air felt different, as if it were charged with a subtle magic. With her wicker basket swinging by her side and a smile playing on her lips, Faye ventured deeper into the woods than she ever had before. As she walked, the familiar paths gradually gave way to new sights. The trees here seemed older, their trunks thick and gnarled, and the air was rich with the scent of pine and earth. Faye's heart thrummed with excitement as she pushed through a veil of hanging vines, stepping into a hidden glade bathed in soft, dappled light. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak, its branches sprawling majestically towards the sky. Nestled in its roots was a small, glimmering object that caught Faye's eye. Curious, she approached it, her footsteps muffled by the carpet of moss beneath her feet. As she drew closer, she realized it was a beautifully carved wooden box, its surface inlaid with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change under the sunlight. With gentle hands, Faye lifted the box from its resting place. It felt warm to the touch, as if it were alive with a gentle pulse of its own. She hesitated for a moment, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings before carefully opening the lid. Inside, nestled in a bed of soft, silken cloth, lay a delicate, shimmering feather. It shimmered with hues of gold and silver, and as Faye held it up to the light, it seemed to dance with a life of its own. A soft, melodious voice filled the glade, clear and soothing as a mountain stream. "You have found the feather of whimsy," it whispered, wrapping around Faye like a comforting embrace. "With it comes the power to bring joy and laughter wherever it may go, but it must be used with a heart full of kindness and wisdom." Faye felt a thrill of wonder and a flicker of responsibility. She knew that this was no ordinary feather, and she vowed to use its magic with care. With the feather safely tucked into her basket, Faye made her way back to Willowbrook, her mind brimming with possibilities. Over the following days, Faye discovered the feather's magic. A mere touch of the feather's tip on a wilting flower would make it bloom anew, vibrant and full of life. When she waved it over a group of children playing in the village square, their laughter rang out, bright and pure, echoing through the air like a symphony. But it was not long before whispers of the magical feather spread through the village. Some were curious, others skeptical, but all were drawn to the promise of its wonders. Faye, ever willing to share, began using the feather to help her neighbors. She mended broken tools, coaxed gardens to grow lush and bountiful, and even brought a smile to the face of the grumpiest old fisherman who lived by the river's edge. Yet, with the feather's magic came a responsibility that weighed heavily on Faye's young shoulders. She could see that the villagers were becoming dependent on the feather's gifts, and she worried that they might forget the simple joys and the beauty of their everyday lives. She pondered this as she sat by the river one evening, watching the sun dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose. It was there, beside the singing waters, that Faye met a new friend. A little fox, with fur as red as autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the stars, approached her. It was a cautious creature, but there was a wisdom in its gaze that spoke to Faye's heart. She offered it a piece of bread from her basket, and it accepted, sitting beside her as if they had known each other forever. The fox, whom Faye named Ember, became her constant companion. Together, they roamed the woods, the feather tucked safely in Faye's satchel. Ember seemed to understand the magic of the feather and would nuzzle Faye's hand whenever she felt uncertain, a reminder to use its power wisely. One day, as the leaves began to turn and the air grew crisp with the promise of autumn, a traveler arrived in Willowbrook. He was a tall, shadowy figure cloaked in a dark cape that seemed to blend with the night. His arrival was met with curiosity and a hint of unease, for his presence was unlike anything the villagers had seen before. The traveler introduced himself as Kale, a seeker of ancient and magical artifacts. His voice was smooth and his words charming, but there was an intensity in his eyes that made Faye wary. Kale had heard of the feather of whimsy, and he was eager to see it for himself. He spoke of its power with awe and ambition, and Faye sensed that he desired it for reasons she could not fully understand. Faye, guided by her instincts and the quiet wisdom of Ember, was cautious. She knew that the feather was meant to bring joy and laughter, not to be used for personal gain or power. She promised to show Kale the feather, but only if he could prove his intentions were pure. The days passed, and Kale tried to earn Faye's trust. He helped the villagers with their tasks, shared stories of his travels, and even taught the children how to craft small toys from twigs and leaves. But Faye remained watchful, knowing that appearances could be deceiving. One evening, as the moon shone silver in the night sky, casting a gentle glow over the village, Faye sat with Ember by the river once more. She spoke softly to the fox, voicing her doubts and fears about Kale. Ember listened, his eyes reflecting the moonlight, and nudged the feather with his nose. It was as if he was reminding her of the magic's true purpose. That night, as Faye lay in bed, a dream came to her. She was back in the hidden glade, standing before the ancient oak. The melodious voice whispered once more, guiding her with gentle wisdom. The feather is a gift, but it is the heart that wields it that truly holds the power. Trust in yourself and let your heart lead the way. Awakening with a newfound resolve, Faye decided it was time to test Kale's intentions. She invited him to join her and Ember on a journey to the glade where she had found the feather. As they walked through the woods, the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves. Kale was quiet, his gaze thoughtful as he took in the beauty around him. When they reached the glade, Faye turned to Kale with the feather in her hand. "This feather is a blessing," she said, her voice steady. "But it cannot fulfill the desires of a heart that seeks power. Tell me, Kale, what does your heart truly seek?" Kale hesitated, the shadows of his past flickering in his eyes. "I have traveled far and wide, searching for a way to heal a world that seems so broken," he confessed. "I believed that with enough power I could bring about change, but now I see that true change comes from within, not from wielding magic." Faye's heart softened at his words. She saw the sincerity in his eyes and knew that he too sought to bring joy and laughter to the world, just as she did. With a gentle smile, she placed the feather in his hands. "Then let us share this gift," she said. "Together we can bring light to the darkest corners and remind others of the beauty that lies within." With the feather's magic as their guide, Faye and Kale returned to Willowbrook, determined to use its power to inspire rather than to control. They encouraged the villagers to find joy in the simple things, to work together and support one another. They showed them that the feather's magic was not in its ability to mend and create, but in its power to bring people together. As the seasons changed and the leaves turned from green to gold, a sense of harmony settled over Willowbrook. The villagers, once reliant on the feather's gifts, discovered their strength and creativity. The gardens flourished with vibrant blooms, not because of magic, but because of the care and love poured into them. The laughter of children echoed through the village, a testament to the bonds of friendship and community. Kale, no longer a stranger, became a beloved member of Willowbrook. He shared stories of his travels and taught the villagers about the wonders of the world beyond their own. And Faye, with Ember always at her side, continued to explore the woods, her heart full of joy and gratitude for the magic that had brought them all together. As the sun set over Willowbrook, casting a warm glow over the village, Faye sat by the river with Ember and Kale. The feather lay between them, a symbol of the journey they had undertaken and the friendship that had blossomed along the way. In the gentle embrace of dusk, Faye realized that the true magic of the feather was not in its power, but in the love and laughter it inspired. It was a reminder that even the smallest acts of kindness could create ripples of joy that would spread far and wide. And as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Faye knew that the magic of the Feather of Whimsy would live on, not just in the village of Willowbrook, but in the hearts of all who believed in the power of love and friendship. Story 73. Once upon a time, in the enchanting village of Willowgrove, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there was a gentle stir of mystery. The village was known for its serene beauty, with cobblestone paths winding through fields of wildflowers and quaint cottages with thatched roofs. Each home had a garden, bursting with herbs and flowers, their scents mingling in the crisp, cool air. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the villagers gathered in the cozy glow of the town square. Lanterns strung across the square cast a warm, golden light, and the gentle hum of conversation mixed with the distant babbling of the brook that wound its way through the village. It was during one such evening that the first strange occurrence was noticed. A gentle baker named Maisie was the first to speak of it. "There's something peculiar happening with my bread," she said, her voice soft as she addressed the gathered villagers. "Each morning, I find that the loaves I baked the night before have disappeared, and in their place, I find the faintest shimmer of golden dust." The villagers murmured quietly amongst themselves, puzzled but not worried. Maisie was well loved, her bread a staple of Willow Grove, and the idea of such an odd theft was bewildering yet oddly enchanting. The next morning, however, the mystery deepened. Thomas, the village gardener, found that his prized roses had bloomed overnight into a kaleidoscope of colors, far more vibrant than nature usually allowed. "It's as if they've been touched by magic," he marveled, showing the blooms to his neighbors. Word spread quickly, and soon the entire village was abuzz with stories of peculiar happenings: milk that turned into cream overnight, quilts that warmed themselves, and even the village cat, Whiskers, who seemed to have found the gift of speech, though he mostly used it to demand more fish. The village elder, a wise and kind-hearted woman named Agatha, listened to all these tales with a thoughtful expression. Agatha had long, silver hair and eyes that twinkled with the wisdom of many seasons. She had seen much in her years and knew that every mystery had a solution if one looked closely enough. "Perhaps," she suggested one evening, as the villagers gathered around a crackling fire, "we have a visitor. Not one we can see, but one whose presence we can feel. A creature from the Whispering Woods, perhaps, come to share its magic with us." The villagers nodded, intrigued by the idea. The Whispering Woods bordered Willow Grove and was known to be home to all manner of magical creatures, from mischievous sprites to wise old owls. Determined to solve the mystery, Agatha proposed a plan. "Tonight, we shall keep watch," she said, her voice soothing and sure, "but not with suspicion or fear. We shall observe with open hearts and minds, for a friend may reveal themselves if we are welcoming." As the moon rose high in the sky, casting a silver glow over the village, the villagers took their places. Maisie stayed by her bakery, Thomas by his roses, and others at their own homes, each watchful but calm. It was not long before a gentle breeze stirred, and with it came a soft, melodious hum like the distant ringing of tiny bells. From the shadows of the Whispering Woods, a faint glow began to emerge. The villagers watched, entranced, as a small, shimmering creature fluttered into view. It was a pixie, no larger than a child's hand, with wings that sparkled like diamonds in the moonlight. The pixie hovered in the air, looking at the villagers with large, curious eyes. "Good evening," it chimed in a voice like tinkling chimes. "I am Leora, and I mean no harm. I come from the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the magic flows freely. I have been sharing little gifts with you, as a token of friendship." Agatha stepped forward, her heart warm with understanding. "We are grateful for your gifts, Leora," she said kindly. "But why have you chosen to share your magic with us?" Leora twirled in the air, leaving a trail of golden dust. "I have watched your village for many nights," the pixie explained, "and I have seen the kindness with which you treat each other and the world around you. I wish to bring a little extra joy to such a lovely place." The villagers smiled, their hearts full of warmth. Maisie approached with a loaf of freshly baked bread. "Here, Leora," she said, offering the bread, "a gift in return for your kindness." The pixie accepted the bread with a delighted laugh, its glow brightening with happiness. "This is the most wonderful gift," Leora said, grateful. "I shall carry this warmth back to my home in the woods." With the mystery unveiled and a new friendship formed, the villagers bid Leora farewell, knowing that the pixie's magic would linger in Willow Grove long after its departure. From that night on, Willow Grove was a place where the extraordinary mingled with the everyday, where magic was not just seen, but felt in the kindness shared between its people. And as the villagers settled into their beds, they were comforted by the gentle hum of magic in the air, knowing that sometimes the most enchanting mysteries lead to the most beautiful friendships. Story 74. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees hummed a gentle lullaby and the moon wove silver threads through the branches, there lay a quaint little village named Willowbrook. It was a place where the air was always sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the houses were tucked snugly between the ancient oaks like nests of contented birds. The villagers lived peacefully, surrounded by the magic that the forest shared with them. There were friendly sprites that tended the gardens, ensuring the flowers bloomed in a riot of colors, and wise owls that guided travelers with their soft, fluted calls. But lately, peculiar things had begun to happen in Willowbrook. Every morning, the villagers awoke to find their shoes tied in complex knots that no one could unravel. The wind chimes outside their windows sang unfamiliar tunes, and the bread left to rise in the kitchens mysteriously vanished, only to reappear perfectly baked on the doorstep. The villagers, puzzled and a bit bemused, sought an explanation. In the heart of the village lived an old woman named Mara. Known for her wisdom and kind heart, she was the one people turned to when mysteries needed unraveling. Her cottage was a cozy haven, filled with the warm glow of candles and the comforting scent of lavender and pine. Myra listened patiently to the villagers' tales of strange happenings, her eyes twinkling like stars. She pondered, stirring the pot of chamomile tea that simmered gently over her hearth. This sounds like the work of the wispies. The wispies were tiny creatures known for their playful nature. They were made of starlight and dewdrops, and they lived in the hidden nooks of the forest. Though mischievous, they were not malicious, and Mara suspected they might be trying to communicate. Determined to unravel the mystery, Myra decided to visit the forest that night, when the moon was full and the wispies would be most active. She invited a few villagers to accompany her, including young Finn, a clever lad with a knack for puzzles, and Lila, whose gentle nature made her a friend to all creatures. As they entered the forest, the air was cool and refreshing, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweet aroma of nocturnal blooms. The path was lit by the moon's silver glow, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something magical to unfold. They walked quietly, listening to the symphony of crickets and the soft rustling of leaves in the breeze. Suddenly, Finn noticed a faint, shimmering light flitting between the trees. "Look," he whispered, pointing towards the glow. The villagers followed the light deeper into the forest until they reached a clearing bathed in moonlight. There, dancing between the flowers, were the wispies. Their laughter was like the tinkling of tiny bells, and their presence filled the night with a sense of wonder. Mara stepped forward, her voice gentle and kind. "Dear wispies, we have come to seek your guidance. The villagers are puzzled by the strange happenings in our homes. Can you help us understand?" The wispies paused in their dance, their eyes sparkling with mischief, yet carrying a hint of sincerity. One of them, a bit braver than the rest, flitted forward and hovered before Mara. With a graceful wave of its tiny hand, it conjured images in the air, weaving a story with light and shadow. The villagers watched in awe as the wispies revealed their tale. It seemed that a little wispy, eager to learn about the human world, had been exploring the village at night. In its curiosity, it had unknowingly tangled the villagers' shoes and baked their bread, thinking it was helping. Realizing the misunderstanding, Mara smiled warmly. "Oh, my dear little friend, you meant no harm. We appreciate your desire to help, but perhaps we can show you ways to assist that won't cause so much confusion." The wispies giggled, their laughter a sweet melody, and nodded in agreement. Lila, with her gentle heart, suggested that the wispies could help by tending to the village gardens at night, ensuring that the flowers grew strong and vibrant. Finn, ever the thinker, proposed that they could also assist with weaving the moonlight into the village's wind chimes, so they might sing the songs of the forest. The wispies clapped their tiny hands in delight, eager to be of service in ways that would bring joy. With the mystery resolved, the villagers returned to Willowbrook, their hearts light and spirits high. The wispies kept their promise, and soon the gardens flourished with blossoms more brilliant than ever, and the wind chimes sang harmonies that spoke of peace and beauty. As the days passed, the villagers often found little surprises left by the wispies, a perfectly polished stone, a bouquet of wildflowers, or a dewdrop sculpture left glistening on a windowsill. Each gift was a reminder of the friendship they had forged and the magic that danced through their lives. And so, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, Willowbrook continued to thrive, a haven of harmony where the villagers and the wispies lived in joyous companionship. As the sun set each evening, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Mara would sit by her hearth, a contented smile upon her face, knowing that all was well in their enchanted world. And when the moon rose high, casting its silvery glow over the village, the wispies would dance once more, their laughter mingling with the night breeze, a gentle reminder of the magic that exists when hearts are open and kindness reigns. Story 75. Once upon a time, in the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees stood tall and proud, their branches intertwining like old friends embracing, a secret world thrived. This was a realm where the boundaries between the natural and the magical were blurred, where every whisper of the wind carried the echoes of untold tales. In a cozy burrow beneath the twisted roots of an ancient oak, a family of rabbits made their home. Their soft fur glistened in the dappled sunlight that filtered through the canopy above, and their twitching noses caught the scents of the forest. The earthy aroma of decaying leaves, the sweet fragrance of wildflowers, and the crisp tang of morning dew. The eldest rabbit, whose whiskers had turned silvery with age, was known for her wisdom and her deep connection to the rhythms of the forest. She would gather the young ones around her and regale them with stories passed down through countless generations, tales of the hidden lives of the creatures who called this verdant realm their home. "My little ones," she would begin, her voice as gentle as a summer breeze, "we are but humble caretakers of this ancient forest. Every leaf, every twig, every drop of dew holds magic within its very essence. It is our sacred duty to honor and protect this delicate balance." She would then speak of the shy wood nymphs who tended to the saplings, whispering encouragement as they stretched their tender shoots towards the sun. She would tell of the mischievous sprites who orchestrated the changing of the seasons, their laughter echoing in the rustle of fallen leaves and the patter of spring rain. As the seasons turned, the forest transformed, and with each shift, the rabbits bore witness to the magical phenomena that accompanied it. In the spring, when the first buds unfurled, they would watch in wonder as the forest floor came alive with a carpet of vibrant wildflowers, their petals unfurling in a kaleidoscope of colors. Tiny fairies would flit among the blossoms, their gossamer wings leaving trails of shimmering dust in their wake. When summer's warmth enveloped the forest, the rabbits would venture to the cool, babbling streams, where they would glimpse the playful water sprites dancing upon the rippling currents. These mischievous beings would delight in splashing and frolicking, their laughter mingling with the gentle tinkling of the water. As autumn's chill crept in, the rabbits would huddle together, mesmerized by the transformation of the leaves. Brilliant hues of crimson, amber, and gold would paint the canopy, and the wise elder would explain how the forest was preparing for its long winter slumber. She would speak of the ancient tree spirits, their gnarled bark etched with the stories of countless seasons past, standing as silent sentinels over the changing landscape. When winter's icy embrace descended upon the forest, the rabbits would seek refuge in their burrow, listening to the whispers of the wind as it sculpted intricate patterns in the freshly fallen snow. The elder would remind them that even in the depths of winter, life persisted, awaiting the first hints of spring to awaken once more. And so, the cycles of the forest continued, each season bringing its own unique magic, its own stories to be treasured and passed down. The rabbits, with their quiet reverence for the natural world, bore witness to these wonders, understanding that they were part of a delicate tapestry woven by the very essence of the forest itself. As the young ones grew older, they too would share these tales, ensuring that the wisdom of the elders was never forgotten. For in this ancient realm, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the hidden lives of the forest's creatures were intertwined with the rhythms of nature, a harmonious dance that had endured since the dawn of time. Story 76. In the heart of a sprawling forest where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, lay a small village named Maple Hollow. The village was nestled in a valley, surrounded by towering pines and ancient oaks, their leaves rustling softly in the gentle breeze. It was a place where the sun's golden rays filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled shadows on the ground below, creating patterns that danced with the movement of the wind. The villagers of Maple Hollow were a simple folk, living harmoniously with the land that provided for them. Among them was a young girl named Leora, whose curiosity knew no bounds. Leora had a heart as bright as the morning sun and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. She was known for her adventurous spirit and her knack for discovering the hidden wonders of the forest. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves began to turn fiery shades of orange and red, Leora set out on a journey. She had heard tales of a magical glen deep within the forest, a place where the veil between the natural world and the realm of magic was said to be thin. The old story spoke of a hidden world, vibrant and alive with creatures unseen by ordinary eyes, and Leora's heart ached to see it for herself. With a satchel slung over her shoulder, filled with a few provisions and her trusty journal, Leora ventured into the forest. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth, and the sound of birdsong accompanied her footsteps. She followed a narrow path, winding through towering trees and over trickling streams that glistened in the morning light. As Leora walked deeper into the forest, the familiar sounds of the village faded away, replaced by the symphony of nature. The forest seemed to breathe around her, alive with whispers and rustles, as if it were a living being itself. She felt an exhilarating sense of freedom, as if the world was unfolding its mysteries just for her. After hours of walking, Leora arrived at a clearing, where the trees parted to reveal a meadow bathed in sunlight. In the center of the meadow stood an ancient stone archway, entwined with ivy and wildflowers. It was here, the story said, that the magical glen could be found. Leora approached with a mixture of reverence and excitement, her heart pounding in her chest. She stepped through the archway, and as she did, a soft, shimmering light enveloped her. Leora blinked, her surroundings shifting before her eyes. She found herself in a place unlike any she had ever seen. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers, and the sky above was a brilliant shade of azure, dotted with fluffy white clouds. The glen was a paradise of vibrant colors and gentle sounds. Trees with silver bark and leaves of emerald green stood tall, their branches swaying gracefully in the breeze. A crystal-clear stream wound its way through the glen, its waters glistening like liquid diamonds. And everywhere she looked, there were creatures of all shapes and sizes, some familiar, others fantastical, each one more wondrous than the last. Leora's heart soared with joy as she explored this hidden world. She marveled at the sight of tiny, luminous fairies flitting among the flowers, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. She watched as a majestic stag, its antlers adorned with delicate vines, drank from the stream, its eyes wise and kind. Everywhere she turned, there was something new to discover, something magical to behold. As the day wore on, Leora came upon a large, ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching skyward like welcoming arms. At the base of the tree, nestled among the roots, was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was a beautiful object, with patterns that seemed to shift and change under the light. Drawn to the box, Leora knelt down and carefully opened it. Inside, she found a small, shimmering stone, unlike anything she had ever seen. It pulsed with a gentle, warm glow, casting a soft light that seemed to fill the air with a sense of peace and wonder. As she held the stone in her hands, Leora felt a connection to the glen, to the forest, and to the world beyond. It was as if the stone was a key, unlocking the mysteries of the hidden world and revealing its secrets to her. She understood, in that moment, that this was a place of magic and beauty, a place that needed to be cherished and protected. With the stone in her possession, Leora felt a new sense of purpose. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the wonders of the glen, but also about understanding the importance of balance and harmony between the natural and magical worlds. She knew that she must share what she had learned with the people of Maple Hollow, to help them see the beauty and magic that surrounded them every day. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Leora made her way back through the archway, the stone safely tucked in her satchel. She felt a sense of calm and fulfillment, knowing that she had found something truly special, something that would change her and her village forever. When Leora returned to Maple Hollow, her eyes still shining with the light of the glen, she gathered the villagers and told them of her journey. She spoke of the magical creatures and the hidden world within the forest, sharing the wisdom she had gained. The villagers listened, captivated by her words, and they too began to see the world with new eyes. In the days that followed, Leora and the villagers worked together to protect the forest and nurture the bond between their world and the magical glen. They planted trees, tended to the land, and celebrated the beauty of nature, living in harmony with the world around them. And so, the village of Maple Hollow thrived, a place where magic and reality intertwined, where the wonders of the hidden world were cherished and protected. Leora's journey had transformed not only her own life, but the lives of everyone in the village, teaching them the value of friendship, wisdom, and the importance of living in harmony with the world. As the years passed, the tales of Leora's journey and the magical glen became part of the village's lore, passed down from generation to generation. The stone she had found was placed in the heart of the village, a symbol of the bond between the people and the forest, a reminder of the magic that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary world. And in the quiet moments when the sun set and the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, the villagers would gaze into the forest and remember the lessons of the past, the beauty of the present, and the promise of the future, knowing that the magic of the glen was always with them, a guiding light in their hearts. In the end, Leora had found not just a hidden world, but a deeper understanding of herself and her place in the world. Her journey had taught her that magic was not just something to be discovered, but something to be lived and shared, a gift that brought people together and enriched their lives in ways they could never have imagined. And so the story of Leora and the magical glen became a cherished part of the village's heritage, a testament to the power of curiosity, friendship, and the enduring magic of the world around us. Story 77. In a quaint village nestled within the emerald folds of rolling hills, there lived a gentle-hearted young woman named Marin. The village, with its cobblestone paths and thatched-roof cottages, was a place where the air always seemed to be kissed by the scent of blooming lavender. Marin, with her auburn hair and eyes the color of the summer sky, was known throughout the village for her kindness and her knack for nurturing the most stubborn plants into blossoming beauties. Despite her serene life, Marin was wrestling with a deep-seated fear of change. She loved her village dearly, but the thought of the unfamiliar, of venturing beyond the hills, filled her with trepidation. Her routine was her comfort, her garden her sanctuary. Yet a small part of her yearned for something more, something not yet understood. One golden afternoon, as Marin tended to her garden, her friend Elowen, a spirited young woman with a laugh as bright as the sun, came bounding down the path. Elowen was Marin's opposite, always seeking new experiences and adventures beyond the village. She had a tale to tell of a wondrous place she had discovered, a grove deep within the forest where the ordinary seemed to touch the extraordinary. "Come with me, Marin," Elowen urged, her eyes alight with excitement. "There is magic there. I swear it. The trees whisper secrets, and the air hums with possibility." Marin hesitated, her heart fluttering like a bird caught in a sudden breeze. Yet Elowen's enthusiasm was infectious, and a small voice inside her whispered that perhaps this was the change she had been unknowingly seeking. The next morning, with the sun casting a warm glow over the dewy fields, Marin and Elowen set out. They walked through the forest, where the air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting the ground with dappled light. As they reached the grove, Marin felt a tingling sensation, as if the very air was alive with magic. The trees here were unlike any she had seen before, their bark shimmering with a silvery sheen. In the center of the grove stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide as if embracing the sky. Beneath the oak, a small pool of crystal-clear water reflected the canopy above. Marin approached it cautiously, her reflection gazing back at her. As she peered into the water, she saw not just her own image, but scenes of her life, times of joy, moments of doubt, and the path she had walked to reach this very point. Suddenly, the water rippled, and a soft, melodious voice arose from its depths. "Embrace the change, dear one, for within it lies the growth of your soul." Startled yet entranced, Marin knelt by the pool. The voice continued, weaving tales of transformation, of the beauty found in the journey of becoming. Marin listened, her heart opening like a flower to the sun. She realized that change was not something to fear, but to welcome, for it held the promise of new beginnings. Elowen watched her friend with a gentle smile, understanding that this moment was Marin's alone. When Marin finally rose, she felt lighter, as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. The grove, with its shimmering trees and whispering winds, had awakened something within her, a courage to embrace the unknown. As they made their way back through the forest, Marin felt a newfound sense of peace. She had discovered that life's beauty lay not just in the familiar comforts, but also in the wondrous possibilities that change could bring. From that day on, Marin's garden bloomed more vibrantly than ever, a testament to her own inner growth. She began sharing her newfound wisdom with the villagers, encouraging them to step beyond the bounds of their fears. Marin's journey taught her that change, though daunting, was a magical transformation that mirrored the growth within. And in embracing it, she discovered the extraordinary within herself. And so, under the gentle watch of the ever-changing seasons, Marin continued to grow, her heart as open and welcoming as the grove that had shown her the way. The village, with its lavender-scented air and warm-hearted people, became a place where the magic of transformation was celebrated, and the whispers of the ancient grove could be heard in the rustling leaves and the gentle laughter carried on the breeze. Story 78. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, there lived a young woman named Leora. Leora had always felt a deep connection to the vibrant woods that bordered her home. The trees seemed to whisper secrets as the wind rustled their leaves, and the brook sang a gentle melody as it wound its way through the underbrush. Despite her love for this natural wonderland, Leora often found herself uneasy with the changes that life brought her way. Leora had grown up in a world of constancy, where each day resembled the last, and any deviation from the norm set her heart racing with unease. The villagers often spoke of her as a gentle soul, one who was kind and thoughtful, yet fear of the unknown held her back from embracing the opportunities that life offered. One crisp autumn morning, as the first frost dusted the ground like powdered sugar, Leora ventured into the forest, seeking solace among the trees. The air was tinged with the sweet scent of pine and damp earth, and the sunlight trickled through the canopy, casting dappled shadows that danced upon the forest floor. Leora's heart felt lighter in this sacred space, where time seemed to slow and worries melted away. As she walked deeper into the woods, Leora came across a clearing she had never seen before. In its center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky like welcoming arms. At its base, nestled among the roots, was a small, shimmering pool of water. Drawn to its serene beauty, Leora knelt beside it, peering into its depths. The pool was unlike any she'd seen. Its surface shimmered with an ethereal light, reflecting the colors of the forest in iridescent hues. As Leora gazed into the water, she noticed her reflection begin to change. Her eyes widened in wonder as her mirrored image transformed, showing her not as she was, but as she could be, radiant and confident, unburdened by fear. Startled yet intrigued by this vision, Leora felt a gentle presence beside her. Turning, she found herself face to face with an elegant fox, its fur a rich tapestry of russet and gold, its eyes wise and knowing. The fox spoke in a voice that was both gentle and firm, like the rustle of leaves in the wind. "Do not fear change, dear Leora," the fox said, "for within every change lies the seed of something wonderful. Embrace the unknown, and you will find strength you never knew you possessed." Leora listened intently, her heart stirred by the fox's words. She realized she had been clinging to familiarity, fearful of what she might become if she dared to step beyond it. Yet here was a magical creature urging her to embrace transformation, to see it not as an enemy but as a friend. Over the following weeks, Leora returned to the forest each day, seeking the company of her new friend and the wisdom the fox imparted. Together they explored the woods, discovering hidden wonders and secrets that had been there all along, waiting for Leora to open her heart. The forest itself seemed to respond to Leora's changing spirit. The trees whispered encouragement, and the brook's song grew more joyful, harmonizing with Leora's newfound courage. She learned to see the beauty in the shifting seasons, to find joy in the fleeting colors of autumn leaves and the promise of spring's renewal. With the fox's guidance, Leora began to embrace change in her life beyond the forest. She took on new challenges, each one a step toward becoming the vibrant, confident person she had glimpsed in the pool's reflection. She found joy in the unpredictability of life, understanding that every change brought with it new opportunities for growth and discovery. The villagers soon noticed a change in Leora. She moved with a newfound grace, her eyes bright with the light of someone who had found her true path. She shared her experiences with her friends and neighbors, encouraging them to embrace change in their own lives. Her warmth and wisdom touched many, and the village blossomed with new ideas and friendships. Years passed, and Leora's story became legend within the village. The clearing in the forest came to be known as a place of transformation, where those seeking guidance could find solace and inspiration. The fox, ever watchful, continued to guide those who ventured into the woods, whispering words of wisdom to those open to hearing them. And as for Leora, she continued to grow and change, embracing each new chapter of her life with the courage and joy she had discovered in the forest. She knew that change was not something to be feared, but a gift to be welcomed, a gateway to new adventures and endless possibilities. And so the village thrived, nestled at the edge of the ancient forest, where magic lingered in the air and the promise of transformation danced in the dappled sunlight. Leora's story, woven into the fabric of the village, served as a gentle reminder that within each of us lies the potential for greatness, waiting to be awakened by the touch of change. And with that, the forest and its secrets continued to flourish, a testament to the power of embracing the unknown with an open heart. Story 79. Once upon a time, in a hushed corner of the world where the horizon kissed the sky with tender hues of lavender and rose, there lay a village named Willow Grove. Nestled in the embrace of verdant hills and bordered by a meandering river that sparkled like scattered diamonds under the moonlight, Willow Grove was a place untouched by the rush of time. Its cobbled paths wound gently through clusters of quaint cottages, each adorned with ivy that clung lovingly to their stone walls. The air was always sweet with the fragrance of blooming lilacs, and the songs of nightingales created a symphony that lingered long after the sun had set. In this serene village lived a boy named Finn. Finn had eyes the color of stormy seas and hair that tumbled in soft curls upon his forehead. Though young, he possessed a curious mind and a heart full of wonder. His days were spent exploring the lush woodlands and the whispering fields that stretched beyond the village, always accompanied by his dearest friend, a wise fox named Luna. Luna, with her coat as red as autumn leaves and eyes that glimmered with an ancient wisdom, had been Finn's companion for as long as he could remember. One balmy evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky was painted with shades of dusk, Finn and Luna sat by the riverbank. The water glided by with a gentle murmur, and the first stars began to twinkle in the canopy above. As they sat in companionable silence, Luna spoke, her voice as soft as a summer breeze. "Finn," she said, "have you ever heard of the Enchanted Grove?" Finn turned to her, intrigued. "No, Luna, I haven't. What is it?" Luna's eyes twinkled with a mysterious glint. "The Enchanted Grove is a hidden world within our own, a place where magic is as real as the earth beneath your feet and the sky above. It is said to be the home of the Lumina, spirits of light that bring harmony and balance to all living things." Finn's heart quickened with excitement. "How do we find it, Luna?" "The path to the grove is not easily seen," Luna explained. "It requires a pure heart and a curious mind. The journey is one of discovery, both within and without." Finn knew at that moment that he had to find the Enchanted Grove. The allure of discovering such a place pulled at him like the tide to the shore. And so, with Luna by his side, he decided to embark on the journey that would change his life forever. The following morning dawned bright and warm, the air filled with the promise of adventure. Equipped with a small satchel containing only essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a well-worn map, Finn and Luna set off from their village. The path led them through the heart of the forest, where sunlight dappled the ground in golden patches, and the air was alive with the chatter of birds and the rustle of leaves. As they walked deeper into the woods, the familiar sounds of Willow Grove faded away, replaced by the whisper of the wind threading through the branches. The forest felt different here, older and wise, as if it held secrets from a time long past. Finn's footsteps were light on the moss-covered earth, and Luna moved with grace beside him, her ears perked for any sign of danger. Hours turned into days as they journeyed further from home. The forest seemed endless, each tree a towering sentinel keeping watch over their path. Finn and Luna encountered many wonders along the way. crystal-clear streams that sang as they flowed, wildflowers in every hue imaginable, and creatures that watched them with curious eyes from the shadows. One evening, as the sun cast long shadows across the forest floor, they came upon a clearing bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches spreading wide like a welcoming embrace. Beneath the tree lay a smooth, flat stone, and on the stone rested an object that shimmered with an ethereal light. Finn approached the stone cautiously, his eyes wide with awe. The object was a small, intricately carved box made of a wood so fine it seemed to pulse with life. As he reached out to touch it, a warmth spread through his fingers, and the box opened with a gentle click. Inside lay a pearl, perfectly round and gleaming with a light that seemed to come from within. "This is the Pearl of Whispers," Luna said, her voice reverent. "It is said to hold the power to understand the language of all living things, a gift from the Lumina themselves." Finn picked up the pearl with trembling hands, feeling its smooth surface cool against his skin. He could sense its magic, a gentle hum that resonated deep within him. With the Pearl of Whispers in his possession, he felt a newfound connection to the world around him, as if the very trees and stones were speaking to him in a language he had always known but never understood. With renewed determination, Finn and Luna continued their journey. The forest whispered its secrets to them now, guiding their steps along hidden paths and through tangled underbrush. The pearl's magic revealed a world teeming with life and wonder, where each creature had a story to tell and every breeze carried a message. As they traveled, Finn began to notice changes within himself. His senses grew sharper, his heart more attuned to the rhythms of nature. He found joy in the simplest of things, a bird's song, the rustle of leaves, the scent of rain on the wind. Luna, too, seemed transformed, her eyes bright with understanding and her movements more fluid than ever. One day, as they rested by a bubbling brook, Finn turned to Luna and said, "I feel as if I am becoming part of this world, as if I have always belonged here." Luna nodded, her gaze soft and knowing. The journey to the Enchanted Grove is as much about discovering yourself as it is about finding a place. You are learning to see with your heart, Finn, and that is the true magic. Their journey continued, each day bringing them closer to the Enchanted Grove. The forest grew denser, the air thick with the scent of pine and earth. The path became more difficult to follow, but Finn and Luna pressed on, drawn by an unseen force that pulled them ever forward. At last, after what felt like a lifetime of wandering, they reached the edge of a vast meadow bathed in golden light. In the center of the meadow stood a circle of ancient trees, their branches intertwined to form a living archway. Beyond the archway lay the Enchanted Grove, a place of unparalleled beauty and peace. Finn and Luna stepped through the archway, their hearts full of wonder. The grove was a world unto itself, a place where time seemed to stand still and magic was woven into the very fabric of existence. The air hummed with energy, and the ground beneath their feet was soft and yielding, as if welcoming them home. In the heart of the grove stood a shimmering pool, its waters as clear as glass. Finn approached the pool, the Pearl of Whispers clutched in his hand. As he gazed into the water, he saw not only his own reflection, but the reflections of all those who had come before him, each one a guardian of the grove's secrets. The Lumina appeared then, their forms radiant and ethereal. They surrounded Finn and Luna, their voices a harmonious chorus that filled the air with music. "Welcome, Finn," they sang. "You have come far and learned much. The Enchanted Grove is a place of balance and harmony, and you are now a part of its story." Finn felt a warmth spread through him, a sense of belonging that filled every corner of his being. He understood now that the journey had been about more than finding a hidden world. It had been about finding his place within it. With the Pearl of Whispers as his guide, Finn became a steward of the Enchanted Grove, a protector of its magic, and a bridge between the human world and the realm of the Lumina. His days were filled with peace and purpose, his heart ever open to the wonders of the world around him. Luna remained by his side, her presence a constant reminder of the bond they shared and the journey they had undertaken together. And so, in the tranquil embrace of the Enchanted Grove, Finn and Luna found their home, their hearts forever entwined with the magic of the land. As the years passed, Finn's story became legend, a tale whispered by the wind and carried on the wings of birds. It was a story of friendship and transformation, of a journey that began with a single step and led to a world beyond imagination. And in the village of Willow Grove, where the nightingales sang and the lilacs bloomed, the children would gather by the fireside to hear the tale of Finn and the Enchanted Grove, their eyes wide with wonder and their hearts full of dreams. For in the quiet corners of the world, where the horizon meets the sky, magic waits for those who dare to seek it. And the journey, as Finn had discovered, is its own reward. Thus, the story of Finn and the Enchanted Grove was passed down through generations, a timeless reminder of the beauty and magic that lies within and around us all. And as the stars twinkled above, the villagers of Willow Grove slept peacefully, knowing that somewhere, in a hidden world of light and harmony, Finn and Luna watched over them, guardians of a magic as old as time itself. Story 80, The Whispering Willow and the Silver Feather. In the quaint village of Elderglen, nestled between rolling hills and lush, whispering woods, stood an ancient willow tree known to all as the heart of the forest. Its bowed branches swayed gently in the breeze, rustling with secrets of ages past, and its roots delved deep into the earth, binding the village to the magic that thrived in the wilds beyond. The villagers held the willow in great reverence, believing it was the guardian of their home, and in its presence they found solace and peace. One cool autumn evening, as the sun painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, a young girl named Lila sat beneath the willow, her eyes closed, listening to the soft murmurs of the leaves. Lila had a gentle spirit and a heart full of curiosity, and she often spent her afternoons dreaming of adventures in far-off lands. The villagers adored her for her kindness and the way she always seemed to know just what to say to brighten someone's day. As the light began to fade, Lila noticed something glimmering among the roots of the willow. A single, shimmering feather lay there, silver and luminous, catching the last rays of sunlight. It was unlike any feather she had ever seen, and as she picked it up, a warm sensation spread through her fingertips, and a soft, musical note echoed in her mind. Intrigued and sensing the feather was no ordinary trinket, Lila tucked it into the pocket of her dress and hurried home, her mind abuzz with possibilities. That night, as the moon cast its silvery glow across Elderglen, Lila lay awake in her cozy bed, the feather resting on her bedside table. She wondered about its origin and the magic it might hold. The next morning, Lila awoke to a world transformed. She stepped outside to find the village bathed in an otherworldly light, as if the dawn had been painted anew. The air was alive with a sweet fragrance, mingling the scents of blooming flowers and fresh morning dew. As she walked through the village, she noticed something extraordinary. The villagers were gathered in the square, whispering in hushed tones, their eyes wide with wonder. In the center of the gathering stood an old man, his beard as white as the first snowfall of winter, his eyes twinkling like stars. He introduced himself as Alaric, a wanderer from distant lands, and spoke of a hidden world within the forest, a place untouched by time, where magic flowed freely, and the trees themselves whispered ancient wisdom. Lila felt a pull in her heart, an irresistible urge to discover this hidden realm, and she knew the silver feather held the key. As the villagers dispersed, she approached Alaric and showed him the feather. His eyes widened, and a knowing smile played on his lips. "Ah, the feather of the silver song," he murmured. "A rare and precious gift, young one. It seeks only those with a pure heart and a thirst for understanding." With Alaric as her guide, Lila embarked on a journey through the forest, the feather tucked safely in her pocket, its soft hum guiding their way. The path wound through sun-dappled glades and over babbling brooks, where the air was thick with the songs of birds and the rustle of leaves. The forest seemed to welcome her, and with each step she felt a growing connection to the land and its mysteries. As they ventured deeper, the forest grew denser, the light filtering through a canopy of emerald leaves, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. They reached a clearing where the air was thick with enchantment, and there, hidden beneath a curtain of vines, lay a portal shimmering like liquid silver. Alaric gestured for Lila to hold the feather aloft. As she did, a gentle breeze stirred, and the portal rippled like water. With a sense of wonder and anticipation, she stepped through, emerging into a world unlike any she had ever imagined. The hidden realm was a tapestry of color and light, where flowers bloomed in vibrant hues and the sky was a brilliant cascade of twilight, painted with stars. The air was filled with a melody that resonated with her very soul, and Lila felt a deep sense of tranquility and belonging. As they walked, she marveled at the creatures that inhabited this magical place. Luminescent butterflies fluttered through the air, their wings leaving trails of stardust, while ethereal deer with silvery coats grazed peacefully in the meadows. In the distance, a river of liquid light flowed, its banks lined with willows, whose branches danced in the gentle breeze. Lila and Alaric soon came upon a gathering of forest dwellers, elves with eyes like moonstones, and sprites who flitted about on gossamer wings. They welcomed Lila with open arms, sensing the purity of her heart and the purpose of her journey. Among them was a wise and ancient elf named Elion, who spoke with a voice as soft as a lullaby. "The feather of the silver song has chosen you, dear child," Elion said, his eyes meeting hers with warmth and kindness. "It has brought you here to learn the language of the forest, to hear the whispers of the trees and understand the wisdom they hold." Under Elion's gentle guidance, Lila began her lessons in the language of the forest. She learned to listen not just with her ears, but with her heart, attuning herself to the subtle symphony of nature. The rustling leaves spoke of ages past, the babbling brook sang of life's endless flow, and the gentle breeze carried messages of hope and renewal. With each passing day, Lila's bond with the forest deepened, and she found herself transformed by its magic. She discovered a strength and wisdom within herself that she never knew existed, and with it, a profound sense of peace and purpose. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the hidden realm, Lila sat beneath the boughs of a great oak tree, the silver feather resting in her palm. She closed her eyes, letting the soothing melody of the forest envelop her, and she understood the true gift of the feather. It was a bridge between worlds, a reminder of the magic that resided within every heart. Her journey had taught her that true magic lay not in spells or potions, but in the simple acts of kindness and the strength of friendships forged in the light of understanding. She realized that the beauty of life was in its diversity, and that every being, no matter how small, had a story worth hearing. As the moon rose high in the sky, casting its gentle glow over the forest, Lila knew it was time to return to Elderglen. She bid farewell to her newfound friends, promising to carry the wisdom of the forest back to her world and share it with those who sought to listen. With Alaric by her side, Lila stepped back through the portal, emerging into the familiar embrace of her village. The forest whispered its farewell, and the silver feather glowed softly, a reminder of the journey that had changed her forever. Back in Elderglen, Lila shared her experiences with the villagers, her words painting vivid pictures of the hidden realm and its wonders. She spoke of the magic that lay within each of them, waiting to be awakened by love and understanding. The villagers listened with rapt attention, their hearts touched by her tale, and they began to see their world in a new light. They learned to cherish the simple joys of life, to listen to the stories of the trees, and to find strength in friendship and compassion. In the days that followed, Elderglen flourished like never before, its people united by a shared sense of purpose and wonder. The ancient willow, the heart of the forest, stood as a symbol of the bond between the village and the magic that lay beyond, its branches swaying gently in the breeze, whispering tales of hope and renewal. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Lila lay in her bed, her heart full of gratitude and peace. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and with the silver feather as her guide, she was ready to embrace whatever adventures lay ahead. As she drifted into a deep and restful sleep, the forest sang a lullaby of dreams, a gentle reminder that in the heart of every child, there is a spark of magic waiting to be discovered. Story 81. Once upon a starry night, when the forest was bathed in silvery moonlight, a young doe named Willow ventured out from her secret glade. Her delicate hooves left no imprint on the soft, mossy ground as she wandered deeper into the ancient woodland. The towering trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering secrets carried upon the cool, fragrant breeze. Willow's large eyes blinked slowly, taking in the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Minuscule fairies flickered between fern fronds like living candlelight, while nearby, a family of glowworms illuminated the damp bark of a fallen log. As Willow reached a sun-dappled clearing, she paused to nibble upon the sweet grass, savoring each blade. Her ears twitched, picking up the tranquil melodies of nightingales and crickets that filled the forest symphony. From within a hollow stump, a wizened badger poked his striped snout out and squinted at Willow with beady eyes. "You're out rather late for one so young," his gruff voice chided. "The woods hold many wonders, but also dangers when the veil between realms grows thin." Willow dipped her head respectfully. "I couldn't resist the lure of the full moon, Elder Rohan. There's a special magic on nights like these." The badger's whiskers twitched in amusement. "Aye, that there is, little one." He waddled out, his claws scratching against the bark. "Perhaps you'll allow an old creature to accompany you and share some woodland wisdom." As they continued through the dappled forest, Rohan regaled Willow with tales passed down through countless generations. He spoke of guardian traints whose roots bound the forest together, of mischievous imps who kicked up dust devils on the paths, and reclusive forest nymphs who husbanded the wildflowers. Willow listened with rapt attention, enthralled by the hidden world unfolding before her. Soon they reached a serene pool where the moon's reflection rippled upon the mirror-like surface. Willow gasped at the rainbow-hued dragonflies dancing above the water, as if fired by an ethereal flame. Rohan chuckled. "On nights of the full moon, those blessed by Mother Nature's magic are gifted with true sight." As if on cue, a dazzling light descended through the canopy, emanating warmth and gentle power. A magnificent phoenix alighted gracefully at the water's edge, its crimson and gold plumage shimmering. "The phoenix is an omen of the changing seasons," Rohan whispered. "Its presence augurs the end of summer and the coming of autumn." The mystical bird's rebirth was a sight to behold. Its feathers smoldered to ash before the incredible heat, then a tiny chick emerged from the embers. Within moments, it grew anew in a metamorphosis powered by the full moon's potent energies. Willow watched with wonder. Rohan continued, "She brings the sky's renewal as the trees shed their summer cloaks and slumber until spring's return awakens their vibrant rebirth." Dawn's first light seeped through the forest canopy as the phoenix soared skyward, its cry echoing like a beckoning call. The rabbits, squirrels, and other creatures emerged from their dens, drawn by nature's rhythms. As the other animals gathered around the pool's edge, Willow and Rohan retreated to the shadows, for the young doe had glimpsed the mysteries meant for mortal eyes but once. Yet Willow carried the lessons close always, understanding the delicate balance of the natural world and the important cyclical dance of life, death, and rebirth. The forest's magic dwelled within her forevermore. Story 82. In the heart of a tranquil village nestled between rolling hills and lush, whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Lydia. She was known for her bright eyes that seemed to reflect the sky and her gentle nature that matched the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze. Lydia lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who often told tales of wonder by the warmth of the crackling fire, where shadows danced playfully on the walls of their cozy cottage. One crisp autumn morning, while the world was wrapped in a misty embrace and the air was scented with the earthy aroma of fallen leaves, Lydia decided to explore the attic of their time-worn home. The attic was a place of mystery, filled with trunks and boxes that held the echoes of the past. Dust motes floated in the slanted beams of sunlight that pierced through a small window, creating a magical glow that filled the space. As Lydia sifted through the forgotten relics, her fingers brushed against something cool and metallic. She unearthed a peculiar compass, unlike any she had seen before. Its face wasn't marked with cardinal directions, but instead displayed a myriad of shimmering colors, swirling like a gentle rainbow. The needle spun lazily, never settling, as though it were caught in a dance with an unseen partner. Intrigued, Lydia brought the compass to her grandmother, who sat in her favorite armchair, knitting a scarf of soft wool the color of twilight. The old woman's eyes twinkled with a knowing light as she examined the compass. "Ah, my dear," she said with a smile that crinkled the corners of her eyes, "this is no ordinary compass. It is an enchanted wayfinder. It guides not where you want to go, but where you need to be. Lydia's heart fluttered with curiosity and a touch of apprehension. "What do you mean, grandmother?" she asked, her voice a gentle whisper in the cozy room. Her grandmother placed a warm hand on hers. "It leads the bearer on a journey of the heart, revealing paths not seen and truths not known. But remember, dear Lydia, the journey is as important as the destination." That night, as Lydia lay in bed beneath a quilt that smelled of lavender, she turned the compass over in her hands. The soft hum of the night whispered through the open window, and the stars cast a silvery light across her room. With a deep breath, she decided to follow the wayfinder's lead. The next morning, with a knapsack filled with essentials and the compass in her pocket, Lydia set out into the world beyond her village. The wayfinder's needle twirled with excitement, guiding her through fields where wildflowers swayed in the gentle breeze, and over hills that offered sweeping views of the valley below, where rivers wove like ribbons of liquid silver. As she walked, Lydia encountered a pair of whimsical characters who soon became her companions. The first was Jasper, a clever fox with fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with mischief and intelligence. Jasper had a knack for solving puzzles and loved nothing more than a good riddle. The second was Pippa, a cheerful sparrow who flitted about with boundless energy, singing sweet melodies that lifted Lydia's spirits. Together they journeyed through enchanted forests where trees whispered secrets and carpets of moss cushioned their steps. They crossed babbling brooks whose waters sang stories of the lands they had traversed. Each day, the compass led them onward, its colors shifting and changing, always pointing to something new. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, they arrived at the edge of a vast, shimmering lake. The surface was like glass, reflecting the first stars of the night. At the center of the lake, on a small island, was an ancient tree, its branches stretching towards the heavens, laden with blossoms that glowed like tiny lanterns in the twilight. The wayfinder's needle pointed unwaveringly towards the island, and Lydia knew their journey had brought them here for a reason. But there was no bridge, no boat, and the waters seemed endless and deep. Jasper sat beside Lydia, his tail wrapped around his paws. "We must find a way across," he mused, flicking an ear thoughtfully. Pippa fluttered above them, her small wings a blur. "Look," she chirped, pointing with a wing. "The blossoms are whispering." Indeed, as Lydia listened closely, she heard the faintest of murmurs, a gentle song carried on the breeze. It spoke of patience and reflection, of looking beyond the surface to see the truth within. Sitting by the water's edge, Lydia closed her eyes and listened, truly listened, allowing the song of the blossoms to fill her heart. And then, as if in answer, the lake began to change. The waters parted, revealing a shimmering path of light that led directly to the island. With wonder in their eyes, Lydia, Jasper, and Pippa followed the luminescent path. As they reached the island, the ancient tree seemed to welcome them, its blossoms casting a warm glow. Beneath its branches, at the base of its sturdy trunk, lay a small, intricately carved box. Lydia knelt and opened the box, finding inside a simple yet beautiful pendant, a small crystal that caught the light and danced with colors that mirrored those of the wayfinder. As she held it, a sense of peace and understanding washed over her. She realized that the journey had not just been about finding this hidden treasure, but about discovering the courage within herself, the joy of friendship, and the wisdom to see beyond what was visible. With a heart full of gratitude, Lydia placed the pendant around her neck. It glowed softly, a reminder of the journey and the lessons learned. She looked at her companions, whose eyes mirrored her own sense of fulfillment and joy. As they made their way back to the village, the wayfinder's needle finally rested, its colors dimming as if content with its task completed. Lydia knew that she would always carry the magic of their adventure in her heart, a story to tell by the fireside on long winter nights. Back in the warm embrace of her grandmother's cottage, Lydia shared her tale, the pendant glowing softly in the firelight. Her grandmother listened with a smile, her eyes shining with pride and understanding. And so, with the crackling of the fire and the gentle hum of the night outside, Lydia drifted to sleep, comforted by the knowledge that sometimes the greatest treasures are not those we seek, but those we find within ourselves and in the kindness of friends along the way. Story 83. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where stardust danced in the cosmic winds and the night sky shimmered with the glow of a million celestial bodies, two unlikely companions were about to embark on a journey that would forever alter their understanding of friendship. On the verdant planet of Lyra, known for its lush emerald forests and cascading waterfalls that sang their own gentle lullabies, lived a creature named Nock. Nock was a Lyrian, a species known for their gentle nature and deep connection to the living world around them. With skin that shimmered like the leaves of the great oaks, and eyes that reflected the soft light of the moon, Nock was a being of tranquility and wisdom. From a planet far away, as different from Lyra as night is from day, came Zarn, a rugged traveler from the fiery world of Pyron. Pyron was a place of vast deserts and towering volcanoes, where the sky was a constant blaze of orange and red. Zarn was a Pyronian, his skin toughened by the heat, and his spirit as fiery as the land he called home. Their paths crossed on the interstellar trade route known as the Celestial Pathway, a bustling space station where beings from countless worlds came together to trade, share stories, and sometimes form unexpected alliances. Nock had come seeking rare seeds to bring back to Lyra's gardens, while Zarn was in search of cooling crystals to tame the heat of his home. Their first meeting was marked by misunderstanding. Nock, in his eagerness to share the beauty of Lyra, approached Zarn with a gift, a delicate flower that bloomed only under the light of a distant star. But to Zarn, the flower seemed fragile and impractical, a mere trinket in a world that demanded resilience. "Is this meant to withstand a Pyronian storm?" Zarn grumbled, his voice a low rumble like distant thunder. Nock, taken aback by the reaction, replied softly, "It is not to withstand, but to remind us of beauty in the harshest of places." Their differences seemed insurmountable at first. Where Nock saw harmony, Zarn saw challenge. Where Zarn valued strength, Nock cherished gentleness. Yet, despite these disparities, a spark of curiosity lingered between them. The Celestial Pathway, however, had its own plans. As they wandered through the bustling corridors of the station, a sudden announcement crackled through the loudspeakers. A rogue asteroid storm, unpredictable and fierce, was approaching. The station's defenses were strong, but any ships attempting to leave would face peril. Nock and Zarn found themselves stranded together, their ships docked side by side. With time to spare and nowhere to go, they decided to explore the station further, and in doing so, they began to see the world, and each other, through new eyes. They visited the Space Garden, a place where plants from every known planet grew under the nurturing light of artificial suns. Here, Nock showed Zarn how even the smallest seed could thrive in the most unlikely soil. Zarn, in turn, shared tales of Pyron's fiery landscapes, where life persisted against all odds, and the importance of adapting to one's environment. As they shared their worlds, their misunderstandings began to dissolve. Nock realized that Zarn's brusqueness was not dismissive, but born of a life that required constant vigilance and strength. Zarn came to understand that Nock's gentleness was not weakness, but a profound strength in its own right. Their bond was tested when the asteroid storm finally struck, causing the station's power to flicker and fail. In the ensuing chaos, a young alien child, separated from its parents, wandered lost and frightened. Nock and Zarn, despite their differences, worked seamlessly together to find the child, guiding it through the darkened corridors with a combination of Nock's calm reassurances and Zarn's protective presence. In those moments of shared challenge, they discovered the true meaning of friendship. It was not about being the same, but about complementing each other, about finding strength in diversity and unity in difference. When the storm passed and the pathways opened once more, Nock and Zarn prepared to depart, each returning to their own world. But this time they parted not as strangers but as friends, carrying with them pieces of each other's worlds. Nock with a Pyronian stone, warm and comforting, and Zarn with a Lyrian flower, a reminder of beauty amidst adversity. As the celestial pathway receded behind them, Nock and Zarn knew that their friendship would endure across the stars. They had learned that true friendship transcends planets and species, binding hearts with invisible threads of understanding and compassion. And so, Under the watchful gaze of the universe, they journeyed on, forever changed by the warmth of an unlikely companionship. Story 84. In the heart of an ancient, whispering forest, nestled between the roots of towering oaks and beneath the soft embrace of emerald moss, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. This village, although humble, was known far and wide for its serene beauty and the gentle, magical aura that seemed to hang in the air like a comforting blanket. The villagers lived in harmony with the forest, respecting its secrets and treasures, and it was said that those who listened closely could hear the forest speaking in hushed tones, sharing stories of old. The tale begins with a gentle soul named Rowan, a young woman with eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky. She had a heart brimming with kindness and a curiosity that often led her to wander through the forest paths, seeking to understand the language of the trees and the whispers of the wind. Rowan lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, where wildflowers grew in abundance, painting the landscape with hues of violet and gold. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun spilled its golden light through the canopy of leaves, Rowan set out on her daily walk. The forest floor was carpeted with leaves of amber and rust, crunching softly underfoot as she meandered along a well-worn path. She carried with her a basket filled with freshly baked bread and sweet honey, gifts for the woodland creatures with whom she often shared her days. As Rowan ventured deeper into the forest, she came upon a clearing she had never seen before. It was a circle of ancient stones, standing tall and proud, their surfaces adorned with moss and lichen. In the center of the circle, glistening in a shaft of sunlight, was an object that caught Rowan's eye. A small, intricately carved box, made of a wood so dark it seemed almost black. With a sense of awe and gentle reverence, Rowan approached the box. It was adorned with delicate patterns, swirling vines and leaves that seemed to dance across its surface. As she reached out to touch it, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her fingers, as if the box recognized her touch. Curiosity piqued, Rowan carefully opened the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft, velvet-like moss, lay a shimmering crystal. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, a kaleidoscope of colors that shifted and changed with each movement. As she cradled it in her hands, she heard a soft, melodic hum, a gentle song that resonated deep within her soul. Unbeknownst to Rowan, this was the Crystal of Whispers, a magical artifact that held the power to reveal the hidden wisdom of the forest. It was said that those who possessed it could understand the language of the natural world, unlocking secrets long forgotten. Rowan closed the box and slipped it into her basket, her heart alight with wonder and curiosity. She continued her walk, the forest around her seeming to come alive with vibrant energy. The leaves rustled with a new vigor, and the birds sang sweeter melodies, as if welcoming her into their hidden world. As days turned into weeks, Rowan found herself drawn to the clearing and the mysterious crystal. Each time she held it, she felt a deeper connection to the forest, an understanding that transcended words. She began to hear the whispers of the trees, their stories of seasons past, and the wisdom they held within their ancient boughs. But the forest was not the only one to notice Rowan's newfound connection. A young man named Finn, who lived on the far side of the village, had observed her frequent visits to the forest. Finn was known for his quiet demeanor and solitary nature, often seen with a book in hand or tending to his garden. He was a gentle soul, with a love for the natural world that mirrored Rowan's own. Intrigued by her mysterious visits, Finn decided to follow Rowan one day, curious to see what drew her so deeply into the forest. Keeping a respectful distance, he watched as she approached the stone circle and retrieved the crystal from its box. The moment she held it, the air seemed to shimmer with magic, a sight that left him breathless and filled with awe. Realizing he had stumbled upon something extraordinary, Finn stepped forward, his presence gently announced by the soft crunch of leaves beneath his feet. Rowan turned, her eyes meeting his with a mix of surprise and understanding. "Hello, Finn," she greeted with a warm smile, her voice as soothing as the babbling brook nearby. "I didn't know you were here." Finn returned her smile, his curiosity evident in his gaze. "I've seen you coming to the forest often. I was curious to know what draws you here." Rowan hesitated for a moment, then decided to share her secret. "I found this crystal," she explained, holding it out for him to see. It's magical, Finn. It lets me hear the whispers of the forest, the stories of the trees, and the songs of the birds. Finn looked at the crystal, his eyes widening with wonder. That's incredible. He breathed, his voice filled with awe. May I? Rowan nodded, handing him the crystal. As Finn took it, he felt the same warm, tingling sensation that Rowan had experienced. The forest around them seemed to hold its breath, waiting for what would come next. Suddenly, the trees began to hum, their deep voices resonating through the clearing. Finn listened, his heart swelling with emotion as he heard the forest's gentle welcome, its acceptance of him as one of its own. In that moment, a bond was formed between Rowan and Finn, a friendship that defied expectations and transcended the ordinary. Together they explored the hidden world of the forest, guided by the wisdom of the Crystal of Whispers. As the seasons changed, so did they. Rowan and Finn found themselves growing closer, their friendship blossoming into something deeper. They spent countless hours under the canopy of leaves, listening to the stories of the forest and sharing their own dreams and hopes. One day, as they sat by a tranquil stream, Finn spoke of a dream he had long held in his heart. I've always wanted to create a sanctuary, he confessed, his voice filled with longing. A place where people can come to learn about the magic of the natural world, to understand and respect it as we do. Rowan listened, her heart alight with inspiration. That's a wonderful dream, Finn, and I believe we can make it a reality. With the crystal's help, we can learn even more from the forest and share its wisdom with others. Encouraged by Rowan's belief in his dream, Finn felt a renewed sense of purpose. Together, they began to plan their sanctuary, envisioning a place where the beauty and magic of the forest could be shared with all who sought it. As they worked side by side, their bond grew stronger, a testament to the power of friendship and shared dreams. They planted seeds of hope and possibility, nurturing them with the same care and respect they gave to the forest. Months passed, and the sanctuary began to take shape. It was a place of peace and beauty, where the wonders of the natural world were celebrated and cherished. Visitors came from far and wide, drawn by the whispers of magic and the promise of understanding. Rowan and Finn watched with pride as their dream became a reality, their hearts filled with gratitude for the journey that had brought them here. They had learned much from the forest, but perhaps the greatest lesson was the power of connection, to the natural world, to each other, and to their own hearts. As the sun set over Willowbrook, casting a warm, golden glow over the village and the forest beyond, Rowan and Finn stood together at the edge of their sanctuary. The crystal lay between them, a symbol of the magic and wisdom that had guided them on their journey. Thank you, Rowan, Finn said softly, his voice filled with emotion. For everything. Rowan smiled, her heart full of warmth and love. Thank you, Finn, for believing in your dream and for sharing it with me. Together, they watched as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, a reminder of the infinite possibilities that lay before them. And in that moment, they knew that their journey had only just begun, guided by the whispers of the forest and the bonds of friendship that would carry them forward into the future. The forest, with its ancient wisdom and gentle magic, had brought them together, transforming their lives and teaching them the true meaning of connection and love. And as they stood beneath the starlit sky, hand in hand, they knew that they were exactly where they belonged, at home in the heart of the forest, surrounded by the whispers of magic and the promise of new beginnings. Story 85. Once, in the heart of an ancient forest where sunlight danced through the leaves like golden threads, there existed a world known only to those who listened closely enough to hear the whispers of the trees. This was a place where the boundaries between reality and magic gently intertwined, like the tendrils of ivy curling around the trunk of an old oak. The forest was alive with the hidden lives of creatures both small and grand, each playing its part in the intricate tapestry of nature. The forest was home to the wise and gentle elder tree, whose roots ran deep into the earth, drawing up the wisdom of ages past. Its branches stretched toward the heavens, cradling nests of singing birds and offering shelter to weary travelers. Around its base, a carpet of moss spread in every direction, soft and cool underfoot, while the air was alive with the scent of wildflowers and the hum of bees. In this forest, every creature understood its role in maintaining harmony. The deer, with their elegant stride, kept the underbrush in check, nibbling here and there, ensuring the light could reach the forest floor. The squirrels, with their busy paws, spread seeds far and wide, planting future generations of towering trees. Even the smallest creatures, like the industrious ants, worked together in harmony, their tiny paths winding through the forest floor like veins of life. One particularly bright morning, when the dew still clung to the leaves like diamonds, a young fox named Fern set out from her den. Her fur was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity and kindness. Fern was known among the forest folk for her gentle heart and her knack for bringing creatures together in times of need. As Fern trotted along a familiar path, she came across her friend Willow, a wise old turtle who was slowly making his way through the forest. Willow's shell was etched with patterns that told stories of seasons long past, and his eyes held the depth of 1,000 sunsets. "Good morning, Fern," Willow greeted, his voice as slow and steady as the river that wound through the forest. "What brings you out on this fine day?" "I felt a stirring in the air," Fern replied, her ears twitching with excitement. "It seems as if the forest is whispering of something new." Willow nodded, the corners of his mouth curving into a gentle smile. "Ah, the winds of change. Let us wander together and see what they bring." As they walked, the forest revealed its wonders to them. They passed through a grove where the trees seemed to hum with an ancient song, their leaves rustling in harmony with the breeze. They paused by the river, its waters glistening in the sunlight, and watched as fish darted beneath the surface, their scales catching the light like tiny mirrors. Then, as they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, they came upon a clearing they had never seen before. In the center stood a ring of mushrooms, their caps glistening with morning dew, and hovering above them was a shimmering mist that danced like the northern lights. Fern and Willow exchanged a glance of wonder. The clearing felt alive, as if it were breathing with the pulse of the earth itself. They stepped closer, and as they did, the mist began to swirl and coalesce, forming the shape of a gentle breeze that seemed to speak directly to them. "Welcome, friends," the mist whispered, its voice like the softest sigh of the wind through the trees. "I am the spirit of seasons, and I have come to share with you the secret of balance." Fern and Willow listened intently, their hearts open to the wisdom that flowed from the mist. The spirit spoke of the delicate dance of life, the way each creature and element was a note in the symphony of nature. It told of the cycle of seasons, each one bringing its own gifts and challenges, and how they wove together to create harmony. "The forest thrives on balance," the spirit explained. "When one element grows too strong, the others must adjust to maintain the harmony. It is a lesson passed down through the roots of every tree and the wings of every bird." Fern and Willow nodded, absorbing the lesson with reverence. They understood that their own actions, no matter how small, could tip the scales of balance, and that it was their responsibility to preserve the harmony of their world. As the spirit's words faded into the air, the mist began to swirl once more, dissolving into the morning light. Fern and Willow stood in the clearing, their hearts filled with a renewed sense of purpose. "We must share this wisdom with the others," Fern said, her voice gentle but determined. "Indeed," Willow agreed, his eyes shining with the light of understanding. "Together we can ensure the forest remains a sanctuary for all who call it home." And so, with the spirit's blessing in their hearts, Fern and Willow set off to spread the message of balance throughout the forest. They spoke with the birds, who carried the news on their wings to every corner of the woods. They shared the lesson with the deer, the rabbits, and even the industrious ants, each creature taking the wisdom to heart. As the seasons passed, the forest flourished under the guidance of Fern, Willow, and their friends. The trees grew tall and strong, their leaves whispering the stories of the past and present. The river sang its song, clear and pure, and the creatures of the forest lived in harmony, each one contributing to the delicate balance of their world. And whenever the winds of change stirred, the spirit of seasons would return to the clearing, its presence a gentle reminder of the wisdom shared and the bond that held the forest together. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the ancient elder tree, the forest thrived in peace and balance, a testament to the power of wisdom, friendship, and the enduring magic of nature. And as the sun set each evening, casting a warm glow over the land, the creatures of the forest would settle into their nests and burrows, their hearts comforted by the harmony they had helped to create. Story 86: The Whispering Woods and the Enchanted Locket. In the gentle heart of a sprawling forest, where sunlight filtered through the high canopy like golden rain, and the air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, there nestled a small village named Havenbrook. The village was known for its quaint charm, with cobblestone paths winding between cottages, crowned by thatched roofs, each one adorned with vibrant window boxes overflowing with blooms. But more than its picturesque beauty, Havenbrook was renowned for the ancient woods that bordered its western edge, a forest called the Whispering Woods. The Whispering Woods were unlike any other. It was said that the trees could talk, not with words, but with a low hum that resonated through the air on quiet nights. The villagers believed the forest held secrets, mysteries that whispered through the leaves to those who were willing to listen. Living at the edge of Havenbrook was a girl named Anwen. She was a gentle soul, with a heart as vast as the sky, and eyes that mirrored the deep blue of the river that wound through the village. Anwen spent her days exploring the edges of the Whispering Woods, collecting fallen acorns, and listening to the whispers on the wind. She was curious about the tales of enchantment that surrounded the forest, especially the story of the Enchanted Locket. Legend had it that a locket lay hidden within the woods, a locket that could grant the wearer the ability to understand the language of the forest. Many had ventured into the woods seeking it, but none had found it. Anwen, with her boundless imagination and gentle curiosity, often dreamed of finding the locket herself. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves fell like amber rain, Anwen decided to venture deeper into the Whispering Woods than she ever had before. The air was cool and crisp, carrying with it the scent of fallen leaves and the distant promise of winter. She wrapped a warm scarf around her neck, tucked a small satchel filled with bread and cheese under her arm, and set off with a determined heart. The forest was alive with the colors of autumn. Vivid reds and oranges danced in the breeze, while the ground was a patchwork quilt of fallen leaves. As Anwen walked, she marveled at the beauty surrounding her, the way the sunlight dappled the forest floor and the gentle rustling of leaves that seemed to greet her like an old friend. After hours of wandering, Anwen found herself at the edge of a small clearing. In the center stood a grand oak, its branches stretching wide, as if embracing the sky. The tree was ancient, its bark gnarled and thick, and at its base lay a blanket of acorns. Feeling drawn to the tree, Anwen approached. As she neared, she noticed something glinting among the roots, a delicate chain, half buried in the earth. Her heart leaped with excitement as she carefully uncovered it, revealing an ornate locket. It was beautifully crafted, with intricate engravings of leaves and vines that seemed to shimmer with a life of their own. Anwen's fingers trembled as she opened the locket, and inside she found a small, polished stone that glowed with a soft, ethereal light. The moment she touched it, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she felt a presence, as if the forest itself was welcoming her. With the locket clasped around her neck, Anwen sat beneath the grand oak, her back against its sturdy trunk. She closed her eyes and listened, truly listened, to the whispers of the forest. Slowly, the murmur of leaves transformed into words, soft and soothing. "Welcome, Anwen," the voice of the forest said, echoing within her mind. "You have found the enchanted locket, a gift of understanding and friendship with the natural world." Anwen's heart swelled with joy and wonder. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice barely more than a breath. "I promise to cherish this gift and protect the forest." With the locket, the world around her came alive in a way she had never imagined. The trees shared stories of the past, the birds sang of distant lands, and the river spoke of its journey from the mountains to the sea. Anwen felt a deep connection to the world, a bond that filled her with peace and purpose. Days turned into weeks, and Anwen spent her time exploring the Whispering Woods, learning from its ancient wisdom. She discovered hidden groves where rare flowers bloomed, and secret streams that sparkled with crystal clarity. The forest became her teacher and her friend, and she cherished every moment spent in its embrace. One day, as Anwen wandered through a particularly dense part of the woods, she came upon a young fox caught in a hunter's trap. The fox's eyes were filled with fear, and it whimpered softly, unable to free itself. Anwen's heart ached at the sight, and she knelt beside the trap, speaking softly to the fox. "Don't be afraid," she whispered. "I'm here to help." With gentle hands, she worked to open the trap, her fingers deftly unfastening the cruel metal. As the trap released, the fox bolted, only to stop a few paces away, turning back to look at Anwen with eyes full of gratitude. "Thank you, kind heart," the fox said in a voice that was soft and clear. "You have saved me, and I shall not forget your kindness." Anwen smiled, feeling the warmth of the locket against her skin. "Be safe, little one," she replied, watching as the fox disappeared into the underbrush. As time passed, word of Anwen's kindness and her ability to communicate with the forest spread through Havenbrook. The villagers, who had always respected the Whispering Woods, came to see Anwen as a bridge between their world and the magical realm of the forest. They sought her wisdom and guidance, treating the forest with greater care and reverence. But not all was peaceful. One cold winter's day, a group of strangers arrived in Havenbrook, drawn by tales of the enchanted locket. They were treasure hunters, eager to claim the locket's magic for themselves. Their leader, a man with sharp eyes and a cunning smile, spoke to the villagers, promising riches and prosperity in exchange for the locket. The villagers, who valued the harmony between their village and the forest, refused to help the strangers. But the hunters were determined, and they ventured into the Whispering Woods, intent on finding Anwen and taking the locket by force. Anwen, sensing the disturbance in the forest, knew she had to act. She could not let the hunters harm the woods or steal the magic that had become a part of her soul. She called upon her friends in the forest, the birds, the fox, and even the ancient trees, to help her protect their home. As the hunters made their way through the forest, they found themselves thwarted at every turn. The paths twisted and turned, leading them in circles. Branches reached down to snag their clothes, and roots rose up to trip them. The songbirds sang warnings, and the fox darted through the underbrush, leading them astray. Frustrated and exhausted, the hunters soon found themselves at the edge of the forest, their leader fuming with anger. "This place is cursed," he shouted. "There is no treasure here, only tricks and illusions." Defeated, the hunters left Havenbrook, and the village breathed a sigh of relief. Anwen, with the help of her forest friends, had protected the enchanted locket and the harmony of the Whispering Woods. As spring returned to the forest, bringing with it new life and renewed hope, Anwen stood beneath the grand oak once more. She felt the locket's warmth against her skin and smiled, knowing that she had found her true place in the world. The villagers celebrated Anwen in the Whispering Woods, holding a festival of thanksgiving and renewal. They danced under the stars, their laughter mingling with the whispers of the forest, a symphony of joy and unity. Anwen's journey had transformed her, not just through the magic of the locket, but through the bonds of friendship and the lessons of the natural world. She had learned the true meaning of harmony, of living in balance with the world around her, and of the power of kindness and understanding. And so, as the stars twinkled above and the forest hummed its ancient song, Anwen sat with her friends, human and forest alike, feeling a deep peace settle within her heart. She knew that the magic of the Whispering Woods would always be with her, guiding her and the village of Havenbrook towards a future filled with wonder and warmth. And in that moment, as the night wrapped the world in its gentle embrace, the forest whispered a promise of friendship, of magic, and of a world where dreams could take root and grow. Story 87. Once upon a time, in a world where dreams and reality intertwined, there lived a young girl named Clara. She possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to enter the realm of dreams, where anything was possible. Each night, as Clara drifted off to sleep, she would clutch a tarnished silver locket, her most prized possession. This locket was no ordinary trinket. It held the key to unlocking the dreamscape, a hidden world within the natural environment. On one particular night, Clara found herself standing in a vast meadow, the air filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers. As she gazed up at the starry sky, a shooting star streaked across the heavens, leaving a trail of glittering dust in its wake. Clara made a wish, her eyes shining with wonder. Suddenly, the locket in her hand grew warm, and a shimmering portal appeared before her. Without hesitation, Clara stepped through, embarking on a journey that would change her forever. She found herself in an enchanted forest, where towering trees whispered secrets, and glowing mushrooms dotted the mossy ground. A gentle breeze carried the sound of tinkling laughter, and Clara followed the melody until she stumbled upon a clearing. There, she encountered a group of woodland creatures unlike any she had seen before. A wise old owl, perched on a gnarled branch, greeted her with a courteous nod. "Welcome, dear child, to the realm of dreams. We have been expecting you." Nearby, a mischievous squirrel scampered up a tree trunk, chittering excitedly. "A new friend! Oh, how delightful!" Clara gazed around in awe, her heart swelling with joy. "This place is incredible, but why have you been expecting me?" The owl ruffled his feathers, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "You possess a rare gift, Clara. The locket you wear holds the power to cross between the waking world and the dreamscape. However, a dark force threatens to shroud this realm in eternal slumber." A hush fell over the clearing as the creatures exchanged worried glances. Clara's brow furrowed with concern. "What can I do to help?" "Deep within the heart of the forest lies a mystical spring," the owl explained. "Its waters possess the power to dispel the darkness, but the path is fraught with challenges and mysteries." The squirrel bounded over, his bushy tail swishing excitedly. "We could use a brave companion like you, Clara. Will you join us on this quest?" Without a moment's hesitation, Clara nodded, her eyes shining with determination. "Of course, I won't let this darkness consume such a magical place." And so Clara's extraordinary adventure began. Together with her newfound friends, she ventured deeper into the forest, encountering wonders and obstacles at every turn. They traversed treacherous ravines, their path illuminated by glowing fireflies. Clara marveled at the beauty of the dreamscape, from the iridescent waterfalls to the brilliant auroras that danced across the sky. Along the way, they encountered a family of mischievous pixies who delighted in casting harmless pranks. Clara's quick wit and kindness won them over, and they became unlikely allies, offering guidance through the twisting maze of enchanted vines. As they journeyed, Clara learned valuable lessons about friendship, courage, and the power of perseverance. The woodland creatures, each with their unique personalities and strengths, taught her the importance of teamwork and accepting one's differences. One night, as they huddled around a warm campfire, the squirrel regaled them with tales of his daring escapades, while the owl shared ancient wisdom passed down through generations. Clara listened intently, her heart swelling with affection for these remarkable creatures. However, their journey was not without its challenges. They encountered treacherous obstacles, from riddles posed by sly trolls to treacherous rapids that threatened to sweep them away. But through it all, Clara's resilience and the unwavering support of her friends kept them moving forward. At last they reached the heart of the forest, where a magnificent waterfall cascaded into a shimmering pool. The mystical spring glowed with an ethereal light, beckoning them closer. As Clara stepped into the luminous waters, a warmth spread through her body, filling her with a sense of peace and clarity. The darkness that had threatened the dreamscape began to dissipate, chased away by the pure radiance of the spring. The woodland creatures rejoiced, their voices ringing with joy and relief. Clara smiled, realizing that her journey had not only saved the dreamscape, but had also transformed her in profound ways. She had discovered the true meaning of friendship, the power of courage, and the importance of embracing one's unique gifts. As she emerged from the spring, Clara felt a sense of purpose and belonging she had never known before. In the days that followed, Clara continued to visit the dreamscape, strengthening her bond with her woodland companions and exploring the wonders of this enchanting realm. And whenever she felt lost or uncertain, she would clutch her locket and remember the lessons she had learned on her extraordinary quest. As Clara drifted back to the waking world, she carried with her the magic of the dreamscape, a spark of wonder that would guide her through life's challenges and adventures. For she knew that no matter what obstacles lay ahead, the power of friendship and the courage within her heart would light the way. Story 88. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whisper of the wind carried secrets and the rustle of leaves sang melodies long forgotten, there lay a hidden realm known only to those who listened with their hearts. This magical woodland was home to beings both small and grand, from the tiniest of insects to the mightiest of trees, all living in a symbiotic tapestry of life. As the sun stretched its golden fingers across the forest floor, warming the earth and dancing through the canopy, the creatures of the woods stirred to life. Among them was a gentle fox named Brindle, whose russet fur blended seamlessly with the autumn leaves. Brindle had a nose for adventure and a heart full of curiosity. She was often seen trotting along the forest paths, her keen eyes observing every detail, her ears perked to catch the softest of sounds. One crisp morning, as frost kissed the tips of the grass and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves, Brindle noticed something amiss. The usual chatter of the birds was subdued, and the brook that sang with the voice of the forest seemed to murmur a quieter tune. Her paws carried her to the edge of the brook, where she found her friend, a wise old turtle named Mossback, basking on a sunlit rock. "Mossback," Brindle called gently, her voice a soothing lilt against the rustling leaves. "Have you noticed how the forest feels different today?" Mossback opened his ancient eyes, as deep and wise as the forest itself. "Indeed, young Brindle," he replied, his voice a low rumble. "The balance of our home is shifting. The seasons speak to those who listen." Brindle sat beside the brook, her tail curling around her paws. "What do you mean, Mossback? What can we do?" Mossback sighed, the sound like the gentle creak of an age-old tree swaying in the wind. "There is an old legend, passed down through the roots and leaves, that speaks of a magical phenomenon tied to the change of seasons. It is said that when the balance is threatened, the forest will reveal a hidden path, one that leads to the heart of seasons." Brindle's eyes widened with wonder. "The heart of seasons? What is it?" "It is a place where the essence of the seasons converges," Mossback explained, "where the whispers of the winds, the warmth of the sun, the tears of rain, and the cradle of snow meet. It is there that harmony can be restored." With a resolve as bright as the morning sun, Brindle decided she must find this mystical place. But she knew she couldn't embark on such a journey alone. She needed the help of her friends, those who knew the forest as intimately as she did. Her first visit was to the wise owl, Luna, whose home was nestled high in the branches of an ancient oak. As Brindle approached, Luna turned her great round eyes toward her, eyes that mirrored the moonlit night. "Luna," Brindle called softly, "I seek your wisdom. The forest is changing, and I must find the heart of seasons to restore balance. Will you guide me?" Luna nodded, her feathers ruffling slightly in the breeze. "I will lend you my eyes to see in the dark, and my knowledge of the skies," she promised, her voice as soft as the night. Together, they descended to the forest floor, where they were joined by their friend, a lively squirrel named Pippin, whose nimble feet danced across the branches, scattering leaves like laughter. "Pippin," Brindle greeted him with a wag of her tail, "we are on a quest to find the heart of seasons. Will you come with us?" Pippin's eyes sparkled with mischief and excitement. "A quest? Oh, count me in! I can find the secret paths and hidden trails." And so, with friendship binding them, Brindle, Luna, and Pippin set off on their journey. As they walked, the forest unfolded its mysteries before them. They passed through glades where the sunlight dappled the ground like golden coins and crossed streams that sang stories of the mountains from which they flowed. The air grew cooler as they ventured deeper, and the forest's breath seemed to slow, as if preparing for the hush of winter. Each step they took was guided by the wisdom of generations, whispered through the rustling leaves and the gentle sway of the trees. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, they discovered a narrow path hidden beneath a cloak of ivy and ferns. It was Luna who first noticed it, her keen eyes catching the faint glow of fireflies that danced along its edge. "This must be the path," Luna hooted softly, her voice a gentle caress in the dusk. With hearts full of hope, they followed the luminescent trail, winding deeper into the heart of the forest. The path led them to a clearing where the air shimmered with a magical light, and the scent of pine mingled with the crispness of impending snow. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. It was unlike any tree they had ever seen, its bark etched with symbols that glowed softly in the twilight. "This is it," Mossback's voice echoed in Brindle's memory. "The heart of seasons." Gathering close, the friends marveled at the tree's beauty. They sensed the presence of something greater than themselves, a force that connected every living thing in the forest. It was then that they realized the true meaning of balance, not just within the forest, but within their hearts. Brindle stepped forward, her breath forming clouds in the chilly air. "We seek harmony," she whispered, her words a gentle prayer carried on the wind. As if in response, the tree began to glow with a soft, golden light. The sensation of warmth enveloped them, a reminder of summer's embrace. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, carrying the scent of spring blossoms and the promise of renewal. Raindrops began to fall, cool and refreshing, mingling with the first flakes of snow, each one a testament to the cycle of life. In that moment, Brindle, Luna, and Pippin understood the wisdom passed down through generations, that the balance of the forest was a reflection of the balance within themselves. Their friendship, their courage, and their love for their home were the true magic that restored harmony. As the light slowly faded, the forest seemed to sigh in relief, its equilibrium restored. The friends felt a deep sense of peace, their hearts intertwined with the rhythm of the seasons. With the first light of dawn, they made their way back through the forest, each step lighter than the last. The birds sang a joyful chorus, and the brook bubbled with renewed vigor, as if thanking them for their gift. As they reached the edge of the forest, Brindle turned to her friends, her heart full of gratitude. "Thank you," she said, her voice warm with affection. "Together, we have found something truly special." Luna and Pippin nodded, their eyes reflecting the gentle glow of the morning sun. "Thank you, Brindle," Luna replied softly, "for reminding us of the power of friendship and the beauty in every season." And so, with hearts full of wisdom and joy, the three friends returned to their homes, carrying the memory of their journey in their hearts. The forest, once again in harmony, whispered its thanks in every rustle of leaves, every song of the wind, its magic forever glowing in the spirit of friendship and the gentle balance of nature. Story 89. Once upon a time, in a hidden glen nestled deep within the ancient Wilderwood forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was orphaned at a tender age and was taken in by a kindly old woman known as the Briar Witch. Though the witch had a fearsome name, her heart was as gentle as the morning mist that danced through the trees. Willow's days were filled with wonder and enchantment, for the Briar Witch was a master of the old ways, able to coax the very essence of nature into tangible form. She taught Willow the secrets of the forest, from the language of the birds to the whispers of the wind, and most importantly, the art of weaving spells from the living threads that bound all things together. One fateful day, as Willow was gathering herbs and berries in a sun-dappled glade, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a glimmering thread woven into the very fabric of the forest itself. Curiosity piqued, she gently tugged on the thread, and to her amazement, it unraveled, revealing a hidden path that wound deep into the heart of the Wilderwood. Enthralled by the discovery, Willow followed the beckoning trail, her heart pounding with anticipation. The path led her through towering trees draped in moss and lichen, past gurgling streams and ancient standing stones etched with forgotten runes. Finally, she emerged into a breathtaking clearing, where the very air seemed to shimmer with magic. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree, its branches heavy with golden leaves that shimmered like sunlight on water. At its base rested a smooth, polished stone that pulsed with a warm, inviting glow. Drawn to it like a moth to a flame, Willow knelt and gently lifted the stone, gasping as a kaleidoscope of colors swirled within its depths. As she gazed into the stone's mesmerizing depths, she felt a presence, ancient and wise, reaching out to her. A voice, soft as a summer breeze, whispered in her mind, "You have been chosen, young Willow, to embark on a journey that will change the very fabric of our world." Willow's heart raced with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. The voice continued, "This stone is a key, a gateway to the hidden realm, a world that exists in perfect harmony with our own, yet remains unseen to mortal eyes. Within its boundaries, the threads of life and magic intertwine, and those with the courage to follow them can shape the very destiny of all that is. Instinctively, Willow understood the gravity of the task before her. The hidden realm was in peril, its delicate balance threatened by a dark force that sought to unravel the tapestry of life itself. She knew that she must answer the call, no matter the risks or challenges that lay ahead. With a steadying breath, Willow grasped the stone tightly and whispered the words that had been imparted to her mind. In an instant, the world around her dissolved into a swirling vortex of color and light, and she found herself standing in a realm of breathtaking beauty and wonder. The hidden realm was a tapestry of life itself, woven from threads of every imaginable hue and texture. Towering spires of crystalline energy pulsed with the rhythms of the earth, while streams of liquid light flowed like rivers through verdant meadows. Willow could sense the very essence of nature coursing through her veins, a connection so profound and intimate that it left her breathless. As she wandered through this ethereal landscape, Willow encountered beings unlike anything she had ever imagined. Sylphs, delicate creatures of air and light, danced among the swaying branches of towering trees. Undines, elemental spirits of water, frolicked in sparkling pools and cascading waterfalls. Everywhere she turned, the hidden realm revealed new wonders and marvels, each more incredible than the last. Yet amidst this beauty, Willow could sense a growing darkness, a malevolent force that sought to unravel the very threads that bound the hidden realm together. She knew that she must find a way to confront this threat, to protect the delicate balance that sustained all life. Guided by the whispers of the ancient stones and the counsel of the wise beings she encountered, Willow embarked on a journey that would test her courage, her wisdom, and her very soul. She faced challenges that would have broken lesser spirits, traversing treacherous landscapes and confronting cunning adversaries who sought to thwart her at every turn. Along the way, Willow forged unlikely friendships with beings she had once feared or misunderstood. A gruff but loyal troll named Grimbash became her steadfast protector, his mighty club and sharp wit proving invaluable in their darkest hours. A mischievous will-o'-the-wisp named Glimmer became her constant companion, lighting their path with her flickering glow and providing much-needed levity in the face of adversity. Together, they unraveled the mysteries of the hidden realm, uncovering ancient secrets and unlocking the power to weave spells of incredible potency. Willow learned to harness the very threads of life itself, shaping and twisting them to her will, creating wonders beyond her wildest imaginings. As their quest reached its climax, Willow and her faithful companions found themselves confronted by the embodiment of the dark force that threatened to unravel the hidden realm. A twisted, malevolent being known as the Unraveler. In a desperate battle that shook the very foundations of existence, Willow drew upon the knowledge and power she had gained, weaving a tapestry of light and life so brilliant and intricate that it bound the Unraveler's darkness, banishing it to the furthest reaches of the cosmos. With the threat vanquished, Willow stood triumphant, her spirit forever changed by the journey she had undertaken. She had discovered depths of courage and resilience within herself that she never knew existed, and had forged bonds of friendship that transcended the boundaries of worlds. As she prepared to return to the mortal realm, the ancient voice that had first called her to the hidden realm whispered in her mind once more. "You have proven yourself worthy, young Willow, and in doing so, you have become a true weaver of life's tapestry. The threads of magic and nature are yours to command, and with them, you can shape the destiny of all that is." Willow smiled, her heart filled with gratitude and wonder. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and that the threads of her life would forever be intertwined with the hidden realm and the friends she had made there. With a final, wistful glance at the shimmering spires and dancing streams of light, Willow embraced her destiny and stepped back through the gateway, emerging into the familiar surroundings of the Wilderwood forest. But now she saw it with new eyes, her vision forever altered by the wonders she had witnessed and the lessons she had learned. As she made her way back to the humble cottage of the Briar Witch, Willow knew that her life would never be the same. She had journeyed to the very heart of existence and emerged transformed. a true weaver of magic and life, ready to embrace the boundless possibilities that lay ahead. And so, with a heart filled with courage and wonder, Willow stepped forth into a world forever changed, ready to shape the tapestry of destiny with the threads of friendship, wisdom, and the eternal dance of life and magic.